scared to let these fuckers laugh at these fools.
I had they told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, he's in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, he's in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. Black is my movement, it's never gonna stop. Driving and moving my way to the top. I hit recruiting the builders of blocks. Fusion and hood and the cream of the crop. Following the birds on the part of the flock. Most of them capping, they lying and pop. Watching these fools, they move with the ops. Center my work with the trolls be the cops. Dreaming is something gon' get you a sentence. Reading and running, best watch what you stepping. Talking about nothing won't get you no mention. These dudes that be frontin', I pay no attention. Gotta keep watching they spine with tension. Why they get real when you start to address them? They not the starters, they not even venturing. Walk with the boss, I don't deal with the henchmen. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the peace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I had they told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. They just be talking, not making no sounds. That's why I laugh when it comes to these clowns. Cause they not scratching that part of my crown. If you not building, who's keeping you round? How you not safe in any part of your town? But you got cappers and keepers around. But they won't rescue you if it go left for you. Then you be stuck with your face in the ground. That's why I laugh and I never get triggered. Riddles be sad like Cry Me a River. Focus on black, my plans are just bigger. These are just facts, signed and delivered. They are just mad, they not in the picture. What are you building with nobody switching? Talk with a ball, but loud as a whisper. I speak for the streets and these are my scriptures. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the peace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I had they told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, he's in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, he's in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. The government's eating they steak while they sitting there feeding us nothing but lies. The people they stuck with their faith and they praying, but stuck with the sky. Why would we ever know change? How will we ever know cause? All that we know is this lane. All that we know is the laws. How will I grow? How will I ever see gain? How will I ever get paid? How will it stop? How when I'm talking and talking, but all that they see is a slave? Why when I'm talking improvements ain't first? Why when I'm speaking my movements is words? Why when I'm teaching the real shit is curved? Why when you see me as cursed? Let me divert, nothing but truth that I'm speaking. Shots go off at the beacon. All of my leaders been killed. Wonder why we stuck with figures that's preaching. All dirty cops at the precincts. All politicians that's leeching. Can't find man, no doubt for no treatment. This is the life with the demons. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
All I ever knew was gang. All I ever knew was pain. Bobby Brown moving Ricky Bell. Call me poison, can you stand the rain? Helmet game supposed to change. All this Henny in my veins. How I'm supposed to feed my seed, mind full of greed, do it for the game. Teachers lying where the school is found. You say you love me, then you shoot us down. Gave me cranks, label me a slave. Destroy my hood, put me in the grave. A lot of people, they don't wanna change. All my homies fell in love with gang. Without I burst the enemy. When you see me, had that energy. I ain't going to no FEMA camp, turn Uncle Tom into a memory. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. All I know is getting paper, praying to the Savior. Had to get it right. All I know is pulling bangers. Baby mama had to give me life.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
That's all y'all gave us, man. So we taking the rest. It's anarchy in the streets, nigga. Huh? That's all it is, nigga. Blood dripping. For the red, black, and green, nigga.
What's good, Black family? Hope everybody's doing well on this beautiful Thursday. Finally, the heat wave done calmed down. It's not 1,000 degrees. Feeling like Afghanistan in the summer in the cave with the heat on, wearing a sweater and a scully with Timberlands. You know, it's New York, because we're going to have Timberlands on regardless. But I'm just saying, the sweater on with the heat on in the cave in Afghanistan makes it a little different. All right, well, everybody doing well. Black power to you, to you, to you. So, yeah. So, you know, we try to stay on topic. And that's why I try to put mad topics in the title. Because, you know, we have a lot of different things we want to discuss. Some things, you know, continue from the day before. Some things, you know, ideas we want to have, you know, give people opportunity to discuss based off of previous conversations. And we do recognize that there is a sentiment against, Dama wanted to make this a straight Pan-African war convo. Like, look, let anybody come up here and get their grievances off on Pan-Africans, man. But I told him, like, anytime we do that, nobody shows up. You know. And are Aboriginals wrong? So, yeah, hold on. Did Pan-Africans drop the ball? Yes. Are Aboriginals wrong? Yes. Scammers of Blackness, plenty of them. World War III and more. I ain't know what else to put in there. You know what I'm saying? We had like 15 letters left, whatever. But the Pan-Africans dropped the ball. Now, my phone died. I wanted to go in on the Aboriginals. I don't know if y'all been on TikTok, but the Aboriginal AI war is in full effect right now. It is hilarious. It is hilarious, y'all. It's like 2 or 3 pages going back and forth with each other. So you got a Pan-African AI group making videos against the Aboriginals. You got Aboriginals remaking history. Yo, this video I recorded, oh my goodness, yo. I gotta get a phone charger. I'm ready to joke. I wanted to do a roast. I think we need to plan the roast out. Can we plan the roast out? Can we remember in the chat? Can you remind me to ask everybody, can we do a roast? You know what I mean? Invite everybody out. Let's just cook. You know what I'm saying? No weirdos. Well, we can invite the weirdos, but just not the weirdos who are going to get extra emotional and shit. You know, everybody know me. I like to joke. Jokes. But the Pan-Africans dropped the ball. Yes. How? One, through organization, lack of organization. Two, I would say, you know, theoretical and ideological frameworks. Three, and what was it? Mapping us. You know, I'm freestyling. You know, leadership. You know, leadership capacity, low leadership capacity. So, you know, I'll say that. But it's really about giving other people the chance to say what they feel. Because no matter how much I try to take accountability for shit that I was not even involved in, people don't want to hear that. The vitriol, the anger, the animosity towards, you know, the idea of being Pan-African is crazy. You know, so I do agree. You know, like Dom was saying, let them get a chance to get some smoke. Or so if you got smoke for Pan-Africans, you know, did Pan-Africans drop the ball? This is how you FBAs. See, I should have just left FBAs in there, but yeah, my phone died. I was caught in a TikTok hour just recording. Corey, what's goody? Too cool, good. So I don't understand why people got smoke for Pan-Africans, but this is the time to do it. Now, the Aboriginals, I'm letting y'all know, once I charge my phone, I'm going into joke mode. Let me see if I can find these videos on YouTube. I need to look for it. Well, matter of fact, no, I was supposed to stay on topic, right? It's still too early. Not everybody here yet, so I could take up. I can't do too much looking. Let's see. Oh, what time is it? It was 7:29. I'm all over the place. I'm bugging. 7:29. Where's my Zoom at? All right, link is in the chat. Lewis Goody. Fontaine was Goody. Jay Richards was Goody. So, you know, let me see. So, Pocket Watching with JT did a feature on. See, I don't know how I would approach this. I just want to jump out the window with it. I think it should be initiated by other people, but this is a freestyle topic. And every time we start a freestyle topic, I ain't taking no more topics from Damo in the chat. Fontaine, what's goody? What the hell is up with this internet? My bad, y'all trying to set a Zoom up for the same time for something else, but see? So with this computer, bro. Well, yeah, so the smoke for Pan-Africans and how we dropped the ball, how Pan-Africa did the ball. You hear it every time a FBA joins a panel. They bring up what has Africa done for Black Americans? What has the Caribbean done for Black Americans? Black Americans need to just focus on ourselves. We done heard it all. I can't call it. I can't call it. Try to explain it to people. It comes off as nigga explaining. They don't want to hear that shit. And it's like, look, man, we just want to focus on whatever the hell we focus on, but we don't want to have nothing to do with Africa. Y'all Pan-Africanism failed us. And I'd be like, all right, so show us where. Show us where. Please. There's your opportunity, man. Come up here and scream and yell, curse out. But just make us understand clearly why you're mad, though. That's the main part. I really want to understand how you feel Pan-Africans dropped the ball. Was it the dashikis? Was it the Wakanda dances? Was it the name changing? Was it We Are the World? I really think that We Are the World did a thing too. And it's like an amalgamation of anti, like you got dudes claiming to be Moors, and it's like they're Black Europeans. I can't believe I saw this shit. Like, really, like, they'd rather be European than African. Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy. I saw a video. I recorded this one too. They had the Moors, Black natives. I don't know what else to call it. Whatever. The Black costume playing. It's all AI. Acting as if they had a meeting on the yo. Easy to blame George Macon. I tried to text him earlier. I forgot to text him. Put him in the group chat. Moses, why you not a mod? Why you not a mod, Moses? That's crazy. You should have been a mod from forever. That don't make no sense. Fix that right quick. Oh, the fans sound crazy in the background. I handle that. Hold up. What's up with my Zoom, bro? All right, finally, the hell. Let me mod you up while this is starting. Hold up. I don't even see Moses. Now that make no sense. Hold up. Let me do this and that and then find out why Moses I can't see you. That don't make no sense. But yeah, Pan-African hate, man. Y'all can click the link from early. Tell us why you mad at Pan-Africans, man. Madon, what's goody, man? Yeah, people want to be everything but African, bro. That did Black European is hilarious. Native American. There's one video, this dude, it was like, look, we anything but Siberian. I don't even know where the Siberian joke came from, but it's hilarious. It's like, how, Sway? I mean, So yeah, that's what we looking for, man. So smooth, calm start. All the FBAs, anybody Hebrew, anybody with smoke for Pan Africans, man. You get to tell us how Pan Africans dropped the ball. Why you mad? Why we ain't Africans? Any of that good stuff, man. You can't say we ain't give y'all the opportunity to speak. And never gonna click the link. That's why I told y'all like we don't be doing these streams. They never click. I cycle. Nobody ever clicks the link. We start talking about anything else though. First thing they do, Pan Africans. It's like, bro. Like, come on, like this is the opportunity. Tell us why you mad. Tell us why you are mad. Let me see. It's time to be real. About Pan Africans. See, I even switched the title up. It's time to be real about Pan Africans. Madon's the first to click the link, man. What's good, Madon? Let the hate out your heart, brother.
That's right, Q. What's popping, man? Yeah, you gotta have heart to jump on these panels, you know.
It's your opportunity, man. Tell us why you bad at Pan Africans, man. They made you wear dashikis in school.
Nah, man, I love Pan Africans, but I will tell you why I'm mad, man. I think Pan Africans dropped the ball, man. I think after probably the late 80s, early 90s, maybe. Oh, I say mid 90s. I think everybody, pretty much forgot about. Well, I won't say forgot about Pan Africanism. I think a lot of us gave up the fight for Pan Africanism. Maybe we lost hope or something, but I definitely think I can't point the finger of who particularly dropped the ball for Pan Africanism, but I can clearly see that the ball has been dropped, and you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree on that.
Yeah, and Pan Africanism, in my humble opinion, it gave birth to the what they call themselves, foundational Black Americans. You know what I mean? Most of the people you see that said they FBA, they was Pan African 5 years ago. You know, so I think but Pan Africanism is still going strong across the diaspora. You know what I mean, or the diaspora. So you know.
Yeah, but you know, yo, G-Style, this for you and go call all the FBAs, man. You get to tell us why that Pan-African shit is dead, man. When ain't anybody waiting for nobody in Nigeria, right? That's what y'all saying?
Oh man. But yeah, it's a perfect time to go full-fledged Pan-African for those, because Africa is waking up, man. Africa's they got inventors, they technology is getting better. They inventing shit from straps from the junkyard, you know. So that's, to me, that's ambitions, and it still shows a view of hope.
I want to hear the argument before I make any statements. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to assume. You know what I mean? Like, cause you be in it every time we talk about something else, it might pop up. Well, you know, Pan Africanism dead. I'm like, bro, like, I put FB. Oh, my bad. Let me put FBAs in the title.
Yeah, I hear a lot of that rhetoric going around these YouTube streets. Pan-Africanism is dead and they just swindle the people. I hear all kind of rhetoric, propaganda. But now they ain't gonna hit that link. Maybe I should have waited before I hit. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna hit that link.
Goes down in the data. Another stream that we did. Dudes are scared to hit the link. Tick tock. We got other topics to go through. Talk about God and aliens. Nah, I definitely want to have some science topics.
Just love that God, don't it?
God.
Oh man, they don't wore that word out. Boy, I tell you.
I don't want to hear none of that shit.
Yeah, man, but I definitely need an FBA to stand up, man, because I want to know where they going. Like, what's the end goal? What's the progress that's being made? I see niggas visiting mounds and pyramids, but what becomes of that? I mean, white folks even going to see the pyramids and mounds. That don't mean nothing. You know what I mean? You got your quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I guess I don't know.
Can't make this shit up.
Nah, because I think they biting off Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad came out in the 30s saying we were the descendants of slaves. So they can be DOS. So if I'm going to claim anything, it's DOS, descendant of slaves.
I used to write that on my job applications.
Oh, shit. That's a good one, because I used to put white on all my applications and get a call the next day or the same day. Because here, how they know? My shit, I got the same last name as the slave master, so they couldn't tell the difference until I walked in the building. That's how you get a job, y'all. I was doing this shit back in 2000, 2003, putting down white on my application. If it's hard for you to get a job in 2025, put white on that motherfucker, because you're more likely. Well, I won't say more likely. A lot of times, a lot of us still got, we share the same names as slave masters. So.
Willie, man, y'all cool.
I'm in.
Where the FBA?
Hey, yo, Madon, shut that goofy ass shit up. How the fuck
did I
you
know
gonna...
that? Go ahead.
How are you gonna apply for a job as white when your name is Tariq? When your name is Sharif? See, some of our parents had a certain level of consciousness, so they gave us certain names.
That's a fact. You're right on that.
So then what the
I
hell
guess
are you talking about?
you're gonna have to put check Arab then. I don't know. Might get you in the door.
I hate this nigga. That was the only right answer, though.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, I'm gonna leave you alone, Madon. You get a pass.
What's popping though, Willie? What's really
Nigga said foul is Arab.
See, you fuck around to get a job the next day. Fucking my Muslim brother Malik.
No, I don't know none of them niggas. I'm on the panel. What the fuck is you?
Oh, that's how you talk to your woman?
Hey, Madon, mind your business, man.
You right, bro. You right.
I always respect my queen. But she about to make me do something I don't want to do. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, no, you good. It's a certain vernacular you have to use. I understand that. Certain vernacular you have to use, especially you in New York. Those chicks up there talk reckless. Not all, but the ones I've encountered.
See, that's why we doing it. We're gonna give it a little bit more time, man. Cause I'm like, man, I don't want to assume what y'all think y'all issues are with Pan Africans.
Yeah, they'll be pulling up. You know, I think within the next 20, 30 minutes, man. You know what I mean? It's Thursday. You know, they have to make sure. Nah, I ain't gonna even go there.
When I find this shit on my, I just logged into TikTok on my. Oh yeah, when I find these fucking Instagram videos.
Hey, yo, Willie, you still? Oh, my bad, Q.
Yo, son, yeah, there we go.
I'm not chill. Watch this.
Yo,
AOQ.
Willie.
AO. Nah, Madonna, you don't play ball. You don't know this answer.
What?
AOQ. You know wifey is telling me Hartenstein is a black nigga?
Who?
I almost put hands on him. Hartenstein from the Knicks that went to OKC, just got a chip.
You know, I don't watch sports. I'm like, who?
Yo, Q, the nigga got a black daddy. That's my word. The nigga look whiter than Eminem, bro. This shit
Damn.
is crazy.
Oh,
I'm
the
looking at
NBA whited out.
I seen a white boy on YouTube. I seen a black. Well, I thought he was
Hey, my
black.
nigga,
Oh, go ahead.
Hartenstein got a whole black daddy, Isaiah Hartenstein. This nigga look like he from Brooklyn, Q. I'm fucked up. Wifey done pissed me off for the day. Cause I always fucked with Hartenstein. But I thought that nigga was a white boy, man. Like,
Well,
I
hey,
never.
though, to show you,
Oh,
it
this
looks
is
to be.
Georgia. Georgia got to take this L for this.
That's how I went down this path because
Jasmine
this
Hartenstein.
hairstyle I followed did her hair.
Hold on. I'm on the pen. Go ahead, Q. Now I'm coming.
Who is that? Is that? Who?
I'm looking for this event right here. This shit is hilarious, and they got.
Hello.
Yeah, my man with the afro look like a skinny Barry White. Atlanta, Georgia, June. Oh, they already had it. Damn. Atlanta ain't but 4 hours with me. I would have drove down there just to see what them niggas was doing.
Hey, I'm a Don, your man is wild.
Who that?
That nigga said, in Israel and Palestine, they just don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I
Said,
know,
this
bro.
nigga was a goofy.
I know that. I tried to warn Trump, bro. I said, you got bad advisors. The motherfuckers playing both sides to the middle, and they giving you bad advice so you can look dumb in public. You know what I'm saying? and we see it, man. So maybe some of the people that be listening to us,
Shit.
because a lot of
I'm
Donald
done,
Trump people, believe it or not, they be listening to these panels, man. A lot of people don't believe me, but trust me when I tell you this. You know what I'm saying? So
Nah, Domo, stop it. He goofy for that, man. Ain't no politician supposed to be saying no shit like that. Like, I expect my man on the block to say some wild shit like that and then get back in the car. Like,
nah, but see,
Trump
he was
said
being
that
his real
goofy
self.
shit and went back to the plane. Like, that's
No, he spoke.
goofy.
That was Donald Trump speaking. All the other shit, well, yeah, we annihilated and
Shit
all that's
goofy,
coming from his
bro.
military advisors. But when he said they both don't know what the fuck they doing, that's the real Donald Trump.
That shit goofy, man.
Yeah, man. I put the warning out there. You attack Iran, bro. Shit, my nigga, you calling for your
No,
own death.
you running from what I'm saying. Like, it ain't about the policy. Like, politicians just aren't supposed to be on the books being that goofy. Like, your man be wilding.
That's what make him authentic to me, man. Like
And that's why he
Trump.
get to do it. And that's why he get to do it. Just because of
But
what you
but
just
you know
said.
what? They call him out though. His own kind I mean, look how his own kind attacking him, bro. I ain't gotta say nothing. You got shit, CNN and all them other side. Shit, bro. They every day they got something new, dragging Trump through the mud. You know.
Them ain't his people.
No, I know that's the other side. They white though. They all white, and that's why I love it.
Nah, they ain't all white.
Yes, it is, bro. When you look at most of the hosts on them shows, they're white people. I mean, you had your Negro in there. You know what I'm saying? You get his little, little 0.5% in 2 pence. Get his little 2 pence, not 2 cents. He get
What
two
was
cents.
sis that just lost her job over there? Like their biggest anchor was a black woman. She just lost her job.
Oh, you talking about the loud mouth talking woman with the low
There you
haircut?
go. See?
No, she was loud and obnoxious, bro. Not all black sisters is like that, but I'm saying she was. She just fit the description at the time. But you talking about the one with the low haircut, like the gold haircut? She had the low.
No.
Oh, okay.
Did she have a gold haircut at one time? I don't know. But nah,
I thought
sis
you.
had like she had a
Oh, you talking
short
about? I
cut.
know you talking about the new chick that recently got fired. I thought you talking about the one chick back here. She was on the side of the Democrats talking wild and reckless. She had her own show on like CNN or some shit, and she had the little little
Chris
lesbian.
Hill
Oh,
know who he talking about.
Joy Reid. Aaron said Joy Reid.
Joy Reid. Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought you was talking about. Yeah, that's the one with the low
It's
cut.
my nigga Ace Savage. It's my comrade. Nah, sis was solid.
So what do you mean I'm dodging the question?
I don't have no issues with sis.
But now you said I was dodging the question. You probably forgot. Never mind.
Just about your man being a goofy, yo. Your man is a goofy, yo. You really
Well,
be vouching for this nigga. Like, if you was vouching for motherfucking Mitt Romney, I
what?
probably wouldn't even crash on you the way I do, bro.
Oh
But
man,
you vouching for a goofy.
bro, Trump, bro. Like you call him what you want,
You love this nigga,
bro.
B.
Hey, bro, that's
Yo,
the
I'm
realest.
from New
That's the
York,
realest.
Madon. I'm telling you,
I'm just saying, bro.
he's
That's
a
the realest
goofy.
president. That's the realest president I've ever seen, bro. I've witnessed a few of them, but Trump is the realest. Like that's the realest white boy president I ever seen, man. I mean, to me, like they came after him, right? They made his mug shot. I mean, they
And the nigga Q
dragged him
just
through
gonna
the
let you
mud.
keep talking, you see?
Well, I'm just
Dad would
talking
have
to Q
crashed
get the
on me
information.
already. You see, and you
Well,
calling this nigga a god. Like,
well,
your man is
Dab on academic probation.
your
I
man
think
is a
I think
goofy,
Deity. Nah, let me
dog.
stop. But that's cool. Everybody got a little goofy in them. You know what I'm saying? So hey, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, he's a shot caller, and at the same time, he just don't give a fuck. I can respect I can respect somebody like that all day, every day.
You heard me?
So no, I didn't hear you.
Are you gonna debate me here on Zayax on whether
No,
black
we're gonna
people
do it on Solar Vision, man.
should support the Donald or not?
I mean, why can't we do it on Solar Vision with I made a count on here, but we
I
can.
don't care what we do it. Is that our topic?
Yeah, I'm with it.
Bet, bet,
I'm with it.
bet.
Yes, I take that debate any day of the week because it's one thing that I know that you know that I'm gonna bring out within that debate, bro. Like,
What's that?
well, it'll be in my premise.
All right, so I'm willing to ask you a question. How are you gonna deal with the Central Park Five? I'm curious.
Oh, that's easy. That's
That's
easy.
easy. That's
Yeah,
easy.
yeah,
You
that's
got to be
easy.
careful. It's a lot of niggas from Harlem, Brooklyn. You know what I mean? It's a lot of New
Well, see, what you
Yorkers.
got to remember, right?
We were kids at
We
that
can go
time.
into
Hold on.
we can
I'm
go
just
over that,
telling
right?
you.
Now, if you remember, according to the record, right? I think some of them guys had pled guilty or said they had some involved or something to that effect, right?
Yes,
That's
because
what
they were
that
harassed
was
by grown
right.
ass
But I'm
cops
saying
and
that
they were
was
16,
so. What I'm
17 years
saying is
old.
right. So what I'm saying is that was put out in the media, right? And that was Donald Trump was going by when
And
he
so he
said,
fucked up.
yeah. But
Do
I'm
you
saying the
agree he
media put
fucked
it
up?
out. The
Do
media
you
put it out
agree
there
it's
that
okay to demonize a 17-year-old with a bunch of
I don't.
30-year-old white boys from Long Island
But
pressing
my
him,
thing is,
telling
if
him
the
they gonna
shoe,
fuck him up when he get up out of here. When we take you to the island, he was already in the bookings, right? We're gonna do you filthy. Now, get on camera and make a statement. You think
now,
that was okay?
well, if those guys, some of them guys said they was guilty, right? And then Trump being white, seeing his white counterpart, right? It's only nature that will make you defend your white counterpart. Just like if it was a black
So
woman
let's
and
slow
five
down.
white boys. I'm just saying
So let's slow down.
it's not a racist thing that he did.
No,
It
it
was
is.
only a natural thing that he did. Meaning he's white, so of course he gonna have compassion on one that's white like him. Just like anytime somebody have something happen to black people, we automatically have an affinity for it because it's nature's calling.
Nah,
You
it's
know,
not
that's
valid.
nature. That's nature, bro.
That's not valid. You talking about a nigga that became the president of the United States. So
That
he
don't mean
already had, hold on, he already had a certain connection to the system, right? So if we can't hold him to nothing else, maybe he should have done a bit more groundwork
Yo,
before
real
he
quick. Yo,
before he
hold on, real quick. Yo, who's rolling too much?
Throw the topic.
Cool.
I said, what's the topic?
Oh, all right. Now you good. Y'all got it. I'm back and forth. I'm in a Zoom meeting at the same time, y'all. So y'all got it.
now
all
you
right,
go.
all right. Now go ahead, Willie.
Yeah, I'm saying if he became president of the United States, right? Wouldn't it have made more sense for him to do a bit more research on the state level, right? To realize that those kids were completely innocent. Because innocent. You do realize that, right? I
Well,
felt like
like
you
I said
tried to make
before,
the argument that they said they did it as if
yeah,
they
because that
weren't
was the first thing
coerced.
that when that hit the news, right? A lot of us didn't know they was called to do that, right? So when it hit the news, that's why Donald Trump replied, and a lot of other people replied, like, "Damn, they did that for real." So he was on a reacting because of that part of them saying they was guilty, right? And at the same time, he's white, so if he sees something happen to someone that's white like him, he's gonna have a natural reaction, just like if something happened to somebody that's black like us, we're gonna have a natural reaction. So I can't blame him for saying, "Damn, that's my white counterpart." You know what I'm saying? They said they was guilty of doing it. You know what I mean? So that's why I said I can understand his statement at that time. You know what I mean? Even though we found out later that it was coerced, you know what I'm saying? So that's how I see it.
And so the fact that y'all held him to no standard after that, right? Like you Trump supporters, he got it
Well, he
hold
supported.
on, hold on. He
Okay.
got it
Yeah.
100% completely wrong. Do we agree on that?
Well, I won't say he got it wrong. The media got it wrong, and
No,
Yeah.
it's
it
the
was
fact he got it wrong.
unfortunately, the news media. That's why I think because he got grown. When he got grown, we could see he started saying fake news, fake news, fake news, because he probably reflecting on all them years way back when the media was just fooling motherfuckers. So that's why now he's big and pushing fake news media because that's who give us the news, and they give us
But
half
no, my
truth,
brother,
and they manipulate it, and at the
let's
same
just
time,
deal with
hold on, I am.
absolute hold on, let's just
But
deal
let
with
me answer it my
absolute
way though.
facts. Let's
I
deal with
am.
absolute facts. Absolute facts are he spent his personal money trying to get these kids put to death. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that.
You
So
talking
he
about
was
the
just
little
Right.
white
Okay.
boy?
absolutely
If you
wrong.
was rich, okay. If I was rich, right? If you was rich, right, and five white boys raped a sister, would you put up some money to have them
But they
replicate?
didn't do it.
But I'm just saying, at the moment you found out. Let's say if they was
But why
guilty,
are
just
you
when
feeding into
hold on. I'm
white
just saying when it
supremacy,
came out,
putting
I'm not,
something
bro.
on them little niggas they didn't do? They didn't do it.
Bullshit. They shouldn't have said they was guilty of it. The ones that did.
Yo,
That's
my
what
nigga,
fucked
No.
you
up. That's
ever,
what
let me
fucked it
ask you a
up.
question. You ever been 16? So
Of
you
course,
saying
Yeah.
if you had
we
a
all
bunch
been
of
16. What the
grown
fuck?
white men, if you had a bunch of grown white men threatening to beat you up and look, all you gotta say is this and you could go home.
Your mic breaking up. I think maybe the Trump administration.
Yeah, I think the Trump administration done took your
I'm
mic
saying I've
down,
been a
boy.
child
Yeah.
before, right? If I had a bunch of grown white men threatening to beat me up and send me to Rikers Island, right? Yeah, I would have said whatever they wanted me to say too. You don't
Nah,
find no compassion for those white boys, but you'll make an excuse
bro.
for what Trump
You
actually
asked me a
did.
question.
I'm
You asked me a
you're
curious.
question,
conflating
right?
two issues.
Right. Go ahead, bro. You
Hey
got it.
yo, hey
Yeah,
yo, hey yo. Let me jump in. I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna just be quick with this one.
uh,
A
Go
cracker
ahead,
is a
God.
cracker is a cracker.
okay, boom.
Well
That's
said, God.
That
that
sounds all
that
right.
that's just what it is.
Willie,
Well, I, okay.
you conflating two ideas, right? You conflating the idea that they were coerced.
Yo, Madon, like you couldn't
Hey,
even get past this
let
one.
the brother answer, bro. Let the brother answer.
You're
No, he
Yo,
conflating
said what
two
he had to
ideas
say.
first and foremost.
Crackers, a cracker. He was
Let
100% right.
the man said you're
Yeah.
conflating.
And you
So
supporting a
let
cracker.
the man, bro, let the man say what he got to say. Then I'll answer after he
All right,
finishes.
So
cool.
basically, what you're saying is that you're blaming Trump for putting money on their head or
I mean, I
anybody
thought
in
the brother
general.
said what he had to say, and it was
Basically.
profound.
But he's still
Okay.
Crackers,
talking,
a
bro.
crackers, a cracker.
Bro, I'm not talking
Okay.
about him. I'm talking about the brother talking now.
Okay, boom. So check me out. So look, so basically you're blaming somebody for putting money against the opposition, right? Currently. Right. So let me explain this to you. You're conflating two issues. Their coercion and the racist treatment that they got had nothing to do with the perception and outlook and the people's reaction to said, actions, which would be, what I'm saying, things like putting money against the police that beat Rodney King or putting money against the Little Rock Nine. You're conflating two issues. Of course, they were racist people at the time, but when people respond to what they see and that's all they know, how could you blame them when they're learning the news like that, and they're being told that people did, what I'm saying, those things. They're being told that the people said those things. They got people on video saying they did those things. Cameras and TV are like big, in people's faces. I just think that those 2 points you made were conflated, and in general, you can't blame somebody for this in general because society's outlook came from the media's biases.
can I say
Back.
something? Can I say something real quick?
Of course.
Why we be trying to pretend like all of them is racist, man?
Nah.
Nah. See, this is the thing, right?
What you mean pretend?
I'm
I'm just
explaining.
saying I'm not pretending.
You
But go
think
ahead.
Nancy Pelosi was racist?
Like y'all acting like girls, man. Y'all not letting me
Nah,
finish my
bro.
sentence.
We just
I
dissected
don't.
your statement.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but don't like how you be arguing with your John and
Nah,
she just
pawn
keep
self. I just
asking.
wanted to ask that. Pawn self. My fault.
You got no, it's cool. But the bottom line is this, man. You can't try to separate this one from that one, from this one from that one. Oh, this situation is different, or this situation happened, nah, man. They don't like you. They don't care about you. Any
No,
situation that you find yourself
I beg
in,
to differ, bro.
yeah, no disrespect to what
oh,
you're saying, but you're
oh,
absolutely incorrect from the
how can
foundation
I?
standpoint
Okay,
of
okay. How can I?
that
How
people
can I?
can be
Listen,
beneficial.
So now you
watch
have to
this.
understand the real argument, right?
Watch this. How
My
can I?
argument would be there are a handful of people like Nancy Pelosi that aren't
Nancy
just
Pelosi's
totally
racist.
racist. And listen to what I'm saying, and just don't give a fuck about us. His argument would have to be that the Donald Trump does care about black people.
He
That's the
supported Jesse
fundamental
Jackson when he
argument.
was running for president. When Jesse Jackson was running, guess who endorsed Jesse Jackson?
The
See,
fuck
that's what
do
I'm
that mean?
saying.
Guess who
Y'all
had
see,
black
The
girl?
fuck do
Guess
that
who had
mean?
black
hold on,
girlfriends?
All right.
hold on though.
Guess
See,
who
y'all
supported?
I
see,
ain't do that in the debate. I ain't even gonna respond. Go ahead, bro.
y'all see these white people do a nice gesture, and then you forget about the whole situation. Individuals are just that, an individual. An individual
Well,
cannot
how do we judge people, bro? How do we
hold on a
judge people?
second. Hold on, let me finish the sentence and then we
All
can
right,
we
you
can
right
answer
there.
that. Individuals cannot have us in the situations that we find ourselves in. It take masses to accomplish stuff like the situations we find ourselves in. Colonialism, slavery. It take masses, bro.
Well, let me ask you one question real quick. Since we've been in this country, right? What have we judged white people by?
The atrocities that they committed. See, you know, when you get on the
Basically,
highway, right?
their
Hold
actions,
on,
right?
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hold on. I'm
I
just trying
don't
to make a
even
point. We
understand
judge
that.
them by their
What's
actions, right? We judge them by their actions, right?
When you get on the highway, bro,
Come
and
on,
that
man.
joint open up and you put your car on cruise control, that's what you see right now. You don't see the atrocities now because they on cruise control. They got everything accomplished that they want to accomplish, and they're just now, it's just a matter of maintenance.
I'm just saying, actions, white people actions is what we always judge them by, we judge ourselves by, and other people by, right?
Not what I judge
So
myself by.
shit, you
I
should.
judge I judge myself by the best of us. And the
What
best
would
of
this
us were
conversation have to do
previous
with black people?
generations that did shit that we're not pushing the bar on, right? So I compare us to
Nah, hell
previous
nah.
black people.
Well,
I don't compare us to
this
white
argument
people.
basically is about,
Just
does
being
Donald
real.
Trump support black people or something? Ain't that's the name of the debate, Willie? Does Donald Trump support black people?
No.
What's the name
The
of it then?
premise of the debate was, should black people be goofy coons like you and support the Donald? Should
I
black
feel
people
like
support the
hold on.
Donald?
I feel like that's absolutely deplorable for
That's
you
the
to say that.
argument.
Number one, and number two, listen to yourself. You sound like an
And you willing
ignorant.
to die on
You
that
know what I'm
stand.
saying?
You willing to
Pundit.
die on
Like
that.
you're just
So
sitting
we
up here
should ride
talking
with the
about
Donald.
nonsense. You're talking about Donald Trump. Let's talk about policy.
I'm
Policy.
gonna make you look worse than Domo.
Go ahead. But look, check me out. We talk about policy. Number one. So when people vote,
Okay, you got
black
to say
people
all
vote
that.
for their own interest, literally. You know what I'm saying? When y'all vote Democrat, y'all interested in the celebrities, y'all interested in the the social all that type of stuff. No disrespect to what you
So
got
I'm
going on.
going to speak to that.
And
Yes,
and when
I
we
did.
and when
Right?
we
And I was a whole
say
goofy. Right? Like when Obama left office,
hold on,
I
dog.
saw
Let you talk,
an
dog.
economy that
Hold up.
couldn't be flawed. Like we're gonna be good regardless. So now
Oh,
when niggas
hell.
keep saying, "Oh, the Obama has to be everyone's president," right? I knew this motherfucker was gonna show y'all that he doesn't have to be everybody's president, right? Now, 8 years later, I regret that vote. So yes, the chat is right.
Well, that's the see. That's
I
what I got
did
one
I
up on
did
you.
crash out purely out of my frustration with the Democratic Party. That was stupid. In fact, I'll double down and say I didn't vote the last election. I wish I would have voted for Kamala. We wouldn't have been dealing with making Zelensky look like a goofy. We
Oh,
wouldn't
your
be
one vote
dealing
was gonna
with
change that
we wouldn't
landslide.
be we wouldn't be dealing with what we
Your
dealing
one
with
vote
in
was gonna change
Iran.
that landslide. You think your one vote was gonna change that landslide? You know Trump won by a landslide, right?
You said
I
Trump
think
won
it's
by
a lot of people like me
Yeah, he won by a
that
landslide.
regret
that's
not only
absolutely
not
correct. That
getting
was some good
involved,
information.
but it's a lot of people who voted for the Donald that regret voting for him. That's a fact.
Well, I mean, the distance between the voting, I mean, to me, that's a landslide. You know,
Yo, what is
you
we
got the
really?
popular vote. You
Yo,
got, I mean, goddamn.
what is we talking about? Donald Trump? Do we is y'all saying that Donald Trump love black people? Is that what y'all saying?
Our
No,
debate is, should black people support Donald Trump?
I say
Period.
No,
Easy.
black people.
no,
I say, I
no,
say
absolutely not. Black people shouldn't even, especially the blacks in this country, shouldn't even be supporting the damn country, man.
That's easy to say, I tell you.
I
yeah.
mean, it's definitely it is definitely easy to say, but you know, hindsight is
I feel like
2020,
you should
man.
support your interests. I feel like you should support the ground you stand on. Number one.
I mean that's what I'm standing on. I'm standing on what I'm saying. Like hindsight is 2020, man. The stuff
I'm
that we
saying,
think.
and I'm saying, if black people ever want reparations, now is the time.
What? This the only
No,
time you
no,
got
he's never. See, that's the thing, and I'm glad you brought that up, bro, because I was going to say that
reparation.
no white person will ever support giving you reparation.
We don't
Bro,
need them
that's
to
how we got
support us
civil
giving them
rights. White
We
people
don't
got
need
us civil rights. White people opened
No,
Alabama,
can
the
you?
University of Alabama. The doors of University of Alabama was opened up by the goddamn government.
How old are you, young? How old are you, bro?
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
telling
don't
you
matter.
facts.
All right, no, I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you some facts.
Nah, and so
I-
there's somebody in the comments that said they think black people should take over the country. No, black people need to learn how to take over their own minds. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Listen,
Hold up, man.
let me say this to you, gentlemen, real quick.
Oh shit,
Y'all go ahead and check out Dr. Amos Wilson, man. And he
bro,
said,
that's my master teacher, bro. What you talking about?
okay, well, no, I'm gonna give you a master teaching. He says, when white people give you something, they give it to you with a vengeance. You want to sit on the bus? You want to sit on the front of the bus? You find yourself you don't now on the bus, and you don't own the buses. You don't own no companies no more because you
Why?
wanted to get on them white people's
And,
bus.
and, and didn't Amos Wilson say we had to be made to think backwards in order to be in the conditions that we are in?
But that's what I'm saying. But you
No,
But wait a minute,
actually
but when you can think clearly
you
though, hold on,
sound
but once you no longer know how to think backwards and you realize you were thinking backwards and you realize the real way to think, like I do, you know what I mean?
you
That's the
sound
change.
backwards, bro.
Bro,
You
you
sound
crazy.
backwards.
Nah, man, I
You
sound on
can't even
point.
say to me, you can't even say, I haven't heard you say, let me say that because I just got into the conversation. Everyone, you don't get dropped into a pit of snakes and try to figure out which one has the venom sac under their tongue.
That's not, I never said that. All I
No,
said is when
I'm
you
quoting
learn how to,
I'm quoting somebody. You're supposed to know that quote. That's Dr.
well,
Khalid Abdul Muhammad.
and why did it, but the thing is, if your mind right and you get dropped into a pit of snakes,
Yeah,
you're gonna handle the situation differently, right?
you
If you
won't
gotta
ever get
acknowledge yourself,
you won't ever be in the pit of snakes. The snakes is representing white people. You are absolutely in the pit of white people, man.
bro, no matter where you go on the planet, unless you on
It
some
does
remote
matter where
island,
you go to on the
bro,
planet,
wherever
man.
you go, the world is controlled and dominated by what we call white people, bro. That's just a fact. You gotta accept that.
No,
Come on, King. That's just a real
no.
fact, man, nigga.
If you
Yes, it
listen,
is.
listen,
Okay,
bro.
what currency holds the most weight? That's how we
Listen.
can make this argument. Which currency holds the most?
It's
Which
not.
currency
See, that's what
dictates
I'm
the world?
saying.
holds the
You
most
have
weight.
to be you would have to be naive to even think that the currency controls the world. The currency don't control the world. The
Nah, man.
Okay,
person with
all right. Well, what controls the world?
the person with the gun. And when I say gun, that doesn't mean limited to a handgun. That
You mean the
includes
power?
missiles and bombs.
You mean the power in general?
Bro,
That
do you
is
know how
the
they take over
gun.
countries? Do you know
What
how they take over countries,
they
bro? They
come
don't, bro.
on,
You can
man.
use the gun, yeah, but the best, like
See,
they
you
always,
see,
every country. Hold on, let me tell you something. Every country fell from within, right? Why did it fall from within?
nah,
Because just
man.
like you, hold on. Just like if you paying your security, just say you got top, just say you're the president and you got security, right? That's protecting you, and you only paying them $1 million. Just say a nigga like me come on and say, "Hey, bro, I give you 20 million." You know what he gonna do? He gonna off you, and I'm gonna be president next. That's what happens during
Hey,
coups and shit, bro. That's how
soldier.
countries get
Hey, soldier, listen.
unhinged.
We understand coups. I must be in a different time space than you. Your
Hell,
current everybody has currency. Some people would use beans as their currency, bro.
Where?
Oh my god, man.
I'm just saying, where in 2025? Damn, I got a phone call.
hey, not the people
Did I
are
hear
not
somebody
bartering
say
in
we shouldn't be fighting
2025
for reparations?
consistently across the world.
Did I
People
hear
are not
black
bartering.
men go against reparations on this panel? Is that what I heard?
I'm against black people not fighting for reparations right now immediately.
Okay, why would that be?
Why would that be? That would be because right now is the only chance we got. By the time 20 more years pass, niggas gonna forget about Jim Crow. I ain't talking about reparations for slavery now. That's a different topic.
You can get reparations
I'm
for the
talking
drug
about.
war.
I'm
You
talking
can
about
get reparations for the
I'm
crack
talking about. Hold
war.
on. My bad, bro. My bad. I'm talking about Yeah, that too. I'm talking about reparations for discrimination against black people systematically in the society of the United States and the legal papers and documents of the foundation of our country. Number one. Two, you're right about the drugs.
It's not
You
your
know, there's a
it's
lot
not your country's. It's not your country though. I'm sorry.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is.
Absolutely is not.
I won't debate that because
Do you live in the United States?
that's something that doesn't matter
You live,
if I
wait,
disagree
wait,
or
do you
not.
live in the United States?
It
You
ain't
sound like a
yours.
fucking crybaby. Like you need to get up out of here. Why are you
Nah,
here?
hell no.
Nigga,
Oh,
why
yeah,
are
yeah,
you
yeah. If you
here,
don't like the
man? Like,
United
what are
States,
you
I'm here
talking
because I'm an
about?
American. I'm here
I don't
because I'm
care
an
what
American.
you is,
but this
nigga.
my
You was
country.
a
Why are you?
slave.
Why are
You
you
was a
here?
Nah, yeah.
slave, nigga.
You a
You
pussy.
talking
You
about
somewhere where you don't want to be.
Come
You a
on, man. Like, what are you
don't stop
talking
ass
about?
up
You
out of
come up
here.
here some
bruh?
I'm
goofy
where I
shit,
want to
nigga.
be, my nigga.
I'm
Why are you?
I like America.
on a Pan African platform where I'm supposed
Yes.
to be, nigga.
Yes.
What is you
Can't
talking
go
about?
Yes. But you're in America,
Fuck out of
which is
here,
also
you
a Pan-African
dumbass
nation.
nigga. Say what the fuck I want,
Nah,
nigga.
I get what you hate.
We trying to get our own country,
You're right
nigga.
here
That's what we
amongst
Show me
talking
where
about,
your ass.
Pan
nigga.
Africans putting the
You
money
here
in the
because
black man's hand.
that
Show me where
white
the
boy
Pan Africans
made
putting
you
the
be
money in the
here,
black man's
nigga.
hand. No disrespect.
That's why you here.
I wouldn't
A
mind
white
working
boy
with
made
anybody
me.
that know how to work.
I
But
am. So I'm trying to understand. Do you think you can't leave?
Nigga, that's not what we talking about. We
That's
not
what we
talking
should be
about
talking about.
individuals, nigga.
You
That's how you
anti-American
dumbass
niggas
niggas.
need to go.
We never talk as
Y'all are the
individuals, man.
problem.
I'm not talking about it as an individual. I'm talking as a group of people. And as a group of people, nigga, it don't matter if it's 1947 or if it's 2129. You should be able to say that you want everything that them Jewish niggas got.
Who stopped you from saying it?
Know what I mean?
Say
That's
whatever
what
you
you
want
should
to
be
do.
inspiring
Go
to
do
have.
it. Go
That's
do
what
it.
you should be
What's stopping you?
aspiring to have
What's stopping
as a
you?
group.
Who's saying you can't say that?
Bro,
Like,
you go make you a group and then you go take it. But look, check me out. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Make your own group.
You go make a group and you go take it. But the real black
Yeah.
people need to focus on real shit and not trying to steal back what was stolen. You know what I'm saying? Build your own. Build it now. While we got the chance to. There's too many tools and too many resources that can be taken over right now for black people that we need to be up there, you know, as far
Exactly.
as the grassroots being able to have black people all in the
But
system.
you're
You know
not
what I'm
going
saying?
to get anywhere
Schools. You know how
complaining
many
about
black
the country
you know how
live
many
in.
black people complain about not having a good teacher? What are black teachers at? Oh wait, you know, wait. You think about it, right?
They online.
That's what
The
I mean.
black teachers are online,
You
bro.
useless. You know what I
Nah,
mean? Think about
it's not useless,
it.
bro.
Makes sense.
It's just different avenues, right? The times have changed. So if you ain't touching new stations, my nigga, you'll feel like you ain't nothing out there. But it's teachers online now, man. I think that's where, because of technology, that's where, in safety concerns, you know, a lot of teachers don't want to be in these schools with these crazy ass kids. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, I can see that point.
You know
I
what I'm
think
saying? But
online is a resource
some
that
teachers still got
black
the
people
heart.
take
But
over.
some teachers still got heart and wanna, you know. But go ahead.
Nah,
It
I'm saying
still
you're right.
does not
100%.
make sense. You're not making sense when we live in America. If you don't want to live here, if you don't want to claim this place, go somewhere else where you will be happy enough to claim it. Because what happens
I
is
agree.
you're teaching the youth to be unhappy. You're giving the youth a dynamic that they don't need to learn. The one we learned, that this is the white man's country. This is the white man's shit. And the white man is the only one that can survive. And the white man and the white man and the white man. Niggas don't need to keep hearing that shit. Niggas don't need to keep hearing that you're going to be unsuccessful because you're black. So if you truly believe those things, take your ass where you feel like black people would be doing better. Because those that are here need to hear things that are positive and conducive to their growth. We don't need another generation of we can't do it because of the white man. We don't need that
That's
no
right.
more.
Nobody said that you couldn't do nothing because of no white man. That what I'm saying is that the aspirations, the direction should be everything that a group of people got in 1947. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you just want to be an integrated Negro, that's fine.
Bro,
Strive
you know,
for your
Hold on, let me
strive
see
for
what
your.
you're referencing. Are you referencing Israel?
Most definitely.
So you want the United States to give black people a strip of land somewhere?
Yeah.
Why not?
I'm just asking.
I'm saying
why can't we get that land right here in America, bro? Why can't we get that land right here?
I'm saying why not?
Why can't we get that land right here?
Okay, you saying right here, that it doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter
My boy
where.
said, "Do y'all think this country is racist and how the world perceives us as Americans? How can we change the face of America from being racist?"
Well,
You
my
can't.
thing is, bro, black people like it's like I was doing redoing the history of Alabama, right? And in 1841, right, you had like I think it was like 2,000 or 4,000 black Republicans in this city called Utah, right? You spell it EUTAW, right? You had these black Republicans, they they was running the town pretty much. Klan came in, you know what I mean, and uprooted, burnt down the courthouse records and all kinds of shit. So it goes to show that our people, man, we've been running shit, but I think we just lost the fight, lost the heart.
Hey, so on that
Ain't
note,
common sense.
we do actually have a blueprint. Only thing we got to do is like conquer it, right? Crips and Bloods pretty much took over territory. The only thing they did is didn't take over the economy. If they would have had a consciousness, then it would have been actual civilization starting to build in the belly of this thing. They seen that and then they deterred it. We got to learn how to capture the minds of our own people. That's all we got to do. So we have to fight a war against the ignorance within us. We could get it
And
and
also,
do it right here, wherever we stand.
the black movement
Right.
has
And
been
so
that.
again, like I say, nobody wants to be an American, but everybody wants to stay in America. I mean, it's really odd, you know what I'm saying, when you look at niggas and how fucking stupid they are, because that's one of the main reasons we can't get ahead. If you
Now, I wouldn't
niggas
say they're
who
dumb for
hate
that.
the country so much would just leave and go establish your shit, go start your fucking third world country and let us do what we got to do here. Because a lot of y'all hatred is the problem. We can't get shit done with a bunch of anti-American. We can't even pretend to like America because there's so many of you openly hateful, stupid motherfuckers out here. I'm trying to get something done.
Yeah, like
right.
me. Like
How
me.
you
Yeah.
get it done with all these niggas running around saying we're not American? We hate the country.
What's crazy? It's crazy, right? To know that it was organizations that really going in a direction, and so many niggas sound just like you would not support them. Now, it don't matter where the fuck we was to set up a country, but as our own group of people, we are deserving of a country of our own, like any other group of people on the planet. That's period. Now, if you want to be an integrated person, if you want to be, I can't start shit by myself.
I thought you went by Amos Wilson.
A person cannot compete against people. That's common sense.
Now, what did Amos Wilson said? You said you go by Amos. Now, Amos Wilson said the main problem is we don't see ourselves as a nation. We see ourselves as individuals instead of seeing ourselves as a nation, bro. We're a nation of people, bro. That's why you got such things like the black vote and so on and so on. We just don't recognize it to the fullest.
I'm with you, bro. I fuck with Amos. We listen to Amos every day.
I fucks with Amos all day.
We are a nation inside of a nation.
Right, but we don't recognize
Hey, my brother sound like he want to conquer America and then rename it America.
Who sounds like that?
My brother like not you. My brother said we hate America, just leave. No, we ain't nothing about leave. It's about we name it what we want it and run it the way we want to run it.
America? No, the fuck I don't. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'm good. Whatever we doing, I'm good. The issue is you niggas ain't doing it. Do some shit, nigga. Maybe I'll follow your soft ass. But as long as some scary, tough guy on the internet talking about we need to leave and start our own. We need this. We need that. But you sitting your ass
That's
here.
You know niggas is dumb. I don't recall nobody saying
you chilling with me. You rolling up smoking with me. You doing the same shit that I do. Nigga, go start your nation. Otherwise, you're fraud.
No,
Otherwise,
I understand. I understand exactly what you're saying, but that's not exactly how it starts. But how it starts is with our children. In every generation, we taking a step away
No,
from
it
the
don't
culture
start
that
with
is.
children. It
No, no,
start with
no, no, no.
adults.
That's not what I said. That's not what I
Come on
said.
with it.
It said it
I'm
starts with us taking our children a step from this culture. We take our children a step away, a step away. Now, me and my I don't celebrate Christmas with my children. That's a step away from the culture. And when I say America, I mean this culture of the United States, the way the Europeans run it. I don't run my household how they run it. I don't. I do. We just different than them. When they what
that's
they
what.
say,
Hey,
what they
Man,
do, we different.
hey,
we can
bro.
shut
This
down
my
things.
man that just said that. Excuse me. I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to cut you
Oh
off.
no, go ahead,
It's
King. You
all
got
love.
it.
No, you got it, King. You got it.
As your household, I understand what you're saying, but your household cannot be effective without
Your household.
punish your household. Your household
No, my
cannot.
household can be effective without yours as well.
Right.
That's when that
That's what I'm saying.
interdependence.
Hold on.
Man, he said
You
no
got it.
Christmas.
Your household, you could be successful at running it. You know, your kids might be successful and stuff like that, but the teachings that you're teaching them aren't reaching the masses, right? Because I'm teaching my household just as you're teaching your household, and we're probably in two different states. You
But
see
what
where
Yeah,
if
I'm
your
going?
son
I'm in
teach
Georgia.
somebody else son something like that? What if your son
That's
teach
why the
somebody else
internet.
son?
That's why the internet came about,
Boom.
bro. For us,
Boom.
you know what I'm saying? That's what the internet is for. We can teach
So,
within a blink of an eye now. We can turn on our phones or laptops and be connected worldwide instant now, bro. So like the opportunity is here.
but you don't have the punish. You're not able to have the punishment reward dynamic
I agree.
in that situation.
You're right.
So when I say that this is what it's gonna be, ain't no niggas celebrating Christmas. And then I find out that a nigga got Christmas lights on his house, I can't go do nothing to him.
Yeah,
Why
what,
you're
can't I
right.
celebrate Christmas?
It need to be a reward and a punishment system.
what
I
would
agree
you
with
want
that
to
to the fullest.
do? What would you want to do to him for having Christmas lights?
Shit, take it, go to his house and take
Kill,
No.
them
Oh,
right down.
but
kill
Cause
him.
he
How about that?
perpetuating the same. He
no, no,
perpetuating the
no, no, no.
same.
I mean, it's
You're
crazy
right.
that you think you
Lock
niggas
him
want
up.
to control niggas. This why niggas ain't got no business going nowhere with you niggas. Because that's
It's
all
called
you niggas
discipline.
want to do.
Nah,
You
that's
niggas
what
want
it's
to be the
supposed to
white
do.
man to niggas. You niggas want to
That's what you're
become the white
supposed
man.
to do. That's what
You
you're
niggas want
supposed to
to
do.
become the white man. That is
That's
your
not true.
fucking
That's
goal.
That is not true.
I
No,
don't like
that's
you
not true,
niggas.
So
Taz.
if I
That's
That's
why I
celebrate
not true.
respect
Christmas,
you
I
niggas.
become the white man?
I know what I
That what
hear,
you
nigga.
telling me?
I know what
Hold
I
on,
Okay.
hear.
Bataz,
You don't want to be
don't we live in
American
a
because
hold
you
on,
want to
Bataz, don't
be
we live
that
in a
white man.
hold on, Bataz,
You
don't
want
the
to
system we
oppress
live
niggas.
in, hold
You
on,
want to
Bataz, don't we live
oppress
in a
niggas.
reward? Don't we live in a reward punishment system?
You niggas
Isn't it
want to
America?
oppress niggas. You want to be the fucking oppressor. This ain't
So if I
about
Okay.
us
barbecue,
and black
so if I
people.
barbecue,
Nah, man.
I turn white?
But hold on. So let's back up. So there's three stages in life, right? There's dependence, and what we're saying is, as a nation within a nation, we don't want to be dependent upon this nation. So we have to move to the state of independence. Now we're not really going to get from the state of independence by 100% depend on this nation. The only way we're going to do that is we have to become an agrarian society again, and basically get to the point where our backyard start raising our own food. Now, what the brother was saying that my household ain't gonna be able to do it just by itself. You're right. That's interdependence. That means that I take on a particular crop at my house in my backyard. You take it on in your backyard. Now we get to a point where we conquer fucking tomatoes. And then now what the brother Taz is saying that we want to become the white man, that's not true. I could tell you we could go to the Zulus. The Zulus has something called it's called what was it called? The Mefakane. The Mefakane was called the crushing, where they went around smashing all other nations and tribes that was around and bringing them back into a family fold and make empires. Every empire on the face of the planet had wars and crushed the other one next to it and absorbed it. That's just the way of the world. They were doing it before white people.
Facts.
Correct. Wouldn't that be
Yeah.
like ancient, like
You gotta
Eastern
have
Egypt?
a reward punishment system if you're gonna run a government.
Now, with the Christmas light situation, basically what we would have to do, we can do that. It'll be similar to Crips and Bloods. Like Crips didn't allow you to wear red in their hood, and Bloods didn't allow you to wear blue. You can do that, but that means we have to concentrate those of like minds into a particular neighborhood and force those that have those other cultures out of our neighborhood. The
What
Jews
if I
do it.
just Africanize the Christmas? What if I just go on Christmas and Africanize it? What if I go on every one of these holidays and turn it into a black holiday?
I got you.
Do it
I
the
got
black
you.
way?
Turn Jesus black. I feel you. Hallelujah. Jesus
No,
jump.
no.
I
Not
got
just.
you.
Let's take it a step further than just Jesus black. Let's take religion out. I'm talking
I
about
want
like,
to know
okay,
where y'all trying to control black people.
boom.
It's
All
not
right,
controlling.
you
It's just
you
discipline.
niggas, hey, my nigga, your shit worse than what the white man doing. You willing to go kill a nigga over Christmas light?
I didn't say kill a nigga. I
I'll be
just
right
said take the lights down.
I didn't agree with that, bro.
Other nigga
And
said that shit. He
I
said
know.
that.
I think he was just bullshitting. He just went that
Right,
way to press your
right.
buttons.
But there's nowhere to
But
go.
but
I'm
we might
asking
need
a
to do that
legitimate
though.
question. There's nowhere
Nah,
to go.
you gonna
How
take away
dare you make it
Christmas, man.
sound like you can control black people? What is wrong with you? You can't
If we're
Hey,
gonna have
control.
a civilized, if we're gonna have a nation, it takes discipline and
no.
rules and laws
So
that you
so
must
Taz,
adhere
let
to.
me ask you this: can you actually build a structure without control? Can you structure people without control?
You can just remain in America and not have to deal with none of y'all overt dictatorship. That's what you can do. You can stay right here
So
in America and not have to deal with y'all dictatorship. And any nigga that want to go with y'all is a bitch. So I understand we got a lot of bitch ass niggas that will follow you to a land and then let you oppress them. I ain't with that shit.
I think the way you're
I
framing
ain't with
that is
that shit.
terrible. I get what you're saying. I believe that we should stay in America, number one. But I think the way you're framing that is terrible. What if somebody wants to go to a different country because it benefits them more than to work with us?
That's fine. There's nothing wrong
hey,
with that. But when you
hey,
And
start
bro,
they wouldn't
fam,
be
that's
a
the
bit. They
problem.
would be a person that's looking out for their own interest and their own family.
Yes, but when you start saying that you're going to do this for black people to have a better life, then you ready to deal with niggas over Christmas lights. That's a problem. You
No,
telling
it's
niggas
not.
to
People,
have a
it's
religion.
it
You
happens
telling
every day,
niggas,
Taz. It
you
happens every
telling
day.
niggas,
If you live in a good
bro,
neighborhood, right? Hold on, let me
you
say this. Let me say
telling
this real
people
quick.
that
If
they
you live
can't
in,
do
if you
what
live in
they
a,
want to
hold
do.
on, bro. You can live in a good. White people do it to white people. If you live in a good neighborhood, right, and your yard is the only one that ain't maintained, nigga, they gonna vote. They'll vote to get your ass off the fucking block.
Well,
That's
yeah.
white people.
I'm just
Like
saying that
we're talking
because
about us.
that community it's a
We're
form of
talking
discipline. Well, go ahead, go ahead.
we're talking about us, and we're talking about black people being oppressive to other black people. So if
Nah,
we
it's not
go,
oppressing them.
yes, it is, bro. If
You're
you tell
talking
them
about
y'all don't
throwing
even have
people in
civil
jail
rights,
for Christmas lights. You're
No, it's just
absolutely
saying like if we're gonna build a community, right? We're gonna have community guidelines. Like, look, we ain't gonna we don't want nobody with no white Santas in their yard. We all agree to it? I mean, it's like that. It's an agreement or a contract that we
nah.
form to build a black community. If we want to phase out what we call the dominance of white supremacy, that to me that's
Okay, I
one
get
of the
what you're
ways
saying,
to go
but I
about
think that if we're looking to remove, are we using holidays as something that is actually something that suppresses culture, or are we using it as like just an example to extend out to other
it.
things?
Yeah,
Because I
because
feel
what
like
it
if you're
does.
talking about holidays in general, it's kind of rather pointless in a way because anybody
Because
can
what
celebrate any
holidays do,
holiday.
what the holidays do, right? Black people go out and spend the most money. So we spending money, we spending money on wasteless things that we're gonna throw in the garbage after Christmas is over with. So what I'm saying is, yes, let's put that money in another direction instead of buying all these trinkets and Santa Claus
Okay.
and goddamn table ornaments and shit. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying if we're gonna build a real community, that's to me,
Do we
that's
eat
you gotta
together?
you
You
gotta
know
be
what I'm saying?
framed within that.
But how is this a we? Like, I feel like once you restrict people's ability to do things, then we go against the constitutional rights. I feel like
Well, no, it's an agreement. Like,
I know
okay,
if you're making an agreement, if we're making an agreement on the street and somebody's left out, they're gonna like it kind of feels like a weird kind of like one of those things, if that makes
I'm
sense.
just saying, well, if we're gonna build a community, right? To me, we had to have guidelines. Like, okay, we're gonna form a community, and we're gonna wean out certain holidays. We're gonna wean out this kind of doctor. We're gonna wean out this doctor. So all our kids, they had this type of mind frame coming up, and it'll be a close knit community again, to where, when they go out into the world, they won't feel like what did Amos said. He said something to the effect that he called it self
What?
damn, I forgot. He called it self something through the world observation. Self become. I forgot what he called it. But basically, he was saying when we go out as black people, right? We judge ourselves based off how we see the world. So the world can
We
determine
judge
how you see
how we see
yourself.
ourselves.
Meaning, like if you see rich people, a lot of times you be like, "Fuck, I need to step my game up," or all this stuff. Or sometimes it'll cause some people to be depressed or low self-esteem. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So why y'all want to govern people? What is the reason why anybody want to start this shit all over again? And you want, like he said, you want to be the next
Well,
dictator.
that
But
that's
they
because
want
he's
to
saying that
control
he wants
niggas.
people to
This is
agree
about being the
Y'all,
to a
white
set
man.
of ideas.
Niggas want to become the white man, like I said from the fucking start.
Nah.
Niggas want to
that's what
Nah,
y'all
that's
want to
different
be.
though.
Yeah, he's
How is that
absolutely
different?
right. He's
Okay,
absolutely right
Daniel.
because see what y'all don't understand. What you don't understand is that before all that shit started, we didn't need nobody to do none of that. People just took care of their own shit. So what y'all saying really is you want somebody else to take care of you. You niggas need to cut that little baby shit out and take care of your damn self. Do it
that is
yourself. Grow your
absolutely
own
dumb.
food.
What are
I
you
think that
talking about?
I think that currency has benefited society as a whole
No, it
in a
is not at
great
all.
way.
No, it isn't. It's made people jealous of one another, and it's caused death and destruction. That's what
Who
it's
is gonna
called.
waste their time to bring you an
Currency.
Asian fruit from Asia to America without you paying all of the goods that you use to make where you at that are abundant?
My brother.
Nobody. That's why we use currency,
Material
because
material items bring on destruction, bro. You don't understand the philosophy of making a peaceful world, bro. And
if
in
bartering
doing
was
that,
effective, we would still be doing
in doing that, bro, you can't have things that are gonna create something that's gonna cause a problem.
Why
And
did?
bartering.
y'all
Let me
are
ask you a question.
and
That's
you already know that this is a world of bragging and having a big head and what I got. That's what these Negroes is going through.
Let me ask you
So
something. Why did?
so if
Let me
you
ask you
go
something real quick.
recreate it, you're gonna have
Why did?
some the same
Okay.
thing all over.
Why did the mob? Why did the mob tell Wu-Tang they couldn't use? I forgot which mafia last name it was, but they told Wu-Tang they couldn't use that shit. Gambino or some shit. I think it was gonna say. I think Raekwon was talking about it. But it goes to show you that Italians don't play about their community and you know what I'm saying, shit like that. Certain shit they just don't allow. And I mean, to me, that's how you keep your community structured. You
Well,
know.
when you uncivilized, yeah, you need somebody to structure you. So what you saying is that black folks they can't civilize themselves to where they can control themselves or something? I don't believe that.
Nah, man.
Yeah,
You
see, I
got it
don't
all
believe
wrong,
that.
baby.
Bro,
Your perspective is
No,
wrong.
I'm
well,
calling it as you're structuring it. This is the
I don't
structure that you're
believe
giving
you
us,
can go
and
and
I'm telling you
randomly
what that
pick.
is. That's
I don't
structuring
believe you can go
black
and
folks
randomly
in
pick
some kind of way.
20
No, we
black
don't need
people
no
and get them
structure.
to all agree to do one thing. But that's not the point. The point is to create a place where
Well, that means
like-minded people agree
that
and
all
build forward.
okay. That means that all 20 of them people probably not the same, and they just don't have
Why
the
do
same value.
They're
why do
definitely
black
But that
people? Why do you have black people agree, that agree to have to live in gated communities? Why do they agree to live in gated communities like in places like Atlanta and all across America? You know
because of
why
crime.
I'm
they
because they're
agree to that
foolish.
though?
I'm gonna
No,
tell you what
because
they're
they
doing
it's
though.
a certain structure and
Okay,
livability and comfortability that they're seeking.
so you believe that's comfortable, right? So
To
okay,
them,
well
it
if we
is.
had the
They paying to
riots,
stay in there.
and
They paying to stay in the
listen
gated
to me.
community.
How comfortable is it in 1992 when we got the riots going on and they come and put a chain on your gate so you can't get out of your gated community? How comfortable are you now?
Super comfortable.
Oh,
Can they
Understand
get
what they
inside?
doing to you, bro. Understand what they
man, why you bringing up the riots, bro?
got
What
this
the
whole
hell?
plan for your ass. Because I just told you, you just talking about living in a gated community. They building a gated community to lock your ass in there. Do you know
No, this
that?
is where people that make a certain amount
That's
of
why.
money live at,
Bro,
bro. Certain
that's
people in a certain
actually
money
Okay, well
bracket,
you
what
keep
gets
thinking
you
of it
people in a
that
into
way.
certain
certain
tax bracket choose to live a
certain
You keep
certain.
laws.
thinking of it that way, bro. You keep thinking of it that. So the schools that all look like prisons
Calling it
right
how it
now,
is.
you think those schools are made that way?
Hell nah, man. That's
You
crazy talk.
understand what I'm saying? All this look like prisons right now. They don't have no windows, and they got these tall ass fences like you in prison. So why you think they got them like that, bro? They
Well,
took
the
all
modern schools have tons of glass now. Modern
Oh my
schools have
God.
tons of glass.
Okay, let me break this down to you too. Okay, I live in a rural area, and there were 5 rural schools in this area. They took all the rural schools and closed them and moved them into one of them prison-like looking schools. Why you think they did that, bro?
Because
Because
motherfuckers be
5
breaking the
schools were
windows.
using up too
Niggas
many
throw rocks and break
too
the
much
windows
money.
all the goddamn
See,
time.
you ain't been around long enough, bro, and I don't want to put
5
you out there
rural
like that.
schools in
But you
one
haven't
area
seen.
sounds fucking
I don't
crazy.
think you've seen enough to be able to say how we actually need to
Bro,
be.
you said
Because
5 rural schools in a single area. That is ridiculous.
why is that? There's
Bro,
five
listen to
different.
yourself, bro.
There's
Hey,
five
that's
different
crazy, bro.
communities. There's
Nah,
5
man.
different communities. There's different communities. So why would you make one
Does
when
each
there's different
community have more than
communities? You talking about there's a set of people live in this community, a set of people live here. So what you go? Why would you just crush them all together? That means
is
you
there
get ready
more
to
than
put 30
500
students.
people? Is there more than 500 people in each community?
How many students do you think a teacher can handle and be able to teach them
What
fairly?
type of schools are they?
You know, you hear what I just said?
Are
How
you
many
talking about
students?
elementary schools? Are you talking
No,
about
I'm
middle
talking about
school,
in
high
general.
school?
How many students, in general, how many
Depend.
students do you think need to be in one classroom at one time? How many do you think for them
I
all to
think
learn?
on average, you could fit about probably, I want to say 13 to 14 kids minimum in a class. Below the college level.
Yeah, man, you gotta get out of that boogeyman, the white man coming to build a prison school to look like a prison and all that. Come on, man. The white folks just want to protect their assets because they know a lot of times when schools are in rural areas, unfortunately, they get sprayed up with graffiti. They throw windows at the dog and break the one
Like,
goddamn windows. I mean, that's just what niggas do sometimes. I mean, and white boys. So I mean, hey, man, but look, but you got the choice to send your kid to public school or not. I mean, it's all kind of things been pushed forward now to where shit. You damn near gotta. I'm like Trump passed. I think they passed school choice. Hey man, the opportunity's out here, but it's up to you whether you want to take one step forward.
boom. And 12 to 13 kids, man. One classroom, man. 12 to 13 minimum. No cap. 5 rural schools, no.
Yeah, man, this boogeyman, the white man coming after us next after they get the Mexican. Come on, man. Are you serious? Bro, people gotta stop that rhetoric. But I know it's gonna go on, you know what I'm saying? That's just the way the Democrats. Nah, let me stop.
Yeah, that jump be crazy. So why is private work contracts, rap music, invest in prison pipeline is real? I don't know if that's real.
Because they know when people are in poverty, the chances of committing crimes is 10 times out of 9. You know it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? See, it's just a smart investment.
When I think about the prison,
Do you hear
the
yourself?
Yeah,
school
they
to
don't lie
prison
when they say
pipeline,
Do
Compton.
you
don't you
hear
think about
yourself?
Thurgood Marshall?
Please
I
don't
know
let me
I
curse
know
while I got
myself. I
my
know
daughter in the
thyself,
car.
Willie. I know thyself. That's you hear that, nigga.
I'm gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, go back on mute and poop.
Hey, HGF, that is subjective, right? How do we go from having more wealth, more farmland, more businesses prior to civil rights than we do now? Foreign movements and immigrants is the answer why we are doing worse today. Nah, black people don't stand together too well right now.
I think I heard Madon saying something about Amos Wilson earlier. Do you agree with a lot of what Amos Wilson says when he kind of laid down the blueprint for Black Power?
Tell me
Yeah,
what he said.
I agree with everything Amos Wilson said. Every dot, every yeah, everything.
What he said? Like, is it like a manifesto or something like that?
Damn
No, it's,
near. I mean,
it's
he's
based
got a
around the
lot of
psychology.
information
Well,
similar to the
Madon just agree with everything. What does he stand on, Madon?
Amos Wilson stands on the resurrection or the calculation of the black mind, the black thought, the black psyche, the succubus and the incubus, and all these different spirits that lay in the body, on top of the body and under the body, and
Pause.
all these other things that black people have suffered from within this nation. It's all in the mind. No matter what we do, without human consciousness, there is
man.
no
Stop the
world. So Amos
bullshit,
Wilson.
my dog.
So what Amos Wilson? Hold on.
I don't
So
believe
what
in
Amos
super
Wilson
science.
teaches us, and the effects and the psychological
Y'all got
effects
some fairy tale
of
shit
of
going
the
on.
black mind, is that we are only in the conditions that we're in. White people are only in the position they're in because of
That's
the
not the
position we're
body
in.
of Amos
So
Wilson's
Amos
work,
Wilson is
though.
basically telling
It's
you,
not the body of his
you're thinking,
work,
hold
though.
on, bro, just let me finish and you got it. So basically what Amos
I
Wilson
can't
is
have you
telling
lead
us,
my brother,
hold
the
on,
OS,
bro,
astray.
stop being a
All right. I'm a
Decepticon.
chill.
But
I'm a chill.
yeah, but basically, Amos Wilson is saying, we as a people, the only reason we're in these conditions is because we've been made to think backwards, right? We've been made to think backwards by our oppressors. So and until we correct it, we're gonna stay. These it's gonna be a vicious cycles for the next 7 to 20, 30 generations,
When you know you on some bullshit, why don't you just stop?
bro. That's the realest shit you ever heard. But what if what if some did not? But go ahead, bro. Believe.
Peace and blessings to my brother Jihad. Peace and blessings. I'm going to go back on you.
Why would you take Amos Wilson's work and make it some pseudo gish gab shit, man? Why don't you talk about
Okay, break
economic?
down. What was pseudo about it? What was pseudo about what I just said? Break it down. Tell me.
Incubuses,
Man, I ain't even
succubuses,
like
spiritual,
incubus
all
or
that.
succubus. You lost me at that point. Where
All
did
right. Well,
Amos
why don't
Wilson
you?
ever say incubus or succubus? I
You
missed
never
that
heard
shit.
it. You never heard him speak on that. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. You know he's from
Bro,
Hattiesburg, Mississippi. That's about what 20,
bro,
30 minutes
come
from me.
on. Okay,
But
so
let me say this.
can you not
But what I'm telling
articulate his
you, go
economic
to.
position or his
Okay,
position
go.
about the black
Okay,
nation?
look up. Look. I'm about to tell you how you find it, bro.
I don't want to
And
find that. I want you to
you have to,
articulate
if you want to
from
understand
his
what
book.
he's,
What he's
you have
talking
to
about.
hear it from him. If you want to hear him
All
break down incubus and
right, I
succubus,
don't
bro,
want to entertain
go listen to Amos Wilson. He got, I think the lecture is called um uh it's something
Yo,
about the
pause, bro.
psychological.
Stop saying that.
I'll find it,
Don't say
bro.
that again.
Bro, I
Pause.
gotta, bro. You know how many lectures I've heard of Amos, man? So many. But yeah, it's basically that's what he talks about, the incubus and succubus, man. I think it's the lecture where he's. Damn, I had to find it for you, King. But yeah, that's what he talks about in one of his lectures, and he says it in one of his book. I think the psychological warfare on black males or something like that. I forget which one.
which would be all good if I didn't say the blueprint for Black Power, Amos Wilson.
Yeah,
I
that's like
asked you a question and you just start rambling about some other stuff. I brought it up because you had mentioned Amos Wilson and I was trying to figure out which connection you were making to the economic argument.
well, every word that you just heard me utter is the words that Dr. Amos Wilson, whether you believe it, accept it or not. Every word I just uttered is
Yo,
the words
stop
of
the
Dr.
cap.
Amos
He
Wilson.
wasn't talking about
That's
no
not cap, bro.
succubus.
Everything I
Pause.
broke down and
You was
said
talking
is the
about
words of Dr. Amos Wilson,
succubus.
bro.
You
That's
Pause.
talking
what
about
I don't
Amos
know
Wilson
what that
talks
was
about,
about.
bro. I didn't just make this up, nigga, bro.
Just
Bro,
because
I
you
got
read some
songs.
shit from
I got
Amos Wilson
songs with
don't mean
Dr.
your
Amos
shit is
Wilson on
good.
it. I got songs for over damn near 20 years old with Amos Wilson on it. Go
cap,
listen to my shit. You know what I'm
cap.
It
saying?
still don't mean that shit
That
gonna
ain't
get you
cap,
straight.
bro. I'm just saying, bro. I've studied Amos Wilson to
So that
I had to
means the whole
master his
20 years
information.
you've been putting that
No,
shit
I'm
out, we
joking. I'm
still ain't
joking.
crossed the goal line.
I'm joking. You know, I got
No, I had to master his information, bro, so I can articulate it back to the people.
Damn.
Yeah, I've been sent to represent.
Why do people articulate some shit back that don't have to do nothing with nothing?
Well, I mean, like I said, for what if some did not believe? It don't matter to me. At least the people heard it. It's out there now. I got it out. You know what I'm saying? Pause.
so many natural things you can do to avoid medicine and improve immunity and boost your organ functions. Tell me something.
Man, I'm out of here, man.
Pseudoscience.
What you want to hear? The destruction of America? We can go into that if you want to. I mean, okay, now you see the wicked flee when no man pursueth. But you know that's just the way it is. It ain't the way I made it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what
You
the
think
chat say,
Amos
man.
Wilson would have supported Donald Trump?
Bro, that's that pseudoscience. I don't know.
You think? Nah, chill. Let the kill happen. Hey, over Don. Yo, come
What's
here,
up?
yo. You, you think Amos Wilson would have supported Donald Trump?
Now, Willie, you know that you sound silly. How am I gonna tell you what Amos Wilson is gonna think?
Well,
Come
I mean,
on,
if
bro.
you've listened to his works, you know what he stands on. So let me
Well,
make
I
it
mean, I
easier
can't
for you.
tell you what the
So let me
brother would
make it
think,
easier
though.
for you. You talk about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad all the time. You think the Honorable Elijah Muhammad would have supported Donald Trump?
I can't tell you what
I'm
a
just
logic think,
tenderizing you for this debate because I can
bro.
tell you
Whatever, bro.
emphatic pause. That was wild, but I can tell you emphatically they wouldn't have supported the Donald,
Well, you
and I'm
don't
gonna
know.
prove
You don't
that in
know
our
what they.
debate. No, I'm gonna prove it in our debate. I'm already
Well,
telling you
what
what I
you heard?
stand on.
Did you hear what Farrakhan said about Donald Trump years ago?
You said what?
Did you hear what Farrakhan said about Donald Trump the first time he was running for president?
I didn't ask you about Farrakhan.
Well, he's a student and messenger of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Donald Trump is.
No,
That's what you
Farrakhan.
stand on, Donald Trump. So we can look at Donald Trump as a student of Farrakhan's work. That's what you standing on?
What, bro? Wait, what, bro? What did you, bro? Bro? What in the world are you talking about,
Yeah,
bro?
because I was unclear of what you said. So clarify what you
No,
said.
I was saying that
Because you said he was a
you
student.
asked me what the most honorable Elijah Muhammad would think, right? So I told you that I asked you, did you hear what Farrakhan said about Trump back in
It was
2016?
facetious. I just wanted to see if
Who's a
you was going
student
to admit you
of
sounded
the
goofy
ministry?
or not. It
Damn, I
was
got
facetious.
a
I'll prove to you they wouldn't have stood with your man.
Do it. Prove it.
You got to relax. Let's come on with the debate. Let's put some money on it too, Madonna. No. You got a couple. Hello, can I make a bet? No. I won my last bet. The nigga didn't pay me yet, but Taz won. Huh? We don't need to know. Nah, I can't. All right, I can't bet. All right, whatever. I got my own money though. Can I bet the money I got in my pocket right now? No. I can't even bet him $100. All right, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. All right, I can't bet. I'm gonna still cook you in that debate though. Hey, yo, baby, don't be talking when I'm on the. Hey, yo, she trying to violate me. You know I was on the podcast, like, don't.
I ain't even gonna count. I think that all that fruit stuff, all that fruit with seeds is pretty good. I was doing some research on that. Seeds are probably supposed to be eaten maybe for protein and stuff like that. But as far as fruit goes, unhealthy sugar, too much sugar. Can't eat too much of anything.
Hey, yo, hold on. I just want to say this real quick. I'm gonna ask my good brother. Hey, yo, the OS, don't disrespect me, bro, because you caused the strife in my home. Like, I don't even like how she just checked me in front of all of y'all, but you know, that's my queen. That's my senior counsel, so she get to do that.
right.
OS, chill out,
Yeah,
man.
you know what I'm saying? Discipline. You need discipline, will it? But yeah, man. If black people want reparations, y'all better ask Donald Trump. Other than that,
You said what?
if black people want reparations, you gotta go get it from Donald Trump, bro.
Nah, I think that'd be a terrible idea. I think the best ideas come from things that move naturally into the idea that we want. casually.
I
Black
think if
people
we
tried
got
it yet?
excited and went through
Have
the
black people? Hold
Donald
on.
for
Have black people
reparations,
tried?
we'd
Have
get
black people
shorted.
tried it yet though? Have black people tried it? Have they
Black
tried it?
people,
I think
yes,
if we
many
went
times.
through the Donald
No.
for
When did black
reparations,
people go to
we would
Donald?
get
When did black
shorted.
people go to Donald Trump asking for reparations?
He would
I
put something
remember.
on the books for some short money and be able to say, and look, I gave the blacks reparations. No one else gave them that. I gave them $19.99. No other president was willing to do that. I did it.
You're a silly nigga. You know that.
That's what he would say.
You're a silly nigga. Talk about some 19.
And you
Boy,
would be
you a
right
fool with
there.
it.
And you would be right there like, see, the Donald gave us something. See, I don't understand. You would
Now,
be
when he
right
give us
there.
that 19 million a piece, you gonna be like, yeah, that nigga Madon, man. You know, son, that nigga was knowing, son. I ain't want to believe the goofy nigga because I didn't know what to think. But now, I can hear you. But nah, man, it's the best time. If black people want reparations, bro, we gotta go as a collective and get it from Donald Trump, bro. Other than that,
You
we
said get it
can't.
from Donald Trump? I don't know.
Yes,
Nah,
yes.
not
We
happening.
haven't tried it. We haven't tried it yet. We haven't tried that.
Donald Trump is not giving black people worthwhile reparations
I can
How
tell
you
you
know,
why.
bro? We haven't
Because
tried it.
APAC already
because
knows
he's already on record stating that.
they talking too much about white supremacists and white people rights and white people being washed out of the system. Basically, they're being systematically oppressed. There's white people saying that they can't say the words they want to. There's white people that want to say the N word because freedom of speech, all types of crazy schemes and stuff going on right now.
Well, y'all know the statement or the quote, "A closed mouth don't get fed." That's a real statement, right? That's some real shit, right?
Correct. And you
So my
think
thing
Donald
is, if
No,
we never
nigga, that's
act,
some Hollywood movie shit, nigga.
cliche?
That ain't no real
somebody I done
motherfucking shit.
woke up there, but shit. But nah,
That's why
man, I'm just
niggas
saying.
can't get shit done now. They always want to motherfucking feel good for some shit that they say.
I'm just
Nigga,
saying
you
we
don't
never.
sound good
I
by the shit
agree
you
with
trying
you,
to repeat.
Dev.
You trying to repeat
Um,
some shit that you heard that sound good to you. So you think
I
if you say it,
Donald
it's
Trump
gonna
is
sound
against
good to other
reparations.
motherfuckers, and
But nah,
they'll
I
worship
see
you
the
like
sentiment
you
though.
Well
worship
said,
them.
Dev.
For sure, I
I
get
don't
what
know
you're
what you
saying.
mean. Worship.
And you
I don't
ain't
worship.
and that shit ain't accomplish shit.
I don't worship nobody. But I don't
Man,
know.
I don't give a fuck if you worship somebody or not.
Bro, damn, I'm lost, bro. What are you doing?
Do it matter what the fuck I'm doing?
Hold
Yeah,
up,
because
chill,
I mean,
Dev.
you
What
Don't
the
you
fuck
crash
are you
talking my
I
doing?
mean, you
baby
came
I'm
in
daddy.
the
running my mouth
conversation.
just like you.
Mine's not running, bro. I'm actually speaking wisdom.
You ain't speaking a goddamn thing.
Tell him again, Dev.
Oh, look at Willie. Don't be co-signing.
Where's the dude that was on the panel that was trying to actually build something and he left? Is he still here? In the chat? If you want to come back up and sound like y'all was trying to get some shit together before this nigga started rambling random shit.
Dev, I'm answering the questions of
Man,
the
I
people.
don't give a fuck what you was
I
doing.
know we know you don't give a fuck. We
So why are you
understand that,
fucking
Dev,
talking then?
because the people need to hear. The people want to hear,
People don't
bro.
need to hear your motherfucking ass.
Bullshit.
Exactly.
I've
That's
been
all
sent to
you've been doing
I've
is
been sent to
bullshit.
represent. I've been sent to
You
represent,
represent
bro.
bullshit. So
Bro,
we have enough of that in the community already. We don't need no extra.
shit. The shit I talk about, bro,
The
ain't
shit
it's
you
separate.
talk about
It's
is
separate.
adding to the bullshit.
It's above and beyond.
You ain't said a
It's above
motherfucking
and beyond.
thing
You know what I'm saying?
that'll benefit anybody in the black community.
Bullshit. I gave niggas clarity.
Exactly. That's all you know how to respond. Bullshit. That's all they've been listening to. Bullshit.
Well,
Y'all want to listen to some
my
bullshit?
track record speaks
Turn
for
my
itself.
Don on.
My track record
Let
speaks
me
for
open
itself.
the book. The book is called the American Certified List of American Uncle Toms. Is Madon in that motherfucking book? Let me open it and see. Let me go to the M's. Well, what do you know? You right at the goddamn top, Madon. You made it. Now you famous.
How you find it that quick?
Shit, I use the goddamn table of contents. Let me find the most coolest motherfucker on the goddamn panel. Took me right to it.
Hell no.
Bypass, open chat, GPT, and every goddamn thing.
Yeah, my name in that book, I'm gonna need some goddamn royalties. You know what I'm saying?
You took that already.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna need some goddamn royalties. Shit. But yeah, man, you know, I'm one of the master teachers that's been sent to uplift the people and show the people, take the veil, you know what I'm saying, that y'all want to keep on your eyes, man. It's about that time. And I came to snatch it off. I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying, tiptoe or dilly-dally. None of that. All praise is due to the Most High.
Are you going to empty the rest of your bullshit bucket or what?
Nah, bro, you know, I gave people enough wisdom to walk out on today, man. Enough to
And they ain't done a goddamn thing with it, have they? They're in the same goddamn fucking position they was before they ran into your dumb ass, didn't they?
But they step out in the world and then they be like, damn,
they ain't done a goddamn thing.
They gonna stay, you know, they be like, damn, that's what my
You should be able to rattle off a list of accomplishments instead of just trying to make up some goddamn fucking 70s goddamn black exploitation era ass motherfucking jive ass turkey sayings and shit. It's 2025, man. That shit don't fucking rock. It don't mean shit now. You remembering what you saw on a videotape in 1997 don't apply in 2025, nigga.
How come it don't?
Because we in the same goddamn position. That's why it don't.
Right.
If it was actually effective, if it was actually effective, you wouldn't keep referring to it.
Same position, we have made some progress.
Every time you try to quote something, you can't quote nothing from the 21st century. You always got to go 40 and 50 years back.
Right, because that which was old
and then
is,
you don't even be quoting people right.
It's up now,
Elijah
right?
Muhammad said
everything in 2025 is being repeated. That's why no new clothing style has came out. The last clothing style and all that died out in the 90s.
That's because motherfuckers is listening to niggas like you.
Every style is being recycled, bro. Hey, all the movies
is tired of getting fucking fucked around by black people, yo.
Where was TikTok in the year
motherfucker?
2000?
Originality and creativity is gone.
Motherfuckers don't want to hear that shit no more, man.
Gone. Say what?
That's a goofy argument.
No, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, yo. The young people are not trying to hear that goddamn fucking preacher ass shit.
Okay, well why
you can't suck nobody up in no goddamn bullshit ass white man created, white man funded ass religion like the NOI. You want to talk about where Elijah Muhammad was getting his money from, nigga?
Oh, wait a minute.
You want to bring up the all praises Allah, bitch?
All right.
What's wrong with that? I get my money from white people as well. What's wrong with that?
I didn't expect you to crash, Dev. You right though, but I mean,
you know what I mean?
Why you telling half the story then? Why you don't tell that? Why you don't talk about that part?
Well, you had to go get an actor.
Well, you have to give honor to the white man. You can't really talk bad about him.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I know. That's what all niggas say when they don't want to motherfucking hear the motherfucking truth about the shit that they fucking trying to preach.
Oh yeah, I'm on your type of
what you preaching is pseudoness. You preaching
I know. It sounds like I'm preaching bullshit.
Cause it is, and you know it.
And the same I'm doing the same shit you doing, nigga.
You goofy.
What's the fucking difference?
There's no comparison, Dad. I mean, it's night and day, my nigga. There's no comparison, bro. I'm above me, beyond eons. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfucker, you don't even know what a fucking eon is. Why you keep trying to say words that you don't even know the fucking definition of?
That's bro. If you look up an eon,
I ain't gotta look up shit, nigga. You sound dumb. I don't have to look that up.
Because of course it's gonna sound dumb to you because you're not you're not privy to what I'm saying. So you know what I mean. But like I said, I'm above and beyond, and eons above your level of information, bro. That's just what it is. That's just a fact. Cause I've studied to show myself approved.
The young people have nothing to look forward to if they listening to your dumb ass.
You're
As
goofy
old
ass.
as you are,
Please,
there's no reason why you should be repeating some goddamn cartoon Hollywood
nigga,
bullshit.
the users love me, my nigga.
Goofy
They
ass
love a nigga like
nigga.
me. You know why? Cause I am that I am, Dev. I am that I am, bro.
You want a
Yes, you
cookie,
are a
nigga?
goddamn goofy, and everybody knows it. We know you is what you is, and that's all you is.
Oh, it's coming from a nigga named Walmart Willie. Walmart Willie, I hear you, man. You look at you. I understand what you're doing, bro. See, I'm a military scientist. You trying to
Oh my
co-sign with
god,
Dev
now he's a
because you
military
actually shook.
scientist.
You kind of keep Dev off your ass, but see, I'm the type of nigga I run head on to the competition.
Oh no, that's gonna happen tomorrow, regardless. Whether I agree with Dev or not, he's still gonna crash on me tomorrow. We don't get that twisted. But when he right, he right. You sound goofy.
Bro, what y'all gonna wear that word out, bro? Nigga, y'all niggas love Goofy. Y'all nigga was a part of the goddamn Goof troops. Y'all watch that shit religiously.
I mean,
You
it
know what
was
I'm saying?
room. It was room when I asked you why should black people support the Donald. It was room for you to say something and make a decent argument. But you took it to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said all
I didn't
that
say that.
goofy shit.
I said
Like
I'll tell
Elijah
you.
Muhammad would have been fucking
I
with the
told you.
Donald.
I told you I would tell you in my premise. I told you I would tell you on my premise. That's what I said.
All right,
Yeah,
you
remember?
did.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
did.
Hey, I know, bro. You dealing with a real one over here, man. This ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I can dance on the water and not get wet.
I'm gonna beat you worse than the last time you got beat last season in the debate league.
Man,
I'm gonna
please,
beat you
bro.
out worse
Anybody
than
go
that.
back,
I'm telling you.
bro?
I'm gonna whip you
Bro.
out worse than that nigga
Bro.
did.
You know
I'm
who? I'm
telling
the
you.
nigga that slapped up Taz.
Come on, goofy nigga, stop
Bro,
it.
come on, bro. Anybody gonna listen to that? Me and Taz debate. It was a good debate, bro. You know what I'm saying? We was going at it. You know what I mean? I still
You and
think I won that
Taz
debate.
had a debate.
Nigga,
I
what?
feel like you even saying that is putting smut on his name. You ain't had no
Nigga,
fucking debate with Taz. Y'all
you
might have
can
had a
glaze all you want.
conversation.
You can glaze up him all you want, nigga. But
I'm just being real.
nigga, I'm just being real. I'm just saying, bro. I battled all these niggas real
I
live.
would have said the same thing for Domo. I would have said the same thing for Solomon. Who came in last in the debate league? I would have said the same thing for them. Like
It wasn't
stop
me,
acting like
nigga.
you just out
Nigga,
here debating
I made
niggas
the
and winning.
playoffs. I made the playoffs every year, nigga. I was playoff bound every year, my nigga. Like I said, I've debated Taz, I've debated Domo, Chris Harris, Anon, you name them, bro. You know what I'm saying? They know what it is.
So you just naming names now. I seen
Nah,
Chris
bro,
Harris work
this is a
before.
fact, bro.
You never.
This is
Well, I'm gonna go on record. I ain't debating none of these niggas. I
I
had
know
some
you ain't.
conversations. I beefed with everybody, but you gonna be my first body. I don't need to claim victories I ain't have. So,
Man,
oh yeah, you talking about you debated them? That's irrelevant when it
we
comes to
was
me.
all. I'm just saying, we was all part of SBDL, the Soul Division Debate League, bro. And within
Mhm,
the league, you had to have at
mhm.
least 8 debates. So you would,
There were
hey man,
good people on both sides. On both sides. So what you gonna do with Charlottesville? You agree with the Donald that it was good people on both sides? See what's gonna end up happening, Madonna, is you ain't never gonna be able to come back. Like the win gonna be easy, but you gonna have to defend white supremacy, nigga.
how you
To
figure
fuck
that?
with me in this debate.
That's a
If you
lie.
sticking to that premise, if
Like I
you
told
sticking to
you,
that premise,
like I
okay,
asked you before,
okay.
are black people American citizens? Yes or no?
The fuck does that have to do with
Bro,
anything?
like I said, that's why I know you don't understand me, bro. I'm on a whole nother level, King. I'm
That's
a shark.
stupid.
No,
No,
it's
I would
not.
never ask
No, it's
somebody a
not.
dumb
Hold
question.
on. Are
You're
black people
asking,
American
are
citizens?
black Americans citizens? Well, if they're
Right.
Americans,
Can you
yes,
ask?
they're
Can you answer the
citizens.
question? Can you
Yes.
answer the
If they're
question?
Americans, they're citizens. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. And who is Donald Trump for? The American people. And since he's for the American people
See, I can
and black
debate that.
people are American
He's not
citizens,
for all
that
American
means
people.
He want
He's
people
not
that
even. He's not even for all Mexicans. All Mexicans aren't illegal immigrants. You do know that, right? You do
I
know
see
a
that's
lot of
going. You
them
know
are
what? That's
going
why you're
through
gonna
some
lose this
bullshit.
debate because you bringing up non sequitur.
Well,
With
you're saying
we're
he's
not
for
talking. We're not
all
talking about Mexicans,
Americans. I'm
huh?
saying I'll have no problem showing you citizens he's violated.
And what did those citizens do?
Be Mexican.
No, nigga, they came in illegally. Let's be
No,
100 with it,
no, that's what I'm saying. No. I'll show you actually U.S. citizens that went through some bullshit they shouldn't have gone through. I can show you that.
Well, I mean, I
What you
understand your
thought them other
compassion
niggas the
for
only niggas that
Mexicans.
read? I place
Well, they
people
shouldn't
when
have
I
had
come
their
up
ass
here,
out
nigga.
there. They
What
shouldn't
is
have
you?
had they out. If you out there where ICE at, of course you know what I'm saying. You fit the goddamn description. Be smarter, be wiser.
Yeah. You
But
gonna die real easy.
man, please, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Black people should support
So
Donald
now
Trump
I know the
because
Central
black
Park
people
5 is the
recognize
kill
black people
shot.
have.
So
Hold on,
now I
black people.
know Mexican people who are now U.S. citizens, that's a kill shot. What'll be my next one? Women? You
Bro,
gonna
like I
get beat
said,
up.
the majority of black people see themselves as American citizens
What is
who
the
who
date
hold on,
of
who
this debate?
participate in the voting system, right? Huh?
What is the date? When do you want to do this? Next
When
week?
the league, when the
2
season
weeks?
starts,
Tomorrow night?
when the season starts, bro, the
When
season
the
starts in August.
seasons, I don't give a fuck about no season. This just me and you. I'm not going for no season win. I just want to beat you up. Like, if I could be honest, like, I know
Well,
that's kind of
you
fucked up
can
to
join
say
the
it like
league, have one debate, and
that.
then don't hold on. You can join the league, right? You can have one debate and
I
don't
don't
debate
give
no
a
more.
fuck about no
There's a lot of
league.
bro. That's the only how I'm gonna
I'm
debate you,
talking to
bro.
you. Look, in Harlem, we say y'all want my 5 minutes. You gotta fight me for 5 minutes, right? I just want 5 minutes with you. I ain't thinking about no league. You debating me. Fuck a league.
See, that's the problem, bro.
You willing to stand on this
Here's
topic?
something structured to where if you, I mean, come on, man, this something by black people. This is FUBU, bro. It's for us by us. Solo business is FUBU for us by us, bro. So my thing is, if you got a problem that where you will sit online and argue with a nigga for 4 or 5 hours, won't you have a constructed or debate with that nigga? Be a part of a league, bro. That you win trophies, you win money. I mean, this shit ain't just no uh fly by night willy nilly put together type of league, my nigga. It's some real shit. And I'm just saying, if you got the heart to step up there in the league against a nigga like me, bro, you know what I mean? You gotta have heart. But you know, hey,
You sound scared, nigga.
scared, nigga, what? Bro, you better ask about me, Willie, man. That's never in my bro. Come on, bro.
So no, Pan
That's why
Africans
niggas like
didn't drop the
Sabio.
ball.
That's why niggas like Sabio won't join the league. He'd get on these panels and debate
You
all
can't
day
fuck
long.
with Sabio either,
Nigga,
nigga.
what? Man, in a structured debate,
That nigga fuck around and whip
You
your ass more than I do. I'ma whip
first
your
off,
ass easy because you
first
just
off, I'm,
goofy. But
hold on, Willie.
Sabio actually studies. He gonna whip your ass even worse.
Hold on,
yeah.
Willie, because I've been watching for about an hour, and it's been a cool show sometimes, but I honestly joined because I heard Madonna say something from a Ice Cube rap song, and I want to know if he knew what Ice Cube was referencing when he said, "I can dance underwater and not get wet."
Well, to me, they're just saying you can't be touched. You're a bad motherfucker. But if you know something I don't know, let
He
me
was
know.
talking about smoking sherm. He was talking about smoking sherm.
Oh, well, see,
Goofy
I don't know
ass
nothing about
nigga.
Sherm. So
Goofy
that's just out
ass
of my.
nigga.
Well, when I heard it, so that goes to show me, you know, hey, it's different
Yeah, he was
perspectives.
talking about that wet.
Well, I
That's
don't know about
literally
wet.
what
I
we
don't know
call
about
it in New
Sherm.
York. We
I
call it
never
that
hung
wet.
around people that did Sherm, so I don't know. When I first heard "Dance on the Water and Not Get Wet," I thought he was just saying, "Hey, man, I'm a bad motherfucker." That's what I thought. But you know, hey, that goes to show you,
Talking about
culturally,
PCP or
That goes to
rhymes.
maldehyde.
show you don't know shit. You just follow along, right behind niggas, regardless of what the
Well,
fuck you end up in,
And
in the
looking
that's why you
video,
stupid
gonna be an
like you
in
easy
the
are now,
kill.
video, well, in the
following
video,
behind another nigga because it sound good to you.
And that's why you gonna be an easy kill. That's what I told
nigga, please, nigga, please. saying, man, y'all, hey, that's what I'm saying, man. I hear a lot of woofing. You know what I mean? I hear a lot of loud barking and all that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm the goddamn dog whisperer, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
So when are we gonna give the people this 30 minutes? They would enjoy watching Willie beat up on your ass for 30 minutes. Pause. Pause. I said pause, the OS. Before you
Man,
say something.
I only have structured debates, bro. When it comes to, you know what I mean? It had to be in a league setting, man.
I'm saying we can follow the
Man,
structure.
we not finna host no goddamn debate with Madon. He already fucked us over the last
I
time we
told,
tried
and
this shit.
I told
I
Taz
don't
we
want
could
to
have
hear
that
that
debate
goddamn
during the
shit,
league.
nigga. You want to debate with him, set the shit up and just get it over with. You ain't got to keep talking about it. I could give a fuck about your debate.
That's
Scary
cool with
ass
me.
nigga.
But he gonna have to join
And
solo to the
Dev gonna
debate league
walk
if he
me to
want
the
to debate a
ring, you
nigga like me.
scary ass nigga. Dev gonna walk
You
me
ain't
to the ring, nigga. I know you scared now.
scared of what, nigga? Please, come on,
So
man.
again,
I got
I
I
have
got
one
two
question.
cans. I got two
I
cans of
have one
Negro
question
repellent, bro.
because all right, so I got one question because I've been wondering what are these debates supposed to prove? Are they supposed to prove
Sabio,
you're a more
Madon
intelligent
said he
person,
was willing.
or
Well,
you
Sabio,
have the power of
Sabio,
persuasion?
man, let
Madon
Savio
said he
finish,
was
bro.
willing to debate me on
Man, I'm
whether
trying to hear Savio
black
what Savio got to
people
say, bro.
should support Donald Trump or not. That would be the premise.
Well, I'm trying to hear well, basically, Savio. I think I heard what you said. Basically, if you have a
That they're supposed to
disagreement,
be showing. Are they
basically the
supposed to be
league is
showing the
set up.
person's intelligent?
No, it's basically showing that your argument about the information you're talking, is the truth and his is a lie. So basically,
I'm
that's
gonna
what it is.
argue that the average American shouldn't even support the
Opinionated.
Donald. Fuck
That's
black
Well,
people.
we're
opinionated.
talking about the debate
Fuck
league. He
black
asked me.
people. I'm
Savio
gonna
asked the
I'm, I'm
question.
Hey,
gonna
what
argue that the
what
average
what the
American
intelligent
shouldn't
people?
support the Donald. Nigga,
Say
you
what,
Yo, Willie,
Savio?
yo, Willie, get out your feelings for a minute
I can't
because
hear you, Savio. What you say, bro?
we're talking about something a little deeper than the little feeling shit. I'm trying to figure out because truth and information changes consistently. So what was true 3 days ago might not be true today or next week.
Yeah, that's true.
when it
That,
comes
that
to
that's
some
real.
things,
But within the debate setting, if you can prove your argument, even though you could be lying, that's that you may not even believe your argument, but you got enough skills to say, hey, I can prove this argument like I believe in it, even though I don't, and whoop this nigga with the information. So I mean, you got it worked both. It worked like that as well. So basically, the league is basically like if me and you on here got an argument about, just say something about in ancient history, right? And I said, well, nigga, you lying. You say I'm lying.
nigga, we all
So
be
the debate
tuned
is
into the
debate is set
league.
up to where you can have a premise, you can have an opening, you have all these rounds to show why the history
So
that
it's
you're
not
bringing
about
is
the
accurate.
information. It's really not about the information because, as you said, you cannot even believe or accept the point that you're arguing. But if you're persuasive enough and you're charismatic enough and you can finesse the information enough, you can win a debate.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that ain't how
if
I'ma
you
win it.
prove it with
Yeah, but that's not
sources,
how I'ma
but you
win it,
gotta have
Sabio.
sources, and all these different things too.
Even
You
if your
can't
sources are pseudo,
say what?
even if your sources are pseudo.
Yeah,
This
and
nigga
it's on
Sabio,
it's
take
on
your
your
time.
opponent. It's on your opponent to prove why your source is pseudo. So your opponent will have to say, "Hey, man, this nigga got this information from such and such and such. This shit's been proven wrong." So that's what I'm saying. It give you the luxury of all that.
Yeah, but see, you couldn't prove that with our argument, right? You couldn't prove that him saying that the Central Park Five should be put to death was pseudo. You can't prove that. You can't prove that on a business level,
I
how
didn't say it
the
was pseudo.
majority of his businesses ended up in bankruptcy, including Trump University. You can't prove that pseudo. This is what you would have to argue dealing with me. That the nigga's a
Bro,
fucking
what
goofball.
the hell are you talking about, bro? I never said, bro. What man, bro? I'm
I'm
lost at this
telling
moment.
you, I'm giving you a heads up on what I would argue.
Willie be in his world sometimes.
I'm saying the same way stupid niggas went into Trump
So,
University
so
and
you
lost their money for a bullshit degree with no accreditation, right? I'm saying those the same goofies that's voting for him, like you. That would be my argument. I'm telling
Well,
you.
Well, like I said, bro, I can tell by the way you get online and your house and you living. You love America. You want to make America great again. You just don't want to come out and say it. I
Nah, you got me
understand.
fucked up.
No, I
You
ain't
got
got you
me
fucked
fucked
up.
up.
I got you spot on.
Nah, no, you don't. I was great. I managed to be great in spite of America, nigga. But it's
Right,
ingrained in my bones.
right.
But
America made you great.
white
Living in
America didn't
America
help me
made you
get to
great,
where
nigga.
I'm at.
Living in America made you great. Living in New York, one
Nah,
of the
not
biggest
living
cities
in
in the
America.
world,
No,
gave you your
no.
whole character. It made you. New York made you. You a New York made nigga, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with it though. But you was made in America.
I was
And you
one
made it.
felony away
And
from
you
being a
made it
failure.
sick.
And I can put a laundry list of niggas that I grew up with that caught that one felony that didn't grow up to be what I am, right? So being here didn't make me. It was
Bro, you
more
ain't had no
luck.
felony. You just fell on your knee
That's
and
my
started
point.
crying.
That's my point. Right. The argument could be made that I was lucky coming from where I'm coming from. But America didn't do it. Nah, I beat that up all day, my nigga.
How you beat it up? Pause. What you use? What resources? What American resources that you use to get yourself out that situation?
What? What are you talking about?
Bro, you said you got up out of it. You said unfortunately you didn't have to face it. So my thing is
Yeah, I
you had to
use
use
black
some
power.
American.
I use black power, not nothing American.
Where
I
you
use
get
the
America?
same thing.
Black,
I use the
bro.
same
Black
thing I
power is
teach my.
America, bro.
I
Black
no,
power
it's
is
not.
American as
Nah,
black,
no, it's not.
bro. Is
Nah,
American as apple pie, bro. Black
there's a
power.
portion of black power that's black nationalism.
Okay,
That's
where did the
trying to be
term black
something
power
else.
originate from? When did black power come into existence?
I'll show you. I'll show you in the debate.
Nigga, black people in America started saying black power. Come
That
on, man.
doesn't mean they.
That's
That
a
doesn't
man.
mean they wanted to be a part of America.
No, that just
That
mean
doesn't mean they
it originated.
subscribe
It was an
to the
American
tenets
thought.
of America.
That just mean it was an American thought by an American Negro.
Yeah, this gonna be easy.
Okay,
So
easy.
This gonna be easy. Cause I can
so
show you the
again,
niggas that support America. And they're not the niggas who you're claiming do. If you claim Huey P. Newton and the Black Panthers were pro-America, yeah, I got something for you, my nigga. I'ma
But
cook
Willie,
you.
you know what you fail to
I'ma
realize? You know what you
fricassee
fail to
fry
realize,
you.
really, before I gotta make a run. But before I make this run, Willie, let me tell you what
Nah,
you
don't
fail to realize.
run.
Bitch, you can run now. Talking about black power is original as American pie, apple pie. Apple pie ain't got nothing
Yo,
to do with
damn.
black, nigga. Black people don't eat apple pie, bitch. That's some English night shit. The fuck is you talking about? Coon? Certified coon? Rise the fuck out.
Nigga
Fake
Dev,
ass
wow.
nigga.
That's my big bro, though.
Original as
so
apple pie. That let you know you hang around white people so goddamn much.
Hey, yo, Dev, it was the apple
he
pie that
said
We
said
black
it.
don't
power is
never want to
original
separate from
as
white
Hey,
folks.
apple
yo,
pie.
Dev, it was the
You
apple pie
respect
that
that
Apple
set
shit?
you
pie
off.
is black power.
He should have never said that
Apple
goofy
pie.
shit.
I
I
eat
agree.
apple pie, but it ain't my first. I
Okay, we
eat
do a
apple
lot of
pie
shit
too,
that white
JJ.
people
Apple
do,
pie
but he
pie.
said he said black power was original as apple pie, as in
Oh shit.
apple pie was originated by black people.
Hey, yo, Dev, for me, it wouldn't even be
Now, if
about
he
the
would have
win.
said sweet
It would
potato
be
pie, so
exposing
he
how
probably would
goofy
have been
these
on
niggas
one. He
really
probably
is.
would have had
That would be my win.
a little bit of leeway. If he would have said sweet potato pie, he probably would have got away with it. But that apple pie was, yeah, that was kind of
That let
whitish.
you know he don't fuck with goddamn motherfucking black folks. He hang around a bunch of goddamn motherfucking Dixie motherfuckers
Hey,
with
yo,
that
Dev,
Confederate flag
it's
shit.
not about the win, Dev. It's about exposing the goofies. I would have fun
He
doing that
already
for 30
exposed.
minutes.
You heard what the fuck he said? You don't fuck with sweet potato pie. You don't like green and ham hocks and shit. You like apple pie
Dev.
and noodles and shit.
Yo, Dev, you wildin'. Oh, shit.
Well, I eat apple pie. Shit.
Y'all my niggas. This nigga,
I'm saying
same
you
nigga.
not sitting up here
This
saying that
nigga
apple
said,
pie was created by black folks,
No,
Sabio.
hell no. nah. Hell,
Sabio just
fuck
trying to
no.
start some shit. Don't pay him no
I would
mind,
say
Jeff.
peach cobbler. I would say peach cobbler or something. I would have said sweet potato pie or peach cobbler or some shit. I wouldn't have said no
Yo,
sweet potato
Sabio,
pie.
cut your bullshit, my nigga.
Ain't no goddamn apple pie.
Yo, Sabio, you been out the loop for a minute, man. There was some good conversations that I
Yeah,
know we
man,
would
I've
have got a
been
good
working.
Sabio
I've been
crash out
working and
for.
chilling.
Nah, that's what's up.
I've been working and chilling. I've been working and chilling.
That's
Trying
definitely
to
what's
handle
up.
business. I got a bunch of shit going on over here that hit me after. So things was gravy for maybe a month and a half. Now shit ain't as gravy as it was. So I gotta handle some business. I just do this now when I have the time or when I'm
Nah, you
free.
know I respect that. The family fuck with you though. We was wondering where Sabio was at, but if you gotta handle your handle, you know we respect that shit, my nigga.
Now that is super white Mari Shy pumpkin pie. Now
Pumpkin.
that shit right there.
Nah, don't do that, sis, yo. I'll take a pumpkin pie if it ain't no sweet potato left.
I won't. I'm not eating. I don't want no pie. If all you got is pumpkin pie, I'm cool.
Oh,
I'm so
shit.
cool. You drink that pumpkin. I bet you be drinking that pumpkin spice latte too, don't you? Don't you, Willie?
I take a Patty's pie before I fuck with a pumpkin pie.
Don't you, Willie? You be drinking them pumpkin spice lattes from Bread Company, don't you?
I ain't never get a latte in my life. Nigga, don't disrespect me.
You
Yeah, you gotta
you be
clarify
getting them
which Willie you talking to.
pumpkin soup. You be eating them pumpkin soups and pumpkin soup
Oh, my
bread
nigga
bowls and
Willie in
shit
the
they be
building.
having.
Willie Daniels, what's good?
What's the deal? What's happening? What up, though?
Everything, family.
I just had to come here because I heard what Don say. The dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. Black
Cause you
power
know,
and apple pie,
look, Willie, cause you know the
bro.
honorable Malai Ajam Lyman said, like, you know the honorable Elijah said, goofy as hell.
That nigga said he can dance underwater and not get wet. That threw me off
Hey,
for real. Like, hold
hey,
on.
but
Do we
that,
know
hey,
that man was talking about smoking sherm?
hey, but on some real shit, Sabio, I didn't know they was talking about no dope on that one.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't know he's talking about Sherm
Me neither.
either.
That
What?
one got me right there, Sabio.
What? Hold on. Y'all call yourself hip hop
I ain't gonna
heads.
lie, once you said it, it made sense.
Yeah, it
But
made
I
sense
ain't
when
know.
Sabio said it, but Sherm ain't popular in Detroit. We don't know nothing about that. I ain't learned about Sherm until I went on the West Coast.
Nah, niggas on that dust in New York right now. I ain't even gonna
Niggas
lie
was
to you.
on that shit out there off that PCP like a motherfucker.
Yeah, niggas tweaking in New
Called
York.
that shit the Superman.
Man, listen.
I had one of my motherfucking best friends die in Central Park off that shit. Word. No bullshit.
But yeah, go back and listen to the song, and you'll guarantee he was talking about PCP.
Yeah, now that I think about it, George Clinton and them, they was all high as fuck. So yeah, he was definitely talking about that Weddles.
That shit crazy.
I'm still trying to process how Black Power and apple pie go together.
Because of where
Cause
they
that's what the
live.
fuck he eat.
Cause I don't know too many black people that even make apple pie on Thanksgiving. It's sweet potato pie.
He don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
Oh, Madonna, full-fledged coon, huh?
I mean, damn, do anybody need to say it? I mean, shit.
I eat on Thanksgiving like it's any other day. What the hell?
Well, I mean, I'm just using Thanksgiving as a reference point. You know, that's when most families get together. We call it Family
We
Day.
not celebrating
Y'all
the
y'all don't
holiday.
go y'all don't go full out for no goddamn apple pies though.
No. Only
Ah, my
thing
nigga,
my
we
I
mom
mean,
eating
made
patty
might do
pies.
is make
my
some
mama
cake and
ain't
some
never
pies on
made no
Thanksgiving.
motherfucking apple pie.
I
But
don't
she
even
ain't
Period.
think
making nothing
Patty
'cause she
make
all here.
pumpkin pie. Like we eating patty pies, nigga. All
You
sweet
can't even
potato
My
bring a
daddy
pie.
patty
did cook.
pie. You can't bring a patty pie out. My mother cuss your ass off. But it's sweet potato and peach cobbler. So if his mama made apple pie, I don't know what to say.
Where the
I bet
FBA is
you
at?
Madonna eat persimmon.
No, they're back in the cut.
And again,
You said
no
he what?
The
Say that
FBA
show?
is just
Pan-Africanism.
somewhere starting
I
problems
said
like they do.
Madonna eat persimmon.
Is that shit in that white shit? Is in there like that plastic little low
Go look
string?
up a persimmon. Go look up what a persimmon is.
No, I'm not gonna look that up. I don't.
Nigga, I thought that shit was an Asiatic fruit.
Are you talking about? You might be talking about pomegranates. Pomegranates
Did you say
are peas in a
placenta?
white hole.
Did you say
No,
placenta or placenta?
Hey yo,
persimmon. Persimmon.
hey yo, Sabio, I was just trying to get you turned up with the Asiatic shit. I'm bullshit. Let me chill.
With the who?
This motherfucker say he don't eat collard greens. What else he say he don't eat? And he collect acaras. Yeah, he definitely a coon.
Now bring Madon back up. Hey yo, Madon, pop out.
You say you gotta hit the plantations, bro. You got shit to do. You gotta get his coon back on, boy. So, he'll be back too.
Yeah, niggas be wilding down.
Hey, Wall Street.
Yo.
Hey, I told you the other night you can't be over there that long, Jack. You got like a 5-10 minute windows. You got to dip out. So they gonna come with some of the most ignorant shit you ever heard in your life.
Nigga, the Donald went on camera and said, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I said, oh, this nigga is tweaking. Like, yeah, this ain't the nigga I want running the show.
Yeah, I eat pomegranates.
Did you ask? Were you the one who asked if Donald Trump, if Amos Wilson would have voted for Donald? Was
He
that
said,
your
yeah.
question?
He said, yeah. It wasn't even a question for me.
Right. I still say hell nah. You
Right.
think so?
Right. Come on,
I
bro.
say hell nah.
I wasn't even at that. It's not a question in my mind. It's not a question when Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, all right, would Elijah Muhammad have fucked with the Donald? Come on, Goofy.
Right, the answer probably was nah. I don't think that he looked too favorable upon him, and even as he was writing more and more towards the black and the diaspora, Amos Wilson seemed to be like he intentionally made his focus black. Like, I know a lot of people want to talk the black shit, but shit, after 800 pages, man, something white was supposed to slip, but Amos Wilson was holding a fine line with that. That's why I didn't like how he was just kind of playing with the name, and then even though he was talking Black Power, he jumped from book to book. He kind of went to the, what was it called? The psychodynamics of Black self-annihilation. He kind of went towards, I think Madon went towards that understanding with the conversation. And that's not where we were headed. I thought the conversation in question was about the, Black success or Black excellence. And Amos Wilson did a good job of bringing a lot of that out. I like to pick up the conversation there if we can, because
I like that.
He did a lot that we've talked about and that we continuously talk about. He talked about Black nationalism in there. And so somebody could have brought that out and just said, okay, well, let's look at it from the perspective of, is it just the ear candy where we're doing more of the cultural nationalism versus the actual Black Power movement? And we had an African come on and talk about that too.
So when the
hold up, Willie. Hold up, Willie. Hold up, Willie.
All right, I said enough. I'm gonna go on pause. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. I want to know when you say nationalism and the cultural nationalism, are you separating Blackness from the culture and the nationalism, or African, or the Africanness from the culture and the
neither? You can't separate either from them. You can't separate either from it.
Why would you say cultural nationalism? Why wouldn't you mention it as black nationalism or
So
African American nationalism?
you wouldn't view it as that though, Sabio? Like when nationalism comes up
No,
in the
no,
scope of blackness.
listen, no, because black nationalism is cultural nationalism. Our culture is black, African American. We can't separate ourselves from it. We can't try to separate the culture from who we are.
Now look, Sabio, because I get what you're
Go ahead,
saying.
separate
Here,
the culture from who we
here,
are. Go
here
ahead,
for
show me
me
how you
would be
do it.
the bigger
Do it.
issue, right? Now I hear what you're saying. And this would be the harder question that I don't even like being the one asking, right? But
You don't ask.
even
You don't ask difficult
not
questions, bro. You really don't. You ask like fifth grade questions, bro.
all right, well, this one might shock you, right? Is it fair to say that even in our conversations about black nationalism, let's say over the last 100 years, well, no, because 100 years would damn near get back to Garvey. I would say in the last 70 years, right? Were we really talking about nationalism? Were we really talking about segmenting off into something else and being autonomous? Or were we talking about creating a space in American nationalism where we were somewhat sovereign, if that makes sense?
Nope. And I'm going to give it, and I'm going to get. No, it doesn't make sense, but I'm going to answer the question for you because you asked. So there were conversations where there were people who were looking to create their own niches within this black nationalism. There were people
Correct.
who were talking about a collective identity under Pan-Africanism and black
Correct.
nationalism. And there was those who just didn't give a shit.
Correct. But we
That's just
can't
how
move,
life
but we
is.
can't move around the term nationalism and what it
How come we
actually
can't?
means.
How come we can't?
Because if we're talking about black nationalism, how do we not address the fundamental term nationalism?
Okay, so how are we supposed to address it?
So I'm not telling
What are we
anyone
supposed
how
to
we
do?
should. Now
No,
I
no,
get your
no, no.
question. Listen to
You're
what I'm saying.
so
I'm
let's
not
get this.
telling anyone how we
Let's hash
should
this out.
address it, but
So
what I'm saying is
hold it up.
fundamentally, right? Because this was the thing, Sabio. I listened to a video of Malcolm kind of break down his take on black nationalism. And for me, it really didn't speak to nationalism. It spoke to us creating our own space in the white American nation.
Okay, and what do you think nationalism entails?
I think the
Have you looked it
easiest,
up?
yeah, I have, right?
Okay, and what does the definition of
I,
nationalism or
I would
black
say without
nationalism
me
say?
having my Google in front of me, like the base of it is a nation of the people that are pushing for it, right? So when I hear the term white nationalists, I know what they want. They want to go back to the past. They want to go back to when whites controlled everything. When we're talking about black nationalism, we're talking about
Hold on. Stop,
go ahead.
stop, full stop. They don't need to go back to the past. Are they still controlling the majority of everything?
I don't think to the degree that
Um,
they feel like it would define white
I don't
nationalism.
care what
No,
they feel. I don't
no.
care
Listen,
about their
hold on.
feelings.
But
I
we
don't deal with white
hold on,
people's feelings.
Sabio. Hold on, Sabio. Let me make my point. Let me make my
I
point.
need you to answer the question.
I'm saying
Do
when
they
Jasmine
feel
Crockett is in the U.S. government, no, they don't feel like they've achieved white nationalism. No,
okay,
they don't.
there's been
They don't
black
feel like
people.
white
There's been black
nationalism.
people in the U.S. government since there was some before we were enslaved. There were some after. Not that many. You would have to do your
Right,
history.
right. That's correct. But it was nothing like now. And so if
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
again, do they still own and run the majority of the world and this
I don't
country?
believe, I don't believe
And
they
this
feel they
country.
do. I don't believe they feel they do.
I don't care what they feel. I'm
I
not
mean, that's
them.
what.
I don't live in their world. So their
Yo,
feelings
Sabio, listen,
don't
relax.
bother me. Yo, we're
Because in that
talking
same
facts, not
argument, right?
feelings. We
In
are
that
talking
same
facts.
argument,
We are,
listen what I'm
hey,
saying.
hey,
Sabio,
Willie,
listen.
Willie, quit
Oh
telling me
my
what
Hey,
they
y'all
God.
gotta
Go
go.
ahead,
Y'all gotta
Sabio.
let each other go.
Go
Just
ahead,
let
Sabio.
them go. Well,
Go ahead,
just
Sabio.
y'all let each other go. It ain't but
I
y'all
know
two.
I
Go ahead.
always gotta
right. Just
fall
quit
back.
I'm
telling
with
me
him
what
too.
they
I'm listening.
feel. That's all I'm saying. Just quit telling me what they feel and speak for yourself. I don't know what they feel. I'm not in their world. I don't care about their
I'm not
feelings.
a white nationalist. So if we're having the conversation of white nationalism,
We're not.
we have to speak about the people who represent that, right? If you're speaking
No, we're
about
not
black
talking about white
nationalism,
nationalism.
what?
We're not talking about white nationalism.
I was though. I was making a
No,
point.
we were talking about, oh shit.
We were talking about black nationalism. I was
So
making a
how is black
comparison.
nationalism
I
white
was making a
nationalism?
comparison.
You can't,
If you say
because
I
they're two
can't,
different dynamics.
but if you're listening and we're having a
No, no,
conversation, I
no,
could have
no, no.
made that argument.
Are you
I
listening?
agree they're two different dynamics. That was
No,
kind of my point.
so why
If
did
we
you
can have
compare
a
them?
conversation about it, I can make my point. But if you just dismiss it, then we can leave it there. There's nothing I can say
Why did you compare them?
because I wanted to focus on the term nationalism.
So you should have just focused on the word
And I
nationalism.
well, I needed examples to make my point in relation to us, right? So when white people say white nationalism, it makes more sense to me because this was, and you would argue, is a white country. So they're
No,
focused on making it more white, right?
no,
You,
I
you
wouldn't
so
argue
that
that
wasn't
it's
your
a white
argument.
country.
When wasn't it a white country? That wasn't the argument you made.
I said that
Uh, uh,
they run this country.
so it's a white country. What are you talking about?
Um, Now
Now
we
we're gonna
can.
play semantics. If
No,
you say
we're
they
not.
run the country, white people
Oh
run the
yes,
country.
they.
It's their country.
So again, I'm glad you agreeing that they run the country. Because
Um,
if we can, if this is, then everything's relevant to the conversation. If not, then your point's moot.
I believe we can get past. I can accept going past that to finish the conversation. So yes, it's a
Okay,
white
so
country. Yes,
so now that we have hashed this out, the point about nationalism,
right.
black nationalism specifically, is an offshoot or an extension or a branch of white nationalism. As me and a few others have said concisely, Pan Africanism started when that first African jumped his ass off that slave ship. The first African got his head chopped off and said, I'm not going. Those the first Pan Africans. So it started in Africa
We're
and
talking
on
about
them slave ships.
nationalism, though, bro.
That's nationalism. It's
How are you
all under the
tying? So
same.
make it clear for me. How are you
Listen,
tying
listen,
slaves to
listen.
nationalism?
Listen. I'm going. If you listen, you will get it. You will get it. So this whole Pan Africanism, black nationalism, to me, for me, represents that the ability to live freely as a black African on the continent of Africa or where I'm at in the Americas. So the nationalism, black nationalism, stands for me fighting to be what? African American and black and live as that and not have to be anything but that.
Can I go? Because
Go.
I will retort that. I would say that's not nationalism. Black nationalists were looking to create something of their own. What's debatable is if they were actually looking to create their own black nation or were they looking to create something autonomous in this white American nation. That's the conversation.
So
It's not about us owning our blackness. We know who we are. They know who we are.
No. Well, see, that's the first tier. Before we can get to a nation or the idea of a nation, we have to have an idea of what blackness is. We can't
Yeah,
think
we
we're
end it.
black. Hold up, because you've heard all the FBAs, you've heard the Moors, you've heard the Abos, you've heard the Hebrews. Everybody want to be everything but black. You don't have these people with other nations having the argument over their identities.
Stay
Again,
on
I'm
the
going to
topic of
say, no,
nationalism, though.
slow down and pay attention to the rest of
Come
the
on, because you're
world
taking too
organization.
long. Go ahead.
No, because you have to pay attention. If you're not paying attention, you're going to keep making the mistakes that you make. We're talking about nationalism. We have to have an idea of who we are as a people.
Correct. Agreed. I'm stating we have that. Next.
No, we don't.
So we don't know that we
I
black?
disagree with you.
We don't know. So black nationalists didn't understand that they
we
were.
can have,
Hold on.
somebody
So
like
black
King,
nationalists didn't understand
King
who
Swarthy.
they were and who they were fighting for. Is that your argument?
We can have somebody like King Swarthy.
Are you arguing that black nationalists didn't know who they were and who they were fighting for?
Absolutely not. I'm arguing now today.
See, that's crazy.
I'm arguing now
crazy.
today. Are you listening or are you trying to make a new argument?
No, I'm saying that's crazy.
No.
My argument is
are
yes,
you
black
listening?
nationalists. My argument is
I
yes, there
said no.
were.
I said
Hold on.
I said
My
no.
argument was there were black nationalists. They knew who they were and what and who they were fighting for. So I tried
no
to
one's
move past
disagreeing
that.
with
But
that.
if you want to
But
stay on this,
we're not
we
talking
can do
about the
that.
past. Quit talking about in 1960, 1950, 1929.
We're talking about black nationalism.
We're here today. We have to focus on the today.
So who in 2025 is talking black nationalism? Who would you say is the mouthpiece of black nationalism now?
Me, Q, Psycho.
Come on, my nigga. So if you're gonna say that I can't talk about Marcus Garvey, if you're gonna say that I can't,
you can, but they're not. We're talking about today. So what we have to do is focus on today. We can use the ideas of the past, yes, to look back and pick ideas up from. But we have to know how to use the ideas and not get stuck on the names. I don't need to drop the names of the people I learned Pan-Africanism from, Black nationalism from. I got books on them. I read a lot of them. I wrote a poem on isms, talking about all the isms we face as a nation. That's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is we have to focus on today. And when we have this conversation about a nation, we can't get nowhere because we got people that want to go to Israel, people that want to be Moorish, people that want to be Afro-Asiatic, people that want to be indigenous, people that want to change it to FBA. It's like like all the history that you was just mentioning, they want to throw it away. The Marcus Garveys, the Sojourner Truths, the Eleanor Bumpers, the Harriets, the Phyllis Wheatleys. They want to throw them all away. So how can we get to black nationalism? I want to throw all the black heroes away, make them Native Americans, Abos. The hell? None of them wrote nothing to an Abo, to a Native American tribe. Not one of them. Somehow Marcus Frederick Douglass, Native American. Harriet Tubman, Native American. Nat Turner, Native American. What? those black nationalists, those Pan-Africans right there.
I mean, that speaks to the first part of nationalism, the nat part, or where you're born. It gives us a shared geography and location. A lot of us a shared language. And I think that's where you say the black and white nationalism are the same because of the shared territory, shared language. I think this we start to have our dividing lines when it comes to the social, like I was saying, the black, well, I wasn't saying it. Amos Wilson was the one who said black cultural nationalism. And I think he was drawing a distinction, not in saying that black and culture are separate, or that you can take the culture out of blackness, or even, I don't think that's what he was doing. I think that the important part is the second part, where he says there's also economics as a goal. And I like this section. If you would allow me to read a little section of it. I know you've been on one for a second. So he says Black nationalism is of the second variety, a nationalism of liberation and self-determination, not of conquest and domination. It is premised on a precept that blacks as a people should not be the subjects of another people, nor should they subject other peoples. That black peoples and nations should exercise their full rights to develop and utilize their material, human, and spiritual resources, primarily for their own benefit and well-being, and for the benefit and well-being of others as they see fit to do. They view their personhood and humanity, their nationality and ethnicity as equal to that of any and all other persons or peoples, that they are not the inferiors of others and are not destined by God or man to exist in forced servitude to others. And if and when, and for however long they may be willingly subjected to the domination of others, they are commissioned by their inalienable right to freedom as human beings to resist such domination and overthrow it as soon as humanly possible.
Now,
there we go. But that was Amos Wilson. Hold on, last quote. Amos Wilson, Blueprint for Black Power, page 850, talking about nationalism. Okay, go ahead.
I read it. I knew where that came from. But again, there's the parts that I disagree with are not even relevant to the conversation, because a lot of it I agree with. What did I say? We have to have an identity. We have to know that we're not secondary. We have to walk around not wanting to kowtow or play second fiddle to what some would consider the dominant society. Nah, fuck that. We just as human as you. If anything, more human.
My whole thing is this, right?
So,
and this isn't even an argument that I want to make.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying this isn't even an argument I want to make, but now I'm questioning how much of nationalism we were ever really pushing for. If we're pushing for creating an autonomous space in this white nation, that's one thing. But that's not what I always believe was black nationalism.
So first
you know
off,
what I'm saying?
So first off, we're not an autonomous space is not going to happen. That's a pipe dream. So quit throwing that shit out in the air.
I did what many people do. I skipped the first one and went to the placated, accommodationist, the assimilationist, integrationist. I did that version. I didn't do his first paragraph, which says about it's the more militant approach of nationalism. You want me to read it just to put it on the record while we live?
I would like you to read it, but I just want to say this real quick, right?
Go ahead.
My issue is who
cares about
your last statement, Sabio, that something autonomous is impossible. Nah, I don't believe that. I do believe we could create something autonomous for black people. But in terms of nationalism, completely separating ourselves from America, my only question is, were we ever truly fighting for that?
No.
If we were fighting to be autonomous,
stop.
I said hell no. Not no, but a whole hell no on that.
No, True Historian has said this to you numerous times.
I say we
know,
found some cases where people really moved off the grid and started their own towns, and they weren't successful. They flopped.
Chill out for a sec, because True Historian has told him this. No, there were some people who wanted to go back, who decided to go back to Africa. But we know where we are, who we are, where we were born, and where we're from. We want to build our home and stay the fuck here.
I'm not talking about in context of Africa. I'm talking about something autonomous
because you
here.
keep doing this. No. Where? How is it going to happen? How? Which president are we going to petition to give us a state? Let's go. Let's get real.
So now, when you say that,
let's get real. No, let's get real. Silence.
Right, because when we say state,
I was trying to talk. You cut me off, so I stopped talking. It ain't no silence.
That silence was harsh on you,
I was trying to talk. I was waiting until you was done.
That was a cold ass silence, Savvy. Oh shit. Calm down, bro.
Yeah, because this is my point, right? This whole argument that we could have never achieved anything autonomous, I would argue that's not what Black nationalists thought. They thought more of us than that. They thought, like, it was even goofy shit about the 5-state
nationalism in 2025.
Here we go.
Tell somebody who's been a Black nationalist since I jumped out my mama what Black nationalism is. This shit crazy. This shit is kind of insulting at this point, bro.
So in 2025, like I look at the gaming industry, because similarly to who has the birth rate argument, the minority children birth rate, so games and toys, and then I like to still call out the 90s, since it's not 70 years ago, with the Super Soaker and the guy getting his patent, a Black man who did that, as examples of modern day. When empowered in whatever the industry that might be, when Blacks get to flex their power inside of those industries, we have people that shine. But again, I don't want to be the guy who's only throwing out the one-off scenarios of Black history and success, when we know that there is a blanket storm of real ownership, titles, and deeds that we're yet to actually re-achieve and even move forward from. I like how people like Amos Wilson and Du Bois chronicled Black success in real numbers. They put the tables, they put the graphs, the charts that showed where Black, largest, where we were at. And Amos Wilson did it in the 80s and the 90s, the same way that Du Bois did it in the 1890s and the early 1900s. And so I'm gonna pause right there. Go ahead.
So the thing is, it's good to always look back so you can find a mistake and but you also have to be able to implement those successes or those ideas that was used for the time that you're in. So what worked for Marcus Garvey or W.E.B. Du Bois in the 1900s, in the 1800s, 1886, 1892, 1902, won't work for us in 2025. Different times.
What do you mean? Like the media won't work? The chronicling the actual numbers of who's what and where?
Never really believed fundamentally in Black nationalism. That's what it means. That's what it means.
Yeah, Du Bois left, so I wouldn't care too much to continue that conversation. He left. I mean, unless you're talking to Pan-African nationalism of being able to exercise his right to leave.
Du Bois wouldn't be considered the only Black nationalist, right? My only question is, what did we really?
Boys. My shit come from people like Henry Highland Garnett, David Walker, people y'all ain't reference. That's who I like. My shit is a little bit deeper. Pause.
You know,
Because
no, that's
I'm
fair
just not.
because I
I'm
don't
just
even
not on.
know if I
I'm
would
just not on
consider
the
Du Bois a
periphery of
black
this shit.
nationalist.
I'm not on the
So that's
periphery
fair.
of black nationalism. As I said to you earlier, this isn't new to me. I didn't join
You
this
keep
shit
saying that, but we're not getting to the conversation.
because the conversation is what is the conversation? When I asked you,
That's the point.
when I asked you
You cut me
what
off when I
president
started
are we going? No,
responding.
I didn't. I went on silent. I
And I'm gonna go
hushed.
back on mute.
I was waiting for you to give me the president and what state we're going to petition him for, and how we're going to go about petitioning him for this state because it's already been done.
What has
And it
already
was
been
an
done?
epic
Let's take
fail.
it slow. What has already been done?
I
We
think
tried
he's
to
Now
petition
I'm gonna
for
play
a
the
state.
game.
We
Huh?
tried to petition. We tried to petition the president for a state.
For a state.
Look it up.
So what specifically are you talking to? Because this has been done more than once. So I'm trying to understand what you're speaking to.
So again,
Which
what
for the record,
president? I'm going to ask you the question that I asked when I said silent.
don't ask me no
Again.
question, my nigga. I'm not giving you no
Okay,
presidents or
well,
nothing like that. I'm dealing with black people.
so the
So hold
conversation's
on. If
over.
my
So
in my mind, if I'm dealing with black, hold
the
on. You had
conversation is
mad time
over
to talk.
because you
I've
need to
been
go
on mute.
learn about black
I'm saying if
nationalism.
I'm dealing in
I'm
my
not going to
mind
teach
with
you
black
about
people, don't
black
ask me about no
nationalism.
fucking presidents.
I'm not finna teach you about black
You don't
nationalism,
have to
bro.
teach me
Teach
shit.
yourself.
Have the conversation or let
Teach
somebody else
yourself.
talk or make your point. You got
Teach
three
yourself about
options.
black
You
nationalism.
ain't got to teach me shit.
Teach yourself about black nationalism. Go read some
Yeah, I've been
David
working
Walker.
on that.
Go
And that
read
was
the
my
appeal
whole
by
point in
go
starting the
read the appeal by
conversation.
David Walker.
Yeah, I have been. And
Go
that was
re-
my
go
whole point about starting the
go
conversation.
read the appeal by David Walker.
Y'all niggas are so goofy with that shit, man.
Go read some of Mary Baraka. Go read some last poets. Go get you the last poets book of poetry, or go listen to them on YouTube.
So now can we get back to the conversation?
You can try to
You
convert it.
done? I was waiting till you was done. You done?
You need to learn about your history more, because this ain't new to me. It's like you trying to tell you want me to tell you what
I don't
nationalism
want you
is,
to
and
tell me nothing. I want you to be done.
I want you to be done.
Christ, huh? I wanted to actually have a conversation that I probably
Okay.
could learn from. But you telling me a bunch of shit that I've already been taught, that's not gonna push the conversation forward. I don't know why
Okay.
you
So
niggas think y'all the only ones that had OGs that gave y'all books. You're not the only one.
OGs, I didn't have OGs. That none of my OGs gave me books. None of the niggas. None of my brothers. None of my OGs gave me books. I went to
I
the
consider
library,
my
got my
mother
own
my
book.
OG. So
I
that's
got
why
my
I
own
understand why
book.
you confused in what
I
I
got
said.
my own books. I went to the library and got my own books. I knew how to read call numbers, decimal numbers, and all that. I knew how to do that shit.
Christ,
The Dewey
Savior.
Decimal System.
Savior,
That
you
shit was
killed the
fun.
conversation. Wanting to talk about you getting microfiches. You killed the conversation.
No, I didn't. I'm just trying to get you to understand that black nationalism can have a wide range of modes, methods, and ideas and moves to be utilized. That can be utilized
Christ, you're right.
from a different person's
You're right.
perspective.
No, you definitely right about that.
As long as it's about the upliftment and the betterment of you and yourself and your people and your communities. That's
I think my
nationalism.
people would be uplifted by being honest about certain things. And in order for us to do that, we can't have these conversations like we fucking know it all. we do have to question certain things, no matter how great our ancestors' intentions were. We gotta apply it to 2025. And you niggas like to stay in this goofy place where everybody knows
Well,
something more than
how long have
everybody
I
else.
been saying
It
applying
all
that shit
amounts
to
to nothing.
2025? Thank you for joining the new millennium with me. Thank you.
Hi, Savio. Can you teach me this, Savio? Fundamentally, right? And I'm not talking about in America. I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking globally. What is nationalism globally?
I
Can you
don't.
teach me
I'm
that?
not a. I'm not a. I'm not a
All right.
globalist.
I respect that. Because niggas be real quick to define shit.
I'm not a globalist.
All right. I respect that. I was just looking for a true definition of nationalism before I could put the prefix on it and figure out what I can respect as true black nationalism. Now, I felt like I was kind of on that
Or
path,
nationalism.
but this conversation kind of took me
You
nowhere.
meant you said you knew it.
I said I knew what nationalism is. Because if you're gonna say that, that's why I brought up white nationalism, right?
That's what you said.
So now let me explain.
Oh
White
shit.
nationalism in America actually makes sense to me because they're trying to take it back to the white nation that, in my opinion, it was. In your opinion, it still is. Can we agree with that? Or no? We can't agree with
Almost.
that?
Almost. Keep going. You got it.
Right.
You're
So
saying they take it back to where it was, and
this is like they're going for fundamentally creating a white nation. My question is, were we ever truly going for a black nation? Or were
Nope.
we looking for autonomy in
Nope.
this system we're stuck in? That's where
Neither
I
one.
got with my question. And I'm not claiming I know it all.
So
That's why I'm presenting this as a question. Does that make sense, my brother?
to me it does.
Thank you. Thank you, family.
so I'm
That
gonna
goes
read
a
the
long
definition
way
of
with
black
me.
national because I don't want to freestyle definitions. All right. I'm not a freestyle artist. So I'm gonna read the definition of black nationalism. Black nationalism is a nationalist movement which seeks representation for Black people as a distinct national identity, especially in racialized colonial and post colonial society. Its earliest proponents saw it as a way to advocate for democratic representation in culturally plural societies or to establish self-governing independent nation states for black people. Modern black nationalism often aims for the social, political, and economic empowerment of black communities within white majority societies, either as an alternative to assimilation or as a way to ensure greater representation and equality within predominantly Eurocentric cultures. As an ideology, Black nationalism encompasses a diverse range of beliefs which have variously included forms of economic, political, and cultural nationalism or pan nationalism. It often overlaps, but is distinguished
Hey, yo, Truth, pop out, yo. Because I want to ask you some
concepts
questions. Go ahead, my fault.
and movements such as Pan-Africanism, Ethiopianism, the Back to Africa movement, Afrocentrism, and Garveyism. Critics of black nationalism compare it to white nationalism and white supremacy and say it promotes racial and ethnic nationalism, separatism, and black supremacy. Most experts distinguish between these movements, saying that while white nationalism ultimately seeks to maintain or deepen inequality between racial and ethnic groups, most forms of black nationalism instead aim to increase equality in response to pre-existing forms
All right.
of white dominance.
Now do this for me, Sabio. Now give us the definition of pure nationalism. Take the black out of it, just nationalism across the globe.
Did you understand anything?
No, I understood everything you read, brother. I appreciate you. Now I'm trying to make a comparison. Everything you read is stuck in my head. Now give us the fundamental definition of nationalism. I'm just curious.
Identification with one's own nation and support for its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the interests of other nations.
Right. I mean, it got to be more than that. Black nationalism had 4 paragraphs. Nigga, you gave me a sentence.
Okay.
But even fundamentally in that,
All right.
right?
I'm going to give you the wiki just like I gave you the wiki on that.
All right,
All right. To make you happy. Nationalism is an ideal movement that holds that the nation should be congruent with the state. As a movement, it presupposes the existence and tends to promote the interests of a particular nation, especially with the aim of gaining and maintaining its sovereignty, self-governance over its perceived homeland to create a nation state. It holds that each nation should govern itself free from outside interference.
Now, if I
That a
could just
nation
stop you
is a
there.
natural and ideal basis for a polity, and that the nation is the only rightful source of political power. It further aims to build and maintain
Now,
a
wait,
single
if I could
national
just
identity.
stop you there.
Nope.
Did you hear any of that in the definition of black nationalism?
Nope.
All right. I just want to be certain. I just want to make sure I'm not bugging. Go ahead.
It further aims to build and maintain a single That's why I said, bro, this shit's so it don't matter. I'm gonna keep reading. It further aims to build and maintain a single national identity based on a combination of shared social characteristics such as culture, ethnicity, geographic location, language, politics, religion, traditions, and belief in a shared singular history, and to promote a national unity or solidarity. There are various definitions of a nation, which leads to different types of nationalism. The two main divergent forms are ethnic nationalism and civic nationalism. Now, I can go into those if you need.
I appreciate you because I wanted to hear the fundamental difference in the two definitions.
All right, let me build from right there then.
Go
I said I
ahead.
would read it earlier.
What?
The nationalism of some peoples or nation states may be evoked or utilized to realize some racial sense of superiority or manifest destiny,
So there, Biasa's in the back.
or to motivate one group to commandeer and exploit the resources of another. The nationalism of some peoples or nation states is evoked and utilized to liberate themselves from their oppressive exploitation by imperialistic peoples or nation states, to increase and realize their inherent socioeconomic potentials without necessarily implying that they are racially superior to or intend to dominate other peoples of other states. The former nationalism intends to achieve or maintain national self-determination while denying that status to others insofar as they are able to do so. The latter nationalism intends to achieve and sustain national self-determination while not engaging in imperialism by denying autonomy or independent nationhood to others. And then he goes on. But that was the first paragraph from Amos Wilson. Not the real first paragraph, but when I was speaking on nationalism from the lens of Amos Wilson, he had those two sections. I read the first one first and then that one second. That one kind of speaks to the nation states or being divided out as a geography from other people. Race and lineage, then I can see why Sabio can get frustrated with the modern and contemporary arguments from the Abos to the Hebrew Israelites, with so much being bombarded. It can make the African and Pan-African or just the Black paradigm seem like we're just another voice echoing, like another stranger in a foreign land.
Valid.
And so with a lot of that, the Black nationalism of the old day is where people try to draw their leanings towards. Like, what happened to that radical intellectual who would have just said it outright, like, we need Texas? And then we see what happened to that INFAC dude for just even holding his rifle in the direction of an officer. They put him in one of those prisons, and the people who had all of those weapons that was walking alongside of him, they didn't do nothing to that prison. And so a black nation or a black nationality, or what, I forget the word that we were trying to go. Anyway, let me stop right there because I'll be saying too much anyway.
Now you were cooking black nationalism.
Yeah, so the black nationalists that we thought not fucking INFAC, excuse me, we thought that they would step into and embody the role of, you know, that missing militant link. And now people who live in those communities like Detroit, who already know that there have always been community activists and they not necessarily needed to walk out with their guns. I mean, but other places as well. And then I hated how it got watered down to just calling them gangs and stuff for the people who used to try to protect the hood and different things, not on the police, but they were just the black men of the neighborhood, and not all the way back at Deacons of Defense. I'm still talking on contemporary and modern times. I mean, but yeah, the intellectual side of this argument, which should have been political, because if you're not going to get out there and fight in the streets, then you better be thinking. And if you're not economically, then you better be thinking. And the cultural movement is where we get a lot of the emphasis, which is why people in Africa can refer to the Boondocks and they can refer to different pop culture and think that that is the art imitating our real life.
Hey, yo,
and in
it's
some
funny
cases,
you said
it do be
that.
that.
Somebody from Tanzania came on Psycho's platform and was literally going off of the Boondocks, and everything that he believed about us, he got from pop culture. So
Right, but if we
funny you
tell him
said
about
that.
what Amos Wilson said, he won't listen. He can't digest it. We could give him nationalism, excuse me, from the perspective of every black thinker who's ever put it out there, but yet he would still want the Eurocentric version and its counterpart. For us, we don't need the Eurocentric counterpart for us to make our arguments. We really don't. We have enough mulattoes to do that, to be honest. We have enough black mulattoes to be able to make that argument.
But just to be clear though, Amos Wilson was talking fundamentally on own your own land, your own autonomous nation state grounds, right?
That's not what I get from him. I know he can speak on it, but I think he's one of those black people exercise your power wherever you are, and that is a better representation than not.
That makes
Just
sense.
what does power look like? Where, I mean, because when you look at like just the population of Nigeria, 240 something million, a sea of black people, that would culture shock the shit out of people. So when we try to think in terms of like what the white man could do, Liberia is already established there. They don't have a population to which where if they sent black Americans to Liberia, we would overwhelm their majority, and yes, we would have a kingdom again. So yes, it is true and not far-fetched, but
Hold
in
on,
too many
come on.
other.
Brother
Go ahead.
Bayasa, give us something. Because I know he popped out to give us something.
Oh yeah, I seen
Say
somebody
a
did pop
kingdom,
up. So I'll
a
shut up.
kingdom,
Yeah, it'd be a whole little kingdom right there.
a
It's like,
kingdom.
ain't it like 900,000 kilometers of and when you look at the land, there's really no excuse type
Hey,
land.
yo,
And it's
Vyasa,
already
jump in
grid
before
squared out and
Sabio go
everything.
crazy,
So
man.
yeah, you would turn into a kingdom. What else would you build if you had to get the hell out of there? You gonna build another straw hut? And
What's
no,
up,
it's not
y'all?
kingdom again.
Honestly,
They still have kings over there. And this is where I think Wale gets nerved, because when we think of King Charles right now and the British Empire and all of the land that they own, that's one of the reasons of reparations arguments. Oh yeah, you can still make land available to people wherever we are. So why are you still withholding making land available to the African Americans and not saying accessible? That's the other word. We're not saying accessible, and we're not saying make it affordable or reasonably affordable.
But kingdom is a stretch in the context of modern governments.
Right, because they would want the monarchy if it's a kingdom. And again, that's not the way that the governments are being designed. Who wants an actual king? I mean, some people will want a king, though. I ain't gonna lie, they still want King Charles. They cannot get done with this French shit. They don't want the French. If they don't want the French, they do. The Eurocentric mind state. I think that's the other argument of why not give up America, is because of that fucking, like, that level of governance. They want that monarchy still. Why haven't the black nations overthrown, which is the military argument? Why haven't they just overthrown the individuals, not the shackles or the mental shackles?
Give me 2
It's
seconds,
probably because,
Vayasa. Tell me
yeah,
something,
that
man.
love,
Yeah,
that love.
let him interrupt when he get ready, man.
Oh yeah, go ahead, my boy, because I get pseudo as hell like the rest of us. Go ahead.
Pseudo.
Nah, the dude from Tanzania was
I'm
on this
far from
panel. He
pseudo.
said he was cool with the monarchy.
Yeah, I'm far from pseudo though.
Right.
You pseudo,
So I
we can
see the
tell. You talking
connections in the
about
argument.
you talking about kingdoms and shit. We got whole colonizer vibes up here. What the hell going on?
Right, you said give us a state right
Brother
here, like
Brother
our
Vayasa, can
populations
you
aren't
drop some
already
wisdom on us,
This
dispersed.
please?
You talking about over in Africa?
wait,
Yeah.
wait, 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 wait,
Right,
wait. So get past the not being able to get a state part. Go
right.
just say you know what I'm saying, they'll break off Texas or Miss whatever y'all decide. So what going forward in terms of processes, structure, how would the black nationalism situation be able to sustain, I guess, progress, defend? You don't have to get hung up on whether on which or whether they would give
I
us
mean, that's an
state
easy
or not.
argument if you believe in your people, Dev. We could sustain.
Believe.
That's not
That
really
sound
like
that sound like some church shit.
Like,
Hey
would
Dev,
it be like some? To me,
hey
my
Dev, can
concept
you
is
hear
the
me?
military. Are you going to remove the others? That is the ultimate question for me.
What?
Do you remove the others, or do you allow them to remain?
Okay, that's the
Hey Dev,
argument
can you
y'all need
hear
to
me?
be making. Yeah, yeah, Bias. So go ahead, bro.
A couple of nights ago, this a similar conversation was being presented.
you already
And I
know.
said, why haven't we at least studied what the natives have with their sovereignty and with this reparations and this separatist and this nation all combined, argue for a nation within a nation while maintaining dual citizenship like the natives do? For those that don't know it, Oklahoma has 39 nations, or 35 to 39 nations within it. So it's possible, but the drawbacks to it is: are we going to unite? Are we going to stop playing king of the hill? Um, I don't have a lot of time, but I do want to throw that little tidbit out there.
Vaya, so
And
let me
it's
ask you
been
this. Let me
go
ask you
ahead.
this. Those Indian nations like in Oklahoma, are they truly autonomous? Like, can they have legislation that trumps the Constitution, or are they still fundamentally subjected to U.S. law?
They still are somewhat underneath federal regulations, but they also have anatomy over self. They have their own judges. They have their own nation.
A nation within a nation. I respect it.
Do they import more than they export?
That is culturally based. That's culturally based. You got to remember, most native people were nomadic people. Hence why you got the five civilized tribes, because they took on their modes of trade and production. So it's going to be specific to each nation or tribe that you're speaking on. I hope that answered whoever asked me that as far as their trade policies. But like right now, the Chickasaw Nation, they doing business all the way out in China. So it just depends on which one you're talking about. Now, as far as black people and Pan-Africanism, if that was implemented, then yes, with that dual citizenship, you're not you're not becoming a serf under feudal ideologies to where now you're bound to this land and you can't leave it. That dual citizenship would grant you the same privileges that you have as a U.S. citizen. But with dual citizenship of, okay, now we got a black nation, now we got a system of power to protect us when police are harassing one of the babies, or there's I don't know, a civic case or a legal
And
case,
and the
and we
small
want.
hats, the small hats absolutely have that. Like when you go to Lakewood, New Jersey, you know what I'm saying? They have their own police department. So I I understand the premise you're going with.
Well, it's more so that to feel that need. You know, we often make these arguments of what we need, but no one throws out the solution to it, a practical solution. At least to formulate the ideas to get the ship rolling or train rolling. So I'm multitasking, y'all. I'm gonna go on mute and grab a couple of things while I'm working.
I
But
appreciate you,
I heard
family.
you ask what nationalism is. Take the
Right.
time and study from the modern sense what Napoleon did
Hmm.
and how that influenced modern nationalism. Because you'll get ethnic, culture, all that rolled into one, as well as geographic.
I'm locked in, Vyasa. I'm gonna read some shit before the morning. Like y'all always tell me, learn one thing. When I come back to you, I'm gonna at least have one thing I locked in on. So yeah, I'm gonna check that whole Napoleon thing out.
Yeah,
This
just
is a
look up.
bill.
You should be able to just simple as Napoleon Wars. I'm pretty sure nationalism is gonna come up.
Yeah, you might lose your black card Vyasa, if you tell a nigga to read the Thousand Years of War.
My bad. I gotta eat what I gotta eat a
Why
whole
would
apple
he?
pie now.
Yeah, you might have to become a out one of them Madonna type dudes.
That's what all great militaries do. They study the past. So nah, we need somebody to know what happened before. So we got a head start on what
I'm
we
gonna
can
tell you like
accomplish.
this. You can get it you a snippet of it, or you can get you a real long, boring ass read of it. Whichever one you choose.
I mean, I be with
I
the
would
boring
prefer the
read.
long, boring
That's why I
read
be on True
because there's
Historian
more
channel.
information.
Shout out to my man True Historian. Nah,
Right, I definitely
he
like a longer
he
study.
he does make the long, boring read popping. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Because I be having stuff to do that take a little bit of time. So if the stream only be like 12 minutes, then then next thing I know, it then automatically started playing something else. I be like, who the hell is this playing
This
now?
is why I pressed you. I was like, yo, just give us something real quick while we got your attention.
Like what I'm reading now. Would nobody want to read it, but I'm reading this paper. It's only 19 pages. Actually, 14 pages. It's Introduction to Race and Biology.
Nigga, the last thing your bum ass is boring. I ain't gonna lie. You ruined
Because you know
all
when
of my
it's
woke dreams. So
conversation
bring
about
your
the
ass on the
what is
panel
that?
and get the fuck out the chat. Hate Crown Heights niggas. I'm gonna go back on mute.
Who?
I
Who you
think True
talking about?
Historian is the one I asked. Was he able to show the grafting of whiteness in Europe, like after the Andalus, after the Moorish and the Berbers and in that. I think he is the one who probably can too, which is why I think I asked the right person.
Vayasa, I went down the hole of dandyism, pause, and it just ruined line dancing for me. And now I'm standing in the club watching everybody put their boots on the ground. And I'm like, this is yo diddly D fucking Jim Crow. And
I read
True
that
ruins
book.
all my dreams. But
That book is
True
a great
story, you know,
read.
like this one, just hit them with the cakewalk.
True story. That book is a great read. Thank you for recommending that book.
hey, True, put the mushrooms down and come pop out on the panel. Okay? Can you do that for us, brother?
That book that he recommended right there, Willie, the history of white people. Read that.
Shouts out to Neil. Savio get her other book, The Exodusters.
The Exodusters.
I ain't even gonna
Yeah.
lie to you, yo. I depend on y'all for the history. My focus be on what's the next move. Like, how do we get what we want from somewhere? I'm always looking at the next
Can't get
move.
to the next move if
So
you
I
don't know
trust y'all when it comes to the
how we got to
history.
where we are.
Even you, Sabio,
How can you
get on my
calculate the next
nerves
move?
and you don't want to hear
How
shit.
can you how can you calculate the next move if you don't know how we got to where we are?
That's why I said I depend on y'all. You,
But
Vyasa,
but see,
True,
Depend.
Taz. Yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Like it's a lot of our brothers that have put in that research, that work. So when they're making their presentations, y'all notice Willie be on mute. I be learning some shit. I be fact checking everything, Googling as fast as my thumbs could type. But my focus is always on what's our next move. That's where I come into play. When we ready to make the next move, yeah, then I'm ready to jump in.
right
This
now,
nigga
urban
talking
pain.
about
All right.
AI. Yo, AI tried to have me project manage losing my own job. Now, I will say I'm thankful that True put me on about feeding the AI. I said, oh no, I know what they trying to do. Oh no, I just need 10 more years. I just need 10.
Did y'all get the black nationalism down pat? Y'all be able to operate within a nation
I
like the
know
native?
I know black nationalism has always been able to operate within the nation. It's been operating successfully for those who understand how black nationalism operates and what it entails.
Savio, to that sentiment,
I
that's why
think,
I said look at Napoleon because you'll see it can also be cultural.
so
You can
Right,
Vayasa,
have
what I'm
you
gonna
can
do is
have you
try
can
to,
have you can have cultural nationalism,
right.
hence
That's why I
black
say that's
nationalism.
why I asked how can you separate black coat from the culture? Like our culture is here, African American black culture. That's it's so black nationalism entails the culture. It's black cultural nationalism, like cultural black nationalism, however you want to term it. It's just thing. Like to me,
I mean,
shit. I don't see how y'all make these separations.
I get that point, but what I'm saying is like fundamentally, nationalism is something different from what we're talking about, we're looking for in terms of black
See, do
nationalism.
not try to get
I'm
technical.
all for black
You are
nationalism. Don't get
horrible
it.
at getting technical.
All right,
We
bet.
know nationalism is something different from black nationalism. We know. Please. I did not just come across the definition, pause, of nationalism today.
Nah, that's what's up. It was new to me though.
Oh
I
shit.
always really felt like we were
What?
looking for.
You see, those are
I always felt
those
like
are
we were
Paul
really,
statements. At
truly
that moment,
looking for
at that
something
moment, no,
completely
at that
autonomous.
moment,
And
Willie,
I still
Willie,
believe a lot of
Willie,
us are still looking for something completely
Willie, Willie,
autonomous.
Willie. At that moment,
You
at
get
that
me, Dev?
moment, no, because you should have heard yourself. At that moment, when you realized the word nationalism was something new to you, you should have took it upon yourself to look into that word to know more about it.
So I never said nationalism was something new to me, right?
Oh
What I
shit.
said to you was
Yeah, what did he just say?
when we break down black nationalism,
Now he's gonna change it. Look at him
it
change it. Go
doesn't
ahead and
connect
change it. Go ahead and
directly
save
to the
yourself.
term
There,
nationalist.
what did he just say?
Now that we understand that, right? Now
Mm-hmm.
we can move on.
This shit crazy.
Now we can redefine terms and be more direct in terms of what we're truly looking for.
They barely even know it.
Redefine.
Yeah, redefine, Dev.
Redefine. Redefine.
And
The
Dev,
hell is going
now
on?
on some G shit, Dev, I kick it with you. I'll be blunt in what I mean in terms of redefine. I think when a lot of things are presented, it gives the illusion, I'll even say illusion, that we were looking for something completely autonomous, whether it was inside of America or somewhere else. And so I'm saying if we being real, that we're looking for something we can govern inside of this system, then I'm like, shit, Negro, why ain't you say so? I'm with that. That makes sense?
Same hell.
Yeah, y'all be killing me with these general terms, man. Why don't y'all just lay out what y'all talking about, like
Right?
spirit and because you never started using that word autonomous until you saw the motherfuckers in Portland in 2009.
That shit ain't had
Bam.
nothing to do with nobody in Portland. I started using that term from talking to you niggas.
Oh, okay.
I learned from y'all. I don't learn from no fucking Oregon, Austin, whatever you was trying to put on me. No, I'm saying we've had conversations here that have made me think and question certain things.
Well,
Never trying to tear
you gotta be,
down.
well, you
Hold
gotta
on,
be,
Dev. Never trying to tear
you gotta,
down the things I
you
question.
have, well, one thing you do if you want to keep speaking and use repeating words, you have to comprehend what you're saying. So
Come on, Dev. Let's not
be
do
able
that.
to
Let's
comprehend.
not do that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that because the people in the chat are not gonna assume, hey, this motherfucker know what he's talking about when he say autonomous. So what are you comprehending? Like lay it out specifically, line by line. When you say
See,
autonomous,
y'all niggas
what
always
does
say
that mean?
that the people in the chat and the audience doesn't have a certain understanding of certain things, but the audience is just as smart as we are. Niggas ain't that much smarter than the audience. Some niggas just don't get involved in the conversation. But don't doubt their ability to digest information.
No
I
one,
don't know,
if anyone doubted the chat, we wouldn't be on the panel. Now, some people may, but one thing that I've learned is that this is an intelligent
there
ass
will
chat.
never be a Devin Wall Street show because he will just drop me from the panel and True Voice, you Negroes, will let him do it.
Find your way back on.
Same way I say fundamentally, right? That's true historian shit. And you Negroes,
So what we doing? Is this feel good hour, or do we actually have something that we can actually pass down once we get finished with a certain step?
I mean, I
Like,
think we were off to a good start. Black nationalism. What is it? How does it compare to fundamental nationalism?
All right, let me
And where
say
do we
something
go from there?
controversial then. We'll keep it going from there. It's back to the topic. Black nationalism to me started diverging when Pan African took the emphasis.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
What?
Black nationalism in America, our thing here started diverging when Pan African took the emphasis.
So,
Go ahead.
Yeah, my nigga True gonna pop out on
hold
you in a
on.
few
Hold on.
minutes. Yeah,
So
he gonna pop out now.
hold on. I got one question. At what time in history did we decide to start calling ourselves African or African American? At what time in history?
We were always of African descent.
Hey, Willie, sit back, chill.
I thought you was asking everybody.
I
My
wasn't
fault.
no. I was asking the person who made that statement, not you. Chill. At what time in history did we start determine that we are African Americans?
Shit, if you ask me, I'm one of them people who say around the Richard Allen time. African Methodist Episcopal, that break.
Okay, so around. So what do you know about the Freedmen's? The American the ACS, the American Colonization Society.
This nigga said the
I
first
studied. I
YNs.
did read a
I
lot
will
of
be
that
there,
one.
True.
True.
My
I did
fault.
read a lot of that, like how they kind of partner with kind of like the the Philadelphia movement, the Quakers, the Virginia House of Burgesses, and
So what do you know about 1796?
1796.
Mm-hmm.
Which was that? Was that? Man, that was almost gonna challenge my.
While you figuring that out, this
Yeah,
nigga's
go
gonna
ahead.
ruin my
What was
Saturday
that? Berlin?
telling me about the first YNs. But I will be there.
Hold on, it
I'll
may
be
be the
there, True.
conference. Give me a sec. I don't know what you are referring to. 1791. You got it.
So in around around that time,
Nigga
there
gonna
was
nail on my week.
a group of African Americans You mentioned one of them and a few others, and they decided to call ourselves African Americans. They petitioned for it and everything. So this shit with Jesse Jackson in 1980, whenever that was, that's some bullshit. We've always known that we were African Americans. We decided that shit long time ago. You can look it up. Long time ago.
You thought you was gonna tie that into the black nationalism situation.
So I am. So this whole shit about Pan-Africanism and black nationalism, they're always one and the same.
I don't
Because they
agree with
knew they
that.
were
I don't agree
African.
that Pan-Africanism and black nationalism are the same.
That's because you don't understand
I'm
Pan-Africanism
simply
or black
saying
nationalism,
I'm
Willie.
simply
I
saying black
hey,
nationalism was a bit more
Willie,
radical.
Willie. I don't care what you think.
And I don't give a fuck what you think either, nigga.
We're
Like,
going off
I'm
the
saying
facts
I
of
don't
the
agree.
history.
Make
Come
your
on, man.
point.
We're going off the history of the movement and what it started as. Your feelings aren't relevant. Pan-Africanism, black nationalism are one and the same. Because when we were on the continent of Africa, they called us negro or black. They call us here niggas, negros, or black. What connection to the word black are y'all missing? That goes back to Central and West Africa. Which of this are y'all missing? Are y'all obtuse on purpose? Are y'all being obtuse on purpose? Just trying to have a conversation.
I'm saying the two terms aren't autonomous.
Oh shit.
They aren't the same fucking term.
What you want to do? You want to pull the definition of autonomous up on the screen?
Autonomous.
Yeah.
Word out.
Yes, I'm saying black
Just point
nationalism
it
and
out now because you learned
Pan-Africanism
a new
don't
word.
mean the exact same thing. Yes, I'm saying they're not one and the same. That's what I'm saying.
If they were one and the same, they would say they would both be
That
Pan-Africanism
was
or
your fucking
black national.
argument. You
No,
said they were the
no.
same.
Yes, because they are.
What are you saying?
Pan-Africanism
Yo, this
started with Africans. Black people. Are you slow or retarded, nigga?
You have an amazing grasp of the obvious. You have an in-depth grasp of the obvious. I
You're
swear to God, I
obviously
give you that.
slow.
You have an
You are
in-depth
obviously
grasp
slow
of the
as turtle
obvious.
shit.
Motherfuckers been saying that the whole time.
No,
You
you
keep
haven't.
repeating that goofy shit.
Bro,
No one's debating that.
No, you haven't.
No one's debating that.
Bro, stop arguing, please.
You have an impeccable grasp of the obvious.
Willie.
Can we
Go
move
ahead.
on?
Come on with the point now. Come on with the point.
Please stop. Because I've been saying Pan-Africanism and black nationalism cannot be separated.
So get to that conversation.
So you're the one separating them.
Right. I
So
would
show
draw
me how you
this.
separate them.
Okay, so here's where I would draw the differing time period. So the same mulatto W. Du Bois after the radical failed, he went up to Ontario, Canada. So like the French and Nova Scotia had been black since Richard Allen's time. Them too, not all of it, but they had black settlements there. But in any event, going up to Harlem or going north seemed to be kind of escapism for where niggas was in the South. And the argument for black nationalism, I would say, is still one that recognizes all the people in the South saying we ain't going nowhere. So how can we exercise the same degree of national power economically and otherwise, like every other American citizen? Like if you go to a Catholic church, one of the big ones, they're huge, and then you can see like the Black Baptist church on every corner. it may not look as glamorous or as big as that big mass church. The Orthodox, Pentecostal, even I don't know, Eastern Orthodoxy, they be having big, massive investments in even their faith-based institutions that oftentimes we only have a few mega pastors that ever achieve that, and not to the grandiose scales. So in other industries that are not religion, because I'm not one who just says we have to stick with the black leaders are the church leaders, I do believe that we have the power to dominate in other industries and economics as well, not just like the insurances, of course, but in the real development of the land and the cultivator of the land, not like the agrarian crop people, but who gets to put down 100 new residences, who gets to build that next hospital. Like we celebrate when we can, when black people become like the CEO of a hospital, open up a new hospital clinic. We need a lot of those type of success stories is where I would argue black nationalism. Now, here's where I would draw the separation. The NAACP today, which was the same W.E. Du Bois or mulatto thing back there, today it sends resources that it can for partnerships with Africa, that I believe those resources and even the attention should still be right here at home, and not just them on the side of who is actually going to benefit from import export. We're importing more of the African continent's black people than we are expatriating Americans of high caliber to
But
there.
wait. We're going crazy
Okay.
with the conversation, right?
All
If
right.
we're
That's too
talking about,
crazy.
hold on. If we're
So let
talking
me.
about Pan-Africanism and black nationalism, my next question would be which came first? I would say
All right.
Pan-African.
So yes,
Yeah.
because the first person that
And
landed on
understand,
this
I'm not
continent.
asking
Hold
you.
up.
I
Hold
was
up.
gonna make my point, but you
No,
cut
no,
me
please,
off. Go
please,
ahead.
please, because
I just want to
people
be
want
clear.
me
I
to
wasn't asking you.
re-explain.
I was gonna
People want me
tell you.
to re-explain how I tie Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism
You
together.
said what? High
Listen,
tide?
listen. Slow down. I'm going
Jesus
to
Christ.
re-explain it for everyone. So the first African slave, he was black. He was a Pan-African. The first one that jumped off the ship trying to get back to Africa, the first one got his head cut off. First one watched them and rebelled. They were all trying to get back to where? Africa, but they also recognized that they were being called black, negro. Once they learned Spanish and they recognized that negro meant black, and negro land was black Africa, Pan-Africanism started. I don't, so to me, right then and there, the black representation has always been there.
All right, Sabio, here's my problem with that, right? If you're saying that the first black slave that came to America was fundamentally Pan-African, how is he Pan-African by his fucking self? Pan-African requires other peoples that you're working with in tandem. So if the
First
first
off,
black slave wanted to go
he
back
wanted
to
to get back
Africa,
to his
he was just trying to
homeland.
get the fuck out
He,
of slavery.
he wanted to get back to his homeland and be a
Yes,
free
that doesn't
African.
that doesn't
Bingo.
define
So,
Pan-Africanism, my nigga.
that's what to me it does.
Right, to you. Nobody gives a fuck about your feelings.
Cool.
Like you
Now
tell
go
me,
look up
right?
Pan-African. Now go look up the definition of Pan-Africanism, Pan-African, and Pan-Africanism.
It's fundamentally working with multiple groups.
Eh,
If one slave got off a ship and he wanted to go home, that nigga just wanted to go home, as
That's
he
and so
should.
did the and it wasn't only one that jumped off
What
them
you talking
ships. You
about?
idiot. He took other people with him because he was chained. You need to read some of those stories of
I'm not
how
even feeding
slaves
into all
was
that
jumping off
goofy
the
shit.
ships, drowning
I'm saying
whole,
fundamentally when certain terms
whole
were
10, 12
defined,
people trying to get back to Africa because they weren't trying to go on them ships. You need to read some of them stories, bro. The history's there for you to learn.
well,
Where
maybe it just might be location, right? Because
for you?
Because
So
I'm from
yeah, because
130th and 8th Avenue.
because
You know where the
you see it
UNIA
from
started?
you see it
The
from your
UNIA started
2025
on
viewpoint.
129th Street and 8th Avenue. That's a fact. Right up the block from where I grew up and lived, right? So maybe my understanding of things is just a bit different than what the fuck you're saying. Like, some of these terms weren't even crafted for another 100 years from what you're talking about. Yeah. And I'm willing to stand on that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
So
I'll
again,
learn something.
so again,
But yeah, niggas wasn't getting off the boats from Africa in the 1600s talking about no fucking Pan-Africanism. So let niggas have the conversation instead of acting like you fucking know everything and you're dead fucking wrong.
so again, no one said that they was talking about Pan-Africanism.
You did.
No,
You said the
no,
first
no,
nigga that got
no,
off the
no. Yeah,
boat
yeah,
was
yeah.
a Pan-African.
So again,
You said that.
that's because he was trying to get to where? Home, Africa, where he came from, back to his original land.
I swear to God,
Please pay
true.
attention. Please pay attention.
Hey, yo, I swear to God, true.
Please.
And that's how I learned.
Please.
That same that I got off on the phone and I was getting on the bus and you niggas roasted me like, yo, Wall Street Willie getting on uh Greyhound. That was the first time they put that sign up on 129th and 8th Ave. And I stopped, took a picture, and read the whole fucking sign. Why? Because you done already sent me to the Outer Banks looking for the Hotel Afrique, and now I'm in this fucking rabbit hole. This is your fault, True. Go ahead, Sabio. You were saying?
Hold on, let me cover it quick. So I would say if you look in history at the free man or the free black man, I think he could have been Pan-African and in the sense of not wanting to go home, but actually traveling the world. What would you say about that?
Pan-Africanism came at a later time. It has a time when it was
the term, yes, the term,
defined
yes,
and
the term,
created,
yes,
and
yes,
people
the term, yes, the term,
subscribe to it.
yes, the term
So we can't just
Pan-African
throw it
came
around
at a
So what you
history
want to do?
willy
You want
nilly.
you want you want to move the conversation forward. Or
right
you want to argue. You want to argue to
over
have
water.
somebody
All right, I
agree
know I'm always
about the
wrong,
Now we're
Dev.
looking
I
definition.
for words.
apologize.
But I'm saying though, it don't
Let's talk
really.
about sports,
I'm saying
Dev. Hartenstein
I'm
got a ring. He got stolen from the Knicks. He got a ring. Let's talk about sports, Dev. Because I know I'm always
This
wrong.
shit's stupid. Now it's over the
okay.
word.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So regardless of if somebody can prove a definition based on their perspective, what is the process? The collective is going to have a more understanding of the processes. So you want to receive an award for discovering or revealing that the origins of this definition, it's not going to really make a difference if in the end the collectives are able to comprehend what's being put together.
Yo, Dev, I'm not looking for no awards, Dev. I got a bag.
Is it
Right?
working together?
Listen to what I'm saying, Dev. I'm not looking for
Is
no
it working
awards. I got a
together?
bag.
Is it working together? Is it working together, or is everybody doing the bare minimum to sustain themselves, regardless of the collective?
That's what I was
And
asking.
I don't think none of the conversation has addressed that issue.
That's what I was asking. That's what I was looking to learn. Y'all
No,
know
you were
about
not
Wall Street
asking
Willie.
that. No,
I
no, no, no.
never claimed to be this
You
historian
were
that the
not
rest of
asking
you
that.
niggas are.
You were not asking that, Will. Come on now.
I
Let's
was
just.
asking that.
Oh,
I
okay. In
started
your
by
head,
asking
in your
questions,
head,
Dev.
in your head, you were asking it. Okay,
No, Dev, I
you were
never
asking it
play a
in your
nigga like
head.
I know everything.
Okay, so start now then. Start now instead of arguing with me. Start now. Go ahead.
I apologize, Dev. You my big brother. I was just saying I was questioning were we ever truly looking for nationalism and autonomy. And I
Okay,
don't
so
even
instead of
necessarily
repeating the words over and over and again, you keep repeating the same words. Autonomous.
nationalism, Pan-Africanism.
You're right.
These words are being repeated over and over again. And you, Sabio,
You see how they do me,
Brother
OS?
Moses, the chat, True,
You see how
everybody's
they do me, OS?
definition and perspective, everybody's definition is going to be a little bit different. No one individuals out of all the ones I named are gonna line up exactly.
Right. The fuck?
So that's why I started with a question.
They have a wide range of meanings and directions they can go in.
So
now
go
do you
ahead and devote
understand? So now
devote a defined amount of time to spend on the definition. And I think at some point it would be more productive if you just go ahead and entail the processes of what exactly do you mean? What are people going to be doing?
So my response to that, Dev, is I don't think it's more or less looking at the processes. I think it's looking at the goal. What was the goal of these people who created these terms we throw around? What were they truly looking to achieve? I think that's the bigger question than the process. Because when it comes to the process, niggas always gonna hit you with that they didn't achieve it. That means nothing to me because I respect the accomplishments my people got prior to me getting here, right? So I don't look at it as they didn't accomplish everything. Nah, they put in work. Like, this beautiful life I have wasn't possible without them. So it's more or less trying to figure out what the goals were.
So what are the processes that they took to achieve some of their goals?
Fading out, Sabio. Fading out bad.
What are some of the processes they used to achieve
Don't ask
some of their
me.
goals?
Everybody know Wall Street is a dumb nigga. Like,
Come
don't
on,
ask me. Teach me something.
let Brother Moses. You can jump back in on here if you want, bro.
Okay. In our lifetime, I love the way that we use media in some of the similar fashions as did Du Bois and them. Once we accept the reality that we do have a voice and power, we can start making the statements that are needed to be made. Some of the goals of like Black nationalism, if I could chime in using Amos Wilson once again, he liked the idea of the development of a nationally unified, well-coordinated African-American controlled market, economic and financial infrastructure, political empowerment of the community resulting from its economic empowerment, and the use of its increased power to influence U.S. foreign and economic policy in favor of the economic and technical development of the African nations around the world. The enabling of the African-American community to expand its domestic markets is one that I actually like, coming from the Booker T line. The enhancement of national and international African self-esteem. I think that's a lot of our cultural arguments is, can we put out something good there? The development of financial and social.
How have any of those things worked out for our communities?
What do you mean?
They
Like
got me to where I
capital?
am. They worked out well for me. They got me to where I am.
So
See,
you
I'm
mean like
not going
moving
to
into
diminish.
suburban, or
I'm not going to diminish the efforts of my ancestors.
No one's diminishing anything.
The major thing.
Will. Okay, man.
He asked the
Okay.
question.
You
I'm
got.
answering, Dev.
Nah, he wasn't through
Yo,
though.
Dev, you don't stop nobody but me, Dev.
Oh, okay. We ain't finna go back and forth, man.
Come on, Dev.
No one was diminishing.
But I'm saying everything that you said, Will, did not involve the collective, and that's what we're discussing: Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism. That describes collective, not individual.
So that's what I was trying to address.
No,
right?
you weren't.
No,
That's
I
what
was.
I'm trying to, that's why
Because the reason why I never
yo.
criticize my people, a lot of people, like, you were just trying to point out what has worked, right? You just put that out there. What has worked that they pushed for, right?
So no. I
What
asked
I
the brother
said to
a
you was it
specific
worked for
question.
me.
He said that
I just
wasn't
use
correct,
myself as
Will.
a
You said that
product.
wasn't correct, man. He said that wasn't correct.
But he's
So let him
wrong,
finish.
Dev. You gonna
Let
sit here and
let
let
him
him
but
front
let
for
him
you
finish
like you
though.
weren't sitting here listening?
Okay. Let him finish though.
Let him
Go
finish.
ahead.
So I appreciate that you were able to take some ideas, as a lot of us were, from different people and apply them to your life. That's great, Willie. But again, I wasn't talking about specifics, people. I was talking about as a collective.
That's the problem.
No, that's black. You see, now when you talk about the collective, it's not a problem. But when I talk about the collective, it's a problem.
No, my argument is
No,
niggas
no,
want
no,
to
no, 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 no,
criticize.
no. I need
Niggas
you to
want to
that
criticize
wasn't
and
meant for you
critique
to
the past,
respond. That
but niggas
wasn't
don't
Will,
want to
meant
be
for
the
you
next
to
Marcus.
respond.
You out of place, bro. You out of place.
So when I asked Brother Moses the question that I asked him about Amos Wilson, Truth Storian made a comment in the chat. And that's why I asked him how has those ideas worked for us? And you gave your
Yeah, I said I'm the product.
anecdotal stance.
I said
And
I'm
that's
the
cool.
answer to your
Great.
question, and I'm not the only
Hey,
nigga
hey,
like
hey,
me.
no, you're not.
Right.
No, you're not.
So it's not
We're
anecdotal.
talking as a collective.
Yeah, I'm saying the efforts
Hey,
they made
again, step aside
made life
and let
better for
Brother
the
Moses
collective of
answer the
niggas like me.
question. Quit playing captain, quit playing captain and
Now,
let
because
him
I
answer
want to
the
make a
question.
quick point.
Quit playing captain. You don't
You
need
let
to
me know
make
when I can make
it.
it.
Your point is moot.
All right.
MOOT, moot. For those who think it's mute,
And that's what you
it's moot.
stopping me for, Dev, and to spell some goofy shit? Because here's what I'm going to say, right? When a motherfucker question what the answer
Okay.
is,
Okay. So the one problem you have is what has that to have to do with being collective? So instead of saying I did okay, I turned out all right, you should have responded with, "Hey, this group of people in Georgia, Carolina, California, or wherever they're at, it could have been a small group, 200 or 300. They benefited by receiving this, and they were able to achieve this." That would have been the more appropriate answer for the collective, instead of saying me, and I.
Damn.
So we're gonna take a little time out. I'm gonna bring him back up in a second.
I got it. I don't know the numbers, but I know the argument. Bottom line, Black nation or Black American as a nation is economically competitive with any of almost, I don't know if it's almost any of the Black nations that one could think of in the world. And that doesn't mean that we have to become globalists. That is just a perspective that says we have achieved something of note. I'm not the one who says we haven't accomplished anything. I like looking at the Black accountants and the Black engineers and the Black, I do like following their subscriptions and things, and I also follow the reparations arguments as they're currently being made. That is to me still a bold statement for people to take their political capital, whatever it was, what their constituencies invested in them at the local level, and then try to make a platform for it. Just
So,
as as disappointed as we were as the brother who shot it down. Go ahead.
so no one's shooting down anyone. Anybody's accomplishments, achievements. What I'm speaking of was the things that you stated from Amos Wilson. And again, we have those people that stand out amongst the collective. But he was speaking as a collective, not for individuals. Y'all act like Amos Wilson is new to us.
Okay, so one example is hold on, Samuel. One example is a recent approval that, and I know I talk shit about them, but the Nation of Islam moving down south, specifically in the Dallas, Texas area. They were under investigation by the Department of Justice, and they came back and officially closed their investigation. That was basically affiliated with Epic, was the name of their project, Plano Islamic Center. one of the largest mosques in the entire region. There was a investigation about concerns about potential religious discrimination and the development. Now, the project that they actually got approval for includes over 400 acres of land in North Collin County. Those down there in Dallas, y'all know where that's at. I'll put the link in the chat. But that's one example of quote unquote a nation within a nation. I know that only applies to people in the religious sector, but I'm just trying to get past these general terms. What came first? I'm not dead, so it worked for me. I mean, come on, man. We gotta push this conversation forward. I'll put that link with the Nation of Islam down in Dallas, Texas in the chat. Go ahead.
And that's a good example of something that could be built off of. I haven't heard anything about that. So that'll be something I'll be in. And you said it's an Islamic community. So that's interesting. But we're talking about tangibles when you're mentioning those things. That's why when he said what he said about it, I agree with. We can we can reference them and use them, but we have to understand that we have to have ideals that's going to help us move forward in 2025. So how can we apply those ideas to now? Where's a community that we can use as an example and apply some of those ideas to, like the banking, the financial structure, the educational structure. Like, it's good to read and be able to quote them, but is that all you're going to do?
Yeah, so in terms of a government structure, a legal structure, economic structure, most black people in America, the main thing they're gonna try to copy off of is what they already been under. They already been under capitalism. They already been under quote unquote this modified democracy. Uh, I don't I don't know about the military part, but those those things need to be defined. So
Right. And how can we, and don't we need a military before we can even attempt to do anything like that? Unless we're going to use their military. And then are we really a nation?
well, we got pictures of Iran from last week with a 40-year-old U.S. Air Force planes sitting on the airfield. Um, I don't know if we have to go to the extent of trying to establish Air Force, Navy, uh, militia, military, security. I mean, at some point, and then there goes the nation within a nation type of situation. Like y'all was asking Vyasa about the natives and their nations within a nation.
Right.
Do they handle their own affairs legally? Yeah, they have their own tribe. They got their own courts. They got their own police, jails. Yeah, they got their own shits. But they have defined restrictions. Motherfuckers just can't go out there wilding out.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah, you back.
Yeah, so Dev, if I can get 2 seconds, my only issue is when motherfuckers start talking about shit that the ancestors didn't work. So when I'm using myself as an example, I'm not the only fucking example. I'm not a singular thing. I'm simply paying homage, right? I'm saying all these foreigns in my motherfucking driveway and this beautiful home I live in, right, is because of what was done. So I'm not gonna have niggas just sit here and say that nothing they did worked, right?
Yeah,
It
it
ain't
worked for
about me
you.
being
That's
by
not that's not
myself.
that's not the good that's not the best of examples. You just gave an example on how capitalism was able to fuck over plenty of other people just in order for your single
My
arrogant ass
example
to
had
have them
nothing to
and
do with
brag about them on some
capitalism.
fucking panel.
and
That
again,
that's
and
My
that's the
again,
worst
example had
example that I've
nothing to
ever
do
heard.
with
and again,
capitalism.
Well, you
and
could have just left
I'm
that out your
saying it was
argument.
ingrained
Like,
in
like I
me.
said, you survived. That should have been enough. Hey, I'm
Can I
still
respond
living. I
without
didn't.
you dropping me?
No.
All right, so I won't
All
respond.
right.
I'm gonna go back on
and
mute.
again, no one downplayed the accomplishments of anybody. So again, that's you trying to force something into the conversation.
No, please don't talk to me
No, no,
because
no,
I
no, no,
can't
no, no, no,
talk
no,
back
no,
to
no, no,
you.
no, no. I listen
Dev
to
is gonna
everything you
drop
said.
me if I
Please,
talk back to
please
you.
let me finish.
But you're not being
Let
real
me
that you
finish.
said our
Let
ancestors
me
failed.
finish. Let me finish.
Yeah,
No
you're not
one
being real about that.
let me
So
finish.
don't finish.
Let
Because if I respond,
all right,
Dev gonna
all
drop
right,
me.
you dumb nigga.
Just let him
You just
respond,
not
man.
being real about the
All right,
fact that
you
you
Okay,
dumb
said
nigga.
okay,
our
Will. Okay,
ancestors failed.
Okay, bro.
You saw how undereducated you actually are.
I'm back on mute, Dev.
So again, what I asked was a specific question, had nothing to do with anyone's accomplishments.
Of course it did.
No, it did not. You see,
So then what's
that's
so
your
then what's the
small
product of their
mindedness.
work?
You see, do you
Will,
see
you out
how
of line,
small
bro.
minded
You
you
out
are?
of line, man.
Do you
Why
see
am
how
I out of
small minded?
line,
That's
Dev?
because you're small minded.
I'm
Because
simply
I
asking
asked
him,
the man a
Dev.
question
No, you
about
told him what he was
what
asking.
No, Dev. I'm not telling him what he asked.
You
I'm
said
saying,
no, he didn't.
no, no,
Those were
no.
your exact words. You
Dev,
said no,
listen.
you didn't.
Dev, what I'm saying is, how can you take
Will, it's okay, bro. We got you. We got you, man. But you can't just go around trying to
can I have
change
the
up
fight though,
and
Dev?
redefine.
You
You
let
can't
everybody else
redefine
have
what
the fight
somebody
though,
else is
Dev.
saying.
You'll let Taz and motherfucking Domo have the fight. You'll let
Will.
anybody
We're
else.
not
Can
gonna
I
turn this
fight,
into
Dev?
we're not doing this tonight,
All right, I'm
bro.
gonna go on mute.
We're not doing it.
All right. Nah, you right though, OS. I'm on mute.
So again, when I asked him a question, it was pertaining to utilizing the ideals, the things mentioned, and how they were effective in a community that we can use, that we can reference. Nothing to downplay Amos Wilson's accomplishments at all. For some reason, you got that built up.
You. Now can I respond, Dev?
I'm almost done.
You just let me know when I could go,
Not
Dev. You just let me know when I could
just
go.
I'm
let him
almost
finish,
done.
man. It's okay.
So my question was looking for a reference that we, as Dev mentioned, something that we can talk tangible, that we can look at and apply something to the economic part, the educational part, the legal part. That was it. All right. Now
So
you
now can
run
I
with it.
go?
Damn, he was talking though, Will. I
All right,
mean,
I apologize. I'm gonna go back on mute.
You can run with it.
go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm saying that shit gonna piss me off every time. You bitch ass niggas always wanna look backwards and say what our people did for us had no productivity. There's no merit to their work. I'm here to say I'm not where I'm at in life, right? Like, if I'm a stunt for anybody, I'm a stunt for my ancestors, always. They put the work in to put me where I'm at. So yeah, there is production behind what they did. The real issue is niggas always want to look backwards, but niggas don't want to be the next Marcus. Niggas don't want to be the next motherfucking Kwame Nkrumah. You know what I mean? Niggas don't want to be the next anybody. Niggas just want to talk shit and criticize. Show some fucking productivity. At least live up to what they set us up for, right? Because if your argument is they failed, the only reason they failed is because of you, nigga. And that's not to anybody directly,
So
but that's just to the black community. If your
so
argument is our ancestors failed, nigga, that's because of you. Because you ain't do shit. Fuck do you niggas be talking about? So
now
I'm always
again,
gonna crash for my ancestors.
so again,
Yes.
this nigga just made up an
Can I
argument.
finish?
Go
Because
ahead,
niggas
finish your
dropped me,
stupid ass
you
argument.
talked, you cut me off, you talked, you did a lot of
Make
talking.
your stupid ass argument.
If you want to talk some
Make
more,
your
go
stupid
ahead
ass
and talk. I'll
argument
wait.
that you making up in your head.
Yeah. You talking about what was the merit of their work? My answer was very simple. My life, nigga. I give reverence to them people for what they sacrificed, what they did to put me here. I know, right? No matter how much of a coon niggas might think I am when I'm playing golf and I'm buying art, whatever else the fuck I'm doing.
Yo, man, this is getting redundant, yo. I
Yeah,
mean,
I bet. I bet.
you ain't talking about nobody but
Nobody else
yourself, though.
gets redundant.
But you're not talking about the collective,
You
Will.
talked about the chat,
But I'm
Dev.
saying though,
Look at
you're
the
not
chat.
talking about the collective. I
You
thought we were
talk.
talking about the collective. What
You
happened to
talk.
the collective part?
You talk about the chat,
But
Dev.
I'm saying though, I only hear Will's name though.
I could only speak for me.
But I'm saying though, you said you wanted to crash out on the fucking YouTube panel. So why you getting mad now?
I'm not mad. I'm scared. I'm scared you're gonna drop me without allowing me to make my
Man,
point.
just let Sabio
When
finish
niggas
what
is
he's saying,
saying that
because
my
you came
ancestors
back on. I
failed.
brought you back on the panel, and you
All right, I go
repeated
back on
something that
mute. I
Sabio
go back
never
on mute.
said.
No worries. I go back
Will,
on mute.
you repeated something Sabio never said. He never said what you crashed out about.
Yes, the fuck he did. What are you talking about?
All right, defend yourself, Sabio. Go ahead, bro.
When he asked, what did any of that merit? When he asked, what's the product of that? That was my response, nigga. Me. I'm a representation that they didn't fail in what they did.
Nigga,
Fuck is you
slow.
talking about? And so now, if you
This
want to
is
push
why
the
fifth grade
conversation
niggas be
forward,
saying the fifth
what are we
grade.
creating for the next generation? Instead of looking at the fucking ancestors talking about what they didn't do, now they help me get my money right. So now I gotta work.
So watch this.
Now I can't
So
look
watch
back
this.
at them talking about what they
So
didn't do. Now
okay.
it's about what I can
Okay,
accomplish.
you keep saying what they
Yeah,
didn't do. That's not what Sabio
that
said.
is what
So
he said.
mute your mic, and let Sabio respond. Go ahead.
So no one discredited any of the ancestors. Because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for any of them. No one discredits any of them. The ones that didn't do shit and the ones that did. The ones that were successful, the ones that were unsuccessful. They all fought. The ones that died, the ones that lived. My black ass wouldn't be here today. So throw that stupid ass argument you just made up out the window and keep bigging yourself up because you're small minded. You have the mind of a motherfucking ant. The fuck is wrong with you? Because I asked a question that was above your pay grade, that you had to bring it down to a level that you can argue at, that you could talk about because you thought I was disrespecting somebody? Huh? For real? Nigga, please. A historian gonna disrespect somebody he studied. The fuck?
So now, if you speaking to me, right?
You
The
retarded as
reason why I
fuck.
would say that is I would never question what was the merit of what they did.
Go read a
You asked
book.
that question
Go
and
read a
allowed me.
motherfucking book.
You gonna stop them, Dev, or what? Or it's not my time yet? Or you only stop me, right? The point I'm making is I would have never asked that goofy ass question you asked. What's the merit in what they did? What's the production? What did it
Again, I
produce?
will ask him.
I would never ask that stupid
I
shit.
will reiterate.
So
I
don't
will
act like
re-ask
you
the
repping for
question
that
for you, so
shit
you can
now.
actually know what I asked.
Fuck
Because
out
it
of
ain't
here,
what
my
I
nigga.
asked or said at all.
Sound crazy.
Shit, you could write a book. That don't mean your book is worth shit, nigga. The fuck?
I'm not you, my nigga. I ain't out here writing books.
I don't
I'm
write
trying
books.
to own some shit.
I am too. The
Yeah.
world, nigga. Now get like me.
Get like you. Let's not go
Nigga.
there. Let's leave that alone.
Slow ass.
Cause me and Trife looking at the Mozzie truck. Only reason I ain't get it, it gets 2 blocks per gallon, right? Like,
That's
yeah,
what's up.
if a motherfucker asks what my ancestors did, yeah, I'ma present my life, right?
Cool.
Not
Present your life.
because I'm proud of what I got and I'm proud of what I accomplished,
I'm
but
glad you
I
got
know
all that.
what, because I know what I had to go through to get here.
I'm glad
I
you
literally,
got all that.
hey
And I'm
yo,
not knocking none of
hey
that.
yo, Sabio, niggas done drop me. You talk, you cut me
Man,
off, you
why the
talk.
conversation always
Why
got
you
to come
cutting
back
me
to
off
Will
now?
though? I mean,
Right.
damn, I thought we was talking about the collective.
Right. No one's no like
You
you
want to talk
cool.
about a truck? I mean, damn, what happened to the conversation about black nationalism and Pan Africanism?
Like
So you can be mad at me. Be mad at me, Will. We tried this over and over again. So it must be something wrong with everybody else. I put the link to the other article, Nissan Motor Corporation, since Will started talking about cars, made their donations to all 7 HBCUs in the state of Mississippi for their STEM program, which will include robotics, engine ASC certifications, and everything that's related to those. They even got an internship at one of the schools. So shout out to Nissan donating to the black schools. Now that's a collective response, Will. In case you're not sure what the word collective means, can actually apply it without saying me and I.
man. I don't even know anymore.
So the question was, from what I interpreted, what was it in terms of, I guess, the philosophies of Amos Wilson specifically? I read this in chapter 3, and I took that and I saw that this group of people, the people that went to this, the people that became this, you can use I or me, but it doesn't do anything for the collective argument. So maybe we need to work on communication skills. Translate collective from the individual argument.
Please.
I think you will be able to include a lot more actual practical talking points. Be specific. Minimize the general usage of these general terms: fundamental, autonomous, positive, uh, unity, come together. I mean, it's just, we've been listening to these same words for decades and decades. I don't understand.
Nation of Islam that moved down in North Dallas and carved out 400 acres of land in Texas to set up shop just for them.
Afro, you finna move down there?
Shout out to Plano. I don't know where is he getting that the ancestors didn't do shit.
Right.
Where did that?
Where did that right? Where did that did I ever utter any of those, Brother Moses?
No, I didn't hear you say that. I didn't even hear you allude to anything like that. If anything, he may have read Truth's comment when he was like, Claude Anderson and Amos Wilson are both outdated.
I don't.
Maybe that actually triggered him, and then he just kind of took it out on Sabio here. Other than that, I didn't hear you say it.
So we got two people on the panel saying Sabio never said the ancestors didn't do shit. But somehow everybody else is messed up and don't understand. But this is what the victim card will do to you. Yeah, I was actually trying to follow y'all's little dialogue before it got sidetracked. Cause Brother Moses, you actually kind of brought in the word cultural when y'all first started talking about black nationalism. And I wasn't sure were you trying to separate it. I think Sabio tried to cue in on that particular.
When I think of cultural, I think of like the endeavors of Robert F. Smith to digitize, historical records that are still in books and make them online. I think that would have an intellectual property significance, sort of like the Emory College slave voyages. How we can now, scrutinize any of the publications from their era, and we have a lot of content that is yet to be captured. And even when we have like the voice of our super elders, when they finally do speak about the civil rights and their opinions, a lot of that can be digitized as well. And I think there's value in that. So yes, I do see a broader media, I guess, as a weapon or as a tool for Black nationalism. It is, when I say the cultural elements, that's, there's a lot that entails Black culture and how we are perceived. One of the ways is like a stereotyping or the generalization that the other groups would, in a sense, they would call us a Black nation or the Black people or the Blacks or us. And so while we may not always adhere to one unified us, I think that's one of the things that make our arguments interesting.
Hey, Moses,
Yeah.
how do we illustrate, right, the successes of the collective, or is the argument that the collective just isn't successful?
I think we still do it. It's hard though, because when we think about data and statistics as a way of proving and verifying that, we have, some means in a capitalist society that we can compare to the quality of life standards across any other board. So how much do you eat a day, and how does that affect you, and those different things. How do
Now,
we
Brother
do so? I
Moses,
think is go ahead.
I'm definitely not cutting you off, but I know me and you, we can have a back and forth a conversation, right? So motherfuckers talk about Black shit, but in the Black community I'm from, at a certain point you stop talking about what you've read. You stop talking about what you can find in a magazine, and it's like, nigga, what you doing, right?
Right, you're
So,
personal.
so if someone's willing to stand on that, how is that crazy? And that's problematic in the black community, right?
It doesn't make it crazy. It just I don't know if they were saying a time and place for that part of the paragraph. Like when we're composing an articulate argument together as black men, and it seems to be flowing in one general direction, sometimes we do have the blatant individual. So we, like when I said Robert F. Smith, to some people that sets us off because, you know, he is and what he's done, and, you know, and it's one individual. It's like saying the Michael Jordan effect or the celebrity worship effect.
I get that.
Whereas it's not a collective argument, such as what are we doing, like the universal health care front? Are we moving forward with more universal health cares, i.e. dental becomes universal health care? Like for real, like they can cover a like insurable part of it. But it's one thing to say we have HBCUs putting out the most veterinarians and dentists out of Tuskegee, and you know, start name dropping facts and statistics that people will not remember. But it's another thing to say their average treatment plan for anybody, you know, in the communities they serve, average treatment plan be like $25,000 if they really want all the work done. And so that does stretch the conversation when we look at 60% of our population not having $50,000 a year as a household.
Let me ask you this. You would consider yourself more of a socialist?
Not really.
More of a liberal?
I used to be liberal, and then once I started seeing what liberal meant, I was like, hell no, I can't be that either, because I really don't agree. In my heart, I don't. I may not say nothing about them or, like, you know, make life unbearable for the full umbrella of liberalism.
I know
but
my
I
brothers.
couldn't.
I know my brothers. You ain't gotta explain it to me. I get it.
Right, but
I
socially,
completely get it.
like fiscally, I think they are so conservative. They say fiscal conservative, meaning that they can give a $75,000 loan to the white startup company and only a $20,000 to the black startup company, even though the education levels can be par, the same freaking business plan, the community business model for growth and trajectory, marketing,
But who's
everything else can
giving the
be
money?
identical. Right. So those are that's the institutions to which we say, where's black capital and economics going to come from as a black nation? Do we have the black banking infrastructure to just call on a black person when we need that capital for the next business venture? And that
Now,
answer is not
Moses,
always no. We don't have
let's
access
stay
to that
there.
network.
Let's stay there. Let's put a pin in that, right?
That doesn't mean that
So
network doesn't exist. Let me say that though, because there are blacks who are in the position too, except that's where the access argument comes in. If we're relying upon access, then we're never going to make it. Those who have been afforded an opportunity, oftentimes they're tapped on the shoulder. And yes,
now,
you may be having to do something. You may have to be in the right place to receive that. Like if you're, you know, in the right place for the, you know, for the right opportunity, then yes, I believe that black people can exercise that level of dominion with unparalleled. And that's not what we would argue against. We would argue, where are those cases where we have that nationhood stood up? One of the things that I would think would be like, well, like going to Atlanta for me, coming from California, was one of those culture shocks. Again, anecdotal, but once I got there, I saw a collective blackness in every function of society.
yeah,
And so to me, that meant
here's
something
the
different.
problem for me, brother Moses, right?
Go ahead.
Being a guy that looks behind the numbers, right? When
Mm-hmm.
I look at the setup of things, yeah, we here and we feel black here, right? But Grady Hospital is still run by a white man, right? Like white people still run the politics in that community to the point where they're talking about building a police city in the middle of Atlanta, right? Now, whether they need it or not, that's one thing. But I can't look at Atlanta as this bastion of black power. No, because we don't really own it. When I listen to my people talk about our need for ownership, I subscribe to that. I believe in that. So I can't buy into the fake ownership. And a lot of the ownership is fake ownership. Even if you're talking about the wealth in sports and whatnot, we know Jerry Jones runs the team. Like, a lot of it is a farce. And that's kind of where my whole conversation from earlier came from, whether we're actually looking for nationalism or whether we're looking for an autonomous space in this
Right. And
white
my
structure.
simple answer for that is those who are seeking that autonomy from like Like you say, are you running towards something or running away from something? Are you running towards your own autonomy? Then you would have already left the white dominated spaces. That's
But
like a
see,
more
now,
Henry David
hold
Thoreau
on,
type of
Moses.
argument
Hold
to
on,
me.
hold on. Now, I could argue against that. I do believe we can be autonomous in America, right? Have our own things, have our own neighborhoods and ownership. So I don't think running away necessarily defines being autonomous. I'm just saying let's be real about what our real goals were. Because for
Right.
me, some of the things that was sold to me, we were never really truly going for. We were going for a
Is it the
hybrid.
we or is it the I? Like the I empowerment and what an individual can accomplish versus the we expectation. I think that's where you keep having the juxtaposition.
So
Or
I'm
is it
definitely
the
talking
I?
about the we
Like
because
the
I'm
I
talking about things
empowerment
before I was
and
born.
what an individual can accomplish versus the we expectation. I think that's where you keep having the juxtaposition. So I'm
Somebody
definitely
got a
talking about
delay.
before I was born. What an individual can accomplish versus the we
Somebody
expectation.
got
I
a
think
delay.
that's where you keep having
You sound
the
all right.
That's my shit tweaking. Oh no.
I know we is like an intergenerational we, and we share that same identity, and and for people like the one you argue with, Sabio, that's where he gets so like I think
Let
when
me
he really crashes out is when he starts to hear what sounds like black men who don't seem to share that same identity. Like
yeah, so
first and
let me
foremost,
so let me explain something and then we can just move right past it, right?
okay, go
What
ahead.
Yeah,
bothered
my
me
bad about the
was the
mic, but peace,
question
peace, peace,
what
everybody.
what bothered me was the question of yeah, and what did that do? That was in the context of something about previous blacks, right? I always have that issue because I think it's real easy for us to jump on social media, jump on YouTube, and talk about what the ancestors didn't do for us instead of acknowledging the fact that we are way
Why
ahead
you
of
keep bringing
where
that up, man?
they
But
were.
I'm saying though, why
And the
you keep bringing
question
that up? Nobody
niggas
said that
wanna
but you, Will.
niggas wanna cut me off every time.
But I'm saying though, nobody's
All right, I
saying
go
that
back
but
on mute.
you.
I apologize, Def.
But I'm saying nobody said the ancestors didn't do shit except for Will.
Nah, maybe
Why
you
why,
didn't
why
hear
do
it.
you keep bringing that up?
Maybe you didn't hear it. And so you
No,
want to
nigga,
keep crashing on
nobody
something
on
you
the
didn't
panel
hear.
heard it but you.
All right. I think people in the chat heard it. Right. What did that all amount to? What did that produce? I ain't crashed for no reason. Appreciate you, family. Like it's
It's
here
almost
to
like
be.
he's asking for a post-COVID account of where the black, wealth concentration sent, where we stand now in the same way that we've
No,
always chronicled
Moses,
that.
what I'm saying was, right, the whole
Do you
crash
believe
that
he
was
believes that it doesn't
look,
exist? You
look,
think he's just
Moses,
being condescending? I know you
All
got
right,
to
he
get
Moses,
it
asking
out.
you a
Please.
question now.
Moses, listen to what I'm saying. The whole
But
Go ahead.
I'm
crash
saying
out
though, he
started,
asked you a question though.
the whole crash out started with this, right?
But did you
Whatever,
did you hear his question?
let me hear it again.
Like, do you believe that he doesn't think black excellence or black examples exist where people are operating in their full power dynamics, not even concerned with whites? Do you think that, or do you think he's like being condescending? Is my question.
Totally condescending. Like I definitely think Sabio believes in the strength of blackness, right? I think he just comes on this platform every day and looks for someone to crash on, and Madon wasn't on the panel, right? So now he puts himself in a position of asking goofy questions. Whatever he asked, right, about what our ancestors have produced, my answer was me, right? That was problematic. I'm trying to take it slow. Are you with me, Moses?
I'm rocking. Go ahead.
Right. So I get dropped off when whatever he asked, my answer was simply to what the ancestors have done, me. I'm an example. That was problematic. Stop talking about you. You're not a representation of the collective. Like I'm not a fucking black man. Like I'm the only black man that's fairly successful. So now we finally get to my fundamental argument. Niggas love to look in the rearview mirror and say what wasn't done rather than big themselves up for what they have done. You niggas pissed me off. I had to run to the gas station, right, and get some shit from the gas station. But I was gonna show you my homegirl's kid, he's problematic. You send him to live with me, right? And so now he's living with me for the summer. Don't try to exclude me like I'm not a part of the collective. Yeah, I'm putting in that work I was supposed to put in. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't about me bigging myself up for some type of pride. Like, no, I was pushing back on the fact that the shit that our ancestors done hasn't amounted to nothing. If it hasn't amounted to nothing, it's because you ain't do nothing, my nigga. If you wasn't in a bad position, some niggas got caught in a bad rap, did time, whatever, right? But you got niggas in the military yelling at me. You should be bigging yourself up the way I big myself up, right? Right or wrong?
Right. I'm a veteran as well, so I just
Right,
let him holler. He got to get it out.
right. You know
I
what I'm
think what it
saying?
was, he wanted to move the conversation away from me using the Amos Wilson more of a crutch in this conversation on black nationalism, because his real argument is that these this very niche group of black first, really,
Nah, Moses. This is what it
they have
was.
to be
Every
underneath the wait, let me finish the sentence.
go ahead,
This
my fault.
niche group of black first have to be subordinate to the Pan-African, and any argument otherwise seems ridiculous or pseudo to him.
Who said that?
And no, I'm just thinking the conversation through as to why he would have crashed out instead of just stating it. His crash out came when he wanted to say, well, when did we start calling ourselves the African? What he asked me that question. I was like, for me, it was the separation of Richard Allen from the white with the African Methodist Episcopal. And then around that time, he was like, okay, well, 1791, do you know what happened when they met then? And then
Moses, you
from
my
there, he
brother.
just kind of stopped there. So
Moses, you
I
my
think
brother.
that's
It's not that
right.
deep, Moses.
But that was his
Savio loves to
intellectual
come on
argument
the
for real.
panel and crash out.
I think he
Will, it's
crashed
all
out
right.
because
You
he
like
kind
to
of
do the
lost track
same
of where
shit,
he was
Will.
going,
You
but he
like to
was
do the same
making the
shit.
point right there, though. And then I think he kind of lost it. But the argument that he was making was that Pan-African, we had always been African, or the African diaspora, ever since those who resisted, and the continuous resistance, no matter what black nation one would have said, that is the form of Pan-Africanism. And I think that's where I confused him when I said, well, let me throw something in. Here's where Pan-African and where we dropped the ball. It's because blacks in the nation of America have our fight and our claim here. And the Africa romanticism is where I was going with it. The Africa romanticism and going back to Africa, that didn't work for the blacks in America. And so allowing any type of leadership or institution like the NAACP to take the reins of what we're doing, educating our people, only allowed those who follow that Pan-African line to then say, well, Africana studies is good, all of this other stuff is good, that and so forth. Now, that's where I wanted the debate to go, but instead he kind of went back and forth with you on just that one thing. The ancestors themselves laid the groundwork for us to build upon. And two of those things were military service and the need for education, or the training of teachers so that they could educate the masses. Where
I would
I
agree with
argue
that.
is more of a civil rights argument that says today we have to make having a lot of money sexy again, and not just a lot of money, but the attainment of actual wealth, and how black men define wealth cannot be limited to, well, we don't want land because I don't want to do farming and things like that, but the ability to even manifest those initial thoughts and just say I want the wealth, and then decide to do what with it. Making that sexy again, I think, is the goal of black nationalism today, if you ask me. And he wanted to stay away from the intellectual argument from, well, our ancestors said this, our ancestors wrote this down, but what are we doing today is his actual argument, not the one that says, and they failed.
And so
Okay.
I think it fundamentally
I,
comes down
I
to
agree
what
with
we
that,
can do
man. It's a good
today,
argument,
right?
man. I agree with that, man.
I think the
No,
argument comes down to funny.
I was saying, I agree with what the homie was just saying, what Brother Moses was saying. You know what I'm saying? I kind of agree with that, with that point of view, to be honest, because if you ask me, according to some people, we've been Pan Africanists since the slave trade, and well, damn, what did we really get out of this? You know what I'm saying? What did we really accomplish? Is it time to move on to something else? I think that's where the FBA thing comes in, because you got a lot of people that I hear a lot of people say, oh, a lot of FBAs used to be Pan African. Yeah, honestly, yeah. If you in the movement, you in the conscious movement, we all done, we all done been around the same circles at some point in time as far as getting the
Right.
knowledge, acquiring knowledge. We all done been around the same circles. So it ain't like people that's FBA that turn FBA that was Pan African. It ain't like all of us said, oh, fuck all Africans. It ain't never got like that. It's just that some of us realized, like, well, damn, this shit been, like some people say, it's been going on since the Atlantic slave trade, and this shit ain't really gotten nowhere. It might be time to do something else. It might be time to change
Now
course.
the
You know what
only
I'm saying?
problem, bro, is y'all not the vocal ones. The vocal ones are the goofies.
We
The
vocal the
vocal
past
ones are the
shit. The past
abos.
we've been getting more vocal the past 10 years. Past 10 years, we've been getting way more vocal. That's where the FBA thing come out of. But
Well, I'm
yeah,
saying though, when we talking about
Black
the
Americans are starting to, huh?
hold on, when we're talking about the FBA being vocal though, because I get the sentiments you're putting across. I'm saying it's the goofy crowd of the FBA that gets the most volume, the most mic time, pause, right? Like it's all the abo shit, it's all the I hate Africa and all of that. And that's where
Yeah, that's a fact. You do have a lot of them motherfuckers are popular. A lot of people get, a lot of people
right.
just on some ignorant shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people just dead ass on some ignorant shit. But not all FBAs are like that. And I'm one of them. I'm not like that. I don't hate Africa. I love Africa. You know what I'm saying? I never hated my own people. I always loved my people. Like I said, I always said it time and again. My best friend in this world is Jamaican. So it's like I fuck with the diaspora. Period.
Now look,
But
my guy, this goes back to my previous argument, right? Niggas don't want to talk about what we're doing now, right? So even in the FBA construct, right? When you present it the way you just presented it, even if y'all were really trying to push the FBA thing forward, right? If someone presented it like that, right, it will make more sense to people. But
that's the way I come
with
off every
with the
time since day one. I try to come off the same way every time because I try to get brothers to understand. Look,
nah, I
I
got
don't
you,
know. I
but I'm
think you know what I
saying
think
with
it is.
the way
I think it's the
FBA in
fact that Tariq
particular,
Nasheed. I think it's the
with the
fact that
way
Tariq
FBA
Nasheed
is
came up with the
presented,
term. I think that's why it's such a problem for people. It's Tariq Nasheed. It's something people got against Tariq, and I don't know. Like you know what I'm saying. The term is a good term, and I think that's why a lot of people agree with it and fuck with it. Even celebrities calling themselves FBA. You know what I'm saying? I think it's the term just makes a lot of sense when you really look into it, but a lot of people be stuck on Tariq. That's where the shit
I mean, so
gets
hold
cloudy
on,
and
good
shady.
brother.
A lot of people get stuck on Tariq.
Hold on. So there could be a fundamental issue of right message, wrong messenger, right? So, I mean, even if the foundational part makes sense and sounds good, when it's backed by rhetoric of we were aboriginals and that Africans never did nothing for us and all that goofy stuff, like we went over there and fought any African war. Like we really are just fundamentally owed something. This when it get weird. And this how people get turned off.
I don't know, but that's not the argument Tariq be making though. So I don't know.
I mean,
like,
Tariq a
hey,
goofy though, man.
yeah, I
Tariq
don't
goofy.
know.
I
That
think
if
it's only
people got
going
the right, everybody
to.
got their right to their own opinion, bro. I really don't. You know, what I mean, I don't knock nobody for having their own opinion, but I think people get stuck on the whole Tariq thing, and niggas just can't see past it. And they be like, "Oh, nah, you call yourself FBA? That mean Tariq." That's all they think about is Tariq. So
Let
you know
me
what I'm
ask you
saying? I
this.
think
Let
that's
me
where a
ask
lot
you
of the
this.
problem with the
Do you
FBA
have
thing
any
comes in.
problem? working with other Africans and people in the
I
Caribbean?
just told you. I just told you, my G. My best friend is Jamaican, bro.
You did.
If I
You did.
if I
You
could show
stated
y'all
that.
my if I could show
You
y'all my
stated that.
screen, if I could show y'all my like my phone screen or something, and show you my messages and all that, you'll see my best friend, nigga, back to back, all types of crazy shit. My
Nah, you
best
ain't gotta
man,
verify that.
Jamaican.
I
You heard?
believe you, my G.
You know what I'm saying? You already know.
Yeah.
You from New York. You know
I
how it
already
go, bro.
know.
We don't, especially us in New York. We don't have that sentiment of, oh, I don't fuck with African. I don't fuck because we surrounded by all these cats. So how could we think like that when we growing up in the trenches with these cats? We grow up with these dudes side by side.
And
We
I
date the women. The women
and
date
look,
us. Like,
I
come
would
on. It's
say
like, it's
even
no way.
further
I got
than that.
people.
I would
Mm-hmm.
say even further than that, like I can understand a portion of the FBA issues with immigrant populations, including Africans, including the Caribbeans. I can understand some of the issues that they have,
I don't think
but
there's no
it's
real
like those
issue, to
issues
be
kind of get
honest.
exploited.
I don't think it's no real issues. I think people just get stuck on Tariq. Like he be kicking jokes and all that, and people just say, "Oh well, you know what? Since he came up with the term FBA, all y'all think like that," and that's where the fucking problem comes. Everybody
Nah,
think
bro. It
we
be the
all
people that
think the
come on the
same way.
panels, bro. It be niggas like Vovo. I know you know Vovo.
I don't know him by name. I probably seen him
See, I thought
before.
it was some religious curse of ham shit that they were saying they hate Africans or they're not African because they didn't want to be, the curse of ham.
Some of
I
them say that.
over. It wasn't that.
Now that was never FBA ideology at all. The religion thing. It's not really a religious aspect to it, to be honest. I mean, you can believe whatever you want. That's not really a part of the ideology, though. And I don't rock with that type of thinking. That's that Hebrew bullshit.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta crash out on the chat for 2 seconds because Baba Haru sold his first amulet in Brooklyn. That African shit is very Brooklyn too. True historian. Pardon me. I ain't even mean to
Like,
crash
you
in the
arguing with the, I don't be paying attention to the chat. I don't be paying with attention to the chat. You got something to say to me? You better jump up here and say it while I'm here. I ain't got all that. I ain't gonna be on all in the chat.
Nah,
Niggas
that's
just be
one of
trying
my
to get their
master
attention.
teachers, man. The nigga took me all the way from dandyism all the way to macaroni Tony. He just ruined my whole fucking day. But I never come on these panels acting like I know everything about the past. Cause unfortunately, I can be real. I've just always been focused on moving forward. What I'm gonna do next. How I can get the niggas around me some more money so it's more niggas like me in my neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Mm, mm, I feel it.
And it's a place for everybody. Like, I know who to go to get authentic African American experience and history and motherfuckers who really do the research. And I fuck with them niggas. That's the only
Right.
reason I let Taz bitch ass curse me out. That's the only way I
Shit, it's
let
a
a
lot of
true
our OGs, you
historian
know.
disrespect me. I respect them niggas like that. They put the work in.
You gotta talk to a lot of your OGs too in your neighborhoods, man. You'd be surprised how much people know, man. You don't even know. You don't people don't pay attention, you know what I'm saying? Be surprised how much the old heads really know, man.
Yeah. My grandfather used to call the UNIA niggas imitation army motherfuckers. Like, but that was cause my grandmother respected the movement and he was like, man, fuck them niggas. Like a nigga would do. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I'm just at a point where a lot of the stuff that I'm learning is starting to make sense and I just be trying to make connections. You know?
I feel you. I mean, that's all you can do. You gotta make them connections, you know what I'm saying? Move forward, you know what I'm saying? Help the movement go forward any way we can. We all got a position to play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody smarter than the next man. Ain't no, you know what I'm saying? It's everybody just play their position. We can move this shit forward. That's where we get stuck at.
Let me ask you this, bro, because I know you fuck with black conversation. Do you
All
ever
day.
do you ever feel like motherfuckers feel defeated? Like that shit frustrates me because I always hear about what we can't do. Niggas always want to focus on what failed, right? And my thing is we all living better than the past generation. All of us.
Mm.
So how we get our kids elevated with it, even I literally ingrain in my kids, nigga. You want to know if you successful? I tell them this word for word. If you want to know if you successful to me, you got to get further than I did. If you do a little bit better than daddy, yeah, you were successful. Everything I sacrificed, everything I poured into you, it was worth it. And if you get your kids to get to the same space, then the family's moving forward.
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, because you got more opportunities than the last generation had. So each generation, we have more and better opportunities than our last generations had. So we should be moving our kids forward. We should be helping them do better than we was doing at same time in their life at the time. The same age we were. By the time they hit that age, they should be doing better than we were doing. You know what I'm saying? If
So
we did what the hell we were supposed to do, if we did what we were supposed to do, they'll be doing better.
so understand the crash out. Whatever the question was, it was like, oh yeah, the ancestors worked on that, and what came out of it? What was the product? That's when I said me. You know what I mean? Like only
Wait, who
in
said that?
reverence
He
of
said he
them.
said what came out of what the ancestors did.
It was,
So
I don't
basically,
remember the question exactly, but it was something to that merit. We were talking about black nationalism, and we were talking about what a lot of those architects were fighting for, what they saw as the goal.
because I would say shit. A lot of our ancestors did a whole fucking lot. Shit. Then what the hell was Harriet Tubman fighting for if our ancestors ain't do shit? I mean,
And
You
I
got
and
Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman alone kills that argument. So if somebody was making that argument, that's a stupid argument.
and now I ain't gonna put that on Sabio like that was his argument. Sabio just like to crash out, so he was just looking for the beef. But because
Oh,
this
okay.
topic been kind of in my mind, I wasn't just gonna let that one go. Like, nah. I'm questioning what do we really want as a people? Even if we're talking about black nationalism, are we talking about being autonomous here? And then if that's the case, I can accept that. That's not fundamental nationalism, but at least we know what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, like at this point, like the homie was saying earlier, that the back to Africa thing is kind of over. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
kind of over now. I would love to have our own black nation exclusively, where we just run our own shit inside and out somewhere over here if we could. But we got it's a fight, man. We got to fight. We got an uphill battle. We got to push forward to certain things. It's gonna have to be done in steps.
Yeah, I see a few very productive black communities as an achievable goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Black folks that own all the homes right next to each other, and they're not communities riddled with gunshots and fucking fentanyl. You know what I mean? I see that as attainable.
Yeah, and it's like that is a problem because it's like how the fuck we still got the hood. Why do we still have the hood around, man? Why do we still have all this chaos and bullshit? It's been too long. It's like, yeah, man, we got to definitely fight for better, man.
Because
'Cause,
look, when we start to have that conversation, then we can talk about, for lack of a better term, the brain drain, right? Like how some of our best and brightest, they get to a place where they get a couple dollars and then they get the fuck about the hood. We would have
mhm.
to even address that. That's something that was taught to us. You're supposed to get the fuck up out of here and get to something better.
I
Those are
mean,
the
of course.
real,
I mean,
those are the real questions in the now that need to be addressed to formulate a plan rather than looking back and saying what niggas didn't do. Now they did their job. They could rest easy. They did their
yeah,
job.
man. Get your family about that bullshit. You definitely did what you were supposed to do, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you could reach back, if you got enough, where the celebrities fuck up is they got more than enough to reach back and do more than enough, and they don't. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of the problem too, and they be having major influences, man. We gotta really, I don't know, man. We gotta start running down on these celebrities big time,
Now,
like, cause
now you know the only reason I would cape for them is we don't have the institutions for them to invest time and money into. It's like What, you gonna just throw your resources anywhere just to say that you did it? Well, if that's the case, motherfuckers say they gave book bag drives every
I
year.
mean, yeah.
You know
I
what
mean,
I
I feel
mean?
it like you ain't gonna just toss your money around just for the hell of it. But goddamn, we with the amount of black celebrities we do have with all that paper, man. I'm just saying we should have, like I was saying the other day, we should have been like with all this fucking time going on, the whole black diaspora, we should have been had some type of connection from here to Africa or just around the planet. Period. Like we should have had something going on where we could like just do our own fucking thing, man. This shit or something started at least. It's like god damn. And I don't know. I think that's where people get. I think that's where the frustration, a lot of the frustration in the people. Pause.
So,
I'm
so
fucked up. I'm
now,
tongue
so
tied. I'm
now
tongue
I
tied. I'm
gotta
high as
fuck with you
fuck.
though.
I'm high as
Now I
fuck.
gotta fuck
A
with
lot of
you.
the frustration is coming from a lot of that's where a lot of the frustration is coming from with the Pan African thing. People's like, yo,
But
goddamn,
now I
this shit
gotta
been going
fuck
on
with you if
forever.
you
We ain't.
FBAers. Y'all only
Hmm.
making it harder. Y'all only really getting in the way of potentially achieving that.
I don't think so. How you feel? How you figure that?
Because definitely not you. After having a conversation with you, I already see what type of time you on. You, my brother, right? But when
Facts.
you claim FBA, you know there are specific arguments that come out of that movement, and those arguments create a lot of contention.
But it's like people could have specific arguments, but the whole thing is FBA. It's really just focusing on Black American lineage. That's really just what it's focusing on. I mean, people. It's gonna be different people that have their own specific ideologies. You got Hebrew. Like, look, here's a perfect example. I'm against religion. I don't fuck with religion. I don't fuck with no religion. I don't attack people just for being in their own religion. But once you try to enforce it on me, I'm
Right.
gonna bang on you because I know the deal. But there's people who are FBA that are Hebrews and Christians and this and that. You know what I'm saying? They understand the ideology, but that don't mean we all believe the same thing. So if they say some fuck shit, don't line me up with them niggas.
A lot of times, though, they're the most vocal ones. So by the time we get FBA from you and are able to have that conversation, all we've heard is the Hebrew Israelite argument, the Abo argument, I'm not from Africa, and all of that shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nah, yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. That's why, more niggas like me gotta, step up, be more vocal so people can understand we all ain't with that bullshit.
My
Especially
man.
us, us that's coming from the New York area. We not with that bullshit, man. It's
Yeah.
like growing up in New York, I don't even understand how you could even be on some mentality like that. It's like it's impossible, honestly.
Yeah.
Right, but that's
But
me. I'm black first. I'm not from Africa. I didn't experience the slavery and the ancestors. I don't mean to make it sound like I'm disconnected, but that's where my family is still struggling, is to find that slave in our actual narrative. And we've tapped into is elderly of the women in our family and all of the libraries, and I'm not gonna lie to you, that's just personal anecdotal though. But yeah, there
So
there
your
is a
family is
card.
fundamentally
Mhm.
Aboriginal, like
No,
born in.
I'm black. That's what I say, and I
Mhm.
accept that there's a high probability of African lineage. Just we haven't found
Right.
it yet, which is why we focus on Black American today, contemporary. And yes, we love history, and we love that they're doing efforts to actually get the evidence from the ports, from the logs, and do everything that they can to bring about the truth about the transatlantic slave trade. Who's really responsible? Which tribes? Some people can speculate, and other people have used their ancestry.com or DNA or something to form the belief system of African. But for me, it's just not a whole ideology yet. Black to me, and that's just because of when I was born and where I'm at. Black to me just made the most sense. But I don't argue against anybody who says African American, and I definitely don't argue against people who say we're a part of the greater diaspora.
Right. Right. Me neither, honestly.
It's a good build. I can respect that.
I say what happens though is that the African romanticization, excuse me. There is a line where people can be influenced and they can look to Africa as a salvation or escapism. And
Right.
we don't know what their situation may be here, but my message would be that hopefully there's family, there's a friend, maybe even the next community over could be a little bit better than the situation was. But before you decide that Africa is the destination, there has to be somewhere. Like Atlanta might not be for everybody. It wasn't for me. South Carolina or North Carolina, excuse me, might not be for everybody. I stayed there for a little bit. The seasons wasn't all for me. Being
That's
from
where I'm at
California,
now.
brothers who went to Ohio. I have a brother who went to Ohio, and his body looks like it's deteriorating in that cold. So it's not always for everybody. But I would say before you decide that you need to go across the Atlantic, or if you want to call it the Ethiopian Ocean, whatever you call it, there may be some saving grace still here with Black folks. I haven't given up on Black folks, and in Black spaces where Black folks are still doing great works, and sometimes that's all you need. And yes, it used to be having to go to
That's
the
a fact.
church. We do need institutions that are stood up otherwise, but even if it's not the church, sometimes you might meet somebody in Walmart somewhere. Y'all be the only of 1,000 Black people in that little part of town, and they could be the saving grace like the old Green Mile. But the Black nation, or being Black and being proud of that, is something that I stand on as Black first.
Right.
Now that's
Right. Me
100% a
too.
fact,
Me
but the
too. Real
reality
talk.
is though, we do need institutions to build on those relationships we create locally. Like we need something else to illustrate our power, like our means of buying a neighborhood and being all around each other, or creating a business model, whatever. Like
Uh-huh.
it's clearly difficult to just do it on our own. You get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
That's the one thing I really respect about a lot of the movements of the past. They had an institution where people were able to be vetted and nobody could just skip the line and just be a leader. Like, nah, you were
Uh-huh.
vetted. So a lot of goofy arguments were circumvented by the fact that you can't just skip the line. Nah, what are you
Oh
talking
yeah, you
about?
right.
Nah, you
You
bugging.
know, like in certain times, you can. It's different today. You know, everybody got an opinion and a voice today. In certain times, you know, back in the day, everybody didn't have a voice. You just had to follow suit of that organization. And
True.
some did good. Some organizations did better than others. You know, some was corrupt. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. Like Nation of Islam, they did. You know, they did what they could. You know what I'm saying? I think they had a positive effect on a lot of Black minds. You know what I'm saying? Even though when you look deeper, you know, a lot of the leaders was on some fuckery, but I think the impact that they had on the minds of the people, I think that shit did a lot, way
Would you
more
give
good
them
than.
credit for reducing the recidivism rate for prisons? Because like the last I checked, there was like
Absolutely.
60,000 Black men or 60,000 Black people, excuse me, incarcerated now, and that number used to be stupid higher than that. Or
Mm.
in a federal prison, excuse me, it was like 60,000 locked up in a federal prison,
I
according
would argue,
to the
I would
prison
I
bureau.
argue
mean,
to this
you could
day,
make
right?
some
Like,
you could make some argument for that because on some real shit, you know, if you done time, you know that when you get around the NOI or
the
some of the
Muslims.
gods, you get around some of the gods, yeah, the NOI and the gods, they steer you away from the bullshit. You know what I mean? Niggas might still be on some street shit, but they gonna try and steer you away from the bullshit if they can. You know what I mean? As opposed to getting down with the Bloods or getting with the Lokes and all that. You know what I'm saying? They do try to steer you to stay away from that shit. So you could have credited some of that to them. I
A
would make
lot
an
of
argument
niggas
for
got
that.
that consciousness, even if it
And
was
not
through
even just the
religion.
NOI, just the people that be on the Muslim shit, period. Just trying to be on some positive shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not to cut you off, my brother.
Yeah, nah, a lot of niggas that got that consciousness, even if it was through religion, they never went back. They kept pushing forward. So I'm not so anti-religion that I want to
Hmm.
fight the structure when I see the benefits that it's done for some of my brothers. Like I can't lie. The
Hmm.
FOI had, a
They did
strong
save a
base
lot of
in
brothers,
Harlem.
though. Yeah,
When when
the
I'm
Nation of did save a lot of brothers, though.
Yeah, when
You
I'm
got to give
talking
it up to
about
them.
black business and all of that, like as a
Hmm.
child, I get my first glimpse of that on 116th Street when they
Right,
still had
right,
shoe stores and you get what I'm saying,
right.
bakeries
All
and
through Harlem. You grew up in Harlem.
yeah.
You seen the powerful effects the NOI had, and it was on some black business shit. You know what I'm saying? Some positivity shit. You know what I'm saying?
Where you
You
from?
can't blame
You from Uptown?
the members for what some of the leaders were doing behind the scenes and the fuck shit that some of the leaders were doing. You can't blame all the members because a lot of people did have good intentions with that
Where
shit,
you
man.
from, bro? You from Uptown or you another Brooklyn nigga? Please don't
Man,
tell
I'm
me
from
you never.
uptown. I'm from Mount Vernon.
My man. My
Hmm.
man.
I'm
Hey, yo,
from the
Wall Street
Vernon,
Willie
my
is
guy.
with you, man. You gotta watch these Brooklyn niggas on this channel, man. Like my nigga Mark. Yo, Wall Street with you, bro.
You said you got to
I'm
watch
with
the
you,
Brooklyn
family.
niggas.
He know. He know.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Now I fuck with the BKT though. I fuck with my nigga Q, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Q brought a
Q a
solid,
good
man.
brother. Yeah, Q a good brother, man. It's a solid
Dad,
brother right there,
Dad be
man.
on his bullshit with me, but he's solid
That
too,
nigga
man.
Dev be violating you, my nigga.
Yeah, but you know, niggas
Yo,
gotta
Dev be
go, man.
having
I play my
all the smoke
position.
for you, my G.
Yo,
That
long as
nigga wake up
Zayak's
with you
side,
on
I
his
ain't worried
mind.
about it. Fuck Dev.
That nigga wake up like, yo, where Will at?
That's my big bro. He be on some bullshit. That's my big bro, though.
Yo, Dev be having all the smoke for you, bro. Should
I
be
ain't gonna lie, that shit
hilarious.
had me tight earlier, though. Like, when niggas be trying to talk about, oh, what did these people in the past accomplish? Yeah, I'ma always say me, nigga. I'm standing on the shoulder of giants, nigga. And if you don't want to argue that, then just die on that sword, nigga. But don't say they didn't accomplish nothing. Nah, I'm not where I'm at without them. So I'm always rep that.
I feel you on that. I definitely feel you on that.
Good
It's
build,
good.
though. Good build.
Yeah, all day. All day. But yeah, that's kind of my position I'm standing on as far as the title. You know, did did Pan African drop the ball? I would kind of say, I'm leaning toward yes. That's why you have these. That's why you got these different ideologies popping up nowadays. So people's like, yo, some people feel we need to go a different way.
Most motherfuckers won't say this, man, but I'm 40 something, and I feel like our generation dropped the ball, right? Like our generation will never have a president our age that was in our
Mm,
generation. Why? Because we weren't involved in politics. It's gonna go from the oldest motherfuckers on the earth right down to AOC and that crew. You know what I'm saying? Like we weren't involved in those areas. So it's not that the institutions failed us. We got to a point where, black people, like the rest of the world, we became globalists. We became capitalists. You know what I mean?
mm, I mean, I don't know. Some of the institutions. Some of the institutions kind of failed us. Like that whole Democratic thing, man. Past fucking 40, past what 40, 50 years, we rocking with them, and we getting slaughtered out here, and then we getting whole groups of people brung here and dumped on top of us to undermine us. Like, you feel me? Like, I would say that's one institution that failed us.
I'm gonna tell you the lens I view it from, right? Like the first person to say, we gonna get these niggas to vote for us for the next 200 years, right, was
Mm,
LBJ. But at the same time, LBJ gave us civil rights. LBJ gave us the Voting Rights Act. You get what I'm saying?
mm,
Like, we can push the dial if we're very calculated, but we've been distracted.
Nah, the thing is, it's just been like after the civil rights, it's like, all right. Then it was like, all right, we did that for y'all. Stop complaining. Like, wait, hold up. We the number one Black Americans, not just Black Americans, but Black people, period. We're the number one people who are targeted in this country for hate crimes and all of that shit, bro. We can't
I
go
mean,
nowhere. We
so
can't go
we were
nowhere
still
without
we
being
were still
targeted. Like, you remember the
complaining
little boy doing? He knocked on the wrong person's door. The white man shot him
and
through
got
the door.
shot. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember that.
you know what I'm
I
saying?
remember that.
Just cause he was a black kid, you know what I mean? If he was a little white boy doing that, he wouldn't have got shot for that. But y'all don't put a hate crime bill down for us so we can have some type of, you know what I mean, some type of protection from this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They want to focus on
Bro,
other people instead of us. You feel me? And it's like, damn, we voting for y'all blindly all these fucking years, and y'all ain't really doing shit for us. And then with the last president we really saw how they were shitting on us. Look, I'm up here. I know people who are doing security at these hotels up here in Yonkers, doing security at migrant hotels. Homegirl was like, "Yo, look, they are coming up there buying trucks, buying all types of scooters, all types of shit,
nigga.
balling out because they were getting paid up to 6,000 a month per family, bro. They was eating off our taxes, bro. Meanwhile, I got family members sleeping in the fucking street. Can't even, you know what I mean? Can't even get no type of help from no type of social services, nothing. But y'all just bring people in here, give them all types of bread, all types of thousands of dollars in food stamps and shit. And people saw that. A lot of people woke up to that and saw that. People who don't even pay attention to politics saw that shit, and that sparked the fire in a lot of people, and that's why a lot of people set that shit out and let Kamala crash and burn because they
I
saw it for what it was.
100% agree. And
Yeah, they saw it for
I
what it
think
was.
the Kamala election was a glimpse to the Democratic Party that
Yeah,
nah, we been dependent on these motherfuckers and we really can't win without them. So now
right,
we have the chance to have them push some type of legislation that benefits us. Fuck where they failed us in the past. We put all that shit behind us.
right.
But it's like, what we gonna do going forward? Because they know they can't win without us now.
Yep. They gotta give us what we want. That's what it is. They gotta give us what we want. They gotta stop acting like we not here, like y'all don't see us. You know what I'm saying? All that
You know,
benign neglect bullshit. They gotta stop acting like we not fucking here.
what's low key one of my biggest fears? That the Donner will give niggas reparations and he might cut niggas a check for like 10,000 and be like, all right, yo, look, we done. We
Got some
hit you
stupid
niggas
niggas
off.
you got
I
some
don't want to
stupid niggas
hear
that try to
nothing
take that
else.
shit, but I think the majority of us will be like, hell no. 10,000, he gonna have to come with that paper. He gonna have to come with that paper.
I mean, let's
He's
think about
like,
it though. If he signs it into some form of legislation, then it's on the books. It's like, all right, well, we took care of you niggas. We did reparations. Y'all been begging and pleading and asking. The nigga hit y'all off. It's in writing, and it would be like, honestly, the world would have to move on from there. And that I don't want to see.
nah,
You get what I'm saying?
nah, niggas ain't taking that, man. Hell no.
That's definitely
Yeah.
what I want to see.
Hey, yo, my
Niggas
nigga,
ain't
you
taking that. He
say
would have
that,
to
my
come with
nigga.
that bread. He would
Hey,
have
yo,
to
my
make sure
nigga, you
we
from
getting at
Mount
least
Vernon. Yo, listen,
200,
I'm
300,000
making the
at
turn.
least.
I'm making the turn around the fountain where the circle is right now. I'm in your hood. You know what I mean? Like, you offer our people 10 racks, they take it. You know that, bro.
That's a fact. I mean, you got some stupid niggas that would take that, bro.
You offer niggas 10 racks,
I would hope the
fuck the
majority
circle.
would not fall
Right,
for that
right.
fuckery.
I mean, that at
Yeah,
that point, whatever check they cut, we wouldn't have an ability to stop it. Like, right? If they are going to cut an American citizen a check, all you're going to do is receive it. You're
right.
going to cut it up and
So you said they would
whoever's
just cut that shit. So you said they
yeah,
would just
cut
cut
that
that shit and be
motherfucker
like,
up.
"Here, that's
Do
your
you
reparations,
understand
nigga. Here."
why?
Yeah. They gonna say that's your reparations. Don't say nothing. Don't say we ain't never did
Thank
shit for
you.
y'all. That'd be some straight
I
up
know I ain't
bullshit
around no
too.
dumb niggas right now. You niggas understand exactly what I'm saying.
Nah, yeah, that's a fact.
Y'all
I
understand
would
exactly
be
what I'm
mad as
saying.
hell. I would be mad as hell. I ain't gonna lie to you. $10,000 ain't shit.
And
Facts.
it's motherfuckers that argue that shit like, yo, the Donald might give it to us. Donald will
Oh,
jerk the shit out of us, man. Pause.
it's definitely, yeah. It's some stupid niggas that'll be happy with that shit. They'll fight you over that nigga after that. They, what? They be ready to kill your ass over that nigga after that, not realizing that ain't shit.
It's one of those gray areas where the international community also then gets to look and say, well, how then is the value of the American dollar supposed to be respected and honored? If you can just lift up your bottom quartile
Yeah,
with,
yeah,
you know what
but
I'm saying?
respectfully though, and look, Moses, respectfully in 2025, what has the international community stopped this goofy nigga from doing?
Not a whole
Nigga
lot.
kind of does what he wants.
Right,
Yeah, I
because the
think
same
that's
way, the same argument is how he can just say, like unilaterally, he's raising tariffs on an entire continent, like the entire business
Come
model
on,
of
bro.
the global trade. Right, he could just raise tariffs on Chinese imported products, like all boats that have a what is it, CRX truck on the back of it. All trains must now increase their freight cost. You know, it was so much that he could just try to do with his pen. But yeah, I think he does do it.
Because a lot of
hold
motherfuckers
on.
won't
Is
go on record.
that snaps in the back? Nap that shoe in the back from Psycho Channel? He's getting his mic together. Yo, Nap. I think that's Nap from the back.
So I'm gonna turn this camera on if you know him or if he black.
I can't tell if he got his mic on or not.
But yeah, like I don't have no problem going on record saying after 6 months of this goofy nigga, like I didn't vote last election. Yeah, I do kind of regret not just voting Kamala and potentially not having to deal with this nigga like he's wilding.
I mean, but he asked me right when he came on, you know, about being a socialist. That's definitely her school of thought at first, wasn't it? Was the socialist school of thought out of Oakland in the Bay Area?
Yes, I would
Hell
agree
yeah.
with that.
Locking
And then
motherfuckers up.
a
Locking
Democrat
bitches up for they
of the
kids
highest
missing school and shit.
level.
So I'm never under the auspice, like I'm never in fear that any one leader be able to just do everything they want to do. Now this crazy nigga here makes me a little cautious. Like, goddamn, this nigga might just wild out and do whatever he want. But what I'm saying is, with the
That's what they
Democrats,
voted for, though. That's what they wanted. They knew he was gonna come with this type of energy. They knew this is exactly what
yeah.
the fuck he was gonna be doing. This is what they wanted. They
And I
wanted
would
somebody
argue,
who they wanted somebody who was gonna
black
stand up and
people
be
as
like,
well.
"Fuck you." Yeah, there was a lot of black people that wanted it too. You can't even deny it. It was a lot of black people that wanted the shit too, man. People was just on
Motherfuckers,
some yo.
shake it up.
And the thing is, the Democrats made it so easy for him to win, though. They made it like that. You see what I'm saying? People, when
Yeah.
you look at what was going on under the last presidency, you like, well, goddamn, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? You like, man, y'all, nah, man, fuck that. Bring this nigga in. They like, yo, bring him in because at least he about the damn country. Y'all seem like y'all on some next shit. That's what fucked them up. It was just too obvious. It was too obvious, bro. You got all these damn people coming in. Nobody's against, and that's another thing I try to let people know. Nobody, me particular, I'm definitely not against nobody coming here for a better life. Like fuck that. You was somewhere and it's fucked up. Bring your ass on over, but you got to do it the right way, like everybody else is doing, bro. You can't just a million people come in the country in a fucking month. What the fuck? How are we gonna maintain that? Like, you know
Hold on
what
a
I'm
second.
saying?
Hold on a second. I'm bringing that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Nap.
Yeah, man.
Okay, yeah. My bad. What's up?
Let me ask you something. When you say like other people, what other people are you talking about?
White people.
Wait, so you saying that they all came in the right way? You think that?
I'm talking about
Oh, white.
not
Oh no, that
everybody.
wasn't.
Of course, everybody ain't
You think
all
they don't
coming the
charge?
right way. But the thing is, you can't do it the way that the last presidency was trying to do it. You can't just have millions and millions coming in. The whole everybody from around the world was coming, bro. You had terrorists getting caught at the fucking border coming in. Who knows how many of them made it in already?
All right, but I
Which
gotta
I'm sure they
challenge you.
did.
I gotta challenge you on that though, because the Democrats were actually deporting way more niggas than the Donald is.
I
They was
mean, I
getting
mean, uh,
motherfuckers
I,
up
I
out of here.
mean, Barack was deporting way more people, but that shit they
Biden
had
too.
going on when no that bullshit they had going on when Biden first got in and they had them borders wide open. Nah, that was some bullshit, bro. Come on, ain't even no
Well,
way around that. That was some fuckery.
Yeah,
my dude,
I,
did you that? Do you know who comes in here illegally the most?
Who?
I would say Asians. I'm just guessing though.
Yes,
I knew it.
Chinese,
I knew. I worked
white
with
dude.
yo, bro.
You're gonna have to
I mean,
source that. You're
Hold
gonna, you're
on.
gonna have to source that. You got to source
Nah,
that.
I mean,
Yeah,
they were coming. They
hold
were
on.
I
they
You
were
believe him.
sourced
coming.
it.
No, they were coming a lot too. While Biden was in there, they were coming a whole lot too.
They still coming.
You trying to say
Still
Asians come
coming.
Ain't
in
that?
more?
But the
You
thing
you
is,
Whole 60
ain't that stupid to have the shit wide open and let a whole bunch
There was
more of
a
them
whole
come in?
60 minutes
Wow,
video
and that's
showing
that's like
this.
one of our number one enemies. Ain't that stupid?
them
Yes,
motherfuckers ain't coming in the most though. That ain't true.
Nah, they
but
had a lot
but
of them. A lot of them did come in. A lot
GA.
of
A
them did
lot
come
of
You'd be
in.
them, but not
surprised.
the most. No, no, I'm not saying it ain't a gang gum that come, but the most, no,
Mhm.
not at all.
Yo, GA,
most
what you got in
the
your hood
most.
more?
GQ,
Mexican?
brother, GQ.
I mean, my fault, GQ. What you got more? Mexican restaurants or Chinese restaurants? And I know
Oh,
I'm
Mexicans
being
definitely. Mexicans definitely.
Mexicans
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
in Chicago. Get the
I'm on the south side of Chicago, bro. You think about Chinatown or maybe downtown, north side or something. No. Even on the north side, there's more Mexican restaurants. Dev can
Is there
contest to
is
that.
there is there a Mexican town?
It's not.
Is there a,
It's 5 Mexican towns. It's only one
no.
Chinatown.
Like, is it to the point of a Chinatown? Like in every
Yeah,
city?
yeah, definitely, definitely. You got back of the yards. You got Pilsen. You got it's like 5 Mexican communities that's twice as big as Chinatown. But that's just Chicago. I mean, every city is different.
Wow.
Now you go
Wow.
to San Francisco, I'm sure it's way more Chinese than fucking Mexicans.
There's a
New York.
Chinatown in every major city. All
Yeah,
right. And obviously, and not just that, no raids in the Russian community or the Irish community.
I don't distinguish them though. Really, though. I mean, they all the same. I'm just saying the fact that you say more than Mexicans and South American, they right here on the border. No, not at all. That's impossible.
Yeah.
See,
I
see,
just want to know. I just
I'm just
want
keeping it. I just
look.
keeping it a buck.
the only
Now, I
thing
mean,
that tripped
I
me
don't
out,
distinguish them the Chinese. They all bogus. I fuck
but
all of
GQ,
them.
the only
Uh,
thing that tripped me out about this argument is Donald Trump has not deported as many people as past presidents have. So why is there all this
right.
uproar? Like
That's why
that?
I'm upset with Donald Trump right now. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's kind of
I've been
crazy.
you've been hearing me say that for the longest, Will, for the last couple of months. I'm like, the motherfucker done deported 16 motherfuckers and they act like he didn't.
You did say that.
You know what I'm saying? They act like the motherfucker did something. I'm seeing more and more Venezuelans all around this motherfucker and Mexicans around this motherfucker waving flags. I don't know what they talking about. Like, what the fuck? Where the deportation come in at? Where? I mean,
That was
in
the media.
his first presidency, goddamn it, they was raiding factories. They was hitting motherfucker. But well, one thing I know about Chicago right now, our mayor and our governor keeping them tied up in court, so they won't let ICE just come in and do like they did during 2016 to 2020. Now, during from 2016 to 2020, he was clearing them factories and them warehouses out to the point where every nigga I knew that hadn't had jobs in 20 years, been in the streets hustling, doing everything, they've had signs up, no drug test needed, no background check needed. We will provide transportation. Niggas was going to work.
That's
You
Nigga,
crazy.
understand
just
me?
come
Hell
grab
yeah,
this
it was
shovel,
going to
nigga.
work.
You got a job.
Yeah, you got a job. Just come on and go to work. You can go to work. I mean, that's what I was seeing with my own eyes in 26 from 2016 to
I
2020.
believe
But
it.
not as much now. No, it ain't shaking
They're
right now.
taking away your jobs, is what you're saying?
Say what?
You're saying they're taking away your jobs?
I literally just said from 2016 to 2020, he deported so many motherfuckers and raided so many warehouses and factories that you had signs and gas stations. We need work, employees needed, help needed. No background check needed, no drug test needed. We will provide transportation where niggas that I know for a fact been on the streets hustling for over 20 years were going to work, and a lot of them are still gainfully employed.
But wait,
Yes.
when you ask, are they taking your jobs? Are you disputing that?
What,
He can
me?
dispute it all he want. I've seen it. I mean, I see it with my own eyes.
Nah,
Well,
I'm
listen,
just trying to get his perspective, GQ.
are you talking to me? I'm asking him a question. I mean, he's only talking from the perspective of Chicago.
Yes.
Right? And keep in mind, the whole immigrant thing, when I hear black people say, "Oh, get rid of all these immigrants," they're not just talking about them for the most part. They're also looking at me, who was born here. All right. And because I have family that's from the Caribbean, they say me too. They've just gotten that's how I look at it. This is why when I hear people say
I
that
don't
shit,
know why you would look at it like that if you was
because
born
they
here.
are.
That's
Well,
crazy.
let me
because
ask. You fall under
that's
like the
boring.
Dreamer Act?
What?
Do you like fall under the Dreamer Act, or are you just a full citizen? You good?
He was
No,
born here. Shit, he's a
born here.
citizen.
Yeah, it don't
Nah, but
matter if
with
you
the
were born here,
Dreamer,
you a
the
citizen.
Dreamer thing applies to
Listen,
people who are born here from
I
parents who aren't from here.
Parents
listen.
who are illegal were illegal when they were born, you mean, or
Not
something like that?
necessarily illegal. They weren't
Ain't it,
citizens.
ain't it birthright citizenship?
Not
Yeah,
well.
it
That's the whole
is.
Dreamer Act thing.
No,
Hey,
it's birthright citizenship, period. It hasn't ever stopped.
Yeah,
Nah, that's not the
I'm just
case.
going
That
from.
is the case.
that's what Trump was threatening to try and stop.
Yeah, he trying to stop it, but no, that's just the case. Period. If you born in America, you a fucking American. Now, if your parents are illegal and they get deported, then that's what the dreamer about is that the parent can stay here with the child who was born here, because the
No,
child
GQ. The
the child
major
who was born here is a American citizen.
GQ. The major portion of that act was that if you're born here, you are a citizen. That's what Trump is pushing back on. All you little niggas that were just born here, y'all not necessarily citizens.
But they are though. That's law. That's constitution. Only he
Yeah,
has
that's
he
what I'm
has
about to
to.
say. What's that
No
in the
bill has
Constitution?
been passed to stop that.
Under the Dream Act, I agree.
Dreamer Act or no Dreamer Act. If you born on a U.S. soil, bro, you learned that in the 8th grade, bro. Come on, man.
Nah, that wasn't
But
always the
but
case.
but obviously, with all the ignorance.
Prior to the Dreamer Act, if you was born in America, it speaks more to the parents, bro. It's like, okay, I got a child that was born here. My child, American citizen. How can you deport me? And then they try to use the child to stay here. And what Trump is saying, well, take your child back with you. You know what I'm saying? But their child is an American citizen if they born here, bro. Anybody, I mean, you can look that up. That's
Not before
undebatable.
the Dreamer Act, though.
Okay,
Not
bro.
before the Dreamer
I'm
Act.
all right. I'm done with it. All right.
Before the Dreamer
Yeah.
Act, like if two people come from Germany and
Will,
they
you don't
have a
know what the fuck
baby,
you talking about, Will. Stop repeating the shit. You not repeating factual information, bro.
nah, I am. I was trying to
No,
make a
you're
point.
not,
No, the
man.
fuck you not, bro. Come on, Will. You my man, but
Damn.
goddamn, bro. You know that's.
You
I'm
just can't
telling you,
accept,
bro.
hey, I'm fucking wrong. Just
And I
say
just
that.
told you, you
I
can look the shit
misunderstood.
up. You can just look it up, bro. It's not even hard to look up. It's just go one quick Google search. God damn.
So what you want me
Anyway,
to Google?
I just wanted
If
to
you're
ask.
born in
Have
America, are you an American citizen? And and
children
and I guarantee you, nothing about the Dreamer Acts comes up.
in
Well, I just want
America.
to ask the question regarding the title of this. I just want to. I really am curious to people who declare themselves the fully broken Africans, or quote unquote FBA. How is Pan
Fully
Africanism?
broken Africans.
Yeah. how is Pan-Africanism a threat? When has it ever been that much of a threat where it's thwarting you from your goals? That's how is it a threat?
See, that's I don't know what you're talking about because nobody ever made that argument. I don't even know who made that argument.
It
See, the
says
thing is,
the Pan-Africanism's dropped the ball. So
that's the title.
what? Yeah, is it time to be real about Pan-Africanisms? What is it about it that they dropped? They just gave you an option. It's not like and you either take the option or you don't. So I'm just wondering how did they drop the ball?
It's
So
a
I'll play devil's advocate.
it's just a question. Next.
Okay.
I'll
Oh,
play
that's
devil's
fine.
advocate. Like the argument would be that Pan-Africanism has benefited countries on the continent way more than it's ever benefited us, right?
Well,
And then there would be the question of, is Pan-Africanism in America the same thing as it is in the continent?
well, a lot of people here, all right, when you talk about Pan-Africanism or any type of Africa stuff, if you just fear, especially in the 90s, it has been mocked almost, and it's been beaten up. I mean, whether in your churches, but especially in the 90s, and the Wayans brothers, they kind of helped with this. They turned it
The
into a
whole term of
punchline.
the Hotep. I agree.
Yeah. So
I
my
agree.
thing is, when you hear people like Yvette Carnell, and you hear the ADOS people and the FBA people like, oh, Pan-Africanism, it's dead. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all never. It was turned into a punchline a long time ago. So what is the purpose of you banging on it? You know what I
That's
mean?
bullshit. It was turned into a punchline by who? Who turned into a punchline? Because the main people that was pushing for it was the Black Americans, though.
I know in fact,
We've always been the main people pushing for the Pan
definitely
African
argue
movement.
that like pop culture definitely kind of clown the classic Pan-African, like do terms
No, you
like
know
a
what it was?
Hotep.
You know what it
Like
is?
when you like hold
A
on,
lot
like
of
when you
people
look
come
at
over here and be
movies,
on some
right?
different shit.
Like when you look at movies, you look at Homeboy in the Wayans brother movie. Hey, no, not you, my miracle whip queen, and it was always kind of clown. You know what I mean?
I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
honestly,
It was the
family
coons. It was the
single-handedly.
coons that was clowning the shit. It was the coons. If you notice, it was the coons that was trying to clown the shit
I mean,
because they was trying to
that
stop the
family
movements
in
and shit.
particular single-handedly turned it into a punchline. So I'm just always wonder when you see these dudes say, attack
How
Pan
is that? Wait, you said that one show turned Pan Africanism into a punchline?
I mean, well, that was a movie, but nah, I would say Damian
Well, shit,
Wayans with the
you
whole.
saying that shit killed it right there? Well, shit,
I
that
would say
wasn't ain't no
Damian
argument.
Wayans,
You saying that
right?
shit killed it?
True.
You saying the damn TV show killed Pan Africanism?
Yeah.
I would say it was on attack from multiple
Well, what
fronts.
the hell? What's the problem with us if a TV show killed it? What's the problem with FBA? If you claiming a TV show killed Pan Africanism, then what's the problem with FBA?
So I'm not saying my argument isn't that it killed Pan Africanism.
Nah,
A
not you.
TV
I'm not
show,
saying you. I'm saying homeboys.
a TV show
What I'm
couldn't kill Pan Africanism.
what
right?
I'm saying is it was always mocked by numerous people. Now, obviously, some people, they're not afraid of Africa, but when I see some people attack it and go on whole streams going after it, I'm like, and I don't even consider, I've never been to Africa before, right? But I'm saying, if they're so weak and they failed, what are y'all so what's the threat? Why are people so always banging on it? Like,
See, I don't know. I don't know where that argument comes from because I definitely don't adhere to that
You
argument. I
haven't
don't
been
subscribe to
watching. I
that.
mean, how is you haven't been watching, obviously, because I've seen them, the rep, especially the ADOS and the FBA and the reparations movement, go on the attack. They're always bringing up, oh, Pan-Africanism is dead. Like, when has it had its foot on your neck? I don't get it.
I don't know because the way you making it seem like is you coming across a lot of people who just hate Africans or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
It ain't even. Yeah, it
Yeah,
ain't
Right, he has
even
the
like
you
that.
probably
scarecrow
on the wrong,
argument.
you probably on the wrong panel for that.
He got a whole big ass 40-acre field out in front of him, and he looking at the scarecrow like, I don't get it.
Nah, he
Like,
not
I
on the
don't even
wrong
know
panel.
where them
Yeah.
arguments you be hearing be coming from, because that definitely is not that's not the feelings of most of us, man. A
Well,
lot of us,
at least not
Now,
over
now,
here.
see, bro, I
That's what
yeah,
have
I mean.
definitely not
Dev,
over
I mean,
here.
like over here, we don't look at it like that. But
I know
your
Nah,
you
he
take,
don't.
said,
I know
your
you
yeah.
take
don't.
on
But
FBAism
Dev,
isn't what we
you remember
hear.
we had the African dude on here, and I was talking to him, and he told me he wasn't no Pan African. I was like, what? And you were like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, GQ, you ain't know.
Yeah.
Look, I
Yeah.
mean, I
Right. I
know.
would question
I
whether or
know
not they
Ghana.
even teach the same. Like when we teach American, like we learned American history, and now we can emphasize Black American history. When we teach that, what does that even look like from their system of education? Are they teaching about French colonial or Portugal colonial rule? Are they teaching that they sent off people to the Americas to be slaves? And who are what do we actually think connects us to them, other than
Yeah,
what they teach in the media?
you heard him say he was all right. He don't mind being under the monarchy. Like he's cool with the kingship.
Yeah, he did
Right,
say
I
that.
said that earlier
But
too. I knew I heard something. I was driving
Yeah,
or something. I was like, some people want the damn king, and shit, they'll be
yeah,
surprised when the next one come in because he is a millennial.
yeah.
but other Africans have said like their teachings on history, especially history in America, is very limited. So not all of them know. At
Do
the
they even
same
know the
time,
history of
Yeah,
their
it's
own
gonna
place?
depend on
Or is
yeah,
it
yeah.
so tribalism they don't learn or teach history? Like, is that an American concept from like James Franklin? Like he was one of the dudes who said this is how
I get
history
your
should be
argument.
chronologically told. Do they have
Now,
that as a curriculum?
now
Yeah,
I would
it's just
say,
like the United States, like New York and Georgia. They're not their history courses are going to be different. I mean, California, uh, Carolinas. I mean, all the way through K through 12. They're not going to have the same exact script.
Right.
my
I want to hear
focus,
what he
my
was told
focus
about
is always on what can be accomplished, and I would
his
say,
country.
from listening to Ibrahim Tour.
Will. Okay,
Hold on,
man.
let me make
Okay.
a point. Let me make a
No,
point.
no, I can't. We were trying to establish something here.
Yeah, me and the brothers have been building for a minute.
Will,
So
so
I
what
would
I'm saying
say,
is about the
hold on,
Pan
real
African.
quick, real
Okay, go
quick.
ahead. You first. Go ahead, bro.
I would say listening to brothers like Ibrahim Traore speak, when he literally quotes Frederick Douglass lines, yeah, there is some understanding of our history here
A
over
lot
there,
of it, bro.
but
They
it's
ain't no dummies, bro. They
I
been
wouldn't say it's a
and a
lot
lot
of
of them went to Western schools. Like they came up in colleges in America and Europe and shit. So they be well aware of what the fuck be going on, man. They ain't
yeah,
like
but
no bunch of
GQ, that's
dummies.
not the average African though. That's a limited group you talking about that get access to that Western
Yeah,
education and learn different things. Yeah, I
but
mean,
more than what you would believe. I mean, what people think though.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I,
but
I would
you got Africans that's going against Ibrahim Toure, man. Like, I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. Everybody, all right, just like today, I'm talking to a Haitian dude, and he was like, "Man, barbecue is bogus, man." Because I asked him, like, specifically, like, "What's up with barbecue, man? Is he a gang leader?" Or is he a freedom fighter? I know what the Western media is saying. You know, he said he ain't been home in 4 years because it's kind of hard to go home right now and shit, right? So I'm like, man, what's up with barbecue? He's like, nah, man, he's not a gang leader, but he like the cart like it's just criminality. It's like the cartel. So that kind of threw me back because I was kind of caping for barbecue. Like, man, they talk,
it's wherever you lie in that system that he's
yeah,
banging on. You get what I'm
Thinking
saying?
it's
yeah.
revolution when it's really some next shit.
Yeah, yeah, because I know they quit to call a nigga a gang leader, but
Yeah.
if it's a white militia group, they freedom fighters and they this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? So I was coming from that point of view. So I'm like, man, that's a bunch of bullshit, man. It sounds like he want better for his country, but my Haitian homie, man, he's like, nah, man, that motherfucker just over there fucking up shit, really. So I'm like, damn, I gotta rethink. my shit.
Right.
Because I could take it straight from a Haitian pause. Like, if you telling
Yeah.
me this, it's different from me listening to the media. You know what I'm saying?
But
But
there's
Versus,
some real, there's
Ibrahim,
some
I
real
got that
shit you gotta
impression too,
factor
though.
in though, GQ.
oh, shit.
Motherfuckers who come to America, they're not coming from the fields, nobody's village, like most of them are at least high enough up on the totem pole that they get that opportunity to come over there. So most of them were ingrained in whatever system they left. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying?
yeah,
So
might be out of touch.
right. So
Mm,
motherfuckers in Haiti probably loved the shit out of barbecue, but
that's what I'm
people who
saying.
left, they
Yeah.
worried about their family. Yeah.
Yeah, and they listening to the wrong. But I mean, I know they got to be in contact with they people that's there, though. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I ain't gonna discredit him because I know he full blooded Haitian. So I know he talking to somebody over in that motherfucker. If it's by letter or post or something, you know what I'm saying? So I think he might have a little better idea than the average motherfucker over here. But I don't know, man. We got to.
Barbecue do be wilding. But it's hard for us to understand from the standpoint of the lives we live. You know what I mean? We can't really put ourselves in that country that's undergoing
But
unrest
then,
and
then you
revolution.
got, but not to take away from what you said though, Willie, because then you got motherfuckers who say that Ibrahim tripping. You got Africans over there that saying he tripping. So
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm
Yeah.
I know one of
saying?
the things that I heard Ibrahim Traore say, he was basically saying the white folks stole their car, and now the black folks are going back to get their car. And he was interviewing, I guess, like some type of like a South African Pierce Morgan type dude, basically, long story short. And the dude was like, well, aren't you going to compensate him? He was like, now that's even more theft. They already stole my car, and now you're telling me to pay them for it. And
Compensate.
those aren't the
Yeah.
things that I'm going to do.
Yeah, that's what they did. Actually, that's exactly what they did in Haiti. The French did. Stole a car. You come get your car back, but you gotta pay these motherfuckers for the car. You know what I'm
And
saying?
he said,
And the
I think this
crazy
is where they
part,
start disagreeing. They said, he was like, I'm going to give them a ride. I won't leave them here stranded, but I am going to give them a ride, but I'm taking my car back. And no, I will not pay them.
now
Right.
look, now with that Burkina Faso shit and Niger, like they've taken Western money and just been like, oh, I don't even know what to tell you, my nigga. Like that shit gone. But we doing this now, and now we not moving the way y'all want us to move. And I respect that shit. Like they basically took the pack and was like, yo, I don't know,
Yeah,
niggas
it's about
got me.
time somebody over there put their fucking foot down. Like, come on, that's been a lot of the criticism. Like, yo, y'all got all these resources over there, and y'all got all these fuck boys over here controlling y'all shit. Like, come on now,
So they ran
y'all
off
should
on
have
the
been.
plug twice,
I
Will.
thought I
Right. I
thought
don't
that
like when somebody said it earlier, the Chinese, how they ran off on the plug. Like they got reparations here and then they laughed as they continued with their global expansion. And when it comes down to capitalism, I think they, as a communist nation, they looked at our capitalist system and said, oh, that's what you want to do is economics. Then they manipulated that. And we have never been deeper in debt as
Well, the
like our
Chinese never
national
got
debt.
reparations over
Right.
here, though. It was the Japanese that got the
I
reparations.
don't all the motherfuckers, man. To me, you're right. You're right. Absolutely, I misspoke. But it's them to me in any attempt. Once they got here, their people actually received something to which they can laugh, or let's say it this way, of Mongolian descent. Then, since they want to call us fucking African
Uh,
descent versus those who are not. Um. Anyway, I'll stop right there.
Now,
This
I would
nigga
say the
said liar.
fundamental
Truth. Bring your
difference,
ass up
though,
here and debate then. Because I feel like the Asians got to laugh in America's face, and then they went on global expansion campaigns and started doing everything with economics that the white man said he was going to do with it. That's my position. Tell him to come up here and tell me I'm lying. What I say wrong. I
who you
know it's
talking
not
about?
China. The dude did catch me
calling
on
you
that.
out, calling you out on that one.
Who you talking about?
My
True.
bad. That was the truth thing.
Who?
So maybe they didn't like when
Oh,
we
God.
see that
Truth
the
historian is in the
Chinatown.
chat. Now, leave
Are
the
we
truth
saying?
alone.
Are we saying Chinatowns and then Mexico towns because we're also looking at the black urban neighborhood and saying, well, look at us and then look at what they're doing with ownership opportunities here in America? Is that why that was even brought in? Chinatowns?
versus how many Mexican towns? Or was that just to debunk the whole there's more Asian immigrants than Mexican? Do y'all remember why the Chinas was brought in? The
I don't
Chinese?
know why. I don't know why it was brought up exactly. I think. I think
I
that's
know
why it was
somebody had
brought
made
up.
the correlation that the immigration was receiving more people I'm gonna say it again, Mongolian descent or Asian descent than even Mexicans. And I disagree with that. But at the same time, even though I disagree, I do see that there was favoritism shown to the Asian descent in America. And somebody brought it out by them getting an anti-hate bill when we had been trying to get the anti-lynching bill for over 100 years.
Right.
And so how
No,
did the
no,
people of
no. We
Asian
gotta clear
descent
that.
get
We gotta clear
favors?
that bill up. We gotta clear that bill up. So, like, nowhere in the bill does it say only for Asians and nobody else. That's not in the bill. We already
Now,
went over it on this time.
while my
So you're able
argument
to.
would be the
Okay,
only
okay,
people.
Mr. Argument. We're not arguing.
He just
Okay.
want it clear.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
to
That's
you, Dev.
all. I mean,
Dev,
it's
I was
available
actually
to read.
agreeing with you.
It's available to read.
Yeah, I was
So
actually agreeing with
to say black people haven't benefited. The people who ran down on Ahmaud Arbery
you. What's your argument to that?
they were specifically convicted using that bill by the federal court. Yes, it was a state case, but the feds picked it up even after they were convicted, and they used the same bill to convict them in the federal court. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
But it's not an
Well,
extension. It's not to say that that bill is our anti-lynching bill.
We didn't need an anti-lynching bill. The hate crime is a hate crime. So if somebody gets lynched, they are able to use that bill, that exact bill. It's already been used. I mean, what are you asking for?
They don't want to accept it.
something
Right.
specific
I
to
think
We
us.
I
need
think they're under
we
the
need
impression
some with
that it
black
was for
folks.
the Asians, and so
We need
because
some.
it took
We
I
need
think
media,
some
the
with black folks in.
conversation always
right?
comes back to we're asking for something specific to us.
Fundamentally.
But I agree with you, Dev. Like that bill is not specifically for Asians. I agree.
Well, there it is.
It ain't specifically for us. Shoot.
That's the
Specifically for every
argument,
goddamn
right?
body.
I mean, we live in the United States of America.
God bless America.
So what other country specifically uh you know divides out ethnic groups for legislation in terms of laws? So we signed up for it. We
You mean like
said, okay, boom, we're gonna go under the Constitution. So I mean that's what it is. I'm only speaking of this particular issue of the bill, the hate crime bill,
Hate
and that's
crime,
what it
right?
is.
I hate
It's a
crime.
hate crime bill. There was a crime done to me only because I'm black, or only because I'm Asian, or only because I'm
Oh,
Mexican. Yeah,
yes.
that's the bill.
My AI master teachers up here. Yes.
Nah, don't. I
Good.
Yeah,
don't
man.
think
Nah,
that's
go
the
ahead.
I'm
bill.
not able
Rock
to
out.
get a sentence off without the ad libs. Can I get like 5 minutes,
I
3
apologize. I
or
apologize,
45
Dev.
seconds?
I apologize.
That was an
So
ad lib.
yes, the Asians came up because their numbers were brought up in terms of how many was brought over. So y'all, nobody ever said from what time. So we can go all the way back to 1849 for Asians being brought over here.
That's a fact.
How far y'all going back?
Willie, that
No,
was
that's
an
a
ad
fact.
lib.
Not chill.
Another one.
Yo, so tell me where I was wrong, True, because I know that's what you came to
I
tell
didn't
me,
come up
that
here
I'm
to tell you
stupid.
were wrong at
My
all,
bad.
brother. I came up here to say to Brother Moses, I did not mean to call you a liar without extra exclamations.
Yeah, disrespectful. Hey, yo, Abari Ghani, first
Because
of
you
all,
came
Them
up here.
exclamations.
first of all, greet
The
the
only
room
reason,
before
and
you
Pete,
start
that's
your
my man,
shit.
GQ. So I gotta be on my best behavior because GQ always want to reprimand somebody.
Abari Ghani,
But
my brother.
you're interrupting, and Dev told you about this, Willie. Fundamentally, you're wrong. But I came up here because you made this statement about the Chinese getting reparations in America. Do you think that was a lie at this point?
I told
Yeah.
you he was wrong, my He
So you
concedes.
do think I was a lie? So did I slander you, or did I state something with authority? The
You
truth.
put extra exclamations on that shit,
I
but
did
yeah,
not
we
put
got
enough
that shit immediately.
exclamations on that, brother. But I do want to give you credit for the cleanup. And yes, Deb, I'm gonna cut it short so y'all can get back to your wokeness. That you did slide or you to like putting a Mongolian. I thought that was clever. Honestly, I give credit for that one. But I'm gonna go and start talking about black stuff again for Deb finding a reason to yell at me, even though
Thank
he
you.
didn't use his full 5 minutes. And Willie, you did ad lib.
Please, would you teach? Just please teach.
Ain't no get the hell out of here, Wally. Y'all having a great conversation and you getting yelled at as usual. So the chat is.
I hate this nigga GQ.
I'm just
Go
saying.
ahead, man.
I love that nigga, man. That's my nigga, boy. That's my teacher right there.
It's the night, I swear, Willie, and Dev won't do it because he probably really does want to yell at you. But y'all will have a dope show. I'm telling you, man. Because fundamentally, like you will work well with that.
How would that work? If he
How would it
got the
work? Because
keys, I'm getting
Dev
dropped
actually wants
every
to be
time.
I mean,
serious.
you just got to get cursed out every day.
Yes,
Every
but
time.
listen, here's why. Here's why. Because Dev, in his heart, bless his heart, wants to be serious and have serious topics,
You know I
right?
know it.
But Willie wants to chime in sometime, but he's ad lib heavy. Pause, right? And I don't blame you. Like Dev can't even get a goddamn thought together. But actually, Dev, and got another question, and here come Willie with the wah 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 wah. Everybody knows it. He's known for it. He does it with the here come Taz about to yell at me for something else. Let me hurry up.
Oh
But
God.
that's the point. So I think the whole chat, I swear to y'all, the whole chat agrees the Dev and Wall Street show will be great. We
No.
would just pay for you to get yelled at by Dev for a half an hour if I'm just being honest.
That shit do be hilarious. I ain't gonna hold you.
Hey, true story. And here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
$500 in contributions to Zayax, I will submit to
Fundamentally.
Dev's bullshit. Pause. Fundamentally. You disrespectful. Go ahead, Taz. I ain't
And
paying this
you,
nigga no
hey,
mind. Go ahead, Taz.
truth. They said in the chat. They said, and you and young guy.
Oh, now y'all dirty. I deserve that. I deserve that one, kid.
That's the undercard, GQ.
Yeah, I deserve that.
That's gonna be a hell of a show too, boy.
I deserve
Go
that.
ahead, Taz. Start your bullshit.
Should be very informative though. That's the only
Yeah,
thing.
that's what I'm mad it is. But
You
yeah.
gonna learn. You gonna learn some shit at that show for damn sure.
I wasn't able because what I'm trying to think about here is like if y'all don't notice, True Story and do a lot of trolling, like when a nigga be.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to think back to something, but what I'm gonna screenshot some of this shit next time. That's
So basically, you a Fed? Is that what's going on?
No, I want to respond. I want to respond to some of your trolling.
Why? Why? See now you see that's not how trolling works, brother. You gotta live in the moment. Nah. We all look crazy on the rewind. That's
Brother,
not fair,
Brother
though.
Taz, you have the floor.
See, Willie, Dev, you see what I'm saying? That's why you get balked on, my nigga.
Yeah, Tad just came up here to oversee anyway. Hey, truth.
That's crazy. That nigga still oversee.
Was he gonna say that the Chinese received reparations from Japan after World War II? So, but it wasn't from America. Where did
Truth,
you
why
go?
you take the dandyism video down,
China
bro?
received reparations from Japan
or something like that, like in 73 to 75.
Now, what's going to happen is Taz out because I've heard him say this a million times. Is about to tell you everything about them Japanese getting that reparation.
I didn't hear what you say. What you say?
Right, I misquoted when I said the Chinese reparations because that wasn't American. But my next question, the truth would be:
I told you that
after the war, World War II, didn't the Chinese demand and receive reparations from Japan? So yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
But I'm trying to figure out. We were in America.
Yeah, that wasn't in America.
And talking about you guys were in America. I was in the chat. And you mentioned reparative justice being Chinese getting a check for America and led it to be a reason why China developed into, this superpower that it is.
There ain't no super house, but that shit can
damn.
help them get these little. In my mind, where I was going, even when I got it wrong, how do they have Chinatowns when we don't have, you know what, the black economic Wall Streets all over, like
Do you
what
think
they
the
would
Chinese actually
down
had
there.
a
Go ahead.
town in China? Do you think that was an actual town?
Nah, they just have little nation within nations where they seclude themselves or
Do you
whatever.
understand that those immigrant, everywhere those Chinatowns were, there were other immigrant populations before the Chinese, except for maybe parts of California. Parts. But so
Definitely in
those
New
were
York. They're
immigrant
right
areas,
around the 5
but,
points.
right? So
I
they
think
would be
people give a lot of credit for them
areas.
having towns, but when it comes to like Mexican ownership, like a lot of shops in a central location where Mexicans shop, they
Wait,
did
let's go
like
back
have
to the
better.
Chinese though, because that's important. Do you know that it was
Oh no, I didn't know that.
No, this is not a big did you know thing, but do you know they were called Chinese laundries first? Right?
Oh,
And
before the
that was
Korean laundromats?
no, they weren't. They were called Chinese laundries for specific reasons because they couldn't get into but certain fields. No one would hire them. They had the problem of they were identical like us highly melanated, right? So that's where Chinese laundry comes from. That's eventually where Chinese restaurant comes from because they actually create everybody. I mean, you guys know this stuff. They create some of these dishes to serve this market, particularly out in California and stuff like that. So they're creating industry because out of necessity, rightfully so. But the Chinatown comes about because all the other immigrants had an avenue up out there, right? So the Chinese stay and remain, whether it's in that part of San Francisco, right there, or in New York or Philly, all the other places.
Damn near like a reservation for the
The
Right.
Irish went
But
to
there was
Hell's
also
Kitchen. The blacks went to Harlem.
white flight is going to affect them when those whites who live, those maybe Italians or Irish or maybe even Polish or Jewish in some area. You know what I'm saying? Who lived amongst in those areas, they get the hell up out of there, white flighting, and of course Chinatown's going to grow after that.
Okay.
And you got the Tongs and all them other Chinese mafias moving all around the country. Yeah.
So nothing was fundamentally
Not everybody
given
gets
to
a
them.
happy ending in this story. You feel what I'm saying? But don't feel what I'm saying. But you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shit, for me, I feel like they did that like
That
in
make a lot of
Africa, they
sense.
did
See,
it in
that make a
South
lot of sense.
America,
You
they
making
did
too
it
much sense,
everywhere
truth. You
too.
know, niggas ain't trying
Yeah,
to
you
hit that
did.
shit.
You right,
Right
GQ.
here in
Told you,
America too,
GQ.
though. Yep.
Taz get
Nigga
mad when I'm
comes here
trolling.
to
I can't
ruin
really
woke
win him around this
dreams.
motherfucker.
All right, go ahead, Taz. He said he was trolling. I think he came up here for that conversation too. So
Hey, why you take the last dandyism video down, the last one?
I put it back up. I didn't. Did I take it down? Oh, I have another one. But can I do a shameless? Nah, Dad, gonna yell at me.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
took
do.
it.
This
I'm
nigga
gonna do
has a
something new
video
on
called the
Saturday.
Hitler of Harlem. Like,
Yeah,
I
nigga
first of
ruined
all,
I
my
watched
whole
it.
week.
I
first
watched
of
it.
all,
I
I
watched
did
that
this on the
motherfucker.
Hitler
That
of
was
Hall.
just a
I'm
little nickname. Shit.
Thank you.
Hey, I watched that
I mean,
video, but I
see,
went to show
Abdul
someone the
Habib.
dandyism video. I was
Hold
trying
on,
to
I'm
kick
gonna
some
get back to that
shit.
one, GQ. And he was married to who? Well, smart guy Willie, Mr.
oh
Hall.
fuck.
Thank you. You just played the
No, I
Hitler of
do
Hall.
remember.
Who was
That
Susie
wasn't the
Hamid
one thing.
married to? It's easy if you knew.
You said I only have to remember one thing. That wasn't the one thing I remembered.
You just brought up the Hitler. Okay, so his wife happened to be, for the rest of y'all, Madam Stephanie Sinclair,
Right.
the OG of Bumpy Johnson, who you called the Godfather of
Bumpy
Harlem.
Johnson's big home.
So what you're saying, GQ?
No, oh
Then,
nothing. I was just I was just trying to
so the
show
one.
somebody that video it was gone though.
Speaking of young God, whatever. So what I'm gonna do on Saturday is the first YN.
negative.
Oh, man. This
The
nigga is gonna
first
ruin my
YN. That's
You
what's
whole
heard what I
funny.
fucking
said
weekend.
I
first.
know that motherfucker gonna be dope.
Gonna ruin my weekend.
And 9 times out of 10
It
is
better not
probably
be
one
no
of my
Christmas
9
addict
times out of
story.
10 is probably one
Not
of
the
my
first
idols.
YN.
Hey, yo, GQ, do not go to
I'll
this
give you this
nigga's
much,
page
GQ, and don't
wanting
try
to
to.
hear something you
It's
wanted to
Hello,
hear.
Will.
He's
look
gonna
at this. The
ruin it for you. I'm
likelihood
telling you.
that, and this it's not trying to be the likelihood that it's your idol or you even heard of him is probably nil to none.
Okay. All right, cool.
And I'm not just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be
No, well, that's good. That's better because I hope you weren't banging on one of my.
Oh no,
Hey, yo, GQ, the nigga connected Thomas Rice to Boots on the Ground, man. Like, nigga fucked me up. Niggas can't line dance no more. Nothing. Fucking with this
no,
nigga.
that's taking too far. When what your call out parts is like, you didn't have to call out nothing. The drums did that when you was in the jungle, my nigga. all that having to call out the steps when you got around Dwight and them and lost your rhythm, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone have to teach you how to dance, my nigga? Your 1-2 come natural. Ain't nobody got to yell 1-2 slide to the
Or
left.
not. Or
Good.
not.
I'm sorry, brother.
No, I was just saying or not. I mean, I ain't gonna sit up here and pretend like I could dance, nigga.
Ain't no dance no
Real
more.
shit.
What's this?
2 left feet like a motherfucker.
Think you all want to see
Yeah,
your
they
man
just pull up their
dance.
pants and do the rock.
Nigga, I'm from the they don't dance no more. They don't dance no more.
Yeah.
That era. People don't dance.
Ice Cube told me I ain't trying to see no dance, and I'm sick of that shit. Listen to the
Nigga,
hit.
even when them niggas said all we do is this, you was still hitting the 2-step, Taz. Cut the shit. All they do is this. You was hitting the 2-step,
I was just a head bob, niggas. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't no more than that.
Yeah, I lived in Atlanta in 1996, and you know what the hottest song of that was back then? I swear to all of Atlanta do this driving. The Ghost Town DJs. Everybody doing that dance in the car, the backhead bouncing. I swear to you.
Oh yeah, that backhead bounce had shit on
Swear to
lock.
you, yo.
Then they
So
came with the
everybody
Harlem bounce,
dropping
Harlem
that
Shake.
shit.
Be a
Came with the
lady,
Harlem Shake on their ass
baby.
after that.
What?
If your game is strong, give me a call,
But
boo.
I'm just glad that it ain't one of people I looked up to that you about to tell me is the first YN. Goddamn.
So what you're not gonna do is stop. What you're trying to do, but I'm
He
not saying no
is.
more about it. I just ask if people have a chance or whatever to just watch it. That's all.
For sure.
But really, what you was lying about?
I'm gonna go watch this fucking show and you're gonna ruin my whole weekend.
Oh,
But just
I
can
hope
you
it's on your whole weekend.
can you
I hope
finish
Dev come and yell at
whatever
you
the
right
fuck?
after that. Dev, yeah, I swear, Dev be on mute waiting to just.
Hey,
Telling you,
true.
I know Dev.
Stalking
Hey,
them.
true. First thing I did was ran upstairs on wifey. I'm like, sit your ass down. You talking about all this Met Gala shit? Look at these goofy niggas in this
Y'all see, that's
dandyism.
Man, I'm trying to
You want
tell
to know
you,
what
bro.
dandyism is?
Yeah. I
man,
was trying
you
to
do
tell
that.
somebody about daddyism too. My
Hey,
stepfather
GQ, I
actually.
lost my mind like I was a smart nigga.
Yeah, like I was a smart nigga. I'm like, I'm talking to my stepfather who stays sharper than a motherfucking thumbtack. I'm like, hey, you with that dandyism shit. I'm like, yeah, check this. I'm trying to share the video. I'm like, this damn truth that took the video
Nah,
down.
Baby
Like,
girl, do you know who
I promise
Thomas
I'll do it.
Rice is?
But
Do
I
you know who
asked y'all.
Thomas Rice?
No, what I asked is see what I asked y'all at the end of the video is exactly what y'all went and did. Don't go around acting like you know every damn thing to your friends. Now, did I not ask y'all that?
GQ, I
Right?
ran upstairs. I
Exactly
watched
what
it
I asked you
downstairs in
not
the
to
man
do.
cave.
No.
Ran upstairs.
And I
Baby girl.
gave you an example, Willie. I said, remember your first woke Christmas and how amazing it was, right?
Hell yeah, I remember my first woke
Thank
Christmas.
you. Everybody remembers their first woke Christmas, don't you?
yeah,
I
Christmas
remember the
fucked
look
up
on my
after that.
brothers' faces and everything.
Yeah, because you sit up there, you can't appreciate opening no gifts. That's the devil's this, and the
Oh yeah,
star represent this, and you know that Saturnalia and Saturn's hat. You had it all, right, smart nigga?
yeah.
I
Ayo,
messed
true,
up
I
everything. You
swear
got
to
a new
God.
name and don't eat pork no more this
That
Christmas.
was her reply. These niggas want to ruin everything. You don't want me to enjoy nothing. I'm
Yeah.
like, well, babe, once you see the shit, how can you unsee it? Fuck that.
Shit, I
You don't
remember
go.
Nick Cannon's first woke experience too. That shit was public for us all to see.
He started wearing a turban and having 12 guys. He had a whole tribe of Israel.
Right. Yeah, like 3 or 4 different uniforms on at one point.
Oh
But what
shit,
I
my
said at the
son
same
is
time is
definitely wearing a turban.
we can't be that critical of our people at the same time. Like part of that is now our cultural influence in there as well, right? So yes, they exploit it and make it, what they made it, but don't take the fact that that doesn't become major parts of style and fashion from us at the same time. You know what I mean?
Huh?
Yeah, real talk. Well, that's how it came up with me. I didn't run it straight and just try to act like I knew something, but my stepfather came over to the crib, styling on a nigga. You know what I'm saying? So we got into the conversation. You know, I remember my mom before she passed. She like, she like my husband. He like to wear his money. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we got into the conversation. Then I'm like, hey, check this out, Pop. You know what dandyism is.
You wanted to ruin his woke dreams. You see, the nigga got you. I don't know how I started fucking with
Yo,
this nigga
DQ.
too.
So out in Chicago, in that area, well, in New York too, they was also called probably around. How old was your daddy roughly? 70s?
Yes. He's about 73,
Yeah, he's
74.
probably around mine. That's still a little bit too young, but at one point they was calling them sheiks. That's how
Yes,
that's how
indeed.
chic that's how chic got popular.
Yes, indeed. Yes, yep. You're right
Live
about that.
free, so chic.
And they
We got
definitely over the last, call them the Max.
Yeah. Well, that's like I said, that's been
And
this
there.
nigga
like you broke
fucked
it
up
down about the
macaroni house
macaroni.
for me.
Right.
This
Exactly.
nigga pissed me off.
Oh man, I was
The
I
Mac
I
was
love
my
that. I love
movie.
that video, man. I hope you put that back up,
Yeah,
man.
it's
That
up. I
video.
swear to you, it's back up. But
Okay, yeah.
why is the Mac not your movie anymore?
No, yeah. I still like the Mac, man.
Because
Exactly, me
now you
too.
done connected it to the macaroons and the macaronis
Nah,
In the
taking
first
their fashion all over Europe. I ain't want to hear that shit.
But
Hey
did I
man,
lie?
that was
So I
cool.
shouldn't tell you the truth?
Nope, tell the
You
truth,
the
bro.
nigga
That
that I
shit
told you take the red pill or whatever it is. It's much easier. Then I tell you, I say these things. It's
that
much
shit makes
easier.
so much sense, man. It makes so much sense to me, man. And these brothers
Macaroni.
show with the style that's way flamboyant,
Yo,
A lot of pimps always seemed a little feminine to me, though. They always had that little feminine thing.
Nah, I mean, so what the topic was about, I already had an issue with the whole Met Gala and dandyism. It just seemed weird to me. Then when this nigga connects all the fucking dots, now I'm even more angry. I run upstairs to my wife and I gotta tell her, nah, we don't fuck with none of this shit.
yes,
Fuck that.
what the hell? That's what I asked you not to do. That you the blackest nigga in the
I
world
don't
now.
want to hear that shit.
yeah.
And that was her
You got to
piece
speak for
too.
yourself, Will. I'm still a Mac nigga, and I'm still gonna dress like a Mac.
But you understand the program, player. That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm
Pimping
still
ass
Macking. I'm
nigga,
still gonna
GQ.
dress like a Mac, nigga. I'm still
This
wearing
nigga
my
gonna
Gators,
pimp
nigga.
regardless.
I'm wearing my shit, nigga. Fuck that.
But it's also like the bigger point is because I think y'all was talking about in different ways. Was it today or yesterday about the power of popular culture? You know what I mean? And how a lot of this stuff is hidden and gets put behind archetypes and tropes and stereotypes that's repeated so often that it just so much of it starts to become fact
And then
because
that
it's
and then the
repeated,
African
accepted as
comes up
fact.
here
Pop culture is evil.
and then the African comes up here and tells us this is how he views us because this is all he's ever seen.
Right. But it's no different from how you view the African. And Taz actually said I remember that. And Taz gave I think, which was a fair answer. Like,
Look at
okay, so
any
you think,
Tarzan
okay,
movie,
that's the interrupt.
bitch.
That's the interruption. But no, he didn't say all that. He said, would it
Yes,
be
we
fair
did.
if we judge y'all like that about the jungle and all that other stuff? So that's actually fair to ask if that's the case.
Nah, true, he did say it like that though. He said, "So what if I judge you by every Tarzan movie, bitch?"
No. I came up. No, I agreed it was a progression. There
That's
was a
yeah.
gap.
That's it. No, yeah, for real. Like I do think there's I mean, I think there's a level of patience you got to have with somebody that there's a culture gap.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like, you know what I'm saying? The problem I think with him though at times he'd just say, "Fuck what you talking about. I ain't been to America, but I know better than you."
I'm
You
just
know,
gonna make
that's
my point.
that's the problem with him. You know what I'm saying? He'll tell you he know better than you. And he ain't never been. Like, nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But I gotta be honest, all this peace accord on this channel is really throwing me off. So I'm gonna go back in the chat and hopefully Dev finds motivation to yell at Willie. I'm
Bullshit.
gonna say Ashe Habari Ghani and Shalom.
Shalom.
What's all that, bro?
I hate this nigga,
He
man.
hit you with the whole comedic shuffle.
I hate this nigga.
A Gabi.
Not a Barigani.
That nigga cat.
Look, GQ. And
Yeah.
now I go to my other channel and Taz got me pissed the fuck off with these Mexicans. I'm watching all this shit go down in Inglewood High School. These niggas got me activated. I ain't even wake up yet, nigga. It ain't even 8:30. I'm going to work mad as a motherfucker. Fuck all you niggas.
Exactly. Yeah. Thought provoking.
My niggas be putting that working though.
Hell yeah. Getting busy, man. Teaching like a motherfucker. I'm here to learn.
Nah, but GQ on some G shit. My only real question came from niggas played it on Psycho Channel. It was like we heard Malcolm say, "No, I'm not looking to create my own nation. I'm just looking for autonomy here." And so it was a fair question to ask, what is black nationalism for real? Like, is niggas really trying to do something completely separate of America? And once we accept the fact that no, that was never the plan, then we could talk about what we really trying to do. Sabio crashed out on me thinking I don't give a fuck about the ancestors and all that goofy shit.
Today?
Yeah, man. Like I left after I was rocking with you niggas all day.
No. You're not gonna keep trying to repeat that lie, man. I
Here
don't
he
know
go.
why you keep repeating that shit.
Here he go. See?
I mean, why the fuck is something wrong? Why something got to be wrong with me?
Nah, you
Because you
right,
want
Dev. I'm
somebody else to
sorry.
believe the fucking lie you keep trying to repeat.
Nah, I said I
You
apologize.
had,
I'm sorry.
but I'm saying though, you had it up in your own fucking head to make sure somebody else hears the shit.
Hold on,
And he
Dev,
never
but
whatever
said
he
nothing about
asked,
the
Dev,
ancestors
look,
didn't
my
do
Dev,
nothing.
this
response
nigga don't care
was
about the ancestors.
whatever
Will
he
don't give a fuck about the
asked.
ancestors. That nigga
Why are you trying
lazy.
to put the shit on Sabio though?
You
Just
gonna
say
drop me?
you.
Hey, before we crash, hold
You gonna
on.
drop
Before we
me?
crash on him,
Will is Bayesian.
has
He
Jack.
not even he a tether. That's why he don't fuck with black nationalism. He a tether.
Here come this
Let me
goofy ass
ask this
nigga.
though: has Jack Johnson ever been in a boxing game before?
No,
Like what?
not
Like
to my
Yeah,
punch
hold
up,
on,
knowledge.
Jack
punch up?
Johnson.
No.
Jack
No.
Johnson. Hold on. Fight night
In a
round
boxing game,
champion. Fight night
He
champions. Yeah,
he was in Fight Night
he
Champions.
was in Fight
I
Night
think he
Champions.
was. I think Jack Johnson.
Not
I
Champions.
don't
Yeah, nah,
remember
I ain't
that.
at fight night. I
Jack
don't
Jack
remember
Jack
no
Nah,
Jack
he would have
Johnson.
had
Johnson.
if it was, it would have had to been an older game. That's what I was
That's the
asking.
creative
But nah,
player.
Fight Night
Somebody
Champions.
created
Fight
that
Night
nigga.
Champions is old. Nigga, Fight Night
They
Champions is PlayStation
Yeah,
3.
you gotta spend
no, but
V-Bucks
I
to
mean
buy
like
that
that's
nigga or
like the
something.
last
'Cause
one
I
that they
ain't.
made though. If he
Yeah,
was in
the
one, it would have
last
been
Fight
like
Night was
round one
Champions.
or two.
Nigga, I done
Yeah.
played with Jack Johnson from start to finish, nigga. I
Bro,
play the
Jack
game.
Johnson.
I
Ooh,
ain't.
hold on, Jack. Am I thinking? Okay, I may be thinking the
Yeah, you
Sugar
about
Ray Robinson.
nah,
I
they
may be
ain't
thinking
never
Oh,
put
Sugar Ray
Jack
y'all
Robinson.
some of
Johnson
y'all
on
niggas
nothing.
in Fight Night, boy.
Jack Johnson is on undisputed this morning. He just made history.
Right.
Niggas ain't
That's
Nigga,
trying to get
crazy.
this
But
family.
Undisputed
he
is
gave that
trash though,
analogy
bro.
earlier. That's
Undisputed is
crazy.
trash.
It's better though
Undisputed is
now,
trash.
bro. It got better now.
Bro, the best
Now
fight
that
night is
that
Champions,
that
bro.
that that
Yeah,
The
that
best
undisputed, that
is.
boxing
Hold
undisputed
game
up,
is
was
hold
Fight
up.
Night
trash.
Champions.
Now we
That
gonna have a
undisputed
boxing
was
match right
trash.
on
I
the
ain't gonna
panel.
lie
Hold
to
up.
you.
So
Undisputed was
Domo,
definitely trash.
when I
It's been
said to
better.
you, when I said to you that Pan Africanism in America isn't the same as in Africa, and you went off, right? But then it turned into another 3 hours of niggas not only debating Pan Africanism, but black nationalism and everything else. Do
Okay.
you understand now that there's not one fundamental definition of Pan Africanism that applies to America and the continent?
No,
You under huh?
Fundamental.
you're
Huh?
wrong. You're wrong.
I'm wrong.
You gotta take
Yes.
a break from that word, bro. You
Stay
gotta
away
go
from what word?
saying fundamental.
Like
I
because
thought
at the end of the
friends.
day, because again, the
I'm
definition
gonna try, Taz.
the shared fate of people around the diaspora, or across, not around, but across the diaspora.
So,
That's Pan Africanism.
So before you dropped me from the panel, I was trying to make the point that in Africa, Pan-Africanism doesn't mean the same as what it means here, right? Like here, we look at it as this giant, watch this, fundamental umbrella,
You're not
right?
using the word correctly. I don't
You're
understand
not.
if you
You're
comprehend it.
fighting a giant
You need to
fundamental.
comprehend that.
Can I finish there?
No, you cannot.
I'm saying in Black America,
I just
fundamentally.
got done telling you that you're using Pan
Fundament-
African incorrectly.
You are, bro.
How? How?
Because like when
By
you
Explain.
say we view
Hold
it as
up,
this
relax, Domo.
fundamental,
Chill, Domo. Go ahead, Dev.
by trying to specify it to a country.
I wasn't specifying it to a country, so you didn't understand the point I was making. My point simply was when we look at Pan-Africanism in America, it encompasses everyone that we consider Black. When they're looking at it on the
Um,
continent,
uh,
their enemy.
like I
Th-
was trying to say
that's
before you
yeah, that
cut
ain't
me the
true, bro.
fuck off.
Yeah.
You're using the term incorrectly. So
How
trying
so?
to specify it to a country is incorrect.
I wasn't specifying it to a country.
You can't
But
specify it
bro,
to a
but
continent either.
that's what I'm saying. Cause like here's the thing, bro. Like you know how even I don't remember what the brother from Tanzania, right? When
Yeah.
he's like, oh, we have our differences, but we cousins. That's Pan-Africanism. Recognizing the relationality, even with people, bro. Pan-Africanism can't just be on even okay. Think
Yeah,
about
but
what
my
pan.
argument would be that even
Hold
in
on.
Stop
Tanzania,
trying to argue and listen.
If you think about what pan means, right? Pan means that it exceeds Africa.
he only
So if
interrupts
you're
me.
thinking about, so you can't think about Pan-Africanism simply from the perspective of Africa, right? Because the idea is that there were Africans who were spread across the diaspora.
So clearly, you never understood what I was saying. I was making
No,
a
I did.
con.
I
I was
disagree,
making.
nigga.
I
I
was.
disagree.
Hold on. I
It's
was.
not. Hold on, no, no,
You
no, 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 no.
said. You said
Let's
I
be clear.
can't
Let's be.
look
Hold on,
at it
Will.
from
Let's
the
be
pers.
clear.
Hold
I
on.
understand what you're
You
saying.
said I
I
couldn't
disagree
look
with
at
that
it from the
perspective.
perspective of one country. You clearly didn't understand what I was
I
saying.
didn't say that. Dev said that. So you don't even know who said what, nigga.
You just agreed with him, bro.
No,
You
I'm
just.
saying you. I no.
Yeah. Say it again.
Where I'm disagreeing with you is the idea that Pan Africanism means something different, whether you in America or on the continent.
Okay.
The idea when the nigga from Tanzania called us his cousins, right?
Right.
Like when African people reflect the relationality that they have with black people,
Right.
that is a reflection of Pan-Africanism.
You ready for me to respond?
I mean,
Because
I would prefer that you didn't, but if
my
you, that's what I'm
response
saying. Y'all
would
gotta stop
be
asking that, because I'm
my
always gonna be like, nah,
response
you
would
good.
be my response would be he doesn't feel that way about the people in Tunisia, and we do, right? He has his
Feel what
own
way?
issues
What
on
the
the
fuck are you
continent.
talking about?
No, but then you're not talking about bro. He can have his own specific issues
Oh,
on the
good
continent,
Lord.
but like just like we got our own specific issues in America. However,
It's not the same.
we have a shared fate in terms of our global community.
Okay, Will, you just want to argue, bro. That's all you. It seems like you just want to argue, no
I don't
matter
want to
what the fucking
argue.
topic is.
I don't want to
You
argue. I
don't have
just
to
want
fucking
to.
argue every goddamn fucking word, yo. It's not
I
that
don't want to.
important.
I don't want to argue, Dev. I just want to
Well,
have a
don't then.
conversation.
Well, you're not having a conversation.
Of course, because you're cutting
No,
me
you're
off.
not. No, you're
You're
not.
cutting off
Okay,
only me.
based on what Domo
I'm
just
gonna go
told you,
on mute, Dev.
what
Don't even
what
worry about
what,
me.
what
I'm
is
gonna listen.
Pan Africanism?
I'm gonna listen.
Give him an example of Pan Africanism.
I had already provided that
Which is what?
in the context of what I'm talking about, and what I'm
Which is
talking
what?
about. And shut the. Please be quiet, and I will answer in 2 sentences. Watch this. I'm saying in America, Pan Africanism is an umbrella that encompasses everything on that continent. Pan Africanism is Burkina Faso, Niger, and whatever the other third country is. fighting against other black people in the Ivory Coast.
Okay,
That's
here's the
my
thing.
argument.
That's not.
Okay. So
Hold on.
I'm gonna
That's
stop
not.
you now. I'm stopping you now.
Go ahead.
That is what we're trying to tell you before you started. Is incorrect. You're using the term incorrectly.
I'm not using the term incorrectly. I'm
Bro,
going off what
pan means.
Ibrahim Traore has said.
All right, go on mute then, and let him explain to
Because
you.
like
I'm
pan, what
saying if we're
pan is speaking
speaking
to.
for the
Nigga,
continent,
go
I want
on
to be
mute.
clear. All right, my fault. Don't drop me. Please, God. I just want to have the conversation.
Will you shut the fuck up?
Bro, hold on, Dave. Okay, hold on, Dave. Okay, look. Here's the thing, Will.
Hey, yo,
Here's the
chill
thing,
out,
Will.
God. Chill out. I'm
Pan.
going on mute.
Here's the thing, Will. Pan as a suffix means what? Like, what do you think that means, bro?
Multiple.
Across.
Across. Either one. I know what the fuck pan means. So I'm saying even these countries that have an agreement and are working together, their definition of Pan-Africanism isn't fully inclusive. My only argument is when we talk that shit over here, we're talking about everybody. That's my only argument. That's it. It's not that difficult. And once motherfuckers shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, they realize I'm not crazy.
Well, that's not correct either,
I'll
bitch.
go back on mute, Dad.
It's only the motherfuckers that's in the diaspora. Ignorant motherfucker. If you would have shut the
Right.
fuck up the first time, maybe you would have comprehended the goddamn fact and concept. But you want to be right all the fucking time about arguing. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Nah, you right, Dev.
Okay,
I'ma learn.
so
My fault,
so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When pan is used in the context of like Pan Americanism or Pan Africanism, that means that it extends beyond the like let's say the continental borders, right? So is it pan in that context is about inclusiveness.
Correct.
That means in that right. So from that, right. So that means that it wouldn't matter whether or not you're on the continent, because like if you were if like for example, if your focus is only what's happening in Africa, then you're not thinking from a Pan-African standpoint, right?
So
You're thinking from an
Domo,
African standpoint.
so Domo, you're not understanding my point.
No, I
believe-
understand your point. I disagree. I'm saying your point is wrong. I'm
So you
saying your
don't-
point doesn't. Hold on.
So
I'm
let me
saying.
ask you. Let me ask
Hold
you.
on. Let me
Since you're
finish my
saying I'm
statement.
wrong,
Let
I
me
wanna-
finish my
Let
statement,
him
and you can
finish,
ask.
man. Damn, what the fuck is your problem?
All right,
And
go.
Dev's
All
gonna
right, go ahead,
crash out
Will.
on
Go
me.
ahead. What
I'm
question?
going back
What
on
question?
mute.
What question? What's your question? What's your question? I'm saying your framing of Pan-Africanism is wrong. What question do you want to ask in that context?
You make it sound like no matter what the fuck he explained to you, he don't understand what what you think Pan Africanism is the right way, and everybody else is fucking wrong.
But I mean, but the thing is that
No, I'm not saying that.
if you're saying
I'm
that there
saying
are
I'm from
Africans who are,
Harlem. I
if
know
you're
what
saying that there,
Pan-Africanism is. I
if
know
you're
what
saying
these
that the,
different groups.
If you would listen to what Domo is saying, you would not say what you keep repeating.
I have been
You would not
listening.
say
anybody,
it. You would be like,
so
why am I saying this if you actually listen? You have a listening problem, Will. I'm not the only one that thinks like this.
I have been listening. He told me I
But
could
you're
speak,
not
but I'ma
understanding or
wait.
comprehending.
So Will,
I'm going
any
back on
African,
mute.
okay, so any African that's solely focused on what's happening in Africa, right? That wouldn't be Pan-Africanism. That would be Africanism, because your focus is solely what's happening within the continent. Pan-Africanism, or it's Afrocentric, if you will. Afrocentric is actually the correct framing, right? It'd be you be Afrocentric. Your focus is Afrocentric. Pan-Africanism is a term that was introduced to describe the diaspora specifically. Specifically.
Probably got to
You're on
use. Probably
record.
got to
Now you're
use
on
country.
record for saying that.
Hold on, probably got to use country though, Mo.
Nah,
Not
no, GQ. Fall back. Let him be on record for saying that. and then allow me
Okay,
to
prove it
respond. I'm
wrong.
listening.
So prove it wrong.
I would argue that what Ibrahim Traore has between Burkina Faso, Niger, and I forget the third country, right? That is an example of Pan-Africanism. My simple argument is that in America, we view Pan-Africanism as this
Oh, we know
encompass.
your fucking argument, bro. You done said it 5 times, and again, it's incorrect.
All right,
Even
cool. I'm
if,
back on mute. I'm
even
back
if,
on
for
mute.
example,
Yeah, because
even if you,
only hold on,
look,
Domo.
hold
Because
on,
if
hold on. Let me
if
say
you
this. Let me say this, GQ. Let me say this, GQ.
go ahead.
He can be focused on Burkina Faso, right? Like that can be an instance of Pan-Africanism. But if his understanding excludes diasporan Africans, then it's not Pan-African. It's
Okay,
not Pan-African.
my thing
If
is
it
this.
excludes diasporan Africans.
Only thing I only correction I see is on there that I think it might be is,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not Africa the continent. It's like if you live in Nigeria and you only worried about Nigeria, then you're not Pan African. But if you live
You're
in
not, yeah.
Nigeria, if you live in Nigeria and you worried about what's happening in Burkina Faso, you worry about what's happening in Ghana, you worry about what's happening in the Congo, you worry about, then you would be Pan African.
Right. So,
You
can I
know
get
what
a
I'm saying?
second to make my point? Not even make my argument fundamentally, right?
Nah,
Can I
bro,
make?
because you've already made that point. You just
All
repeat
right,
the
cool.
same
All
shit over and
right, cool.
over
I'll
again.
fall back.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like how do y'all niggas play victim and just like literally keep
So
saying the same?
Who's
Not
playing victim?
what you think
You don't
about
want
that,
to hear
Domo?
me cook you,
no,
so I fell
I
back.
agree. I agree with what you saying. I
No,
like
you
Okay.
don't.
yes, that
You
like that.
don't
No, not
understand
you,
what I'm
nigga.
saying.
Okay. See, and that's why it's cool if you fall back
It's not
because
on
you're
your syllabus. I get it. You don't understand my point.
No, you don't understand his point.
I
thank you.
understand his.
Will.
I understand his
Thank
point
you.
clearly.
No, you
His
don't. You
point is.
can't. You cannot
His point
understand
is.
his point
Listen,
and keep
GQ. Watch
saying
this.
that, bro.
GQ. His point is, if you are an African country focused specifically on yourself,
Nope,
that is
nope.
not Pan
That's where you're
African.
wrong. You started off wrong. He didn't say if you were African country.
That's
So
your point.
your premise
That's your
going
statement.
in is to lay the foundation out for the lie.
You know, we could rewind the video, right?
No, bro, you're the
At the
one
end of
that
the day,
said
anybody
Well,
can
you
go
were
back
wrong
about.
about the Dreamer
Hold on.
Act and immigration,
At
and
any,
you're
no,
wrong
I
about
wasn't.
this one.
No,
So
I
what
wasn't.
are you going for the international YouTube record
I
for
wasn't
being
Lie
wrong.
wrong
detector.
the most times on one panel in
Ayo
the
Dev.
shortest amount of time?
Ayo Dev.
You're like
You
in
really
first place
think
right
just
now.
because you got the keys and I
I
don't
don't give a
respond,
fuck if
you're
I got
right?
the keys or not.
Of course you don't.
You're the oddball out.
Because
Not
you'll
like
get to
nobody
talk
on the
about me
panel
after you drop me
has
off
this
the panel.
misconception,
I know
but
you
you
don't care.
on multiple occasions.
That's
bro,
cool. I'll
you
go
can
back on
have
mute.
your own
I'm going to go back
understanding,
on mute.
but what's undermining
Nobody's disputing you. Wale
I'm,
has his own opinion, his own
Clearly, you
perspective.
are
You have
disputing
your
me.
own.
If you weren't
no, bro,
disputing me,
it's
if you weren't disputing me, why are you yelling at me, Dev?
Because you're wrong. And you're repeating what Domo said is wrong, just like you try to do Sabio.
Shit. So I cooked 2 niggas tonight.
No, nigga, you lied
Oh,
on 2 niggas.
let him
And you
have
I'm
wanna
that,
trying
Bill.
to
and you
Let
save
him
wanna
you.
be
have
the
that, Bill.
victim.
He
You
cooking.
And
He
wanna
you
go to
trying
cooking.
to
bed
save me.
crying. You're gonna go to bed crying and you're gonna wake up mad on a Friday
Let him have that, Bill.
and
He
blame
cooked two
us
Yo,
niggas.
for it.
Dev,
Nah,
Will,
nigga.
Will,
because
you cook
Psycho
two
will be
niggas,
on in a
bro.
couple days and you don't
Fuck
have the
what they talking
keys
about,
over
Will.
there.
You
I'm not
cook two
crying.
niggas tonight, bro. You cook like a motherfucker, bro.
Psycho will be live in a couple
didn't
days
hold
and
on,
you
look,
don't
didn't
have
he,
the keys
GQ?
there. Why would I
Didn't,
cry? I'm going to still get to talk to my niggas. Fuck I'm crying for. I
you
be
cook
being
like a
nice to
motherfucker.
you because I know when you get in your feelings, you going to drop me and sit here and talk about me for the next 20 minutes and
All
try
I'll
right.
to
drop you,
miss
bitch,
Come
and
on,
not
come
and
say
on with the
try
not
to
one
emotional
word
miss.
shit.
about you. How
And,
about that?
No emotional shit, bro. No emotional
Now
shit.
see how long I talk about you, bitch.
Yes. God damn. I don't blame you. That emotional shit. Ain't got time for that bullshit.
Domo, we have to fight for DEI. DEI is important, man. We got to fight for that shit. Don't give up, man. I don't think you lost that
I
debate.
agree.
Fight for DEI.
I don't think you lost that debate.
Yeah,
I think
that means deport every immigrant.
Yeah, he definitely lost that debate. But moving forward,
So
though,
we gonna fight. We gonna fight for DEI, deporting every immigrant.
Listen, this
you know,
this how I phrase it.
I'm fighting.
The judges decided how the judges decided. Whether or not I lost that debate, the
did they
judges
give her a
decided how the
30?
judges decided. Yeah, it was a
Well,
30. Mean
They
30.
but
decided it was time for a 30, huh?
how
Yeah,
can
it'd
we
be like
bring?
that.
How can we implement again those radical what the radical tradition? How do you
The black
implement
radical tradition, nigga. The
yeah,
black
how do
radical
you
tradition.
implement that into somebody else's corporation?
I mean, shit, plenty of ways. Plenty of ways. But here's the thing, it's the duality to it.
Implement
Hold on, because it's a duality to it. Because it's a duality to it, right? Because
no, bro. Man,
not only that's what I'm saying, bro. Like y'all can't.
dancing.
I'm trying to find the least offensive way to say this.
Dancing.
And so because I can't, I'm gonna be like, good job, Tag.
Yeah.
Because I can't find the least offensive way to say what I want to say. I'm gonna just say
I would say it in the most offensive way. Like
You
let's
don't
get
have
the
to. You don't have to relive. You don't have to keep
I still think
reliving
he
it.
holding back because it's a public space. He has not yet just crossed over and just said,
let's
F
get
it.
the numbers up, bro. Like let's hear it.
Drop your real argument, man. Outside of the debate, you really feel we should fight for it
nah,
because
but that's my real fucking bro.
What you trying to say,
Taz,
Domo?
what are the two?
Taz
Hold on,
paid too
Taz.
the
much
What are
for
the
black
two
him.
words
radical
I use the
tradition.
most? Hold on, nah. What are the two words I use the most? Ideological consistency. I don't make arguments for debate, nigga. I make arguments because I'm standing on it, and I got the scholarships to prove it. I don't know what is wrong. Y'all niggas have never known me to not stand on what I stand on. I
That's a
really
fact.
All
believe
right,
this
we'll
shit, nigga.
stand on it. How do we implement black radical tradition in corporate America?
Bro, first of all, and I think this is the most important point, right? And outside of the debate, I could put more emphasis on this. We have to detach from the neoliberal value system and understanding our hold on. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. No, like but I'm serious, bro. Like I thought, like how we see how we view like what we consider valuable, what we consider strategies, so the reason why I talk about ontology and epistemology as much as I do is because I think I think it like all politics start there. How we understand the world and how we understand strategies start with the epistemology that we function under and our ontological understanding, right? And what's happened is that we've allowed for like white epistemology to be like the norm, right? I mean, not even allowed, right? That's what we were introduced into. So it's things that we like. So when we think about what participation looks like, or we think about what DEI looks like, or we think about like what does it mean to work within a business, we have a very confined way of understanding these things, right? And so when we're asking ourselves, well, what does such and such look like? The difficulty that we have is that it's always our responsibility to radically re-envision these things. And when you have certain obstacles, people who haven't adopted that radical understanding, it's more difficult for them to understand what that strategy is supposed to look like. Like, for example, I'm not getting I don't study politics to do politics the normal way. I study it to disrupt it, to know how to approach it from a black radical tradition perspective by recognizing what it is from its normative perspective. And so when we look at it in terms of DEI, when you look at it in terms of DEI strategies, DEI for us has to look like a infiltration. DEI for us has to look like COINTELPRO. It has to look like gaining access within in order to disseminate that influence in a more covert way, right? And so even thinking about it from that perspective is more it's difficult to understand what that means. But the phrase that I want y'all to look into is what's called dialectical participation. Dialectical participation is working within a particular structure as a way to undermine or to interrogate or to resist that structure. So your participation doesn't have to validate your involvement. Your participation can actually create internal forms of resistance to push back in the ways in which these institutions create uh, uh, detrimental policies that have a negative impact on Black involvement. So when we ask ourselves, what does it look like, right? What does it look like to create an autonomous Black anything in their shit, right? And it looks like for example, the autonomous Black Studies department that was established at Cornell, the many autonomous ethnic studies departments that was established in San Francisco State. What that means is that, yeah, we're within the institutions, but the question of whether or not we're able to influence those institutions as a way to produce outcomes is how we understand whether or not that institution can be considered valid or autonomous. Not whether or not we can participate in it, but whether or not our involvement shapes outcomes that are based on our approach and our ideology, not the other way around. And so when you think about DEI training and like when they talk about the benefit of DEI today, they do it from a cost analysis, not a social justice framing. They do it from the perspective of like one of the biggest and key talking points about why DEI is good for companies is the benefit of innovative revenue. That having a diverse workforce means that you can pull from different cultures and perspectives, all to contribute to right? That in that context, that's neoliberal multiculturalism. Having diversity, but using that diversity only to generate more profit for the corporation. The radical understanding and ideology of DEI is using it as an anti-discrimination tool, as a way to push back against the ways that institutions create barriers to certain groups of people. So adopting the framing of DEI as a tool for social justice, as a part of the Black radical tradition, as opposed to adopting DEI from the perspective of utilizing diversity to create better business outcomes, is how you understand the different impacts of using the ideology of DEI to shape policy.
You glad you get all that out?
A bunch of words out of that.
I'm not finna sit here and diminish everything
Now,
that you're
hey,
saying.
but if I said
My
niggas
boy,
wasn't, hold on, and not you, but see, here's the thing, here's the thing, Diddy. If I sat here and told you that you just didn't have you just didn't have the ability to comprehend what I said, would I be insulting you?
nah,
Would
that's
that be
just
an insult to you?
Not at all. I mean, that would be your.
Would you find that
That would
disrespectful?
be a
Right? If I said to you,
misconstruction.
if I said to you that it's not a word salad, you just don't got the facilities for it, right? Like
Faculties, you
that's
mean? You mean
is
faculties.
that no facilities. No facilities. No facilities. No facilities.
Okay,
Facilities.
As in
In terms of aptitude.
okay.
In terms of aptitude.
Mm-hmm.
It's a question of whether or not you are equipped. That may be an easier word for you to comprehend. If you're equipped to be able to comprehend what I said. What the fuck is you talking
for
about?
me, when I think about what you said, here's where I'm at. When I think about what you said, and I watched the debate, I also watched the recap, and so I do have a perspective because I do like the debate format and everything. I don't think that you earned less than a 30 if Taz earned a 30 as well. There's just a lot of passion and conviction there that I like to talk about as well. But one of the things that stands out to me when you're arguing, and there's this big other, and right now it sounds like the other is the white people and what their responsibility is to accept or reject whatever form of DEI was on the board. And that's the way I think a lot of people get it wrong. They think that Black people were now the ones who were given these great opportunities. And now that they're here, they're just curtailing to white supremacy. What I hear, though, in your argument is that it's not that they're cowtelling or whatever it is, whatever the word, deity might know a better word, to the corporate system and how it is. It sounds like you're arguing that they don't even have that radical knowledge in the first place to go in and challenge the system. And so they may be excellent at their job, which only goes towards empowering the same system. Whereas, let's say, of an industry like finance, if they know that Black people are underbanked and receiving smaller loans, we saw a lot of growth in Black business ventures, LLCs being started, but not the capitalization. If they can keep identifying those areas of opportunity, like LLC, an American thing, why would they not get the full, whatever loan that was due, that they were eligible to receive, based on their business plan? And so it sounds like when we have Blacks in those financial institutions, which is only my one example, there could be a lot of other spaces where they could find a solution for a Black, where we say, what are the problems of the Black community? I'll use another one in healthcare space, dental. And like now, if you don't have good credit and you still try to go to the dentist, their prices be so high that even if you do get approved for a loan for any amount, the interest rates are like 25-30%. Now you might be able to get no interest, but that's going to be for how much of the actual treatment plan. And that's to me a community type issue when we just think about healthcare and where their universal healthcare, where it could grow. Right now we look at universal healthcare as, do I have to just go to the emergency room? If I do, will I receive a bill in any sense, or do I even have access like that? And the DEI argument being dwindled down to Blacks having access was one of the things that you are already trying to overcome. It's bigger than just we have access. We have an application. We have Tom, John, and a couple of James and a couple of other goofies, and then three fraternal brothers from Alpha Phi Alpha and two Qs, and now we have 17 sisters, and all of these people have made it into not the C-suite, but they're all at the upper, they're level 14s, level 15s inside of the company, whatever it might be. Even in the government space where they said Blacks started to move up and find their way into the middle class, they may be in a government space, but is that space actually serving the needs? Where our argument is, where is the tangibles of having those Blacks in that space when we can still go through any ghetto in America and still see how hardship faces those who are in the bottom 60% or the lower quartiles? And it's so many more of us in the Black community who are facing facing poverty like this, that it's like, well, damn, are we really making it? Go ahead.
You good. So here's the thing, and I think you made a great point, because I think you understand, or you kind of feel a little bit more where I'm coming from, because I think we at a certain point we have to move beyond asking where are the intangibles, and answer, like, after we already have answered that question, and then say, why aren't they there? Right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas don't ask the fundamental question. Like, if you ask the question, why doesn't DEI work? So they're gonna talk about some liberal democratic bullshit, right? Because when you ask people, like, where are they informed about DEI? Where did they learn? Like, nobody has answered the question, or Taz has, right? When I asked Taz, who gets to define DEI, his answer is Harvard. And I'm like, and that's the problem. Because Harvard is the reason why DEI policies are necessary. Like, the people that we are saying that is defining this term for us are the people that the term was created for. Think about that dynamic. Think about it. I mean, and we understand it when we think about it in different contexts, right? Like, for example, when Moors say, why would you call yourself Black? It's because that's what the master called you. So why would you allow yourself to be defined by them. So if we can understand why we wouldn't want them defining how we understand ourselves, when we look at everything else in the world, especially as it pertains to our strategies for resistance, why would we allow them to tell us what these things are? If we can look and see that the root of these concepts are associated with things like the Black radical tradition, and is an evolution of that tradition, why would we then turn around and say, you have an option now? You have an option. I can either think about it the way that Target and Chase and Joe Biden think about DEI, or now that I am aware that there is a different way to understand how DEI functions, I can go that direction. I don't have to think about it like this. But in the conversations that we have, niggas are choosing the neoliberal perspective. It's not that there's not another perspective out there. There are plenty. And I introduced one. But there are plenty. And so if there's another perspective out there, what is the investment in Harvard? What is the investment in Target? Why are we saying, well, nah, I ain't gonna think about it like that, because this is what Target talking about. But we don't, but Target's the problem. Joe Biden is the problem. Harvard is the problem. Why are we allowing them to define how we understand things if we're saying they're the issue?
Okay, so even if I agree with you here, Harvard does not set the only definition for what DEI is, and the way that they've propagated it has made it more beneficial for other groups than us. How do
But isn't that a reason? But isn't that a reason
wait,
to reject their understanding of it, though?
Right, and
Can
even if
y'all
I
give
don't
me the
accept theirs,
DEI definition that's different than Harvard? Maybe I'm confused. I'm sorry.
right, yes. And because there are other definitions, we can give him that point. But still, my question would be, how do we, here's where I didn't draw the whole connection, where DEI is now an active Black radical tradition itself.
Okay,
I
because
hear
at its
your argument that
origins,
says once people, oh, you got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, at its origins, right? Okay, so this is all right. So this is cool. I'm glad we're talking about this now outside of the debate, because I can just talk about it, right? So when you look into the question of why are DEI policies failing, we can all agree that they're not having the type of impact that we should expect them to have, given what its mission is and what its focus is, right? So what's happening? That's the fundamental question. And when you look at DEI practitioners and what they say, and people that write about diversity, people that write about culture, right? They say that corporate DEI policies, university DEI policies are detached from their foundation. Then the next question is then, oh, well, what's its foundation? Well, the scholars say that the foundation of DEI is the student protests of the late 1960s, where those protests, specifically Black-led protests, was where you first heard a material demand for diversity. Those demands for diversity were not situated around inclusion, right? Because they were already allowed to go to the school. So it wasn't just a question of inclusion. When the students at Cornell were talking about diversity, they were talking about it from the perspective of controlling their own institution within Cornell, an autonomous Black studies program that was led by Black administrators specifically, and specifically for Black students. That's what diversity as a material demand, as a policy proposal. It was the first diversity policy proposal was for autonomous Black studies programs led by Black people, ran by Black people. And they wanted to hire somebody had got fired. They wanted that black person hired back, and there was some other shit. But diversity as a material demand. So when I say material demand, it was diversity as a request being or not a request, because the goal was to take it, right? It was the first time that language was used in that context. Because before, just to give you even further context, because all of this is after the Civil Rights Act, right? But before, the training was specifically centered on questions of making sure you're not discriminated. So it wasn't when they say that the initial DEI policies came from EEOC and Lyndon B. Johnson, no, they weren't talking about diversity. They were talking about not discriminating. This is how you make sure you are not breaking the law in your hiring practices, right? That's not diversity. So diversity as a demand was first introduced by these students at Cornell and by these students at San Francisco State. Their language centered around diversity and inclusion. So this is the origins of why DEI exists. These conversations. Now, this is what happened. Key part, this is what happened. The university saw those demands, right? This is post-Civil Rights America. Post-Civil Rights America asks itself, how can we meet these demands, but make sure we do it in a way to where we push back against this radical shit? And so what the scholars argue is that the universities were the first institutions that then said, okay, y'all are using this word diversity. We're going to create a diversity office. We're going to make it a job. We're going to bureaucratize it. We're going to make it a part of HR. And so when you hear these complaints or these quote unquote demands, we're going to make sure we have somebody that's there to meet them to have that conversation. But it wasn't to push the envelope forward, but to pacify. So it's like, yeah, we're having that conversation, and our solution to your demands for autonomy is we're going to celebrate Black History Month. We're gonna create a post board that puts out Black History facts, right? Right, because y'all want to be seen, right?
Absolutely, I've played that game.
You see what I'm saying? And so that's how we get modern DEI. It is the effort and attempt to undermine the radical demands that were initially associated with diversity and inclusion. So the new policies are centered around no. The new conversation is centered around let us explain how diversity is going to help make you more money. Yes, you have better business outcomes, more high or what's it called? Mature talent models go beyond simple diversity from the perspective of compliance and policy, right? They attempt to implement a diverse culture to where they all feel welcomed. Everybody sees themselves in helping the corporation make more money.
So it becomes it's like the puppetry. It's like the puppetry. They buy into that image, or like instead of the actual goal of diversity being accomplished, i.e., even for your state, the goal would be one case, but you would say the optimal goal would be the radical use of those industries, correct?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Like in terms of impacting, in terms of impacting company policy, for example, to steer the company away from doing shit like building all their factories near Black people. Right? Ignoring certain regulations that actually contribute to fucking people over. Right? Lifting policy that gets in the way of upward mobility. right? Creating policies that make redlining illegal, or at least at least create policies that undermine redlining as it exists currently within a particular institution. That's why it's like this question of DEI being a solution isn't that it's a one size fits all thing. It's about recognizing getting in where we can fit in order to make shit different, not to just enrich ourselves. Because like neoliberalism again is capitalism focused on social justice. Like, oh yeah. We definitely want to be a diverse company. We want to show that we care about black people and like Black Lives Matter and George Floyd to get this check.
It's great marketing.
To get this check.
Yeah.
That's
I know
neoliberalism.
our
They don't give a
HBCUs
fuck.
try to fight for that same thing too. Like they look for, it's not grasping at straws, but when we do have our breakout moments and stars, we try to get them as much media attention as we can because it can help drive donations.
It's great
You know what I
marketing.
mean? And so it's like if we know we dealing with marketing, if we know we dealing with branding, why not reject that shit flat out?
I thought your argument like even more concise when you're saying it didn't meet the goals of the goals. I thought the goals were more hiring, and so you were going to say that they didn't hire enough blacks, and that the goal was
they made it
that
passive. They did a pass. They, they like you said, they pacifying. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't to meet the
but
goals. It was the pacifiers.
I still think though you could argue for
Symbolism.
both though.
To start the DEI department.
So
we got a whole DEI department. What you mean DEI? Yeah.
Right, like instead of hiring, like let's say 13% of the workforce that could be from a local community or where they're at in America, they hire that one DEI person, and then he's able to bring on two sales leaders, and then they end up diversifying their team with 2 or 3 different candidates. But that's as far as it goes. I thought that was how it was kind of limiting the argument, but I think you're still on
No,
such
when
a
you
broad
create
plane
when you create the diversity department and make them part of human resources, it's easier for the diversity the department to define the diversity. And okay, we got X amount of women, we got X amount of this, X amount of that, and it's getting away from, like he said, it was started by the black folks in Cornell and San Francisco University. It wasn't started by all these other people that they talking about. You know what I'm saying?
And it's like I get that to really kind of package that all the perfect way in 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I get how that could be difficult. You feel me? I get that. You know what I mean? And so, and that's why I'm really and plus that's the league, man. We gotta respect the judges, respect their decisions at the end of the day. But from a larger perspective, the grander narrative is, and that's why it's like when niggas is like, well, damn, you making Taz's argument, and it's like I've always agreed with that nigga from that perspective. I have always said, yeah, fuck
You
targeting.
definitely,
Yeah,
I'm definitely sitting here
like,
thinking that like you just kind of laid it out why the shit is kind of bogus. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
and that's where I think the judges are left with giving him the 30 because where the refutation should be out of your mouth instead of you confirming. Here's a reason why people believe DEI is failing. I think your only argument, even during the debate and thereafter, is only the side where DEI is achieving its great gains to the point where it convinces us that it's worth fighting for. Because right now it doesn't look like it's continuing a black radical tradition, even though that's what you're saying it is. It doesn't seem like it's doing
the fact that it might have commenced in Blackness and all that. It has spiraled into what we see today, which is.
It sounds like when you're done making your argument, but we should reject that. DEI is failing because it's not going by its original black radical tradition. That's what it sounds like. It's your argument, but your argument shouldn't be that it's failing. Your argument should be that we are fighting for.
No, stop. That's what I'm saying. You can't.
Right. So
it's
we put
my argument
on you as the jury.
No. See, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's my argument. I'm the affirmative. It's my job.
Right. That's why
to make your argument, whatever it is.
He has to negate. All he has to do is agree with you then and say no. We don't have to fight for
because
it
no. But wait. But see that. Okay. See. in a debate, you don't have to disagree on every single argument. It's the key arguments. So if we both agree that the current way to look at DEI is, or DEI as it exists currently in the way in its mainstream form, if we both agree that it fails, then you don't just say, oh, well, that goes to Taz. It's like, no, so where is the disagreement? Well, the disagreement is that there's another way to understand DEI that we should embrace. He's saying, no, it's not. You got to understand it through Harvard. And that's the debate. It's not. Yes, we can have a similar
When you
argument.
say
We
that's
can
the
have
debate,
a
that
similar
might be where you
perspective.
get caught, but that's not where I took the whole debate. I take the debate
No,
on
hold
his
on,
side
and
because
listen,
I feel like
I get that.
did you refute adequately any of the data that he was
No,
presenting?
hold on. I'm the affirmative. I don't have to refute shit. I'm making the argument. He refutes my argument. I think
And
there's
you're
a
saying it's not enough just to agree with the negation of your argument that even you pose as a primary reason why he
no,
won.
but I made 3 specific arguments, right? That's why when y'all say, well, you was making Taz's argument, no, I wasn't. I made 3 arguments. The first argument I made was that the DEI, when viewed through its radical foundation, is a representation of our trend or like transitioning strategies of the Black radical tradition, right? So that first argument is we should look at DEI from the perspective of its foundation. That's my argument. My second argument was we should view DEI like from that perspective through the lens of pluralism, because pluralism is how you have diversity even in homogeneous groups. And then my third argument was that you should reject that neoliberal framing because it serves as propaganda used by the people that DEI policy is against. Those are
And that
3
third
specific
argument.
arguments.
So here's where I get where the third argument you're saying he actually ceded, but the jury may not understand it from that lens. And those first 2 arguments, which are your normative claims, it's his job to prove why we should not view it as a Black radical lens. We should not attach it to. And I think he did that by saying, no, we should agree with how Harvard is defining it.
Okay, hold on, but see, this is where you mess up. Because if you say he concedes to the third argument, then we don't agree with Harvard is saying. If we're saying that Harvard's understanding fails, if Harvard's understanding has gotten, because think about it, he's giving the statistics. My response is, my rebuttal is, you're right. DEI fails because in that instance, because it's detached from its radical roots. But if you attach DEI to its radical roots, then the potential for success exponentially increases.
And to counter that argument is to say, no, it's not for asking for autonomy from the system that you're working for.
But the evidence I read proves that though. So I think that's
the evidence proves that we should be asking for autonomy from the corporations we work for.
The evidence proves that when diversity was first of all, yes. That's what pluralism is. Pluralism is functioning within an institution, within a society, but within that still having homogeneous, autonomous, group-specific institutions and policies. Yes. Even in their corporations, yes.
Right. So yeah, your radical thought is all the way from the distribution of wealth, even through its industries, and who gets to make those decisions.
That's why I asked the question. No, not even ask the question. That's why I make the argument that look at how fucked up the normative understanding of DEI is. We never asked for quotas. We asked not to be discriminated against. They came
right,
up
and
with
then they used to argue about quotas against us, even though that's not even what they
us. Right.
When quotas would have been the right thing because it shows actual measurable, tangible growth that the people are now later judging you by, saying you didn't hit this number of blacks even when you opened up this diversity. You said you would invest $2 billion in black businesses, but you only invested
1 point, things like that, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, but then on the flip side to that though, like quotas can be translated to, oh, we just hired you because you black. That's what quotas
So
is translated to. That's how
here's
it's used against us.
Can I niggify this argument for you just a second? When they put that black commissioner in there and gave him with all their integrity and said, now you do what you do, and he had the autonomy, that is the reason why it failed. And it was following the black tradition of letting the nigga decide with the autonomy. He the one started choosing them black fraternal HBCUs out of North Carolina, A&T and FAMU. And when he went down there because he knew where them buddies was, he was like, okay, well, here's the schools and in proximity. Now, what ends up happening is you still get some distinctions on who you can select from in that marketplace. If that black man is only going to be PWI centric, then he may have went to, the other Florida colleges where, Miami and the bigger ones, just because that's where the big recruiting numbers was. But when I've seen it, these niggas do like to go where the white spaces are, and they get per diem just like they would have gotten if they would have went to the HBCU black spaces for recruiting and finding talent. So that argument there is still saying, if you're the one who admits that they put that black man as commissioner in there as a part of their system, isn't that the autonomy that you are also asking for with black radical thought?
No, that's not
That's not
autonomy. Just
autonomy.
putting him in there,
Yeah.
is not autonomy.
He's
That's not enough.
regular
Like that's the
regulation.
point.
Right, they put him in there on a leash, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He's
What
compromised,
they would
right?
do. They put him in there to do what they would have did.
Now, again, I understood that it was a hard argument to even win in the first place, which is why I appreciate the clarity. Even when it came
Yeah.
down to like the student part of the movement, I've understood there were many student-led movement initiatives. Black nationalism as a global phenomenon. I even put together some literature on people who were radical thinkers through the academic space and how it led to like different political gains and stuff. And I also like the argument that you make when you say now they look at it from the lens of those numbers and things, because numbers are important. And right now, when people are given the benefit of an entire region and things, and they are given the benefit of being able to put people on, one of the concerns that we have is they do favor black men with a white or Asian wife. They do. And sometimes those dudes will not put the next nigga on. The nigga will be an E7. They'll be the E14 that are making the decisions. The root of the conversation keeps coming back to the point where we feel like, yes, they did choose a black token Negro, but he didn't have to be that. And yes, they did give him autonomy and he had a leash, but damn it, he never bit his owner either. He just stayed within the confines. So if we're still going to say we need access and all of that, then you're almost making a circular argument that keeps begging the question that what happens the day when the dude does get the job and he's no longer on a leash. But you can't really win the definitive part of the debate by leaving it at the begging the question for the audience. To me, again, I don't see why a debate can't be a 30-30 and y'all have another round or something, because some debates need more clarity than the 10 minutes are actually pushing. Now, you've had a couple of days to get it off, and I don't think that another 4 minutes or another 5 minutes would have allowed you to do it. It still just sounds like it's one of those ones that you're passionate about, but you haven't really locked in on why it's really the necessary tool for black liberation
Bro,
today.
no, that's the main point. It's the necessary tool. How I really don't get. I don't see what y'all niggas is missing. The necessary tool is understanding it from the perspective of an ideology and what's framing that ideology. That's the necessary tool. Like how yes, we have access. The Civil Rights Act gave us access. The Civil Rights Act guaranteed proximity, like legally, right? Which is different from where we were with legal discrimination, right? So that means that the question is no longer about access, right? So if the
Yes, it is,
question is no
Damo, because
longer
you have
about
private
access, then we
discrimination,
have to
Damo.
change how we
Damo, you still have
understand. Like,
private discrimination too, though. You still have private discrimination. So,
yeah, I mean, but see, that's what I'm saying. But fuck the private discrimination. We just need the resource. We need access to the resources. We need access to the opportunities.
We are in an opportunity and resource deficit. And so clearly, having access doesn't solve that deficit. What does solve that deficit though? Autonomy. Like, but you need resources to get autonomy.
See,
Okay,
now
so then how do
you
we?
got old boy asking about autonomy in almost every question. That's where he heard that word from. It's stuck in his head.
Who you talking about?
What is his name? I don't know his name. He was arguing with Sabio earlier though.
He's talking about that nigga Will. Ain't nobody heard that nigga.
Yeah, Will.
Will don't read, so I don't check off here. Uh, but yeah, man.
God dang.
It's one of those things where in a capitalist society, resources seem like the answer, but it's too broad of a statement. And so in order to substitute anything other than resources, it just sounds like, nah, you're not going to win that case. DEI just happened to be the boogeyman substitute right then as what was supposed to be. And it's not even
Yeah,
fair that
but
you
we
were
gotta
asked
break
to
away
answer the
from that then.
question, what will help liberate Black people? Will DEI help liberate Black people? But that's how it comes off when you say we have to stick to the Black radical thought. It sounds like black nationalism all over again, but Black nationalism through an assimilation and integration lens. Corporate DEI almost gets pigeonholed into what they've created versus what we've always had as institutions anyway, separate. And the argument that our institutions could be so much better if resourced even to the same level as others. Now, here's the big difference. When you say Black radical thought, why would we want the same level of investment that they put in the others, like immigrants who come here and so forth? Why would we want the same
I
level of?
mean, but it's not a question. But that's why I specifically said it's resource and opportunity deficit. Opportunity means the ability to create. Then this question of them investing in it's like nah, we're not asking to be invested in. We're asking to not be actively pushed out. That's the difference. This like whiteness is not passive. We're not at a resource deficit because it's something we're not doing. Nah, we're in a resource deficit based on how institutions operate to maintain inequality. So that's why I keep I look at these I look like the lens that I use to understand these issues is a bit different. Like I don't view it when I'm talking about like resources. I'm not looking at it from the perspective of like, oh, can y'all give us something? Like, no, how do we make it to where we're able to extract resources, benefit from resources, and spread and expand resources on our own? And that shit that as American citizens, that's what we got to take. We have to take that. We have to demand that. I can recognize that it's in somebody else's hands. That means we got to fight. And there's a way that DEI can be considered a fight, and there's a way that DEI can be considered a pacification. And that's every ideology. That's everything. There's always ways that like somebody could frame something in a way to where it's the most beneficial, and you can frame it in a way to where it's the least beneficial. Which one are you gonna choose? If you're purposely choosing the least beneficial option, then you're sabotaging DEI. You're purposely going with what you know doesn't work. I don't know who that makes sense to.
You said some people would be working to purposely sabotage DEI, and would you align that line of thinking with the alternative to DEI, which is, I guess, just the white supremacy as it was before they ever opened the door?
It's my fault. Hold on, I'm trying to get my dog back in the house. I just got home.
And while you do that, I think Fi asked for the alternative definitions besides the Harvard situation. Fi, were you able to translate what was being laid out?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I remember Domo talking about like the original DEI back in the day on his presentation. But are we saying there are other definitions to go by other than the Harvard definition? Because I don't
So
really see the problem with the Harvard definition.
So my what I would say is I've developed an understanding based on like a synthesis of information that I put, you know what I'm saying, that I collected. So like for example, um diversity. So because like we got to remember DEI is an acronym. So these things have different concepts. So like diversity from a radical perspective is considered is literally considered autonomy from a pluralist standpoint. So it's like diversity, not just in whether or not we're of different cultures, but whether or not there's different institutions. Right? So you would define diversity by the amount of, and this is in like the multicultural the writers on multiculturalism that I talked about in debate. They talked about how like just in all um multi-nation states, like inclusion is understood as group specific institutions to maintain cultural autonomy as opposed to um what's it called, assimilation, right? So like because you're a subgroup amongst a major group in a multi-nation state, then you either have like full assimilation through oppression, like similar to what we have, or you have pluralism, which is subgroups the existence of subgroups is equals to the existence of the different institutions that reflect the needs of those subgroups and the necessity of those institutions. Um, and so the from looking at diversity from an alternative standpoint is understanding like looking at diversity and inclusion as focusing on I mean and equity in this context, but equity is more generic. Like equity just means like fair in this context, it means fairness and justice. So if you look at diversity, equity, and inclusion from the perspective of pluralist, autonomous, group specific institution and policy, um, then that's how I kind of frame that's the how I frame the definition, the alternative definition of
So basically, what you're saying is
DEI.
these words have meanings outside of being grouped together as DEI.
Exactly.
Right, and to be honest, that part I don't like when it came to the
Back.
argument over
All right.
definition. I
Hold on,
don't
hold
like
on, hold
how
on, hold
you
on, bro.
use
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
diversity,
hold on.
equity,
Five.
and
So
inclusion
what? Hold
and
on.
those
What? So
definitions.
five. What you think about that, bro?
Oh, go ahead.
Five.
I'm trying to see how to frame. I
Keep it
agree that
100, bro.
I mean I
Keep it a
agree
band,
that those
Fontaine.
words have meanings out. Now, hold on. Let me say I agree with him. His point, right? As
Mm-hmm.
far as the debate goes,
Mm.
I don't think it was
Applies.
enough. No, I think it applies, but I don't think it was enough because I think it
Shit ain't
does
apply.
still avoid
I agree
the
with.
DEI of today.
I'm not gonna hold you. I agree with what he's saying, right? I agree. Like the way he broke that down, his breakdown on it and everything. But what I'm trying to say is, you came up here and you said there's a Harvard definition.
Hmm.
And you said you agree with the Harvard definition. You don't have no problem with the Harvard definition. And we all know that's the Harvard definition. Could
Hmm.
nobody else just sit right up here on this platform and try to speak like
Against
make not even speak against, but just make up their own personal
definition.
definition of that's different from the Harvard definition without a hella pushback. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, nigga? It's the Harvard definition. But
It's typical DEI tactic. Go
there's a
with the
lot of
highest school.
grace that was
Yeah.
shown. You know what I'm
Well,
saying to the
you know,
brother. But because you
don't want my
definitely would have
nigga. I
been,
am gonna get.
you definitely would have been the one like, nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? It's the Harvard definition, and I can hear it in your voice, you saying it like, nigga, it's the Harvard definition, nigga. What fucking yeah.
The
But I
debate was
ain't.
about DEI. You cannot
That's funny as
argue
hell. I
Hey,
might
but
be
let me,
biased
DEI.
when it comes to Domo, my
I know you
but
nigga.
are,
hold on,
my
but let
nigga.
me,
That's why I said it was a
You
let
lot of
me,
can't
grace. There
argue
was a lot of
but let me,
grace
DEI
being
arguing
shown.
some
Cause I know
fantastical
my
shit.
nigga fine, nigga.
But like I said though,
If
I get what
Webster
he's
or
explaining
Harvard
though,
got a
GQ. You know what
definition
I'm
for
saying?
it, if Webster or Harvard got a definition, and the motherfucker try
hey,
to tell
but
you a
let me,
different definition.
let me address when niggas keep, let me just, niggas keep saying I was running from something. I think this is where we have a different understanding of how debates work, right? Like, so in my experience, the affirmative creates an argument, the argument that they want to create, right? They're saying like, this is what I think, right? So if there's something that I don't talk about, that's not because one, I do talk about it. I tell you to
This the
reject
10th
it.
time you said that.
I tell you to reject it. I say the normative way that niggas understand DEI, they should reject because it doesn't work.
I mean, if
It's not
somebody don't
beneficial,
understand debating, it was
right?
you, because you
So
got
that
your
so
ass
that
whooped.
Goddamn, nigga. Q bought you up, but you can still get dropped, bitch.
I know. I apologize, Dad.
so when you
Abalagana.
so that's so when y'all keep saying like I ran from no, I'm the affirmative. I get to make the argument. I don't have to make a specific argument. I make the argument that as long as I'm saying, yes, black people should fight for DEI, the reasons why I say that's the only thing I have to defend. So, like, there is no I ran from anything. What y'all are saying, my argument should have been, you could make that argument. I made the argument I want to make. Though.
No, I
Yeah.
only say that because I think
It,
it went into, and I didn't say you ran from it, but I only say that because it plays into Taz's point. It's like
he was
because you're
talking to
not
me,
No,
discussing.
Fontaine.
but again,
He was talking to
I'm
me,
the
Fontaine.
affirmative.
Once he's done,
I'm
I
the
get
can
that.
let
no,
Like
me.
I
no. I'm
and
talking to Fontaine. I'm not talking.
I
So, but see, that's the thing. So if I say something, when I make the argument, it's my argument. It's not Taz's argument. That's the point.
He just made a better argument.
That's the
And the better argument was attaching it to DEI as we all know it.
so that's why it's like when niggas keep saying, oh, like when y'all say something, oh, he making Taz. I get to lay out the framework of like what's what side of the debate because I'm the one saying yes. So that means that even if it's something that where Taz and I agree, that just means that from that standpoint, it's a wash. It's not, oh, that's Taz's point. Because that's why I speak first, and that's why the affirmative speaks first and speaks last. Because they have the point to prove. Because I mean, and the negative is an easier position because you just gotta prove no to what they saying. But it at least has to be specific to what the affirmative saying. So if the affirmative plan is that United States federal government should overturn the Korematsu decision as a way to da 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 da, right? Or the United States federal government should overturn Roe v. Wade, whatever, right?
Right.
The negative is supposed to get up and say why the United States federal government shouldn't do that
Correct.
and push back against those reasons.
Correct.
So Taz doesn't monopolize any argument in the debate. I get to create that framing. Now him and I can compete for that understanding. Like we can make arguments about who has a better understanding, which I was making those arguments, right? So we can compete in that, but Taz does not monopolize any argument as the
I
negative.
mean, it wasn't even really a
well, I'm gonna
competition.
tell you the only part that I ain't gonna say the only part. I'm gonna tell you why I really think you missed that, bro. And I meant to tell you this the other day. You let that nigga sit up there and say, if it, and I know he'll pop up on his bitch. If it's something we gotta fight for, then we don't need it. I was like, oh hell no, you're not gonna let him sit here and say that, bro. I know
So
you,
look,
I know
Fontaine.
Domo. I was watching it with my girl. I was like, nah, he gonna call him out on that. Watch this. And when you didn't, I was like, no, bro, you let him say that.
And you know what? You know,
Anything
it's
we
funny you
gotta
So,
say
fight
so
for,
look,
we don't
Fontaine.
need. I'm like,
I'm
that's a whole bunch of shit, then, nigga.
Look, Fontaine. I'm definitely not gonna make an argument for Taz because he gonna come out on here and cuss me out, right? But right? Without addressing DEI in its current form, then what are we talking about fighting for? We're not talking about fighting for any mythical shit that happened years ago. DEI has a form right now, right? We listen to niggas
okay.
panic.
when
Show
Donald
me,
Trump,
show me
hold
some
on,
scholarship that
hold
back up
on,
what you're saying. Show
hold
me some
on,
scholarship that back up what you're saying.
hold on.
Show me some
We lit.
scholarship to back up what you're saying.
That's
Because
the third.
here's the thing. Because
That's
here's the
the
thing.
third time you said it.
I actually put forth the effort
Kev, don't stop
to
either.
actually establish. I actually put forth an effort to establish a literature base, an academic base to make my arguments. I'm
Yo,
not about to be
Domo,
lectured by. I'm not
Domo,
about to be
what you
lectured
don't
by a nigga
understand is
who
we
ain't
all
even.
understood your argument. We
No,
did.
bro. I don't care if you understand it. I'm talking about
Right.
what you're saying right now. You
That's
don't
what
even
I'm saying.
understand
That's what
DEI
I'm
outside
saying
of
right now.
you don't understand DEI outside of shit you've seen on TV. So you don't. How are you defining what DEI is or what it means to talk about DEI when you don't even really do it outside of these conversations?
Very good question. Allow me to answer that, right? If we're talking about fighting for DEI, how do you get past the point of when DEI was rolled back? That's the point when you're fighting
You
for it.
don't get
You
past.
weren't,
What are you
hold on,
talking about?
let me
That
make my
makes no
point.
sense.
Let me make my
That makes
point.
no sense. How do you get past the point when DEI? You're not even talking
Let
about the debate.
let me finish.
Like and see this and see and
No, I am
this is
talking
where
about the
I do this is
debate,
where I do struggle with
but you're
having conversation
filibustering.
with debating on YouTube is because this nigga's talking about like I lost because of something I didn't do that he thought I should have done. But
Exactly.
this nigga don't he can't but he don't you don't even know what
But
my
everybody
arguments
else
were.
agreed with me. That's why you
What was my
lost.
arguments? What was
That's
my
why you
arguments?
lost.
Can you name any of my arguments?
Your argument was that DEI in its current form wasn't the intention of the architects of DEI, and they were fighting for someone else,
And
for something
no, it
else.
wasn't. No, it
That
wasn't.
wasn't your
That was not my
argument?
argument. That wasn't my argument. No. I never mentioned
So,
anything about intention at all. I didn't say anything about intention.
Domo,
That's what I'm
don't be,
saying. You don't.
Domo,
But at
Domo,
least answer
don't,
this. How many
hold
arguments did I
on.
make? How many arguments did I make?
You made a couple.
No.
They was
Three,
all
How many?
trash.
three. It was
How many?
three.
They
This
was
nigga
all
said a couple.
trash.
That's what I'm saying. He can't.
Yeah.
How are you?
You made
You
more than
don't
one
know
argument.
nothing
They was
about what
all
happened.
trash.
You
I
don't
had
know
to answer
nothing
something
about
I
what
knew.
happened. So it's like you think I'm gonna sit here and let you lecture me about some shit you
Yes,
completely
you are,
ignorant
because you
to?
still pressed about that
No,
loss.
I'm not.
Yes, you are
No,
gonna
I'm
sit
not.
here.
I
You
didn't
are
even
gonna
bring
sit
this
here.
up.
No, nigga, you
The
pressed about
only
him
thing
make,
that's gonna
taking that
save you is
goddamn
being
Right. I
loss.
was
go
the
ahead,
one who
save
brought
it,
it up
Kev.
because I was thinking about the scoring of it as the affirmative versus being the negative. The negative does have a that easier burden. And what round was actually scored different wasn't the opening round when he laid his premise on what he was going to argue with his 3 points. I think it was that the rebuttal round. It wasn't the premise. It wasn't the first. I think it was the rebuttal round is the only round that he didn't actually get the whole, I guess, 10 points on. And so
Here,
Yeah.
that again speaks to, well, how do you look at the scoring of the is the burden on Taz to actually refute, and how the refutation of Domo's first round, not his premise round, his first round, and the information from the first round. So he gives you 3 points, and then in his first round, he goes through why those 3 points are important, which is that and the definition may just be the one part that gets pulled through to the end that a lot of people can relate with, but that's not why I was bringing it back up.
may I speak, Dev?
No, you can't speak, nigga. Shut up.
Bro, you gonna ask
What the
another
hell are you
grown
talking
man,
about?
can you speak? That's
Nah,
crazy.
Fontaine, like he got the power. He'll drop me in a heartbeat. I respect the
That
power.
nigga had to drop me then, bro. I ain't asking.
I move around in politics. I know how politics does. This is a typical Democratic strategy. So I'm just playing along.
You would know you a Democrat.
Mm.
Oh shit.
You know, a
But
lot of
so
people
yeah,
will judge the debate by what actually resonated with them. And it might not be your verbatim, but kind of the sentiment about the title and who had what position and how they kind of rocked out with it. And so
Yeah, nigga.
that being
And
said, I don't
and that's what I'm saying. I'm not tripping off the. I'm not. The loss is the loss. I mean, I'm tripping more because it was Taz, but the loss is the loss, bro. Like
for me it
niggas
wasn't
have
the
to.
loss, it
Yeah,
was the
but you
point.
still
Like,
talking about it.
right, I am because I'm the one who brought it up. And I
Nah,
still
not
haven't
you.
got to
Not
finish
you,
my whole
Moses.
fucking paragraph.
My
so let
I
me
fault.
got
ask
one.
you, the brother that's speaking. I can't see
Yep.
nobody name.
It's Brother Moses.
Moses. Were
Yes,
you
sir.
for or against DEI before the debate? Like any position at all?
Like, naturally I'm for DEI, and
Okay.
I didn't have the argument that it was originally a black radical tradition.
Okay.
I would have, when I came into the debate,
I was more tabula rasa or open slate on just seeing where it would go. And I also I thought that the black radical tradition was a bit of a conflation, although I think he did kind of keep it in there. To me, that my mind isn't convinced yet that he sold me as the affirmative with that position. And by the end of it, it sounded like we should be fighting for it because it was a boxing match to me intellectually, and me decompressing it. I've heard people talk, but I haven't had the intellectual decompression. Like, some people actually do believe that DEI is still worth fighting for, and it's not just like some great black hope thing where
Fontaine.
where there's some black leaders who will emerge and then they will come and do great things. But no, because they have an eye on not just Black Wall Street, but Black successful cities, towns, and entrepreneurs, the shakers, movers, and developers. They know that there are Black people who don't have what it seems to be the shackles financially or mentally on them. And yes, if white folks were out of their way or less regulatory in their environments, they would be able to proliferate a lot more economic gains. But it is an environment where it's always under the constraints of white supremacy. And having to defend that position that, yes, I know that there are those who are fighting good, and we need to keep putting resources behind them up against one who says, hell no, we fighting and we're getting too few results for far too much investment. Like, he showed you like what it said, $2 billion or something, or I forget what the actual number was. 8 billion. And he was like, well, this is the investment today, and it's not actually giving the results. That's an economic argument. And for you, you wanted to keep it more of a normative argument, and even a psychological argument, like the preparation and conditioning of the Black man and Black woman when they go into corporate America to actually be change agents. Versus, see, that's a normative thing. Like, once they get there, are they ready to fight the powers? Versus the reality is, we've been seeing this, and it looks like affirmative action 3.0, except instead of it being Black power, it's global diasporic power.
Hey, Moses, I just want to say one thing to Fontaine, right? I'm for DEI in its current form.
Interesting.
Right? Everything that was never discussed at all
That's why
in the
he
debate.
got out.
Right?
And
I could
that's
have
why he's been
made
out.
an argument. Oh, I got dropped? Damn.
No, we hear you.
Oh, I'm still here? My fault. I could have made.
That nigga got you paranoid.
Man,
Nah,
that
he
ain't
do, my nigga. Like, niggas be on
you
my
ain't
heels.
bullshit.
Hey,
God damn.
GQ, chill out, man.
That
my
nigga,
point is this.
Nigga
My
said
point is this,
6
Fontaine.
words like I got dropped.
I should have muted before I said that goofy shit. Nah, listen, yo, Fontaine, my argument is I could have at least put up a fight literally arguing for DEI in its current form, right? I do believe there's an actual argument there. My thing is, if we're talking about fighting for DEI, maybe this is my little brain, but I would think that a moment that has to be discussed is when there became a need to even fight for DEI. When we even started to discuss fighting for DEI, when DEI started getting rolled back.
I mean,
And if you
we've been fighting for DEI this whole.
So
I
when you
mean,
say it start, you
that
mean
was the whole
recently?
point
You
of
mean
the what's the
but
college?
hold on,
want to
Flighty.
point
So
this
you
out though.
talking
Hold
about
on, hold on. I
like
want to
this?
point this out
You
though.
talking about this year, like when it
GQ,
started rolling
what
Hold
I'm
back?
on.
saying is,
I
GQ,
want to point this out though.
listen to what
Like
I'm saying, GQ. Hold on real quick.
I have a direct. No, hold on.
Because I'm going to get
No,
dropped in a
you hold
minute,
on.
Let
real quick,
let
Hold
y'all.
on.
let him go, Domo. So when you
Because you've
talking
been
about?
going.
Hold
I've been
on.
dropped. I ain't even been on the panel.
Come on,
He
bro.
can go
When you
after
talking
me.
about
Hold on.
this year?
All right, go
Nah,
ahead.
he can go after me.
Yeah,
He
I
can go after
wanted
me
to make
because here's
that
the point.
point, right?
This
GQ?
nigga is Wall Street Willie. He is the neoliberal pipe dream.
Right, that's right.
Everything that
You feel better?
everything that I criticize about neoliberalism, he is a reflection of a nigga who brands
Absolutely.
himself, with Wall Street.
Absolutely. I take no shame in that.
Yes.
So you
So
made your point.
him saying that he would defend current DEI is the same reason why he defends Eric Adams. He's a part of the problem.
My argument is I
That
would
makes
have
sense.
never. My argument is I would have never gone into a debate about DEI if I couldn't defend it in its current form.
Hold
you're
on, hold
not
on. When you
me,
say
bro.
when the
That's
hold
what
Because
on,
you
when you
because
do
said
you're
when we
every
had to
limited.
time
start,
against
Because
this
you're
nigga.
limited.
Like I
Because
watched
you're
hold on, let me
I
limited.
ask one
watched y'all
question, bro.
debate on
I'm gonna mute back up.
immigration
I
as
just want to
well.
ask one
Bro, I'm not
question.
about to talk, nigga. Willie, I will
You took
watch
a
you.
position you
I
couldn't
will
win on.
kill you. You debate me then.
You believe
I just
that?
want to ask
You
one
debate me then.
question, man,
Hold
and
on. You
y'all
defend
can
defend D
finish the bullshit.
defend
Listen,
DEI against me.
come on, man, with the
Willie, hold
motions.
on. Nah, GQ. Defend DEI against me then.
Y'all
That
tripping,
nigga
man.
beat you into being
Nah, so
anti-DEI. Do you
yeah,
hear
but
yourself?
you on that man lap.
Do you
You on
hear
that man.
yourself?
We'll
You on
get your
that man lap.
slides, bro. Get your slides together and
Get your
go to
face out
smoke
that
the
man
nigga.
lap.
Will,
How
goddamn.
you bragging about another nigga?
I'm
How
not
you bragging about
debating.
what another
Hold
nigga
Get your
on.
did?
slides
Yo,
together and go
yo,
on to smoke that
GQ.
nigga,
Yo,
man.
Nigga turn
GQ.
I
full
gotta see
cheerleader.
that nigga
Yo,
When did the
slide.
shit
GQ.
get
Turn
rolled
full
back, bro?
cheerleader, bro. You can't do it. You
GQ.
not good enough.
I'm not
You
gonna
not
take a
equipped.
pro DEI argument, right? Because I'm
When
not
did the
You
that.
can
shit
take
get
any
rolled
argument.
Listen, what
back,
I'm saying.
Willie? When did it get rolled back, man? I'm trying to. When you talking
I
about?
mean,
This nigga talking like he know, like, bro, you suck. You're
yo,
slow.
GQ. We've had those
You're slow.
conversations about it being rolled
How are
back.
y'all niggas so
So
bold bragging about what
you
another
talking
nigga
about
did?
You've heard this
the
Silly
same
recent you
ass
talking
nigga.
nigga.
about the recent
You've
shit with
heard this same
Put
nigga
them damn pom
panicking
poms
over
on.
the last
about what
year.
Donald Trump was doing.
Okay. I'm just
No,
trying
You
to
I
heard
clear
this
didn't
something.
panic.
exact same nigga
No, I
panicking,
didn't panic. No, I didn't panic.
arguing
No, I
about
didn't
how
panic.
fucked up these rollbacks to DEI was, right? And it's the
Watch it.
crazy shit.
And this is how you know you're dealing
DQ,
with
this
slow
the
niggas.
crazy shit.
And this is how you know you're dealing with
He's
slow niggas.
made good
I did not
arguments
panic
for it.
about nothing. Hold on, I didn't panic about,
You
and
hear what I'm
that's
saying,
how I
GQ?
know. That's
Yeah.
how I know this nigga
He's
that's how I know
made
this
good
nigga just talking.
arguments for it. But
Because what he's
what
saying,
he
I'm saying,
did
I've
was
never said.
ran from the
What he's saying,
fundamental
he's saying he
hard
agree with some
part
shit that I
of
never
the
said.
conversation.
He's
That's a
saying he
fact.
agree with some shit that I never said. That's how you know this nigga just be talking.
Yeah,
Because
we
you
hear you.
couldn't have agreed with me because I never fucking said the shit that you think I said.
Nah, you absolutely did.
I didn't panic about Donald Trump. I didn't panic about Donald Trump getting rid of DEI. The point was he was creating a cultural shift, not
AOGQ,
whether or
was he
not it was going to
panicking?
change the world.
Let your
You
man
niggas is
answer.
slow.
Let your
This
man
nigga's
answer. Chill.
stupid. It was a
Maybe I am
cultural shift.
crazy.
The
Maybe I
first
am
thing he
crazy.
did was attack
AOGQ.
Black history and civil rights
Yeah.
Was
era
the nigga
policies.
panicking
Come
about what
on now.
Donald Trump was doing with
Of
regard
course.
to DEI?
Yeah, hell yeah, he was panicking about
Thank you.
it.
Thank
But
you.
and that's what I'm
He
saying.
panicked.
So
He
And
now
that's
panicked
you
like,
about
so now you
everything.
GQ, if you
finished.
go
Can I finish
GQ, and
making
you
my
just gonna
point?
be slow with this
He
nigga.
panicked about
And you
everything
just gonna
Donald
be
Trump
slow with
do.
this nigga. I didn't panic about nothing. Y'all was just dicky. That's the difference. Y'all was dicky.
Yeah, bro. Y'all be saying a lot of shit, then when we respond, y'all be like, "Oh, y'all defending the immigrants. Oh, y'all
Yeah.
defending the faggots.
And
Oh,
these niggas
y'all." It's
turn
like, damn, bro.
and
Y'all
these
was
niggas
talking
turn
about it.
straight
Yeah,
slow
if
slaves.
they say
Look at
sweat
the
like a
side.
duck, shit, I mean, God, I mean, you was
Fontaine, let me
But
ask you this.
I'm gonna keep it a
Fontaine,
stack. You
Willie, the
niggas
only
don't
let
one
me
read
that
ask you
don't
enough
this,
to
be
know the
saying
duck
that.
Fontaine.
you
count,
just
my
said
friend.
F. You said fuck
You
private
niggas don't
discrimination.
read enough. You
You
niggas
said
don't
Fontaine, I
read
want to
enough to
ask you
know
a
the
simple
duck
you
count,
said
my
question,
fuck
friend.
right?
private
I
discrimination.
swear
You
to God,
listening,
y'all don't.
Fontaine?
Not
You niggas
knowing,
is unequipped, bro.
inadvertently,
Trying
not
to.
even knowing that
Ayo,
that actually
You
Fontaine, you
niggas
is
is
listening?
unequipped, bro. These
Yeah.
niggas is
L Black
slow as
America.
I'm
hell.
gonna
And
ask
they
you a
trying to
very
tell
Black
simple
niggas
labor
about
one
shit.
sentence
operations.
These
question,
niggas, this
Fontaine.
Did
nigga
you know
Will
that?
has never
I'm
shared a
literally in
screen.
court arguing private
This nigga
discrimination.
Will has
You
never.
said
This
fuck
nigga Will
private
has
I'm
never
gonna
shared
discrimination.
a
ask you a
screen.
very simple
Yeah, you
question,
I
said
want to
fuck
make
Fontaine.
this
private
clear.
discrimination.
This
How
nigga
do you
Will has
fight
never
for a
presented a
form
source.
of
And
DEI
This
I'm talking
nigga
about
has never
black
put
private
that
any
is
type of
in
discrimination
no
as
way
a
academic
whole.
inflated?
anything on the screen, bro.
I got the
He's never
soundbite.
put anything
Did you hear the
scholarly
I
question
got
I
the
asked,
on the
soundbite.
Fontaine?
I
screen.
definitely
This
made
is the
sure I stand for it,
definition of
nigga.
nigga. I don't give a
I'm
fuck,
letting you
nigga.
know.
Did
Donald
So
you
said
hear the the question I asked
Nigga, so
Fontaine?
like you a fucking
Yeah, so you
nobody,
don't
bro.
want to
Who
be a
gives a
lawyer
Only
fuck?
then. The lawyers
partially.
feel not for
You
you
a
then, bro.
fucking nobody.
Yeah,
I don't
Hold
give a
on,
lawyers
fuck,
feel
deity,
not for
nigga.
you,
chill.
buddy.
You's a
Hey,
fucking
deity,
nobody.
chill
Who
for a minute.
cares?
Hold up.
Nah,
Question
let
I
that
asked
get them
Fontaine.
fight
Take a
out.
One
screen.
You
question.
got
Take
your
a
argument
screenshot.
out,
Take a
motherfucker.
screenshot of this too. Take a screenshot of this
Yeah, I
too.
got
I
you, bro.
don't give a fuck, deity.
Look,
I
Mr.
don't.
Oh, nah,
Constitutional.
I
dead
don't
Mr.
give
crash.
a fuck,
Deity, then
deity.
I'm
Constitutional.
I
going
can
on
give
mute.
two
Ain't no
fucks,
way in
Never
the hell
nigga.
mind.
you
I'm
constitutional
going
when
Taking
you
on
like
was
mute.
getting fucked by
take that record
discrimination.
too. Take that record too.
Not even knowing
Record
what the
that,
ails
nigga.
us.
Dumbass
Come
niggas.
on, now, I know you's a dumbass nigga. You's a dumb.
You
Go
niggas
read.
is
Go
stupid,
read.
bro.
Texas A&M Law Review. Go read, buddy.
Nigga.
Discrimination, private liberty, and
I
public
get I get my I
accommodation
get my
law.
master's
Go
degree in
read
8
that.
weeks. What about
Go
you?
Tell him
read
I
that.
get my
Scrabble
master's
55
God.
degree in 8
pages.
weeks. What about
Tell him
you?
55
Scrabble
pages,
God.
and it tells
I
you
get I get
what
my
kind of
master's degree in
discrimination
8 weeks. What
still
about you?
ails Black
That's what
Americans.
the
And,
fuck I
What your
thought,
dumb
bro.
ass gonna say?
and,
Fuck
I'm
you.
because
Your
that
dumb ass
proves
fuck
gonna
that
that
I
say fuck
read.
mean?
private
And,
That
discrimination
proves
like
that
a
I
dumb
read.
idiot.
That
But we
proves that
dumb
I
though,
read.
right? But we slow
My
and dumb,
degree
right?
proves that I
Go
read.
read.
It proves that
Go
I
read.
actually put in the work.
Yeah, but
Go
you
Fuck is you
read
still
talking
that,
trying to
all
about?
get
right?
to the
Since you
political
say fuck
circles
Fuck is
I've
you
been
niggas
in.
talking about?
discrimination,
You
go
niggas
read
is
them
dumb.
55 pages, buddy.
But
You
you're
niggas is
Yeah, go
still
read them
trying to
dumb, bro.
55
get to the
pages.
You
political
niggas is
Yeah.
circles
dumb.
Will, let's just
that
get
Fuck
that
is
you
you
bring
argument
niggas?
up
out.
that you know
Yeah,
I'm
Hey,
we
it's
got
into.
to
hey,
throw an
Nigga, you
argument
it's
niggas
out.
is
about us
dumb.
too.
I'm not arguing with niggas
It's
who have
black.
no
It ain't
idea.
no
Y'all don't
LG. It
even
ain't
do
talking
this.
about none of that. It's talking about black
This
folks.
is the only time y'all talk about DEI because nobody else give a
They
fuck about what y'all
will.
think
They
about DEI.
will. Every time.
Nobody cares what you niggas think about this shit. In reality, nobody gives a fuck. DEI, the deity is against DEI, so the fuck what? Deity ain't moving shit, ain't shaking shit. Who gives a
And
fuck if
neither
he
are
don't like
you.
it? Who gives a
And what
fuck
are
if
you
he don't like it,
And
shaking?
nigga?
neither are you. I've actually
Shaking more than you niggas?
campaigned for a winning candidate.
Yeah,
You
you a
bring it
dick
up
eater.
every chance you get.
You've been a dick eater, nigga. That's what you've
Huh?
done. You've been a
You
And
dick
bring
what?
it
eater.
up every
And what are
You
you
chance
take
you
shaking?
get.
pictures with niggas.
Cause you 3-0.
Weak ass niggas.
This shit you talk about wanting to
Fuck is
be
niggas talk
involved
about?
in.
Nigga, I do this shit. Nigga, I do this
You
shit
bring
for
up the
real,
fact
nigga,
that
in
you
real
know
life.
I've been involved in
Fuck,
this shit for
Like
real.
I
fuck
do this
my
shit in real
discrimination.
life,
Yeah.
nigga. You goofy
Do
ass
what?
But
nigga.
we
Fuck
slow
you
though.
mean?
I wasn't
Y'all
slow
niggas
Hey,
need
enough
to
to,
sit in the
Diddy.
and I'm gonna make sure I
classroom.
get
Get off
that
of
as a
fucking
sound
YouTube.
bite. Yeah, and I'm about to
Weak
make sure
ass
I put
nigga.
this as
Hey,
content to show how
Make it
how
as content, nigga.
unlike-minded we
Fuck
are
you
when it
and
comes to
your
these
audience,
goddamn
nigga. Fuck
goddamn
you and your audience,
hey,
nigga.
yo,
agents.
Diddy,
You feel
chill.
And
me?
you,
Your
you can
shit
tell
is
them I
about to
said it.
Unlike-minded,
pause.
Don't
buddy.
be telling him to
You're right.
chill,
We are
nigga.
not
Let
the
him get
You
the
can
same.
you
shit
can
out.
you
We
can
are
tell
not
them
the
I said
same,
it,
buddy.
nigga. Fuck you
We are
and
not
your. We
the
not,
same.
nigga.
You're
You a
right. We are
bum.
not the same,
You a
buddy.
bum.
We are
You a
not the
bum
same,
scam
buddy.
artist.
I come
You a
from rivers
bum
and mires
scam
and
artist.
mud.
You a
Fuck is you
bum
talking about?
scam
But you
artist,
don't know
nigga.
me. You
Fuck you
think you know
mean? You
me?
are a
Off
bum
this digital,
scammer.
off this
I
goddamn
You a
love
internet.
your
bum
You
energy,
don't know
young
scammer,
me.
nigga.
God.
Fuck is you talking
Go
about?
do your DEI
Nigga,
studies,
you don't
buddy.
even got no
Your
curtains
degree
in
ain't
your
gonna be
house, nigga.
applicable
The
in a
fuck
few
is you
years.
talking about?
That
You
shit's
live in
not.
a trap
Your
house,
degree
nigga.
is
You
not
Shut
gonna.
my
the fuck
guy,
up.
Your
young
degree is
God.
not gonna be non-translatable
Fuck do you mean?
in a
Bum
few years,
ass
buddy. So
nigga.
keep getting that mood ass
Bum
degree.
ass nigga.
Keep getting that
And
mood ass
listen,
degree,
and
buddy. Yeah, that
everything
old
about
DEI
you is
degree. Fuck out of here.
I
non-transferable.
support all my brothers that
Everything
want to
about
learn.
you is non-transferable. Nigga, you a
And
bum.
everybody knows from the
Nigga say
Scrabble
You
game,
live
authority,
you
you
live
learn.
off of slip and
non-transferable.
falls. Nigga, fuck is you talking about? You a
I
scam
told you if I
artist,
see
nigga.
you in real life, I would smack you because you're sullying my people. Okay, so you keep saying nigga slip and
Nigga, you
fall.
sully
How much,
yourself.
nigga?
Look at you.
How much is that worth?
You
How much is
look
a
like a
fucking
you
slip
look
and
like a
fall worth? It ain't
knockoff. You
six
look like a
figures, you
knockoff
dummy.
nature
You
boy, nigga.
ain't. Go
You a
read a
knockoff
book,
nature
nigga.
boy.
Go get a
You a
book, nigga.
knockoff
You're
nature
mad because
boy.
I'm a threat, nigga.
You a
Shut your
knockoff
bitch ass
nature
up.
boy.
And I
A
debate you on
threat to
anything and I
what?
slaughter you. You are weak.
A threat
You
to
are
what?
weak. Shut the fuck up.
What are you
Let's debate.
threatening?
Let's debate private discrimination, you dumb
What are
nigga.
you
Since your
threatening?
dumb ass said, yeah, let's
Fuck are
debate
you
that, nigga.
talking
Since
about?
you so bold, you
This
got
nigga
2
talking
minutes.
about he a
Let's
threat,
debate
nigga.
private
Fuck is you
discrimination.
talking
Fuck
about?
boy. Yeah, fuck boy. Let's debate that. Huh? Yeah, let's debate that, fuck boy.
Let's
Huh?
debate whether or
Let's
not you
debate that,
Nature
fuck
Boy
boy.
2.0. Let's debate whether or not you Nature Boy 2.0. Fuck boy. Get the fuck out your car. Grow the fuck up. You a child. Fuck you mean?
That
Nigga, you
fuck
sit on
boy.
the internet
Yeah.
smoking
Your
weed all day.
goofy
Nigga,
ass.
you a
What your
bum.
goofy ass said?
Fuck is you
What your
doing?
goofy ass said?
You a
Your
fucking
goofy ass
bum.
said, fuck the community. And I'm gonna make
Fuck
sure
this.
I
You a
record
fucking
the
bum.
community and
You a
get their
fucking
sentiment
bum.
on these goddamn
You sit in the car
persuasions.
smoking weed
So
all
dumb
day.
ass
You a
shit. You
fucking
a
bum.
goofy. You don't know me. Shut up. You a goofy. You don't know me.
How the fuck niggas being lectured by a motherfucking bum?
Yeah, let's
Fuck you
debate
mean?
private discrimination. Yeah, let's debate private
Nigga,
discrimination. Fuck
let's
boy.
debate
So
your
I can
resume.
slaughter
Let's
your
debate your
ass.
resume,
So I
nigga.
can
Are you
slaughter you and
employable?
show you how
Are
much
you
it
employable?
ails Black
Are
Americans,
you
you
employable?
nincompoop.
Are you
You fucking
employable?
nincompoop.
Fuck is you
Shut
talking
your
about?
goofy ass up.
You a fucking
Shut your
bum,
stupid
nigga.
ass
Fuck
up.
out of
You's is.
a dummy.
You want to
You's an
debate
idiot,
mine?
nigga.
I'm
You's a
employed.
nigga think you because you got a
Nigga,
fucking
nigga
academic
literally
degree,
sit on
you
the
think you
fucking
better than
internet
niggas.
smoking
Shut
weed
your
all day
bitch
lecture.
ass
I
up,
am better
nigga.
than you.
Shut
I
up,
am better
boy.
than
You
you.
ain't better. You never
I
better than
am
me,
better
nigga.
than you.
Because I'm out here eating white folks
I
who got a
am better
degree.
than you.
I ain't got a degree,
Man,
nigga.
no, you
Yeah,
not,
I either
nigga.
do it by
You sit
myself
in your
or I
car
do it
smoking weed all
osmosically,
day.
nigga.
You're not doing
Using
nothing with
white
your
folks.
Hey, yo,
fucking life.
I do
Dev,
it.
why I
I either
can't
do it by
crash?
You're not
myself
doing
or I
nothing with
do
your
it
fucking life.
osmosically. Fuck boy. Shut the
You're not
fuck
doing
up.
nothing with your
Shut the
fucking
fuck
life.
up,
You a
fuck
fucking
boy.
bum.
Shut up,
You a
bitch. You's
fucking
a
bum.
bitch, nigga, boy.
You a
And I'm
fucking
slaughter
bum.
you, nigga. Shut
You
your
a
bitch
fucking
ass
bum.
up.
You
And
a
your
fucking crash
your
out, nigga.
motherfucking ideology ain't consistent,
Nigga
nigga.
running
Shut the
behind
fuck
19
up.
cheese.
Your
What the fuck is
ideology ain't
wrong with you? A
consistent,
child,
nigga. Shut
nigga.
up. Shut your
Fuck is you
stuttering
talking
ass
about?
up.
You a fucking
Word salad,
child.
boy.
You a
Yeah,
fucking
Moses feel
child.
me. Shut your
You a fucking
stupid ass
child.
up. Shut your stupid ass
Weak
up.
ass nigga.
Yeah, shut
Fucking
up,
bum.
nigga. Word salad
That's why niggas
bullshit.
sit in here and just
You ain't
laugh
hearing
at
that
your dumb
word
ass. You
salad
just sit on the internet and
democratic
smoke weed
bullshit,
all day and
boy.
you trying to lecture
Shut up.
niggas?
Fuck out of here.
But
Do
talk to
something with
me
your
though.
life.
You's a goop
Why
troop.
Do
Shut
something.
up.
Do something
Diddy?
with your life.
The
You
fuck you
fucking
mean?
bum.
We really out here
I
in
was
these
trying to
Do
have a
something with your
goddamn
conversation
life.
with
You
you though.
fucking
those
bum, nigga.
dumbasses
Yes,
cooped
you
up in
really
a
are in the
goddamn
streets. You just
government
in the streets
But
subsidized.
why
like
Nigga,
a
crash
fuck
on
bum.
you.
Diddy? I was trying to
You
have
subsidized by the
You in the
government, nigga.
intellectual
streets
You
like a
portion of the
underwritten
bum.
by the government,
of the
nigga.
You're in
We
the
know
conversation.
you
streets like a
stole the
bum.
money, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
You're in the streets
Nigga,
like
the
a
money I
bum.
got from nigga
Fuck is
was
you
from white
talking about?
folks, nigga, that
Bum
imposed
ass nigga.
tyranny on me, nigga. Fuck you. You's a bitch.
You a
You's a
scammer.
bitch,
You a
nigga. And
scammer.
I'll slap
You a
you, nigga.
scammer.
Yeah, and I'll slap you, nigga, if you
Slap a
defend me,
resume,
nigga.
nigga. Slap
Shut
an
up. You don't work
application.
out, nigga. Go
Fuck is you
shave
talking
your
about?
beard,
But
fuck
why
boy.
crash
Go
out on
clean
Slap an
Diddy?
yourself up, nigga.
application.
Why not
Go
have the
clean. Go
Fuck
conversation
go
is
with
get
wrong with
me?
this
dappered up.
bum
You's a
ass
bitch,
nigga?
nigga. Go get
A
dappered up.
nigga
You
that
ain't
sit on
fresh,
the
nigga.
internet,
You's
smoke
a
weed all
bum,
day, trying
nigga.
to lecture
Shut
niggas
up.
I
about what the
get
black
Shut
dropped
your
every
bitch
community
2
ass up,
is.
seconds. You
nigga.
know I'm not
Shut
gonna
your
be here
Yo,
bitch
we
ass
long.
up.
serious?
Like
Why
my
not have the
sister
This is
said,
who
you
conversation
the
with
like
only
we
one
like
me?
with
we
your
listening
camera
to
on,
like
brother.
we listening
I
to
said,
Lil
yeah,
Wayne. Are you
sister.
serious?
You know what? Yeah,
We
I'm the
listening to
only one with
bum?
my camera on, sister.
Why not
Because
have the
I'm
conversation
transparently
with me?
authentic.
Damn,
Unlike
if
these
we
fuck boys.
crash out, let them crash out,
Unlike
man.
these fuck
Bum
boys.
ass nigga.
Shut the
Yeah.
fuck
All right,
up,
my
nigga.
fault, Dev.
Shut your bitch
Being called
ass
a
up.
fuck boy by a
Shut the
bum.
fuck up,
Who
boy. You mad
cares?
because I'm a
Question.
It's like
threat.
it's like
And
us
I got more
arguing with
guts
a
than you,
homeless nigga.
nigga. And I can kill
It's
you
like
on any
arguing with a
Democratic
homeless nigga.
subject,
Hey,
nigga.
yo,
Shut
Dev,
the
could you
fuck
let me
up.
know when I can get
Nigga,
Bitch
involved?
ass
kill a
nigga. You's a
bass,
Democratic
nigga. Kill a bass,
motherfucking
nigga.
flunky, nigga. You's a
Kill a
Democratic
bass.
flunky,
Hey,
nigga.
yo, Dev,
Fuck
could you
you
Nigga,
let me
you
mean.
know
live
when
You
I
in
can
your
thought
get
car,
involved?
you thought
nigga.
you did.
You live
Yeah,
in
yeah,
your
you thought I
car.
was one. Yeah,
You
you
live
thought
in
I
your
was one of these
car.
game goop troop
You live
lost
in
in the
your car.
sauce
No,
ass
I think
niggas.
you're
Yeah, you
homeless.
found you one, boy.
Cause
No,
Shut
this
the
no, no.
shit
I
fuck
don't
up,
think you're
whack,
in a
fat man,
Dev.
gang. I
nigga.
think you're
Fuck
homeless.
you
I think you're
mean, nigga.
homeless.
Shut the fuck up. You sound stupid.
Excuse me,
You
not
sound
homeless. You're
stupid.
This
transient.
shit
I think
You
you're
whack,
sound
Dev.
transient.
Can I
stupid.
get
I
involved
think
or
You
you're
no?
sound
transient.
stupid.
And you sound like
You
a
sound
bum.
dumb, nigga.
You sound
Nigga
like you
sound
stink.
dumb with these
You,
uh uh uh
you sound like you stink.
fallacies and goddamn
When the last time you washed that head, then?
Why not
fictitious
talk to
you
me,
feel me?
Domo?
Fictitious. What do
When
you
the
mean?
last time you
You have
washed
a
that head,
shower
then?
filter? You shower in fucking tap water. I guarantee you. Go to
When
your motherfucking
when the
shame on
last
you,
time you
nigga.
washed that
You
head,
feed
then?
your
Nigga ain't
kids
talk to
fucking
me.
fast
Answer
food,
the
fuck
question.
boy. Fuck boy.
Yo,
Let's talk
Diddy,
about it,
chick.
fuck
Yo,
boy.
Diddy.
Answer the
Yeah,
question.
let's talk about it.
Hey, yo,
Shame
young
on you,
God.
boy. Yeah,
When
Hey,
the
yo,
last
that's
young
time you
God.
washed
murder,
that head, then?
motherfucker. Lazy ass nigga. You's an indolent
When the
nigga.
last time
You
you
lazy, you indolent, boy.
Yo,
This
young
is
God,
Indolent
coming from the nigga
chill,
who
intellectually.
sit on
Lord.
You
the
indolent
internet smoking
motherfucking
weed all
for
day.
your own kids, boy. Go
This
toilet.
is what
Go
come from,
work
bro.
for your kids, nigga.
This is
Go
coming from the
toilet for
nigga
your
who sit
kids,
on the
fuck boy.
internet smoking weed all day.
Go, nigga, go
But you
toilet for
feeding
your
into
kids.
it.
Shut up.
The nigga who
Go
sits on
toilet
the
You're
for
running
your
internet
from a
kids.
smoking weed
Nigga,
all
conversation
you,
day.
with me.
nigga, you bathe in tap water, nigga. Go get you a carbonized
The
Dev
nigga
done
that
already
sits,
your
saved
the
you
nigga
shit,
that
mad
nigga.
sits
times.
Fuck is wrong
shirtless
Have
with
in
the
you,
his
fuck
beard.
boy?
conversation with me.
Shut up, boy. I
Like
told you I can go back and forth with you, boy.
I'm in my
I'm
living
from
room.
that
He's in his
city, boy.
car.
I can go back and forth with you,
Yeah, I'm
boy.
in the man
He's in
cave.
his
Yeah,
car.
use all
I'm
the
in the
big
man
You
cave.
go
lexical
back
Talk
and
to
terms.
forth
me.
across the
Use all
street like a bum.
that. Yeah, shut up. Or I
You
can
go
talk
across
in
back
terms
and forth the
from the
street like
streets
a
to the
bum.
motherfucking
Nigga, wash that
executive
head,
suites.
man, nigga.
Shut your dumb ass up. From the
Wash that
streets
head,
to the
man, nigga.
motherfucking executive suites, getting deposed for
No.
14
Nigga,
hours,
you go from
getting
street to
six-figure
street,
checks
nigga.
out these white folks. What the fuck is you doing? Because
Nigga,
in
you
my
go
mind,
from
yeah,
street to
never you
street,
can
you
mean me.
bum
You
ass
can
nigga.
never
Fuck is you
devalue
talking
me, make me
about?
feel like I'm less
Hey,
than.
yo,
You
I
young
know
devalue yourself.
Don't
I
even
know
feed
I'm
in,
filthy
young.
because it
All
takes
right, chill.
balls.
You
It takes
devalue
wit.
yourself.
It takes intellect to do what
You
I
treat
do, buddy,
yourself like
and
a
get
bum.
tax-free money. Yeah, you know, yeah, we're
Yeah,
talking
like a
six figures
scam,
though.
like a
Now that's
scam
what we
artist.
call the flipping
Yeah,
That's
like
what
a
you call.
scam
That's
artist.
a motherfucking.
Yo,
What's
bro,
that?
why you
That's
running from
motherfucking
the
small claims,
conversation with
Like
nigga.
a
me
scam.
We
though?
ain't in small claims,
Man,
nigga.
Nah,
you
I
let
ain't
him get
running
the
from no.
goddamn sound bite.
I ain't
Shut the
running
fuck
from no
up, Will.
Shit.
conversation for you.
All
Shut
right,
up.
my fault.
The hell?
Diddy
Come on,
want to
I
feel
think you're.
important.
He gonna say. He gonna say. I think you're a
Diddy want
bogus.
to feel important.
He gonna say. I think you're a.
This nigga living.
That
This
is
nigga living his
low.
car. I
That
didn't
is
say
the
I think,
lowest of the
nigga. You
low.
look like a.
Go
You look
feed
like
you.
a.
Go eat some
Yeah, you look
McDonald's,
like
boy.
Bub. You look
Go eat
hungry.
some McDonald's, boy. Yeah.
This nigga said go eat
Talk
some.
about
Go
it.
wash
Yeah.
that
Like I
head
said, I can
down.
give you on any Democratic subject, boy. Yeah.
Go
Fuck is you
wash that
talking
head
about?
down.
Hell, you ain't me. We ain't
Go,
alike.
how
Because
about you do
fuck
that? Go
tribal
wash that head
discrimination.
down.
Hey, yo,
Let's
young
Let's
debate.
take
God,
a
you
Because I don't
bath.
want
acting
to
up
talk to you.
anyway.
I
Just
ain't gonna say
chill.
nothing to you unless
Let's
Will,
you
could
go
you
to
shut
let's
the
debate
take a
fuck
tribal
up?
bath.
discrimination. And how you said
Go
fuck
ahead.
tribal discrimination. I'm glad I got that as a
Ain't
sound
you a
bite.
whole
You
pussy,
so
nigga?
slow
This
though.
nigga gonna
But
text Q.
you gonna say
Q,
we
they kicked me
slow.
off the
You gonna say we
panel.
slow.
Q,
We gonna say yeah, it's
they
true, nigga.
kicked
And I
me
say
off the
it's true, nigga.
panel.
It's
Nigga,
true.
you a
It's
bitch. Shut up.
true, nigga. Yeah,
Crybaby
see,
ass,
I'm gonna
tattletale
contribute
ass
to your
nigga.
goofy ass, to your
Q. And then you
democratic
left a voicemail like a
LGBT.
bitch.
I want to tether myself
Like
to
nigga, for
everybody.
real, bro. How do
Blackness.
you, like
You're
these
one of the
niggas be trying to
guys
talk smart
of
shit?
blackness. You ain't black.
These weak
Fuck out
ass
of here.
niggas be trying to talk
Telling the
smart shit.
teachers,
This shit
boy.
Like
bad.
these
Fuck
niggas be
out of here.
trying to
White folks
lecture.
pay for your schooling and pay
This
for
nigga's
everything.
a
Yeah,
whole
do
bum.
what you call. You took a
This and
false
not only is it bum, he a crybaby. This
nigga.
nigga tried to
You
tell.
call. I'm a spell it for you. Faustian.
Bro, this
Faustian.
nigga tried to
Did you hear that?
tell.
FAUSTIAN. A Faustian bargain is what you took, nigga. Fuck is you
This
talking
nigga
about?
tried to tell.
Trying to kick you
And hold
off
on,
guard.
he didn't even try to tell
All
like
right, you
Read,
said that 3
technically.
if you
times,
read,
bro. Now can
motherfucker,
you
This
go read
nigga
focus?
this
did,
whole
this
article
nigga tried
by
to
Texas
tell
A&M that's
with a
outlining
voice
private
memo.
racial discrimination. You nincompoop, but
Niggas
your
be
slow ass
scared,
didn't even
man.
have
This
the
nigga tried to tell
internal
with a
wherewithal to
voice
even
memo.
stop, to even put a
This
pump
nigga
on your
tried to
brakes, to even
tell with
think.
a voice.
He
That is
just quickly
hilarious, bro.
was dismissive and said, "Now
Hey,
he
you
didn't
can
say."
tell.
He
Hey,
Hey,
yo,
quickly
Dev,
he
just
a,
he
you think
said,
I
he a
should get
"Fuck
out
young-hearted
debate
nigga.
league,
private
Dev?
discrimination."
He
Yeah,
a
your fear
young-hearted
is not
nigga.
in
That's
being
what I'm
voiced,
saying.
buddy.
'Cause you got the
Stay
heart
in
of a
that
bitch,
DEI
nigga.
shit. Stay
Hey, yo,
doing
You
that
got the
Dev, you
heart of
think
a
I
DEI.
should get in a
bitch.
Stay
debate
in that.
league?
Shut up. You got
Stop
the
trying
heart
to
of a
talk over
bitch.
him,
Shut
man. Let
Stay
up.
in
him
that
get this
DEI.
shit
I'm
out.
drinking some water.
You
I'm
got
This
the
getting
shit
heart of
kind
a
of
parched.
whack,
bitch.
though,
I'm
Shut
getting
Dev.
up,
kind of
nigga.
parched.
You got
Yeah,
the heart of
man.
a
You feel me?
bitch, nigga.
Yeah.
Your shit
Fuck
be
is you
whack.
talking about? This nigga trying to debate. You need to fill out an application, you bum ass nigga. You
This
can't live
dumbass
off a
nigga
slip
talking
and
about
fall
we
forever,
got legal.
nigga.
We talking about some we.
Fuck is this nigga talking about?
He said fuck private discrimination.
Scam ass nigga.
He said fuck private discrimination. The goal, not
Scam
knowing the
ass
reason.
nigga.
Oh,
Fuck this nigga
Shout out to
talking
private
about
Buddha. Hold on,
discrimination.
hold
You
discrimination,
don't
on.
even
nigga.
have access
Ain't
to
nobody
Shout
trying
out
to
to
ain't
Buddha
public
nobody
that
trying to
hit the
know this
chat.
scamming ass nigga
accommodations.
about no discrimination, nigga. Fuck
Fuck
is
is
y'all
you, man?
talking
What
about?
Shout
are
out
you
to
talking
Buddha
about,
that
man?
hit
Get
the
out of here,
chat,
bro.
y'all. Yeah, Buddha.
Scam
We got
ass
Buddha in
nigga.
the
Same
chat.
goofy said that the 14th Amendment ain't for black people. Fuck out of here. Yeah, you that type of person.
Nigga, you don't know. You little idiot.
Hey, yo, GQ, my nigga, the OSC
Welcome
always got
home.
my back.
Never.
Welcome home, Buddha. Welcome home, Buddha.
Welcome back, Buddha.
Buddha done hit the chat on our ass.
Cassie.
Hey, yo, GQ, the OSC always got my back. That's my nigga in the chat.
Who that?
The
OS?
OS.
Yeah, man. They
He
trying to
be trying
save
to
you,
line
brother.
me up to get crashed out on by Dev, but that's still my homie.
Yeah, man. That DEI goddamn it got motherfuckers born.
Nah, it's just internet shit for these niggas.
Do you remember this being a conversation, though, GQ?
Why you ain't got Black Wall Street Willie in your name?
Cause he a cracker.
Huh?
That's $1 million question.
No, that ain't a
Cause he a
$1 million
sellout.
question. That's a very easy question to
What it what
answer.
it put what it
And
what it polite what
and
it
I'm
polite
glad
say?
you asked, Dev. That was a great question, right?
He didn't sell out, he cashed in.
So Dev, the whole story behind it is I was a nigga in the hood coming back and forth with a certain tie on every day. Niggas knew I was trying to get my Series 7. I got in there, got them certifications, so the hood just named me Wall Street Willie. I never had to lead with my blackness. Anywhere I go, motherfuckers know who I am and what I represent
He don't get
before before I even
it.
speak.
He don't get it.
You
More
heard that?
disconnected than what I thought. Yeah, that's goddamn.
Yeah, he don't get it. He don't
Yeah,
even
I'm
get what you
saying even
talking
them
about
crackers
there.
in corporate on my block, I don't have to lead with my blackness. It's apparent.
I'm talking to you about some internet shit, yo. That's all I ask, man.
Oh
We
nah,
not in
yeah, I was
your
talking about
office.
the Wall Street Willie shit.
But I'm
Nah.
saying though, we had to figure out whether you was black or white or not.
Oh
We
yeah,
not in your office. We not down there on Wall Street, nigga. You on the internet.
yeah, nah, that was easy. You told me to turn my camera on. You saw a black man, right? That's how I got in. I had to
Nah, he
cam
black.
up
He's just a sellout.
before niggas just let me in, right? So then after that, I show you, I keep switching up my profile pic, nigga. I got my arm around, what's this bum ass nigga name? Eric Adams' neck like he my son, nigga, the New York City mayor. And yes, I helped campaign for him.
That's supposed to get you points.
This motherfucker,
He thought.
Nah,
man.
it's not
He
supposed to
thought
give
it.
me
He thought he
points. I'm
did.
just
Talk
saying
that big
something.
Willie shit, man. Talk
Hold
that
on.
big.
Yeah, it's not
Was
supposed to
you a
give me
D? Was you a
points.
DEI hire, Will?
Hell fucking no.
Is that how you got on Wall Street, man? That's why you
Hell no,
defend
nigga.
in its current form.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I was just better than a whole bunch of white boys. And once I got in, yeah, I cooked. And I elevated my position.
Okay.
Yeah, niggas are out here putting that work in, man. But even still, even though I wasn't a DEI
So
hire,
you're not in the mailroom no more.
hell no. I worked my way
Not.
on up. Mm-mm.
And that's fucked up.
AOGQ, when I did my first interview, nigga, I still had the lines in my hair from where I just cut my braids off, nigga. Yeah, I came a long way.
Yeah. You conformed.
Yeah,
The
and
white
no,
skeleton.
and no, it wasn't just me. Like it was all these ancestors we talk about and we
10
question the work
years
they
later,
put
you
in.
start seeing them hiring all them niggas with them dreads and shit. I know you was like, damn, I should have never cut my shit out.
Nigga, oh yeah, you right about that. You stupid.
Everybody, the mailman, everybody locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Bus driver, everybody got dreads and braids and shit now. When you came in, you had to cut your shit out.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't fair to you, Willie.
I mean, it was a light sacrifice. That shit was no big deal to me.
No, that shit, don't let that stop you.
I'm out here trying to feed my family, not just feed them, but feed them well.
Yeah.
And I'm out here trying to do something for the people around me. And I've done that. I go upstairs right now, nigga. My
That's
homegirl having
important, bro.
problems.
That's
My
what's
homegirl
important.
having problems with her son, GQ. He in my house right now. Send that little nigga to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was supposed to be about. That's what saved me. I know that's what got me right. I had them niggas in my life that was like, yeah, he acting up. I send him in my house. You know what I mean? My mother had that backup after my father died. Real shit. So I just try to live up to what I owe. I owe certain shit. Nigga, I ain't here because of me. I don't be stunting for me, nigga. I stunt for my ancestors, nigga. People put me here. Fuck is these goofy niggas talking about GQ about what we can't do, about what we fucked up in doing. Nah, my ancestors put me here, nigga. I ain't here because of me alone. Yeah. So the
That's what
stunt,
that's true.
so the stunt ain't never about me. I want to make that abundantly clear, nigga. I'm simply proof of the work that my ancestors did. That's when me and Sabio got into it early over. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, like in an argument like that, for me, if I was a seasoned debater, I would have went into it being prepared to address DEI in its current form. When that never comes up, yeah, the crowd is kind of like, was it, you know?
Yeah. When is Brother Rob debate?
AOGQ, I'm about to get in this motherfucking league, man.
You should have been in it by now.
Fuck that nigga Taz. I'm coming for his belt, nigga. I've been watching game footage. I've been watching tapes.
Y'all
I
niggas go
see how
straight
he
for the
play the
top
game.
niggas, bro. You don't want to debate like Madonna or somebody first. You gonna go straight for Taz and Domo.
Nah, Fontaine, I ain't no fool. I'm gonna work my way up. Yeah, I beat up on my Dawn first. Know what I mean?
You gotta
Then I
start sharing your screen first.
then I might even give motherfucking Domo a
You gotta
shot.
get in the
Yeah,
habit of sharing. You gotta get in the habit of
I ain't
GQ, you seen that interrogation tonight?
what
I don't know. He might have
interrogation.
blanked out.
What interrogation? This nigga
JJ 7000
Fontaine
was trying to
always be
join the
trying to
debate.
start
Yeah,
some
my
shit.
phone rang. Five what you
She must have rang again.
Somebody
But yeah,
blowing this
they
shit
do an
up.
interrogation when you try to join. Well, when you join the debate league, you got to pass the interrogation. They got to vote you in.
Okay.
It's like a little hound session they do, where they all spitting questions and shit at you on your neck.
who you say JJ 7000?
Yeah,
Oh God.
I wonder
yeah, you
what
got.
happened to JJ, man. I thought he had just started back driving forklift and
Man,
said fuck
nigga
that.
ain't went nowhere. That nigga
I
been
thought he
Nigga,
on her
started
ass
JJ
back
since
on
driving
record
forklift and
saying
said fuck that YouTube shit.
JJ
Right?
saying in the book of Enoch, right? They jumped in the spaceship and took somebody off into the heavens, like, and that shit just
Is that what Madonna got that shit from?
that's what I'm telling you.
I know
I
that
swear
nigga
to
say a lot
goddamn.
of crazy shit.
Swear to goddamn spaceship then came and got some shit. Mm-mm-mm.
I definitely believe Madonna been on a spaceship somewhere.
Yeah, that nigga was on the
Crazy.
back of a pickup truck holding a Trump sign. That's
But
about
yeah,
it.
you got to go watch that interrogation GQ with JJ.
Yeah, I gotta go
that
watch
nigga,
that shit.
that nigga
What is
say
on the
he know
line?
what
What is on
Drake is,
Nah,
lines
bro.
then?
What
hell
you
nah,
say?
it's on SVDL.
Oh,
Probably. Yeah.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's on
okay, he
the
was on
debate
solo.
league.
Oh, okay.
Uh, he
The
tried.
interrogation be having a topic, or they just hit him with questions.
Just hit him with questions
Mm.
and just like grill their ass. Like,
So it could be religion, it could be politics, it could be
anything.
Put
whatever.
a nigga in the hot seat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like
Oh
so
yeah,
usually so what happened is Soga would conduct the interviews and he'll ask like probing questions like to be like, all right, so what are your thoughts on this? What are your thoughts on that? Like, do you have a certain religion? What's your culture? You know what I'm saying? Just that type of shit.
A
So
super
then based
shuckle buck.
so based how people answer that shit, then like niggas be like, oh okay, I heard him say something. Like, well now I'm impressed him on. So then after Soga do his interview, we do what's called a hound session. And the hound session is everybody from the league can hit the link and kind of grill the nigga. And everybody has to go through it. Everybody has done it. And then if you quit and you come back, you got to do it again. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, it was JJ's turn, and it went exactly how niggas thought it was gonna go.
Nigga
My
got
nigga
cooked.
Anonymous think I'll be alright in the hound session. I trust Anonymous.
He said it.
I think you too stupid to know what's going on, so I think you'll be alright too.
Yeah.
I think you'll
So
be alright too.
who told Madon apple pie got was started in Africa?
Nobody told him that
Man,
goofy
listen,
shit.
Madonna.
He just said it
that motherfucker JJ said he goddamn spaceship came and got him.
in the book of
Yeah,
Enoch.
but JJ not a Hebrew no more. That's Mendinka Mali now.
Oh yeah,
Like it's like nigga, you
Nah,
barely
yeah,
gonna
he
be the
been
JJ,
Mendinga
nigga.
Mali for a minute.
he didn't convert it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like bro, like how
He
you not a
ain't
Hebrew
he
no
ain't
more?
give up
You
all his
unreal.
Hebrew beliefs. He ain't give up all his
Nah, nigga.
beliefs. But
Man,
It's
JJ a
like
drunk,
nah, niggas
man.
ain't real. Niggas ain't real.
No, not at all. They didn't try to find himself, man.
yeah, it's
Trying
just a
to,
new grift.
trying to see what's gonna get the most clicks. Yeah, that nigga tripping.
He pure
Hey,
entertainment, man.
it's crazy that a nigga asked to be a part of the league, be told what you got to do to come into the league, and then turn it around and be like, ah, they just brought me over there so they could, you know what I'm saying? Da, 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 da. Like, nah, nigga, you just can't help
JJ
it.
know what he doing, bro. He just be getting his face and name in different spaces. He know what he doing.
Nah, yeah, exactly,
And
exactly.
use that for his channel. This what they told me. This what I told them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not working. It's not
Yeah, shit ain't working.
working.
For
But that's what
me
I'm
on the
like, bro. Like,
religion,
y'all niggas been doing the same type of content, but so
for
nigga, you
me
can't
on the
use it.
religion content, even though I don't subscribe to any religion, like I don't have an issue with someone subscribing to it if it makes them better. And there's a lot of structure in religion that makes a lot of dudes better. You know what I mean? See,
So, do
I
you
point.
think religion is good or bad? Like, should we do away with religion or should we fight for religion?
I think religion is so when we're talking about doing away with it, right? Like it's like I asked Domo about changing the system of America from market economy, capitalism, whatever you want to call it, to something else. We agreed in order to change that, it will require fire and brimstone, right? So it's like certain arguments, why make it? Why invest your energy into that? And I don't think we'll ever be able to fully remove our people from religion. But if religion makes our people better, like I will point to Afro as a good example of a nigga that subscribes hard body to a religion, but still studies. He's still solid, and he still reps that wholehearted blackness. You know what I mean?
No comment.
Cut your shit, Fonte. You know what I mean? No, I'm saying if a nigga still subscribes to the movement for the benefit of all of us, and he's not holding anybody else to his religion, I ain't got no problem with that. Religion makes a lot of niggas better.
I was really just asking in the sense that because you was talking about being in a debate league, I was gonna ask you
And
about
you know that's
defending
the
the
question that
position.
would come up.
Mm.
And that would be my stance. Like, while I don't subscribe to anything specifically, I don't have a problem with niggas that do, as long as they're taking the beneficial tenets from it and not the bullshit.
But from my understanding, and Domo can correct me, with the league, you're not necessarily always gonna be arguing something that you're actually on the side of. You might
I
be
peep
arguing
that.
something that you agree.
DJ.
Yeah.
Cause yo,
I mean, but
GQ,
you could choose because
on
like I
some real shit, GQ, I was ready to hate on this nigga. Like, I had my
Hello?
popcorn ready. I was
Hey,
like,
what's up, DJ? All right, we got somebody new on the panel. Will take a break.
yep, yep, always me.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, sis.
So,
I was just on like
How you
Sonnetta's
doing?
panel when they were talking about the same thing. I don't know why. It's interesting that everybody starts talking about the same thing at the same time, but it must be a thing where collective like begins to like talk about similar issues. I don't know. But I
Which
would
one?
yeah.
say
What
Well,
were
that
they
we
talking
actually
about?
we had a
The
debate a
same
week ago.
thing, meaning what? What was it?
What were they
We
talking
had a
about?
debate a
Yeah.
week ago.
so
Let
it
me
was a
change what we
dude
talking
that's
about.
that was like a
If we mention him,
the guy
I'm
was
sorry.
like a atheist and he couldn't understand like religion versus spirituality. And I told him that listen, spirituality is individualistic. Religion is group. You know what I'm saying? Religion is like confinement. Spirituality is like more like you could like you it's more based on like your own understanding of the spirit. So the example I gave him is that okay, if you have a smorgasbord of food that's sitting on a table and everybody has to pick what's going to feed them, everybody is not going to pick the same exact thing. And they will be edified regardless because they chose what it was that's going to feed them. I think that we get so caught up into religiosity that we lose our individuality. You know, at the end of the day, each person is here for a certain reason. And so to when we like get into like religiosity, it removes each individual's purpose to for the whole and collective.
A group. Yeah.
Yeah, we
How
wasn't
long had
really
you how
talking
long had
about
you been
religion.
how long
That
had
was
you been
like the
listening to
end
us?
of the yeah.
I
That was
just
the end
I
of the.
have not I haven't heard I've seen you guys, but I didn't.
I mean, just tonight, just like in the
Oh, you
last.
knew? Nah, she
None,
brave.
How long, Will? How
Oh,
long
how
had
long
you
you been
been?
listening
none,
tonight?
none,
Nah, you
Right,
none,
ain't.
none, none.
none at all. Not tonight at all. Just what? Just
No,
the last two
I was
minutes, and then you came up.
yeah, yep. Mhm.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, because
So
we wasn't
I
Uh,
don't
really talking
I've
about
been on
religion.
I'm more
DJ
like
Jimmy
I've been
just I
more
seen
on
you
like
over there.
Sonetter and like other people, so I've like not been here. But I've come here, but by the time
Well,
I
welcome.
get here, that people are asleep and but I've come here
Yeah.
before.
Right.
Well,
First off,
Okay.
we
welcome.
want to welcome you, sis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Now,
Appreciate your
is there
dialogue.
something wrong
one
with
of
what
the
I
head
said?
honchos, he wants to know why God took his hairline. And Q, I don't know what to tell you, Q. Maybe you were living wrong. Okay, I see you in the
Well,
chat. You
most
asked why
hairlines are
God took
gone
your
because of
It's
hairline.
genetics, man. It's
or
genetics.
no or a lack of vitamin. It's usually like when you start losing your hair, that's either like copper or like certain elements that's
Hey, yo,
missing in your body.
Fontaine and sis. Yo, the nigga been wearing fitted caps like Brooklyn niggas wear their shit backwards, like tilted to the front a little bit.
put some copper in your fitted hat, Q.
And some copper
That
or
might be the
no, like
secret.
drink some drink some
Hold on, what? Put some copper in your fitted
What
cap. Put
else?
some pennies in your hat, nigga.
Hey,
What
yo, the
else?
sister
Drink
is
some
here
what?
for you, Q.
Hold on, man. Y'all relax, man.
If you begin to like lose hair, it's usually like a deficiency of some kind of vitamin or whatever. So
No, that's true though.
like folic acid or whatever. So,
I don't know about the
but if
copper,
you're
but
not
the
into
vitamins
like
in the air.
the
Since I'm losing my hairline because I'm going on 50. Fuck it. Like shit happens.
right, but you know, there's people
Yeah.
that are like older than you that do not because they eat a certain diet, but or they're out in the sun more than we are, and you
And
know,
they genetics.
not
Y'all know y'all be wanting
Yeah,
to deny your
yeah, I do think
genetics.
it's more genetics because I watched a lot of niggas lose their hairline in college, man.
I
So
think niggas don't be having no copper and shit.
nigga GQ. Hey, yo,
you think
Q,
that's
your
funny?
dad
Like
is
that's like
crashing
not like
on
a
you.
real thing where you can actually see people in like other cultures, like African cultures that have a full hairline and with dreadlocks all the way down to their backs.
It's because they use copper.
Well, they're using the earth, and the earth has like different elements in it, and they're putting it into their hair, which absorbs it, and therefore it cuts off the actual ability for your hair to like diminish in those minerals.
See, but sis,
I don't know. I've never heard it.
I'm
That's
just
all.
very
This beat new to
cautious
me.
about what I promote to the community because my man Q is panicking if you see him in the chat, you know what I mean? So I don't want to give him
So
no pseudo.
yeah, GQ. I just typed it into Google just to
People like
see.
want
You
to
know
say
me.
things are
This should
pseudo.
say copper primarily used in hair care as copper peptides can benefit hair in several ways, including stimulating hair growth,
That's a
thickening
fact.
hair, and potentially reducing graying.
That's a
Copper
fact.
peptides are thought to promote collagen production, increase blood flow to hair follicles, and reduce inflammation, all of which contribute to healthier hair.
That's
Hey,
a
Well,
yo,
got
fact.
Q,
sister got a
fuck
point.
with copper, Q.
That's a fact. I'm already knowing.
You need to get you some, particularly in the form of copper peptides.
Yeah,
But sometimes if you
and
like drink out of a copper like cup,
Jamaica,
Hey, yo,
Jamaican
hey, yo,
castor,
GQ, the nigga called me Dominican. This
Jamaican
nigga
black
crazy.
castor oil. Jamaican black castor oil is full of copper. Yeah, Jamaican
mhm.
black castor oil is full of copper. Yeah,
Oh, you can buy that shit, bro. You can
yeah.
buy that shit from Amazon.
You can buy it
Q,
direct and make your own hair growth oil. Yeah, that's a fact.
And then combine that with some rosemary and some other like elements, and you
Yeah,
get hair growth, and you have like no that not as much
vitamin
hair.
E, some
Yep.
vitamin E. Yeah, yeah,
And a
that's a
little
fact.
bit of what's the other one? The damn, I actually said it earlier, but bottom line is that we've gotten so far away from nature that we forget that we don't need like a well there are some elements that they like come up with that are able to like help out, but once you stop taking it, it doesn't work no more, you know? So you like get like this one thing that will help your hair grow back, but the moment you stop taking it, your hair falls out. It kills the actual follicle.
Yeah.
I mean, I
So
believe in genetics, and if you look at your uncles and your daddy, if you got them around, and your granddaddy, you see where your hairline gonna go. You just live with that shit, man. We got more important work to do. You know what I mean?
honestly, I believe that you know when you go into your daddy and your grandparents, they ate a whole nother diet than you did. As time goes on, we begin to get away from our lineage and how we ate and what we did, and also the food that we ate is not like put with the same nutrients it had before. So therefore, we have to supplement using like certain like I would say like mushrooms and things like that. So
Oh God, don't talk about the shroomies. You know your man will pop out.
well, no, I practice Ifa, and most people that practice Ifa understand like the fauna and land of the earth, and that's part of like, especially when you get deeper into the practice, everything is really about naturalistic, holistic.
Yeah, I'm with that shit.
But trust me, I went on the
Yo,
stage with Son Netter, and they were like talking about like, we should well atheism. I'm like, okay, well atheism So we should not believe in God, and that's the way to go.
Ayo, sis, the main host,
Yeah,
he
we
just
don't need
popped
no
out.
God.
The nigga we was all concerned about. Like, my brother, how that
Nigga
hairline
said
looking, bro?
concerned about like you a patient, bro.
Oh no, I'm good, Willie. Yeah, thank you for sending me that text message with your cousins and DR.
I hate this nigga.
I'm gonna try to get that flight. You know what
I
I'm
will
saying?
never eat the shit my grandmama ate. Of course, not right now.
But yeah,
But back
sis, I think
then,
I'm the only Fontaine. You're not no atheist, right? Are you an atheist?
Hell yeah.
Oh, I
you're an atheist. Oh Lord. Okay.
see.
I done went into a like lion's den of how many atheists are here?
I'm an atheist.
And he is. So, you know, I'm spiritual. I believe in spirituality. So what happened is that Beyond the Cube says, you know, well, the biggest problem with atheism is that you ask multiple atheists what spirituality is. I mean, sorry, not atheists. You ask spiritual people what spirituality is. They all have different understandings of that concept, but that's the point.
Right.
The point is that each person's walk is separate, so therefore there is no one understanding.
Yeah,
One
you make it up as you go.
Damn, sis, you breaking up.
Say it again.
You make it up as you go.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. That's why y'all all can't
No,
agree.
no, you really don't.
Okay.
There's
I mean,
nothing new.
if you
There's
go to the
nothing
origin
new.
story of every spiritual system, it's a person that made it up.
There is nothing new under the sun, including atheism. So
That's fine.
there's nothing that
Doesn't
has
mean anything.
when people don't believe versus do believe, there's nothing new that you're coming up with that substantiates your non-belief or belief in a God or a creator. Now we would say the creator's
Only a
within.
person that doesn't want you to buy any other products would tell you that there's no other products available.
No, I'm saying that spirituality says that the creator's within. Religiosity says the creator's outside of you. Atheism says there's no creator.
I'm just saying, sis, we now know that the universe is massively large, and stating statements like there's nothing new underneath the sun makes absolutely no sense.
TikTok is new.
Which sun?
Yeah,
A lot of
which sun?
AI
Which,
is
you know what I'm saying? There's just
Yeah,
countless
but
stars.
that's semantical. Bottom line
I
is
always had a
being
problem
that
with that term.
bottom line is that there is nothing there that you whatever the hell you think that you
I mean,
found
there's
out,
a lot of new
it ain't
stuff
nothing
though.
new.
Like AI is new.
AI
Like
is not
computers
new.
are new.
It's
AI,
not
right?
new. AI is not
These things
new,
are all
bro.
new. Yeah, computers
AI
are
is
new.
not new. And
AI has always been around.
AI is not new, bro.
AI has always been around.
Honey, divination is AI, bro.
What?
Yeah, see?
What is
If you
divination?
learn, if
Make
you
it up
understand,
as you go. That's what I said.
it's not make it
Yes,
up as you
sis.
go. If you
You
See, I
understand
definitely
wanted to
can
divination
do that.
save you,
system,
sis.
Please, you
okay.
can break it down to me.
Okay.
In any way how AI, artificial intelligence, is divination.
Okay.
Because we have a very specific
Can I
understanding
like
of
really?
what
I mean,
AI
are
is.
you gonna allow me to break it down
Yeah,
without
you got the
interrupting?
floor. We're gonna put you
That's
on
not
Yes,
me
mute.
queen.
talking, sis. That was Willie.
Yes,
Okay, I'm gonna
queen.
say
I'm
this.
gonna mute up.
All right, what is a computer? What is computers? What makes up an actual computer? Is it binary code, zeros and ones, right?
I mean, it's more than that. It's also like the hardware, the framework of it, and a lot of things make up a computer that are completely understood by science.
But
And
computation itself, right?
that's a part of it. Yeah.
I'm gonna show you a video. Can I like show something or is it like
Well, you're not gonna
like
get struck
is it
for it, is it?
no? I've played this on several situations, like several like including my own channel.
Fair use, fair use. But I know Q
But
is with the bullshit
I'm
tonight.
gonna show something. I'm gonna show. I'm gonna bring up the screen and if he will allow to play this, that would be great, and it will break
Well,
it
what
down.
is it?
We watching a
It's
video.
called African fractals. Okay, all right. It's called African
Okay.
fractals. Okay, so even if you don't even have to, you could like just I guess listen to it, but Here we go.
So I tracked down one of the folks who
Can
makes
you hear
these
it?
things, this guy in Mali, just outside of Bamako. And I asked him, how come you're making fractal fences? Because nobody else is. And his answer was very interesting. He said, well, if I lived in the jungle, I would only use the long rows of straw because they're very quick and they're very cheap. Doesn't take much time, doesn't take much straw. He said, but wind and dust goes through pretty easily. Now, the tight rows up at the very top, they really hold out the wind and dust, but it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of straw because they're really, really tight. Now, he said, we know from experience that the farther up from the ground you go, the stronger the wind blows, right? It's just like a cost-benefit analysis. And I measured out the lengths of straw, put it on a log-log plot, got the scaling exponent, and it almost exactly matches the scaling exponent for the relationship between wind speed and height in the wind engineering handbook. So these guys are right on target for a practical use of scaling technology. The most complex example of an algorithmic approach to fractals that I found was actually not in geometry, it was in a symbolic code. And this was Bamana sand divination. And the same divination system is found all over Africa. You can find on the East Coast as well as the West Coast. And often the symbols are very well preserved. So each of these symbols has 4 bits. It's a 4-bit binary word. You draw these lines in the sand randomly. And then you count off. And if it's an odd number, you put down 1 stroke. And if it's an even number, you put down 2 stroke. And they did this very rapidly. And I couldn't understand where they were getting, they only did the randomness 4 times. I couldn't understand where they were getting the other 12 symbols. And they wouldn't tell me. They said, no, I can't tell you about this. I said, well, look, I'll pay you. You can be my teacher and I'll come each day and pay you. I said, it's not a matter of money. This is a religious matter. And finally, out of desperation, I said, well, let me explain George Cantor in 1877. And I started explaining, why I was there in Africa. And they got very excited when they saw the Cantor set. And one of them said, come here, I think I can help you out here. And so he took me through the initiation ritual for a Bamana priest. And of course, I was only interested in the math. So the whole time he kept shaking his head going, I didn't learn it this way. But I had to sleep with a kola nut next to my bed, buried in sand, and give 7 coins to 7 lepers and so on. And finally, he revealed the truth of the matter. And it turns out it's a pseudo-random number generator. They're using deterministic chaos. When you have a 4-bit symbol, you then put it together with another one sideways. So even plus odd gives you odd. Odd plus even gives you odd. Even plus even gives you even. Odd plus odd gives you even. It's addition modulo 2, just like in the parity bit check on your computer. And then you take this symbol and you put it back in. So it's a self-generating diversity of symbols. They're truly using a kind of deterministic chaos in doing this. Now, because it's a binary code, you can actually implement this in hardware. What a fantastic teaching tool that should be in African engineering schools. And the most interesting thing I found out about it was historical. In the 12th century, Hugo of Santillana brought it from Islamic mystics into Spain. And there it entered into the alchemy community as geomancy, the divination through the earth. This is a geomantic chart drawn by for King Richard II in 1390. Leibniz, the German mathematician, talked about geomancy in his dissertation called De Combinatoria. And he said, well, instead of using 1 stroke and 2 strokes, let's use a 1 and a 0. And we can count by powers of 2, right? 1s and 0s, the binary code. George Boole took Leibniz's binary code and created Boolean algebra, and John von Neumann took Boolean algebra and created the digital computer. So all these little PDAs and laptops, every digital circuit in the world started in Africa. And I know Brian Eno says there's not enough African in computers, but I don't think there's enough African history in Brian Eno. So let me end with just a few words about applications that we've found for this. And you can go to our website.
So let me explain to you. Let me show you this. This is Ifa, okay? These are the Odu. So everything he's explaining is the Odu Ifa. The same Odu Ifa also exists in the Iking. So Iching, right? Iking, right? Same exact thing, right? Now, these were the divination methods that were used to predict different aspects of a person's health, all type of different things in a person's well-being, right? But the thing is that these things were hidden mysticism, whatever you would call it, occult, whatever, But this guy the guy that I like just showed you, this one right here, Ron English, got like a $7 million I guess like a scholarship or whatever to come to Africa and study African fractals. So African fractals was talking about how the Africans would create their communities based on like this fractal thing where it would start off small, go around like a cornucopia. You like it starts small, but then it goes around, bigger, bigger, bigger. So that's how the actual communities were laid out. And he came there for that, but then ended up finding sand divination and then found out that this whole thing was really based on the binary code of how computers are made. And then he found out that, oh, there were other people that came, found the divination system, and then made the actual binary code that you also use in your PDAs, in your computers, etc. So, I mean, bottom line is divination is actually like divination is a system of binary code. It's not just I feel something, somebody's telling me something. No, it's a binary code that tells you a story based on a database. And I can actually show you the database. And this is really going to be crazy. Watch when you see this.
I mean, I like what you're doing. That's dope, but that doesn't make AI divination, because divination is about spiritual shit. It's not about.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's the thing that you guys get messed up with.
No, sister, in respectfully, where atheists and scientists get bothered is that, we don't care about the religious or spiritual words. Is when y'all touch science words and then want us to understand it through a spiritual lens, and then we don't, and then we get called names. We get told that we're shallow. We get told all these things. It's like we're just using the definition. Like, just use a different word. Like, I'm just saying.
Well, the thing is that the very thing that you are considering to be science is actually like what? Okay, before there were scientists, there were priests. Science was not separate from spirituality. At some point, it's separated. That's probably when the colonizer came in and like found
That's
this
one
and
of the
found
best
that.
thing that happened to the world was when science and spirituality separated.
Wow.
Let me, sister. Is there a
I'm trying to find this this table so you could like actually understand Ifa divination.
Is there a space for the conversation to have like facts, or is it like, because that's what respectfully we tend to not know how to have these conversations, because it's like it treads on the line of like dream. Very
dream as far as what?
It's like a dream. It's like it's not. How do I work? It's on cloud. It's not
Cloud is as far as what?
The information that people that present us that come from like either spiritual conversation.
Okay. Let me just show you this, because I've been trying. Okay. All right. So this is the WWIII, right? So there's 256 combinations of the Odu, right? And all of these combinations end up connecting to a story. So this is your first database. So before there was a computer database, you had the Odu, okay? So the difference between a tarot reader or a so-called spiritualist is that they are going off of spirit telling you that da-da-da-da, right? Versus this is that this number comes out, there are specific Patakeys stories, like a database, right? So it's almost like you're going into the Babalawo, a number comes out when he like does his divination, that number comes out and it equals out to a number, that number equals out to a story. So it's like you're going into a database. So the big difference is that this is not based on feelings. When you get a divination from a Babalawo, it's not about what the person feels. It's not about like, oh, spirit is saying this, No, this number came out. This number equals out to this.
So what do you mean when you say came out? Came out of what?
Well, I have a
So
student.
imagine it if I take like something and I throw something
No,
down.
no, I'm asking you to stick with this right here.
No, you're asking me. You asked me what came out, and I'm telling you how they arrive at the number.
But this
Right.
doesn't
So
have anything to do with AI though.
yeah,
What I'm
that was the original question.
So what I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you is that, like, okay, a number comes out. So just like you type something into a search engine, the actual like thing that the search engine kicks out to the database is not what you asked it. It's a number. If you're a software engineer, you understand the zeros and ones. So this is the binary code. This is the original binary code. Before they had a search engine, this is how they found out what's going on. This is how like kings and everybody, like, this is what they did. Okay?
Yeah, but what was their purpose of doing that? What you're saying right now?
To
What
find
was their
out what's going to
purpose?
happen, past, present,
To
future, what to look
make
out for,
predictions, right?
All right,
and
but
also to find out the
all right,
details
so
about something.
when you say these things, right? So computers are based off of algorithms, and the language that we use to define certain things, there's an explicit need for definitions. And so we just start calling brake pads pistons and armpits tails, we're gonna get confused.
What is an algorithm?
An
You tell me,
algorithm
what is
is
an
a set of
algorithm?
instructions.
Okay, right? So if the Babalao has a set of instructions that says, listen, this old
The
dude needs
Babalaw's instructions are not going to be communicated effectively and efficiently across the board because one
what? No,
Babalaw,
no, 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 no.
sister, I don't want to get triggered,
Okay.
right?
I don't want to get triggered either.
No, because I have a student who's facing murder charges right now who tried to kill one of my teachers. Who
That
was
doesn't
fucking,
mean that
I didn't. I
doesn't
see. You
mean.
didn't even hear what I said,
Okay,
and
go
you
ahead.
already started talking. Respectfully, we gave you 15 minutes.
Right.
Once you said
And you haven't given
Babalaw,
me 15 minutes.
once you said Babalaw, I'm just letting you know, you got different people with different perspectives of what Babalaos do, and all of this shit did not stop or hinder this young brother who's currently in jail, and he was under the influence of a Babalao. Literally at my graduation, he said, and we didn't even pay attention to it, he wants to be a Babalao. So any 17-year-old being influenced by these type of individuals in America or certain places, this stuff it doesn't always have the positive influence. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is it's not quantifiably the same shit. So your Babalao information is not the other people's Babalao information. And that's what Brother Cube was trying to tell you. It's not organized. It's not syncopated for effective communication for us to grow with. This is good for you and a couple of Babalaos that you may be cool with. But the reality is this is not something that we can grow off of. And I know that might be something that I'm not trying to disrespect you, but this is not science. Trying to tell us about people's perspective of science 600 years ago is highly not cool. It's 2025. We need more Black people to understand what a diode is. What is the linguistic theorem? What are these things that help make computers be what they are so we can participate in the sciences?
But the thing is that the thing that makes computer what they are the thing that we had. So you're saying that we should just throw away the fact that the people that even created the system way before any like whatever is going on right now. That there was a whole system.
That's incorrect.
Okay, tell me how it's incorrect. That
You
there
just
was
showed us.
the old dudes. All right,
You haven't mentioned, like, you're not gonna find algorithm in none of the stuff that you talked about. We listened to it, and so anybody.
All right, so show me how this is not algorithm.
You were supposed to show that in the initial conversation.
Well, no, you interrupted me before I could like actually show the algorithm.
We watched we were very.
No,
No,
I was showing you.
I'm just
showing
being.
you that.
You don't know this side of YouTube. We gave you, and I said in the chat, we would never give somebody else this much time, only because you're a sister, and we respect it. But we let you play a whole video of some white dude talking about his, like, we would have tore that up a long time ago. There was no sources. A YouTube video is not a source. We promote scholarship over here.
Doesn't matter whether the YouTube is a source or not.
It does. No, it's not
this guy is a scholar that actually got money from
we
the
don't
U.S.
know who he
government.
is.
Okay, well, do the research, honey. His name
No,
is
we don't play to do the
Ron
research.
English.
No, you don't
All
bring
right, so
somebody up.
therefore, like,
we don't know, sister. We don't bring people. I'm just telling you, this is my platform. So I'm telling you how it. This is not Sinetta. Sinetta allows a arrangement and a plethora of retarded people to speak on his platform because they make money off them. We don't do that here. We pride ourselves in scholarship. We may have some dumb conversations. We do. That's why I'm just saying it to you. We do, but we pride ourselves on scholarship. And that's when you ask the initial question about atheists, I'm just letting you know this is where atheists would have an issue with. Now, you can believe in it. If this makes you a better person, more power to you. Shout out to you. But I'm just being clear, like, this communication is very important for science. And if it's something, if you have your own personal definition and a scientist over there has their personal definition, we'll never make cars work together. And we need a society that we can make cars work. Unless you want to make your own piston. If you're redefining what an algorithm is, I don't understand.
So you're saying that the fact that there's a numerical system that can break down, go from, so this is not like what a database is. Now, I'm a software engineer. You're not talking to a person that's just saying this out the side of her head. If I understand what a database is, I know that
you're a software engineer. What applications are you involved with?
JavaScript, Java. I mean,
how do you use Java? Like, what applications are you using Java for?
Java is like a back-end application that you use to like actually put the data, to create the database and then connect the front end to the back end. So me as a front end engineer, I mainly focus on the front end, but I also understand the back end as a full stack developer. So, and my main function is in like user experience, but I also understand the full stack, because to be a user experience engineer, you have to understand like everything from the beginning of the application to the end. So I'm the person that creates the actual user interface to the application. So and then I also program.
That means you really understand the difference between what you're calling divination and AI. Like, there's a separation as to why they're not the same.
What I'm saying is that like all AI is like doing is going into a database with the web and like coming back with it. AI is not like sentient. It does not think of its own accord.
That's why the word
all
algorithm
AI does is like just pull from information that it really just gives you what you're looking for based on who you are. And it gives you
artificial intelligence is based off of algorithms.
Yeah, like, and it gives you what you want. It's going to.
How I can't believe you're an engineer. You might have taken an AWS class with Amazon, but I can't believe you're an engineer because you're not describing algorithms. It's impossible.
I know what an algorithm. I know what a mathematical algorithm. I know that there's like a whole.
The entire premise of computing and calculating in computers and AI is based off of algorithms. Like, it's impossible to skip that.
So, what is your understanding of an algorithm? So that therefore I can
a set of instructions. So if you're going to make an autonomous intelligence in today's world, the instructions define the functionality of said output. So if you're creating a robotic arm, a door, the sensor determines what's going to be the artificial way for it to respond to the environment. And that's where the coding comes in. That's why cars are in level 4 autonomous vehicles.
So here's the question.
I don't understand why you would interrupt while I'm still talking.
I'm sorry. Be quiet. My bad.
I'm just saying level 4 car vehicles are still being processed and developed. And even though they're being put out, we're still in that stage of processing to create the algorithms and enough information to properly put out autonomous types of machinery. But like from robotic arms, that would be considered autonomous. An automated door is autonomous. Like, there's tons of things that have autonomous applications that would be considered AI. Now, when you're saying the ability to function past his ability to function, I don't see how that is anywhere about, like, you're describing AI platforms that are designed to do research. So you have to show me where this is designed to do. Like, what is this designed to do? You said it's designed to give people numbers that they put together in people's information, but that has nothing to do with artificial intelligence or autonomous intelligence or algorithmic.
So I would say the algorithmic aspect comes into play when Babalao is able to throw a certain Odu. It comes up with a number. That number goes into a situation. The Pataki comes out with the story, and that story is based on the person's situation, tells past, present, future. So you could like say it's not an algorithm, but the bottom line is that that's the same thing you do with a search engine. When you like
Nah, it's
type
not
in,
the same.
it is. When you type in,
Conceptually, I'll give you that, but it's not the same. You telling me I don't know the exact process or procedures of EFI because I don't practice. But if you're telling me if I throw this ball in the air and when it lands, depending on how much dust I count around it, then I can get a story from it. That's not the same as me Googling something in the search.
if there's numbers involved and that number equals out to a binary code that equals out to a specific like thing, that's the difference. Is that this is the beginning of binary code. Now you might say it's not okay. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I would
On the
try to
most
give you
primitive
some.
and basic level, I like I said, I'll give you those parts of it. Like
It's
the
not about like
the
throwing like a
system
ball in
they
the air
have
and
that they
getting random
formed
numbers.
was a logical system. Like it's not bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my language. It's
I
not
can't even put
BS.
it, you can't put it to a functional. You're saying it puts out. There's no functionality. Like as the engineering,
It's
you're in.
still
If you
random.
state it's so. What is the functionality of this?
The functionality is that each person comes on this earth, they already are given a specific they know what before they come on this earth, they know what's going to happen. But then when we get on here, we forget. This actual system tells you, okay, listen, either you're on track to what you're supposed to do here or you're not. Now most people just pray and just hope to get an answer. This thing gives you the answers. It's like, no, you're this is not what you're supposed to be doing. Now, you might not believe in that because you're
No, I'm not stating that. What I'm telling you is,
I
I
don't
just
have to
gave you
believe.
like an
Go
example
ahead.
of someone who might have been. Regardless, you didn't state a function. You know what a function is, right? Mathematically.
Okay. Outline that. What do you mean? What do you mean a function? Because I want to understand like what you're trying to
There's only
bring
one type of like mathematically. There's only one type of function.
in. Well, tell me what that is.
It's something that you put one thing in, you get one thing out. It has a defined output. You know.
All right. So you're saying that because it does not give the same output and input based on what you give it, then it's not relevant. What are you saying?
It doesn't even have a stated like you're stating. It's like a tarot card.
No.
You know what I mean? It's not. So when we're explicitly saying like algorithms or AIs have a specific function. You're not going to create an autonomous device or a mechanic mechanism that has no purpose. It's going to have a purpose. It's going to be driven.
Okay, so let me just give you an example. If Agbe comes out, it gives a specific thing. If Oyeko comes out, it gives a specific thing. Like right, so
Like
so
a tarot card.
this is not so no, it's not it's like a tarot card because a tarot card you would say that okay, well this comes out and then the spirit is telling me XYZ. There's no spirit telling you anything. This is what exactly this means, and that's it. There's no like no room for like you to give your own
But
interpretation
again,
of what.
this is an this is the space where it's like, and I have no problem with people being spiritualists, religious people. Like it's just a space where we should respect the difference in the conversation for the sake of growing ourselves in the scientific community. Like we need to be strong in science. And I think like the impeding that spiritualists do, religious people do, like now when spiritualists come over here and tell us what lights are, They tell us life is energy. They tell us all of these things, and they remix scientific terms for their sole purpose of their poetic expression. And it has no bearing on the scientific community that we need to be developing. So telling people that divination is the same thing as AI, when right now all data shows that if Black people don't seriously understand what AI is, the economic wealth gap is going to be untouchable. But if we do understand AI, we have a better chance of actually attacking the economic wealth gap. So telling people that divination and AI is the same thing is grossly.
So also saying that the origins of AI come from divination is also bad too.
It would be grossly incorrect. Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Respectfully.
You know what? I'm not here to argue about what your thoughts are. I'm just trying to tell you is that I believe differently. Just as a person that understands computers in my way, that you have a different understanding. I just have a different understanding of like how this thing works.
See, that's my thing. Spiritually, you can have different understandings, but when it comes to computers, it's not. How many understandings can you have?
Listen,
Computer
bottom line
functions.
is that a number, if I am trying to get an answer out of a computer, it's either going to go to this database, this actual like field, bring the information to it, or that field.
But
And
we
that's
know, like how that process works. Like he was talking about functionality. Like you actually know how that functions. What we're asking is how does that work in the EFI setting? How do you get to the stories and the numbers?
all right. So
How do you
so
what's
think
that
about
function?
Ogbe, right? There are it even though it is an oral tradition, Ogbe has a specific level of stories that go with Ogbe. Same thing with Oye.
Agbe would be a deity or something.
No. It's not a deity. So it would be so very it would take me all day to explain the whole thing to you. But all Leo do is how things come into existence, right? Right. So the Odu is okay. Everything that is in the Odu tells, okay, well, this is how this came into existence. This is how that came into existence. This is how this came into existence. So you go into, so Agbe is light. Oyeko is darkness. Oyeko owns darkness owns light. So darkness came before light. But this is a whole. It's going to take me like a lot of time to like really explain that one thing came before the other, and therefore, like when it really comes down to it, all of the Odu E5 is really telling you about like the coming into existence of everything that you could think of. And so when you actually read the Odu E5, it could tell you how white people came into existence, how Jesus came into existence. Like the stories of the E5, Odu E5 tells you how everything came into existence. So, but it is not like so much about it's more of a database of, okay, if this comes out, it shows you the connection to you for that. It's not about
If you and somebody do a ritual in Jersey, and then me and somebody do a ritual in Georgia, we doing the exact same ritual. Are we gonna get the same story?
ritual.
Or practice? I don't know what words you want me to use.
No, each
Whatever the
person has
process
their
is
own
of doing the
individual. Each person had their own individual. I would say destiny. So therefore,
that's why I tell you it's
the
make
destiny is
believe.
going
You
to.
make it up as you go. Like that's
It's
what I'm
not
saying.
made.
It's
No,
not you
it's
can't
not made.
compare that to AI because if you wherever you are right now, type a question in the AI, and I'm where I'm at right now, type a question in the AI. We're not gonna get two different destination type answers. We might get some tailored to us, but it's gonna have the
Please,
same
hello,
meaning.
you will.
No,
What are you talking about?
if we both ask our Google right now, what is the color blue? We're not gonna get different answers.
No, like of course, basic answers, but for the most part, AI is going to tell you exactly what they feel that you want to hear. AI is not at the
But it's not
point.
going to give you an incorrect answer.
Can I? All right. So can I imagine? So what we want. First off, when you say that it gives you the breakdown of the entire universe and the origins,
Say it again. The
you said it
universe
gives
and
you
the
the
origins.
like your belief system has a system.
The EFI tells you individually what your story is. Okay. So what happens is that we each come down here. We chose to be here. We chose to come here. And what happens is that we forget this is what the actual story is based on like Yoruba mythology. We forgot. So therefore we
But you
use
see, but that's
the
a belief
divination
system.
system. Okay, that's cool. But the divination system allows us to like connect to why we are here. So versus just praying and hoping, we have a specific like roadmap that says, okay, no, you're not on the right track. You know, instead of like just praying and saying, oh, I just don't feel right. No, it's like you're not on the right track. This is what you need to do to get back on the right track. So that's the
That,
difference.
so there's a practice that's been going on, right, for years. There's a tradition associated with it, and it's consistent. That's a religion,
Okay.
and we respect that. As an atheist, I respect the religion. I have no problem with it. It's just, it's just what it is. There's nothing wrong with it.
So you don't think that so okay, so you don't think that the belief in, I would say, evolution is not a belief system that I would say atheists like hold true to as a like a belief. Like, okay, there everything.
If we the game of belief, I know sometimes that gets thrown in there, but there's predications. So for example, your belief system here is predicated on this document. In evolution is based off of the electron microscope, is based off of exact measurements of cell walls, is based off of the comparison of almost the genome, right? These things are what we used to be able to give us the evidence to create a story to make sense of the evidence we have.
So what about when new
You
evidence
heard the
comes
key point.
into?
You heard the key point. The
So
evidence.
what happens when new evidence come about? So therefore,
Then we add,
basically
and this is why we add to it. Science is always adding to
the
it.
same thing with E5. So even that database that I just showed you, as time goes on, see,
But it's in a space. Like you can't apply E5 to your
I
tire.
would say this. I would say this.
Understand? Can you apply it to your tire pressure in your vehicle?
Can I apply E5 to my tire pressure in my vehicle? I don't know.
No, you
I haven't done
cannot. No, let's be adults. You cannot apply it to your car's tire pressure. If you're an engineer, you have to say that. We have to respect the accolades that you profess to have, because I do. I respect Black engineers with the highest regard. And so when I hear people say things that don't
I
align,
haven't gone that deep into E5 to know if they like know that or not. So I'm not gonna just say something if I'm not sure
there's
about
no
it. No,
reason why they would have a
hold on, because
connection.
let me tell you why. Okay, before science separated from spirituality, right? Spirituality and science were together. Okay,
We're talking about a car tire.
car.
Like
Okay,
a car tire has
so
nothing.
you're talking about like the ability for rubber to be able to expand. So you're thinking that this is the first time in life that rubber ever expanded based on air.
Do you see so there's a reach that you're making to keep
What
your
reach?
biasness. A car tire is an object that's manufactured for the purposes of vehicles. The air pressure in it is used to help manage the vibrations that is found as it goes over the ground. It's a very specific thing. It's measured with PSI. There's no way you can connect that to EFI. There's nothing in the Bible. The same thing people do with the Bible. They try to find every scientific thing you can. It's like, bro, just let the Bible be a book from 2,000 years ago. Why does it have to talk about electrons? Why do y'all try to like? I don't let E5
The
be
reason why is because, let me tell you this, is that people want to make E5 to be such an elder science that we don't realize that that even back then they had like things similar to what we have now. I don't know why we think that we're the first ones on earth to ever like make a tire.
because we're the first ones on Earth to make a tire
We're
that's
the
self.
only ones on earth right now that understands what a tire is, but it doesn't mean
Let's
tires
understand this.
never existed.
This had the ice you're on never existed past. They would know what to do in the E5 would look at that and if one in front of face comb would run from it. There's no reason why we would think that they would know how to use a stove, an oven. They would have to look at hand sanitizer like we're crazy. You would tell them use the manual. No, I prefer automatic vehicles. You know what a two-stroke clutch is? Like they would. Why would we think they know these things? Hit the microwave. 45 ACP or 9mm while they're throwing arrows. Like, why would we think that? There's a reason
Do
why
you
we
only think that all this technology only exists in our time?
yes,
Maybe
because of
that.
evolution.
Yeah. See.
Yes, evolution.
No, I believe that all this existed before, and then civilizations just redo the same thing over and over again. I don't believe that this is the first time that we've ever been at this point.
You see, that's the beauty of what I was said earlier. Evidence is what predicates belief in this world of science.
Okay, well, show me evidence that we have not.
No. It's right now. Your belief is not predicated on evidence. It's just predicated on belief. You didn't say the reason why I believe this way is because we found pre-existing computers. So I believe there was an existence. No, you just feel that way.
Well,
That's
no,
the difference.
I don't just feel like this. But okay.
So then, what
all right,
evidence leads you to the belief
all
that
right,
there
so
were hard engines?
there are actual like examples. If you really go into it, even buildings that have like a copper structure on top of them. When you really go into the, I mean, this is gonna get into the Tartaria. It's gonna sound like I have a fucking cap on my head, so I don't even want to do it because I'm like, you know what? It's gonna sound like I'm crazy, but I'm gonna just say this: is that if you guys just don't believe it, okay, I'll just let you just not believe it. But I just
don't
know.
believe it. Understand? You called yourself crazy. Well, you didn't even have to tell us. You heard yourself and was like,
No,
"Damn, this just sounds crazy."
I know.
We
what I
would have
know.
shut up and let you talk and just, you know what I mean, respectfully. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
but I just know that if I'm in a atheistic space, then when I start to talk about like Tartarians and like actual like you know grounds and buildings and stuff like that that have like structures beneath like the ground that shows that there was a whole civilization like beyond this, you know, I don't. It's gonna like I don't
you
know.
know, that
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
There's a whole like so when you go to Russia, if you like
you got it, Mike. You're not an atheist, so
there's actual parts of
No, I'm
Russia
not.
just so
that
you
have
well, he
actual,
said well,
like-
I think he also said that so you don't think this is an atheist space. Everybody's cool over here. It just happens that we also make it cool for atheists because you know they be beating up on us in other spots.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and then you know, communicate what you're saying. That was my point. I mean, I know I'm not. I can't speak for anybody else. I mean, I don't know.
there were civilizations before like we understand what civilization is that were way more advanced than we even know. Certain like cataclysms happen for whatever reason, I don't know, that like covered up some of the things. That's why you have buildings that you know damn well we did not build. Okay, we didn't build a lot of like these buildings that you see that they're like, oh, okay, well, no, and you could actually see them faking building these buildings, building these structures, and then you know damn well they did not build them. And then on top of that, you have places in like even Russia where you have like certain things where like some kind of like a vehicle based on electric magnetic energy would like be able to like slide across and not even use just average like wheels, because why would they have those there on the ground if wheels are in place?
Damn, bro.
Have you
Damn,
like
bro.
seen the actual like things in Russia where they're connected and it's like the electro bells are gone, all type of stuff. But I don't
That
want to
nigga
play with
Lance would be in love right now. Oh my.
who.
I'm sorry, sis. I thought I was
When
on
you
mute.
say we did not build, what do you mean when you say we?
I'm saying that when we talk about like the current like civilization, I believe that there was a civilization before us that built stuff that they're gone now to be right now in our current day understanding of where we are. I think something similar to what's happening now happened. People like got into conflicts, and then you had like some kind of like a cataclysm, and all that stuff got buried.
So it wasn't able to survive the cataclysm. So how advanced was it, man?
What?
Good question. They
You
ain't
saying if it was
predicted
so
it.
advanced? I
So you're
mean,
saying that if
no. I just said if it was so advanced, why wasn't it advanced enough to survive and predict what was going to happen in terms of conditions? You already made a statement about being able to predict, different individuals. Why wasn't able to predict what was going to happen in the universe, in the atmosphere, to that civilization in order to adapt?
civilizations are all over the world,
Yes,
that
we,
does
we I
not
mean, that's,
mean
yeah.
they're listen. Even
No, I was just asking a question. I was just asking.
okay? So
So,
are you
so,
aware of the mounds? Are you aware of the mound? You gonna say
well,
the
yes,
mounds
yes,
connected to the
yes,
mound people? Right.
yes.
So if the mountain people are over here and the ancient Egyptians are over here, then why is it that the mounds are still here in the pyramids? I don't fucking know. You know, I wasn't there, but I just know that these relics exist and there's something to
Yes,
it.
that,
Mike.
I was trying to relate that to computers and being able to predict future events. I mean, that was the purpose of the question.
So when you come into I'm not really saying okay, when you go in, when you like type something into a search engine, they're able to tell you something based on really what you're asking them, and it's really meant, bottom line is AI is only going to tell you what they want you to hear, what they think that you want to know. It's not going to give
Yeah,
you
the information is already
what
there.
they
Yeah,
think you
yeah,
already
yeah.
want to know.
The
So
information, the
there's a
information,
difference.
the information has already been recorded. It's not like
Exactly. And
there's
then
no
when you
information, and
type in a
then
search, it's going to find out who you are and then give you back the information based on what it thinks you want to know.
So just
right,
to be
right.
clear, so hold on, just to be clear, you're saying that cars existed before and laptops?
It might not be what we could consider a car, but I would say there was something like that. Yeah. Why wouldn't it? There's images of it. Like there's pictures
Because
of
there's
all.
a process of development. Things don't
Man,
just
are you
pop up.
serious? Like, dude, bro, like show
Yes.
me how like all these things in India, how could they create like a whole building with all this detail to it?
Humans have ingenuity.
Really?
The camshaft. The
Man,
camshaft.
man, listen.
Are you familiar with the mechanical device, the camshaft?
No, I'm not.
The reciprocating shaft. The Asians, that's what the printing press, the ability to use the camshaft, the printing press. It was the reciprocating shaft, the camshaft, and other mechanical parts, and of course, of human ingenuity, being great at being artisans. And
But
stone.
what about cymatics?
I don't know
What
what that
about
is.
sound? What about utilizing sound to create reality out of nothing?
This is so, sister. So, are you? You know, right now, Black people make up less than 8% of those involved in STEM in America,
Yeah.
and the Black conscious community, which is supposed to be um
the champions of the empowerment, you know, this type of rhetoric which permeates that community, the conscious community life, is not helping, it's not helping us increase the amount of Black people in STEM.
I did not get it. I did not get into STEM because I was watching things online.
I'm saying your conversation is not helping it. Just regardless of why you got into it, and being very specific.
Doesn't matter what you think.
It does matter what I think, because you joined.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Then why would you join my panel?
Because I thought that this was an open-minded panel that we could like really express our thoughts. If you're saying that because I feel something different, that therefore I'm affecting the Black STEM community as a whole, that is insane. Like, really?
I said yes. I'm saying that such as what you presented tonight.
It kind of your voice kind of cut up, but
yeah, I'm saying the rhetoric that you're saying tonight that we find that permeates the conscious community, yes, is not helping increase the amount of Black people in STEM.
I say that the thought of people not being able to go beyond every just basic, like you're saying that this box is how everything should be existing in.
No,
and then if we don't believe in that, then
no, I'm not. I never said
no,
anything
because
about a box.
I
never even used the word box.
Because, all right, not box.
I'm just being very clear. Like the same thing Cube told you in Fontaine. Effective communication requires definitions. That is the basics of language. We need definitions. And so when people can have a poetic approach to definitions, it creates a space of where communication can go awry. We don't need that in science. We need effective communication. Definitions matter. Now, that's a box. I would love for you to
tell you something.
I would just love for you to go to your
Most of our most powerful science did not like adhere to all of like the definitions, because that's how they were able to come up across other aspects. If they only like put themselves in a box and only dealt with what the status quo was, they would never be able to go outside of their own thinking to be able to create new things. If you're only like thinking about stuff based on what science is telling you in this box, you're being just as like religious as a Christian.
Now, if you think science is putting you in a box when most people don't even know the basics of science, and if you think about the multitude of things that you enjoy every day because someone chose to live in that box, is crazy.
What?
Crazy. That box that you're talking about, that people lived in, that created your television, your phone, your computer, your microwave, all the technology.
The very people that like that did that was not thinking inside of a box. They were thinking outside of a box.
Which was
they're not thinking within a box.
You think the word science is a box, and I'm telling you that's incorrect. This is why I
so
said
you're discussing science.
There's nothing new under the sun. That's a box.
That's what you said. I'm not discussing science.
Is that a box? Like to say that it's limitless?
You didn't say it was limited.
That there's nothing new.
That's
like
a limit.
No, that's limited. That means that it's limited. That's not limitless. That's limited. That means that nothing is new under the sun. Stop searching for new shit. Just focus on what they did in the past.
That's not what I'm saying.
Then why say nothing's new underneath the sun?
Is that as much as we think that we're doing something new, it's been here, and all we're doing is like doing the same thing over and over again. As much as we find ourselves,
we're limited.
That does not mean that you can't think past it. It's like as much as you think you're thinking past it, you're thinking within it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
But that's a box. You're defining yourself as a box. We're just saying science, just use the definitions in science properly. And then you're saying we're in a box because we're saying we want to be able to effectively communicate. I just want you to hear what you're saying. Definitions matter. Communication matters. It's just that simple.
Well, I didn't realize I was walking into the atheist group. You know,
It's not an atheist group. Not everybody says an atheist. That would be incorrect to state. That's what Mike just told you that.
Because to me, in my mind, I'm like, dude,
The person next to you is a nuclear engineer, and he's also not an atheist. I don't think Mercy is an atheist.
so why is it that they can't? Well, you know what? You're the main one talking. Can anyone else see or understand what I'm trying to get across? Or is everybody just confused about what I'm trying to say?
I get it. I just don't agree. That amount, like I said, my contention was the AI and divination part. Like, I respect the ancient ways and all that. It's cool. Like they method, if people follow that method and find prosperity in it, cool. People do the same thing with other methods. But to say that AI is divination, like we don't have to cross those things. There's no need.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat. I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, and I just kind of, my name's Michael, by the way, but
Hey, Michael.
I understand what you're trying to say, and I understand kind of the basis of probably where some of those concepts come from. I don't know about the African religions. I can't really say I know about those. I would like to learn more about them, just from an informative standpoint. But I understand where you're coming from in the sense that a lot of people who believe in spirituality, the spirit world and different things, which I believe that's real. They feel like communication with that world has opened up scientific discovery. Like a lot of people will say that some of the pyramids, the technology in ancient Egypt with the pharaohs, Kushite pharaohs, was brought about by interaction with the spiritual world that gave them insight to new technologies. So I've heard the same thing with the CERN. If you look at CERN, particle accelerators that exist, a lot of people say that Hindu god that they have out in front of CERN is, a lot of people say that CERN is a project where they're involved with, I'm not going to call it witchcraft, but I'm going to say communication with the spirit world, where these entities in the spirit world or demons are giving them information on how to open up portals. And these portals are going to allow access for these particular beings to enter our world, our physical world. And so they say that a lot of the communication that goes on with CERN, the things that are going on CERN at CERN is not just it's not just completely science. There's a spiritual component to it where these people are communicating with beings outside of our physical realm to open these portals. So I understand the connection you're trying to make. But I think from a pure scientific standpoint, I'm talking the X and O's, the mathematics behind science. And all science is based on mathematics, even AI. AI is just a code that's been written to recognize patterns. And based on those patterns, it gives you, on a very minute scale, it gives you feedback based on those patterns, that pattern recognition. So at the end of the day, it's mathematics and science. There is a distinct, I'm talking in its rudimentary sense. There's a line of distinction between science and spirituality. And so,
can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So before science was separated from spirituality, because I really believe it was, where did people go to, experience aspects of science? Like, so was it not the priests?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I understand what you're saying there. But what we're trying to say is that your priest can pray all day, right?
Not about the prayer.
Or even he can engage in spiritual exploits all he wants to, but that's not going to build an AC/DC circuit. That's not, it is the mathematics behind that allows us.
So when he just said that the guy, he just told about how this particular person went into Africa, found out the binary system, and then from there was able to build out the existing computational structures we have today.
Mhm.
It's like, no, you're just saying, no, we're just gonna like just ignore what he just said, or even though he's a white guy and whatever, like he's saying that I forget who the guy was.
He said he went into Africa and did what? And then he was able
Robbed
to.
egg gas or something like that.
Okay,
Oh,
you're saying
let
that
me
he got his begin. What was repeat
let
this?
me like bring it back up because I don't remember everything. So because listen, I'm not like above reproach. Like if I'm wrong in how I'm thinking, I will just say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong. But based on so he got like he got like some kind of a dowry or whatever from the U.S. government to go into Africa and study the African fractals based on the how communities were laid out, right, in Africa. And how it was is that they used this fractal system to like lay out their communities. So hold on, let me find it.
Have you looked up his publications?
Yeah.
So what was his research?
He has like the African fractals, and then he has like several books out. He this particular guy, what is it like? What is it when you have like a $7 million what you call to like? Let me see, Ron English. Okay, look up Ron English. Okay, so that is the guy Englash. But let me like I'm trying to like go back into like what he was saying here because all right, so let me see. All right, so African origins of math. Right, so
African origins of mathematics. Is that what you said? I'm actually working. I'm not actually up working right now, but I'm trying to pretend that I'm not. I'm not up at 4 a.m. working. That's why I'm listening to you guys. Trying to convince myself that I'm not up at 4 o'clock. Actually, I've been up since 3, working on this document.
Say it again.
Now that go, bro. The push don't stop, man.
Go ahead. Go.
Okay, can you hear it? All right, so I'm about to play it.
I'm reading about him. Q. He ain't no bad dude, but like it's not like I don't know what she's trying to say
Yeah,
in
I'm reading this.
particular.
I'm reading this. I got his book.
I think it was George Cantor. That's the one he said. George Cantor. And then there was another person he said that like did the whole thing about geomancy. And then from there they were able to like create the binary system and then also like some of the other system for computing. And then
All right, so let me.
so hold on. So let me I was trying to play it again. Can you play this right here?
You saying the Rob or Ron dude created the new binary system or somebody else?
Based on what he's saying, there's like this George Cantor guy.
Resulting lines and bring them back into the same process, a recursive.
So a TED Talk. This
I
is
want to
not
start
like
my story in Germany in 1877. The mathematician named George Cantor. And Cantor decided he was going to take a line and erase the middle third of the line, and then take those 2 resulting lines and bring them back into the same process, a recursive process. So he starts out with 1 line, and then 2, and then 4, and then 16, and so on. And if he does this an infinite number of times, which you can do in mathematics, he ends up with an infinite number of lines, each of which has an infinite number of points in it. So he realized he had a set whose number of elements was larger than infinity. And this blew his mind, literally. He checked in the sanitarium. And when he came out of the sanitarium, he was convinced that he had been put on Earth to found transfinite set theory because the largest set of infinity would be God himself. He was a very religious man. It's a mathematician on a mission. And other mathematicians did the same sort of thing. Swedish mathematician von Koch decided that instead of subtracting lines, he would add them. And so he came up with this beautiful curve. And there's no particular reason why we have to start with this seed shape. We can use any seed shape we like. And I'll rearrange this, and I'll stick this somewhere down there. Okay. And now upon iteration, that seed shape sort of unfolds into a very different looking structure. So these all have the property of self-similarity. The part looks like the whole. It's the same pattern at many different scales. Now, mathematicians thought this was very strange because as you shrink a ruler down, you measure a longer and longer length. And since they went through the iterations an infinite number of times, as the ruler shrinks down to infinity, the length goes to infinity. This made no sense at all. So they consigned these curves to the back of the math books. They said, these are pathological curves, and we don't have to discuss them. And that worked for 100 years. And then in 1977, Benoit Mandelbrot, a French mathematician, realized that if you do computer graphics and use these shapes he called fractals, you get the shapes of nature. You get the human lungs, you get acacia trees, you get ferns, you get these beautiful natural forms. If you take your thumb and your index finger and look right where they meet, go ahead and do that now, and relax your hand, you'll see a crinkle, and then a wrinkle within the crinkle, and a crinkle within the wrinkle within, right? Your body is covered with fractals. The mathematicians who were saying these are pathological, useless shapes, they were breathing those words with fractal lungs. It's very ironic. And I'll show you a little natural recursion here. Again, we just take these lines and recursively replace them with the whole shape. So here's the second iteration, third, fourth, and so on. So nature has this self-similar structure. Nature uses self-organizing systems. Now, in the 1980s, I happened to notice that if you look at an aerial photograph of an African village, you see fractals. And I thought, this is fabulous. I wonder why. And of course, I had to go to Africa and ask folks why. So I got a Fulbright scholarship to just travel around Africa for a year asking people why they were building fractals, which is a great job if you can get it. And so I finally got to this city, and I'd done a little fractal model for the city just to see how it would sort of unfold. But when I got there, I got to this palace of the chief, and my French is not very good. I said something like, "I'm a mathematician and I would like to stand on your roof." But he was really cool about it. He took me up there and we talked about fractals. And he said, "Oh, yeah. We know a rectangle within a rectangle within a rectangle. We know all about that." And it turns out the royal insignia has a rectangle within a rectangle within a rectangle. And the path through that palace is actually this spiral here. And as you go through the paths, you have to get more and more polite. So they're mapping the social scaling onto the geometric scaling. It's a conscious pattern. It is not unconscious like a termite mound fractal. This is a village in southern Zambia. The WWIII built this village. It's about 400 meters in diameter. You have a huge ring. The rings that represent the family enclosures get larger and larger as you go towards the back. And then you have the chief's ring here towards the back, and then the chief's immediate family in that ring. So here's a little fractal model for it. Here's one house with the sacred altar. Here's the house of houses, the family enclosure, with the humans here where the sacred altar would be. And then here's the village as a whole, a ring of rings, with the chief's extended family here, the chief's immediate family here. And then here, there's a tiny village, only this big. Now you might wonder, how can people fit in a tiny village only this big? That's because they're spirit people. It's the ancestors. And of course, the spirit people have a little miniature village in their village, right? So it's just like George Cantor said, the recursion.
So I just wanted to pause it because I want to play too much of it. People were saying, good point. So based on that, so this is like a mathematical layout of how African people just laid out their villages, right? And it was based on mathematics, the fractals, right? So then it goes deeper into it. So just so you guys understand that it's not just like a
hold on. So it didn't say. So listening.
Mm-hmm.
It's about patterns, just like his shirt, it has patterns. Now, that doesn't mean that they were using mathematics to create these patterns or the specific shapes. Like the idea of pattern recognition and the usage of patterns, that is a key component in math by itself. But
so you think that these people that just did this by mistake, like just happened?
No, humans usage of patterns is part of our artistic expression. It is also part of how we developed society. So that's this is dope. So this is not connected to AI, nor is this connected to information.
Listen further, because here we go. Watch this. So, because I don't want to seem like I'm just coming out of nowhere.
Version continues forever. This is in the Mandara Mountains near the Nigerian border in Cameroon, Mukulek. I saw this diagram drawn by a French architect, and I thought, wow, what a beautiful fractal. So I tried to come up with a seed shape, which upon iteration would unfold into this thing. I came up with this structure here. Let's see, first iteration, second, third, fourth. Now, after I did the simulation, I realized the whole village kind of spirals around just like this. And here's that replicating line, self-replicating line that unfolds into the fractal. Well, I noticed that line is about where the only square building in the village is at. So when I got to the village, I said, can you take me to the square building? I think, something's going on there. And they said, well, we can take you there, but you can't go inside because that's the sacred altar where we do sacrifices every year to keep up those annual cycles of fertility from the field. And I started to realize that the cycles of fertility were just like the recursive cycles in the geometric algorithm that builds this. And the recursion in some of these villages continues down to very tiny scales. So here's a Nankani village in Mali. And you can see you go inside the family enclosure, you go inside, and here's pots in the fireplace stacked recursively. Here's calabashes that Issa was just showing us, and they're stacked recursively. Now, the tiniest calabash in here keeps the woman's soul. And when she dies, they have a ceremony where they break this stack called the Zalanga, and her soul goes off to eternity once again. Infinity is important. Now, you might ask yourself 3 questions at this point. Aren't these scaling patterns just universal to all indigenous architecture?
Is this just everything that people indigenously do, right? Is it just like something that's innate, that there's no pattern to it, this, that, the other, that they're not taught down the line how to do? And that is what I'm trying to say.
And that was actually my original hypothesis. When I first saw those African fractals, I thought, wow, so any indigenous group that doesn't have a state society that's in a hierarchy must have a kind of bottom-up architecture. But that turns out not to be true. I started collecting aerial photographs of Native American, South Pacific architecture. Only the African ones were fractal. And if you think about it, all these different societies have different geometric design themes that they use. So Native Americans use a combination of circular symmetry and fourfold symmetry. And you can see on the pottery and the baskets. Here's an aerial photograph of one of the Anasazi ruins. You can see it's circular at the largest scale, but it's rectangular at the smaller scale, right? It is not the same pattern at 2 different scales. Second, you might ask, well, Dr. Eglash, aren't you ignoring the diversity of African cultures? And 3 times the answer is no. First of all, I agree with Mudimbe's wonderful book, The Invention of Africa, that Africa is an artificial invention of first colonialism and then oppositional movements. No, because a widely shared design practice doesn't necessarily give you a unity of culture, and it definitely is not in the DNA. And finally,
hello, it's not in the DNA, because based on the now this guy did years and years of research. So this is not just something that's just innate, This is something that's passed down the scale.
Fractals have self-similarity. So they're similar to themselves, but they're not necessarily similar to each other. You see very different uses for fractals. It's a shared technology in Africa. And finally, well, isn't this just intuition? It's not really mathematical knowledge. Africans can't possibly really be using fractal geometry, right? It wasn't invented until the 1970s. Well, it's true that some African fractals are, as far as I'm concerned, just pure intuition. So some of these things, I would wander around the streets of Dakar asking people, well, what's the algorithm? What's the rules for making this? And they'd say, well, we just make it that way because it looks pretty, stupid. But sometimes that's not the case. In some cases, there would actually be algorithms, and very sophisticated algorithms. So in Mangwetu sculpture, you see this recursive geometry. In Ethiopian crosses, you see this wonderful unfolding of the shape. In Angola, the Chokwe people draw lines in the sand, and it's what German mathematician Euler called a graph. We now call it an Eulerian path. You can never lift your stylus from the surface, and you can never go over the same line twice. But they do it recursively, and they do it with an age grade system. So the little kids learn this one, and then the older kids learn this one, and then the next age grade initiation, you learn this one. And with each iteration of that algorithm, you learn the iterations of the myth. You learn the next level of knowledge. And finally, all over Africa, you see this board game. It's called Awari in Ghana, where I studied it. It's called Mancala here on the East Coast, Bao in Kenya, Sogo elsewhere. Well, you see self-organizing patterns that spontaneously occur in this board game. And the folks in Ghana knew about these self-organizing patterns and would use them strategically. So this is very conscious knowledge. Here's a
very conscious knowledge. So it's passed down through board games.
It's a whole nother
fractal.
system separate
Anywhere you
from
go in
the
the
EFI.
Sahel, you'll see this.
Say it again.
This is something different, separate from the EFI. I just want that to be like
Okay.
what
All
the
right. So
people
we
in
will
Ghana
watch
practice.
when he brings it all together. So because this is the beginning of it. Watch.
I'll give you this though, sis.
windscreen.
You did the-
And of course,
you did the
fences
best so
around the
far.
world are all Cartesian, all strictly linear.
What are you saying?
I said I'll give you this because a lot of brothers then came. For the brothers is paying attention. You definitely did a better job than most people that come over, kind of promote the E5 and African spirituality. So you gas, sis, you cooking? Yeah, gas.
All right. So then he gets into the African. Hold on, African. All right. So now let's go into this. So that was the part I didn't get to show. That part I kind of started at this part. So now we get into. He first brought into fractals, and then
you can go to our website. The applets are.
So then, this is where I brought you.
Track down one of the folks who makes these things. This guy in Mali, just outside of Bamako, and I asked him, "How come you're making fractal fences? Because nobody else is." And his answer was very interesting. He said, "Well, if I lived in the jungle, I would only use the long rows of straw because they're very quick and they're very cheap. Doesn't take much time. Doesn't take much straw." He said, "But wind and dust goes through pretty easily." Now, the tight rows up at the very top, they really hold out the wind and dust, but it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of straw because they're really, really tight. Now, he said, we know from experience that the farther up from the ground you go, the stronger the wind blows, right? It's just like a cost-benefit analysis. And I measured out the lengths of straw, put it on a log-log plot, got the scaling exponent, and it almost exactly matches the scaling exponent for the relationship between wind speed and height in the Wind Engineering Handbook. So these guys are right on target for a practical use of scaling technology. The most complex example of an algorithmic approach to fractals that I found was actually not in geometry. It was in a symbolic code. And this was Bamana sand divination. And the same divination system is found all over Africa. You can find on the East Coast as well as the West Coast. And often
listen, not all over Africa. So, and if you are a practicer of E5 like I am, it is not just only in Nigeria. It's all over.
It's
Africa.
not only in Africa. It's all across all human civilization. You're gonna find patterns. You're gonna find different systems.
But no, divination. So,
right.
So what they even in I Ching. So let's go into it.
The symbols are very well preserved. So each of these symbols has 4 bits. It's a 4-bit binary word. You draw these lines in the sand randomly, and then you count off. And if it's an odd number, you put down 1 stroke. And if it's an even number, you put down 2 stroke. And they did this very rapidly. And I couldn't understand where they were getting. They only did the randomness 4 times. I couldn't understand where they were getting the other 12 symbols. And they wouldn't tell me. They said, no, I can't tell you about this. I said, well, look, I'll pay you. You can be my teacher, and I'll come each day and pay you. I said, it's not a matter of money. This is a religious matter. And finally, out of desperation, I said, well, let me explain George Cantor in 1877. And I started explaining, why I was there in Africa. And they got very excited when they saw the Cantor set. And one of them said, come here, I think I can help you out here.
All right,
and so
he showed a Caucasian mathematician that had a Cantor set that was similar to what they were doing, okay? And then finally they opened up, okay, all right, come on. Somebody said, okay, I'll show you something. You have to get initiated. He made them get initiated. And even though he was just whatever, I just want to get the information about it, whatever, they made him get initiated first. So let's go.
He took me through the initiation ritual for a Bamana priest. And of course, I was only interested in the math. So the whole time he kept shaking his head going, I didn't learn it this way. But I had to sleep with a cola nut next to my bed, buried in sand, and give 7 coins to 7 lepers and so on.
So he got initiated into WWIII because That's what make you have to do that specific thing, like giving like stuff to lepers and also that's WWIII. So let's go.
So
And finally,
you don't even
he
have to
revealed
believe in it. You
the
just
truth
go
of the
through the
matter.
process.
And it turns out
Clearly, he didn't even believe in it. He just like, I just want to get the information and fuck
I
all
mean,
y'all talking about.
even if he did prove that there are fractal connections, he's still not attaching that to the modern technology is being compared to.
Well, hold on. Listen.
it's a pseudo-random number generator. They're using deterministic chaos. When you have a 4-bit symbol, you then put it together with another one sideways. So even plus odd gives you odd. Odd plus even gives you odd. Even plus even gives you even. Odd plus odd gives you even. It's addition modulo 2, just like in the parity bit check on your computer. And then you take this symbol and you put it back in, so it's a self-generating diversity of symbols. They're truly using a kind of deterministic chaos in doing this. Now, because it's a binary code, you can actually implement this in hardware. What a fantastic teaching tool that should be in African engineering schools. And the most interesting thing I found out about it was historical. In the 12th century, Hugo of Santillana brought it from Islamic mystics into Spain. And there it entered into the alchemy community as geomancy, the divination through the earth. This is a geomantic chart drawn by for King Richard II in 1390. Leibniz, the German mathematician, talked about geomancy in his dissertation called De Combinatoria. And he said, well, instead of using 1 stroke and 2 strokes, let's use a 1 and a 0. And we can count by powers of 2, right? 1s and 0s, the binary code. George Boole took Leibniz's binary code and created Boolean algebra, and John von Neumann took Boolean algebra and created the digital computer. So all these little PDAs and laptops, every digital circuit in the world started in Africa. And I know Brian Eno says there's not enough African in computers, but I don't think there's enough African history in Brian Eno.
That's why I like him, because what he's pushing, I fuck with. What he's basically saying is they weren't all primitive and they had their own form of quote unquote math, but he's not saying that these things can be used to build computers and stuff like that. No, he said they're good teaching tools. Like instead of using European methods to teach, you can use your own African history to teach to African students and other people when it comes to these binary codes and stuff, because you can't put them into computers.
So let me end with just a few words about applications that we've found for this. And you can go to our website. The applets are all free. They just run in the browser. Anybody in the world can use them. The National Science Foundation's Broadening Participation in Computing program recently awarded us a grant to make a programmable version of these design tools. So hopefully in 3 years, anybody will be able to go on the web and create their own simulations of their own artifacts. We focused in the US on African-American students as well as Native American and Latino. We found statistically significant improvement with children using this software in the mathematics class in comparison with a control group that did not have the software. So it's really very successful teaching children that they have a heritage that's about mathematics, that it's not just about singing and dancing. We've started a pilot program in Ghana. We got a small seed grant just to see if folks would be willing to work with us on this. We're very excited about the future possibilities for that. We've also been working in design. I didn't put his name up here. My colleague Kerry in Kenya has come up with this great idea for using fractal structure for postal address in villages that have fractal structures. Because if you try to impose a grid structure postal system on a fractal village, it doesn't quite fit. Bernard Chumi at Columbia University has been interested in using this in a design for a Museum of African Art. David Hughes at Ohio State University has written a primer on Afrocentric architecture in which he's used some of these fractal structures. And finally, I just wanted to point out that this idea of self-organization, as we heard earlier, it's in the brain. It's in it's in Google search engine. Actually, the reason Google was such a success is because they were the first ones to take advantage of the self-organizing properties of the web. It's in ecological sustainability. It's in the developmental power of entrepreneurship, the ethical power of democracy. It's also in some bad things. Self-organization is why the AIDS virus is spreading so fast. And if you don't think that capitalism, which is self-organizing, can have destructive effects, you haven't opened your eyes enough. So we need to think about, as was spoken earlier, the traditional African methods for doing self-organization. These are robust algorithms. These are ways of doing self-organization, of doing entrepreneurship that are gentle, that are egalitarian. So if we want to find a better way of doing that kind of work, we need look only no farther than Africa to find these robust self-organizing algorithms. Thank you.
The grift is real.
He's basically just saying they're good teaching. He repeated it. They're good teaching tools for African students, and he wants the history to show that the African people did more than sing and dance. That's why I say I fuck with him. But he ain't. I don't know what he's saying that
But it's
makes you
still a
say
stretch from
AI is
getting to,
divination, though.
yeah. Like he's made some valid observations. I would say that.
But his approach to it, sis, is still scientific. He compared and contrast. He used specific measurements. He's trying to align stuff. So I hear the poetic interpolation of, because he said, he didn't make the statement that and I don't want to, I'm not taking away from my people. I'm just stating, he didn't make the statement that these people said they were doing this with that.
Correct.
The human ability to create patterns, of course, originated in Africa. The foundation of mathematics, like to measure is to be human, and to measure is African. We were the first to measure for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? Like we did a lot of things that were first just because we were here. Right? So it's like, I don't really jump on that wave. The idea of the algorithm giving instructions for somebody else to do something, that also started, with the earliest humans, which would be Africans. So you don't have to, under monitoring the orbital patterns of stars, creating geometric shapes and patterns for us to use as calendars. These are things that humans have done, and for a large part of history were Black people who were doing it. So I don't take away from that. White people not understanding that or seeing that in their history is part of their colonial perspective and limitation. But we know, like, algebra is not even a white word. You know what I mean? Like, white people don't even have a word to translate algebra. The contributions that white people made in mathematics is definitely, needed, but they're not the only ones. And nor in the world of science. I don't put it like that. But again, the explicit need for us to have, conversations that are built upon the right words and definitions is not to say that to put us in a box, but it's to really exemplify the fact that you're an engineer. You're a computer software engineer, and there's language that's required, specifically tier 3 language that's required for your discipline specific, career. And we need to be able to use that explicit discipline specific language in the right colloquial way and understanding, so that way we can increase the amount of people who are now professing to be in the same careers as you. And I just think that us being the ones who rep the flag of Black empowerment, the legacy of our ancestors, we also got to cherish the fact that we need our future legacy to stand on information that they can build on, and just to separate the two. That's all I was saying. Like, I have no disrespect in any way for anybody's religion, belief or spiritual system. I just saying that when we have these conversations, there's just a need to be, explicit with the usage of words.
Understood.
But dope presentation. Dope.
I was just gonna say, shout out to you.
Yeah, that was definitely. I know there's gonna be some people pissed off. They're like, yo, why y'all? I mean, that was actually good. You know what I mean? And I think you might be able to add on to it. You know what I mean? And then look at the research component. That's what I also saw. The fact that he's applying research to our culture and applying to white folks to get more money from white folks to analyze black people culture.
More money and more money and more money,
Yeah,
bro.
that man said he got a
Y'all,
scholarship just to travel
$7 billion
Africa
of
and ask
of
them
a
folk about their shit.
and then come back and then do it in America and show little black girls. When we tell black girls, we tell mad teachers are like, look, I tell young black girls that how do I say this without sounding pseudo? But black women have historically been braiding longer than anybody else, and their hands for
he has
refined.
a whole entire book and a
I was
whole
just gonna
entire
say,
thing
did you read
talking
that?
about how
No, I say that when
go
girls,
look
you can just look
up
at their hands,
Rock.
not just when they
Look his
when they're
name
making
up.
things when
You'll
they're young.
find out he has a
Look, I
whole
got his paper.
thing.
I got his paper pulled up. But
Yeah.
this I don't want to liken him to what I forgot the white dude who made up the story that black people,
The Dogons.
the Dogons. You know what I mean? Like that's the, you know what I mean? Like the Eric Von Dänikens.
Mm.
You know, but I ain't gonna do that to Sen, you know what I mean? But you know.
He has a whole website where he talks about even the braiding of women's hair and how those things, how women braid hair is broken down into fractals. Like he's been studying the hell out of us.
I know, but I know the sacred geometry people love that fractal shit. And that's where a lot of people go into the esoteric world, because I think Newton was obsessed with fractals. Bunch of mad math heads and what you call it, geometric artists were obsessed with fractals, even down to Fibonacci. Like there's mad people that were obsessed with fractals and just geometric shapes and how nature has an entire world encased in mathematics and geometry. And that's the foundation of how we understand mathematics today. And all of that was developed together, you know, and everybody on the planet contributed to it. It took all of existence for humans to get us to where we are in math, to get us to where we are in chemistry. And it's new under the sun for humans. Our understanding of particles, our understanding of how we can apply mathematics is different. How we can apply it to create new new materials and applications. That's respectfully, you're going to create something new, who knows, in the future that none of your ancestors ever thought about. And that's powerful. That's you. And that's special. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, yeah.
I just wanted to just show that and to like get some understanding on that, because I was like, you know, it's not just like me just being like, you know, whatever, you know.
Oh, now you definitely did, sis. You showed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate
But it was the initial statements that were like, just for the clarity, was just the like again, what referring to what you said, what Cube said, like, is the definitions, you know, and that part, you know.
Well, I still have like some work to do, you know. I'm not perfect.
We all do, sis. I ain't saying that meaning that
Sometimes, like, you know, I could just show you better. I could say it. You know what I'm saying? So now that you've seen it, now you could like get an idea of what I was trying to say, but probably not being really good at saying. So.
Oh no, we see it, but the connectivity between the 2 points, I wouldn't agree with. But I can see where you got it from. So it's not like it's from a random, you know, pull out the conscious community rabbit hat. Like it comes from an actual place. So I respect it.
Right. I'm not just like, you know, just out of my ass. But so you guys were there during the senator like conversation then, so.
Nah.
No.
Oh
wow, y'all didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, now we don't mess with that side of YouTube.
What I thought was interesting about I didn't follow all of what he was saying, but what I thought was interesting was when he talked about the building of those huts. I think he was talking about that. I was kind of doing something while that video was playing, but he said something about the type of materials or patterns they would use to build these huts would vary based on the height of the particular structure. Like they knew that the wind speed was going to be higher at a certain level, and then it would taper off, and it get lower towards the ground. And that commonality is something that is used even in science today. We observe physical phenomenon, and then we express what we observe based on measurements of mathematics, and even to mathematical derivations, formulas. And so really he looked at the flow profile, when you're at the ground, and as you came up, you saw that flow profile, that airflow increase and reach the maximum at some point. That's just Bernoulli's equation, right? And the idea of head loss or frictional loss is at the ground level, which can be modeled like a pipe. When you're looking at laminar flow, when you get close to the walls of the pipe, the flow actually decreases. You get to the center of the pipe, flow reaches its maximum. So it's basically what I'm getting at there is, what you're saying about the origins of scientific discovery and observation they lay the basis for what we do today. So in that sense, those things that we see and have done today, and the methodologies that we use on a basic level are exactly the same as what was used in Africa, thousands of years ago, or hundreds of years ago. So the difference is the math has evolved. So instead of just using these measurements, obviously they measured the flow to say, hey, they had some method of measuring the pressure or the flow at going across their huts at certain heights above the ground to say, hey, flow is less here, it's medium here, it's highest here. Now it's different. I mean, you've got mathematical expressions, equations that give you even a detailed profile, even a more detailed profile. Not that their profile was inaccurate, because he showed that their flow profile was exactly the same as what you would use if you employ Bernoulli's equation. So, I mean, in that sense, I do get what you're saying. I don't really know how that relates to the spiritual side of it, other than what I just mentioned about things like CERN, the talk about CERN, and things like the Egyptian technology, and the belief that there was spiritual influence there. Now I could see the tie there, but I don't, from a very fundamental standpoint, there is a separation. There's a line of demarcation between spirituality and actual engineering, science, technology. That's my opinion.
We also have time. White folks refuse to believe that black people were smart and we were around for a lot longer than they was around.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
We learn a lot of shit about, mistakes, trial and error. And that's not taken away from black folks. It's just,
No, but see, you know what? Here's the thing too. Our impact on science, technology, engineering, mathematics, it didn't stop at that particular level. I mean, the Moors, they're the ones who took mathematics to Europe.
I don't think we have to approach it like we created the space for, our brain developed as black people, and everything about it is what expressed all of these cultural phenomenons. To measure the idea of language and how long it took for us to be able to come up with a communication system where we can determine distance, quantifiable information, and qualifiable information. The idea of solving a problem, those things, that's paramount to every conversational point. Mixing chemicals, mixing things, ingenuity, all the hallmarks of humanity developed with black people first.
Sure.
And then, so I don't, it's we can cherry pick. It's that's for them to cherry pick. It's for us to just what it is.
I appreciate what he did, and obviously that's pretty. I mean, obviously he's an expert in his field. I didn't have the stuff he talked about. I'm not familiar with. Well, I won't say half, but there was a significant portion of it that I'm not familiar. The fractals and all that. I never studied any of that stuff. So that was interesting, and the fact that he went back and showed how it applied to early African civilization. That's cool too. But at the same time, we went a lot further than that. You know what I mean? We went a lot further than that. Our civilizations were a lot more complex, a lot more advanced. We took technology. We took even basic hygiene and physical care to Europe. Before that, they were, very dirty, non-hygienic people. The Moors is who, we took not only the STEM, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but just the social, the social paradigms that we had was something that actually civilized Europe. Of course, they're not going to tell us that, but those are the facts. I think when we actually start moving backwards in our development was the birth of European imperialism, colonialism, and obviously, slave trade and all those different things that happen to us that are in the diaspora. But yeah, I mean, colonialism and its impact on Africa has been devastating, and so it's basically took us back in time in regards to a lot of the things that we brought to the world early on. So I appreciate what the guy did, but I don't think that and there's room for what he talked about, but he's got a lot more to talk about if he's going to capture what our real.
I'll say this is that he actually got into Mali and Burkina Faso.
Mm-hmm.
He actually broke down the whole culture there. Like he's not just he done went through. He got this money and he went all up and through Africa, and he done made some money writing these books. Okay, that's the sad part is that they get the money from the government, and they go in here and they write these books.
Well, that's on us though. That's what you hear me saying. That's on us because we gotta that's what you hear me saying, the conscious community, look, this is our story. We gotta push the science. And we really not. If you sis, if you take, not to say place your ears somewhere else, but just listen to the rhetoric that's dispelled in the conscious community in the Black world and how it's not aligned with science. And what does that mean quantifiably for our community? We whether we want cars or not, we should be producing our own vehicles, contributing to the production of vehicles overall in a quantifiable way. We should be able to say,
well, the thing, why is it the white guys going over into the country and saying trying to help them do this?
Because we're more our community is more focused on spirituality and religion.
Oh,
I wouldn't say that. Q is. Look at what we spend majority of the day now arguing. FBA, ADOS, and all that nonsense.
I would say that's our little pocket, but
yeah. No. What I'm getting at with that is when the masses of our own people don't know the historical beauty in Africa, they're not going to be able to extract what he extracted out of it. You get where I'm going? And we say it often. We say it often. We'll jump, they'll jump to Egypt, they'll skip over West Africa, versus taking the time to study those cultural nuances there and extract that information.
I don't even think it touches the beauty of what's in Africa. I appreciate what the guy did, but I think it's really, rudimentary that he's just proving, okay, you guys are human too. That's basically all he's saying. He's just saying, oh yeah, you guys are human too, because the contributions to African civilization to human civilization go way beyond what he's talking about. That's not even the tip of the iceberg. And so I appreciate what the guy's done, with what I saw today, but he's just saying, okay, you guys are actually part of the human family, and all of this Europeanized Europeanized perspectives on Black people are basically lies from a very fundamental standpoint. That's all that told me, and that's all the message was. The overarching message of that presentation. But that didn't even touch the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg of our contributions to society, to human civilization. He'd have to go a lot
I
further.
want you to. I'm gonna play a little bit of like this last one because he goes into Burkina Faso.
But his statements don't really take away or add to the fact that, you know, Black people need to be involved in STEM. We need to be doing our own studies and quantifying our culture, measuring our culture, and looking at the scientific method to apply it. When we hear it and say, "Oh, you're trying to put us in a box," we're not going to be able to do what he's doing.
Not to change the, not to. I'm not trying to change the subject.
That's why I've been sharing that link. As I caught on to what the conversation was, and my fault, y'all, I'm at work. That's why I've been sharing that Science Daily link, because it meets both of y'all's conversations. Q and the sister, I don't know your name yet. I'm at work, so I didn't catch it. But in that, a lot of the sentiments I've heard shared throughout y'all's discussion right now on both sides, that article actually meets right in the middle. And an interesting way that he brought in teaching this to children was they created a computer program on braiding hair, and it was teaching them mathematics. And this is not new to me. I don't know if you recognize him by now, Q. There's a brother, Gullah TV. He's been talking about this particular subject for the past 3 years. My bad. But yeah, that article meets the entire conversation right in the middle. And I put it in the YouTube.
I just like saw it right here. Yep.
You know, having the funding to try an explicit way to teach a child, and fortunately in that part of a population that typically doesn't have explicit funding for any type of direct teaching, I would argue would be the reasons why you see the difference. You take the same money that he got and just pay a regular math teacher extra money to create programs to teach math to Black kids, I guarantee you'll get the same results.
Facts. And then once you know how to implement our culture into it, you're going to get those results even faster. Or the desired results faster, I should say.
I mean, he wants the results. So if you got somebody going to the hood and they got an extra $300,000, $400,000 to just take a bunch of 20 kids out the hood and teach them math and put them on this program, they get to eat snacks, lunch, they cater to, and like, yeah, we're going to, it's all about math. They see posters of math, they hear their culture. It's going to result in, a math improvement. That's just basics. You know what I mean? Like, that's not,
When
I mean?
Yeah. When you
Can I
guys
say something to Mike real quick before I get busy again, before I forget? In our first book, Mike, To Your Human Sentiment, I wrote a line in there specifically. When I wrote this line, it was aimed towards children. Africa is human history, and human history is African history. I think there's a whole little chapter in the first book we did on those Bossy books. My bad, y'all. I'm working and getting tired up here. But human history is African history. African history is human history. To speak towards that sentiment, Mike.
Okay. Yeah. What I know, Q. One of the overarching questions that keep coming up through so many different discussions is how far removed we are as Africans in the diaspora, African Americans, from STEM. And obviously there's like systemic things that are barriers that are in place to prevent us from doing that. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys went to inner city schools, but the inner city school I went to, one thing they didn't teach you or didn't want you to learn, really they didn't want you to learn anything, but one of the things they definitely wanted to keep you away from was science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's one of the reasons why one of the reasons why they took all the trades out of the schools back in the 80s. But even with all that, I was lucky enough that I had some teachers that taught me mathematics, and that was the basis for me being able to do some of the things that was the basis for my entire life. Some of the things I learned in mathematics early. But I'm saying all that to say that a lot of other, it's not just those systemic barriers that are there that stop us from getting into STEM. I think it's because STEM is something that seems to be challenging to most because we're just geared towards liberal arts, and they want us to be into the arts and entertainment and all that stuff, and so it's challenging. I must be getting a little tired too because it's 5 a.m. But what I'm trying to get at is, I think it's important to realize what other groups and ethnicities of people have that make them excel in math, science, technology, engineering, like the Indians, the Eastern Indians, the Asians. What is it about them and their culture? Even some of the African nations, Nigerians, when they come over to the United States, they want to be engineers or doctors. That's pretty much it. So what actually gets them motivated as a group? And I think it's identification and pride in what they represent. It's almost like an ethnic pride or cultural pride that allows them to have that synergistic effect and motivate one another to pursue STEM and to excel in STEM. I'm talking the Eastern Indians, the Asians, the Africans. And so we can't forget about that particular portion of the recipe to build a culture that is self-motivating and perpetuates itself into more involvement in STEM. We have to have a cultural identity that we're proud of, that we appreciate. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that you can see in those other cultures that go and do well in STEM and continue to grow and push that particular area forward. So that's one thing I don't think we need to make sure we don't miss that, is that I think one of the ingredients that we have, not the only ingredient that we're missing, but one of the ingredients that we're missing is we need to increase our cultural identity and our pride and belief in that identity. And so I don't know if you guys understand what I'm trying to say there, but because it is 5 a.m. So, but I think that's something we need to look at too. Can't miss that recipe because I think that's important. I think that's what really propels some of those other ethnicities to do well in STEM and to grow in that area. And they do well because they motivate one another. It's just part of their culture. I mean, you talk to some of these Nigerian guys and they talk about how their parents told them, hey, you're either going to be an engineer or a doctor. So you may as well. And that's a cultural thing that they have going on. And then the belief in their culture, the belief in who they are as a people, the pride of who they are as a people, and the Eastern Indians and the Asians, that's what propelled them to motivate one another to excel in these areas. And they help one another too.
I mean, I just, like when I and it's not a shot, we wouldn't be here, if it wasn't for the foundations of our ideological, foundation, forefathers. But we also got to take into account that the prioritization and the conversation was never set on STEM. Nobody I look up to in the Black liberation movement except for Booker T. Washington had a foundation, set standards. Some people try to say Marcus Garvey. I get it, but
Well, I mean, they talk about it's documented that we had, hundreds. They talk about Black Wall Street, but there were hundreds of Black Wall Streets, but they were all destroyed. There were hundreds.
Well, I'm saying just not the Wall Streets. I'm saying from the the hardcore black theological, black philosophical perspective, that needs to be the running theme. Everybody else can talk, whatever it is, but the running theme coming out of the conscious conversation, the conscious community.
Yeah, it needs to be that. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that, and I'm getting at the point there. It was that at one point. That's how we built those times. You can't. I mean, we had when we talk about the trades, that's technology.
I see what you said. In that sense,
that's engineering. So
that's also sustainability. That tied to it. In order for the cities to work, they had to sustain themselves, and so we had to be in STEM.
Yeah. Those guys were building those roads, building those homes, and you can't just be you have to understand a lot that goes along with engineering, mathematics, technology, and science to do those things that were being done. They were controlling their own water supplies. The roads they built, the homes they built, the businesses they ran. I mean, those things were we were definitely in the STEM. That's how we were, and we were like the communities that we were building were far beyond what anybody ever thought. They paralleled and were better than most white communities. And the fact is that that's the reason why they came in and destroyed them. So I mean, we had a culture of STEM. We've always had that. And the amazing thing about it is we came out of chattel slavery with no 40 acres and no mule, no nothing, and built it from the ground and had prosperous communities by the hundreds that paralleled and were exceeding the white communities. So this whole idea that we get brainwashed, that STEM is just not part of our intellectual prowess or our intellectual makeup, that's a lie. I just think, I agree 100% with what you guys are saying. I just think one part of the recipe that we need is a renewal. I mean, nothing replaces hard work and dedication, but the motivation to bring about that, the forcing function to bring about that hard work and dedication in the areas of STEM, a piece of that is related to ethnic pride, cultural belief, and a cultural standard that pushes us towards that end. The things that can be identified in cultures like the Eastern Indian, the Asian cultures, and some of the African cultures like the Nigerians. So.
This next link I'm gonna share y'all is a sister in 1832 speaking towards the importance of education and science amongst Black people. I gotta go. I can't go too deep into it, but I'm gonna try to sneak this one in to y'all. Maria Stewart, and she said this in 1832. This is my emphasis.
Mercy, where you at? Willie, where you at? Sister, you got the floor. You done started the convo. Don't let it go now.
Now I'm here listening, and I'm just trying to take it all in objectively, but it seems like the major motivating factor is necessity. To me, more so than identity. Motherfuckers need this shit to keep their cities and their technology moving, so it was a necessity to focus on these things. So if I'm looking at the disconnect of where we are now, STEM hasn't been made a necessity. And that's unfortunate.
No, it's in reverse. You remove the necessity, not a need for STEM is not there. Come live in these projects, nigga.
I think I don't know if you guys ever heard this perspective, and I agree with what you just said about the necessity of it, bro. I don't know if you guys ever heard me say this perspective, but one of the reasons I did mention it earlier that in the public schools and everything, one of the things that they do not want you to learn is science, technology, engineering, mathematics, which is one of the main reasons, because it sustained us like Q was saying. It was sustainability when we were able to use those STEM and those trades in order to build our own towns, build our own physical realities. And then we produced our own economies based on that, independent of, the institutions that are around now that seek to take advantage of us financially. I think that, the end result is these schools. They don't want our kids to know, STEM, because STEM is what allows you to produce your own physical reality, build your own towns. And as long as we cannot do that, then we're going to be forced to live in someone else's physical reality. And you can never be independent when you have to live in someone else's physical reality. You're always going to be a slave, especially if that system is by nature meant to oppress you. So yeah, STEM is the necessity of STEM is a matter of life and death. It's a matter of survival in this world, especially this future world to come. So, it's something that we have to excel in. And I'm still working. And, the thing is, I know a lot of times I'm one of those people that I understand how this system works, in the sense that, being a Black man matriculating in this system, they don't ever look at reasons to give you opportunities. You probably won't run into that your entire life, maybe once or twice. They look at reasons to deny you opportunities. And so I kind of overcompensate for that. I work and I try to do things that put me in a position of undeniability. And I think maybe that's some of it's definitely important to do that, but you got to realize too, in the system of racism and white supremacy, you can never get to a position of undeniability as a Black man. You can't. And that's something that I failed to take a real conscious look at, that fact. And I push myself to continue to increase my credentials, the things that I need to be in a undeniable position. But the reality is you'll never reach that as a Black man in the system of racism and white supremacy.
It's tough hearing that come from you. I guess I can respect it even more coming from you, but it's kind of tough to hear that.
I'm just giving you the reality of it, bro.
I respect it.
And the thing is, what you have to do is you take that, you build those, you prepare yourself to the ultimate, in the ultimate way that you possibly can, so that you can build your own reality and help build your own reality. Because I've just seen it too much. I've seen it too much in too many different sectors. In the military, I saw it there. I saw it in the civilian world. I'm a civilian now, but I saw it in the commercial nuclear industry. I saw it there. Very horrible there, man. It's very bad. And then, I also see it, when I'm doing research reactor work, which is what I'm doing right now. So, there's remnants of that. And obviously, when you look at the structures of these environments and who's on top and, the sparseness of the Black reality and presence in these areas, it lets really at the end of the day, you can increase your credentials, and you should work for that constantly to get better. But it should be for the purpose of being in an undeniable position to create your own reality and those for your people. So I'm just not where I need to be in order to branch out and start doing things outside of the guys that I mentor in my field, because I mentor a couple of brothers that are beneath me that are coming up in my field. I mentor these brothers, but to really get into a community, and not just our community here in the United States, but a global community of Black development in these areas, and the particular one that I'm in, I need to get a little bit more paper behind me, and so I'm working on that now. But at the end of the day, you know, we need to keep pushing, because as a guy, as you mentioned, this STEM thing is a necessity, and it's a matter of survival. Yeah, we need to keep pushing on that. That was hard for you to hear, huh? I'm just giving you reality, bro. I mean, and it's a harsh reality, but it's reality on the same, and it is what it is. And we need to just need to put ourselves in the positions where we can kind of build our own institutions and make them sustainable, and have them have a direct impact on our community and our place on the earth. I love our people and I like our mindsets, because the only people we treat harshly really is ourselves. We don't treat other ethnicities bad just because they're different or because they've got a certain skin tone or whatever. We don't treat other people. We are, if we ever got into a position where we were, or I'm not going to say ever, I'm going to say when we get in a position where we're actually leading the world again, we will not lead it harshly. We won't lead it in the way that it's being led right now, where it's all about exploitation, racism, hatred, greed. We won't lead the world like that. I don't think we will. So.
I do kind of get stuck there though, because like I do view it as we live in a world full of predators. So either we're going to be the apex predator or we're going to be the prey. So even though it might not be fundamentally in us to subjugate and exploit, that might be what it takes to assess the level of power that we want to have. And I ain't against that shit. I would definitely salute the sister though. She definitely brought a different conversation to the forefront. So peace to you, sis. That was dope. It wasn't a lot to find contention over. It was just more or less something to build on. So that shit was cool.
What's good, Mr. Willie? Did you get to figure out your nationalism? Can you hear me?
Hey, yo, my audio tweaking out, but I heard you. Nationalism? That
Yeah, I'm still working and I'm hit and miss with the combos.
was
Look
kind
in,
of a.
look into it's a novel. The brother's name is Sutton E. Griggs, and I'll get you a link in a minute. But he wrote a novel in 1899, um, Imperial, which translate to a nation within a nation. And I don't want to give away the story because it's a novel, but it's basically about blacks taking over Texas and building their own nation. Um, I'll give you some heads up if you ever do read it. The two main characters are based off Booker T. Washington and Du Bois.
Really?
Yeah.
What time does the book come from?
What town?
What time? Like when in
Oh, it was
history?
written in it,
1800s?
it was written in 1899.
Okay.
In fact, I want to say that's one of the earliest examples of literature where you see the term New Negro mentioned as well. It's in that very book. But yeah, the two main characters are centered on those two. It's told from the narrator's perspective as a witness, and the idea is to build your own black nation using Texas as the springboard for it. But I'm just bringing that up to show you that this has been discussed for years, bro.
Right. My problem is it's so hard, right, to listen to like a presentation that we just listened to, knowing that people study us, to hear my own people say what we haven't done. That shit is hard for me to hear. You know what I mean? And
Don't take it that way. Just look at humanity. Just think if you take color out this next statement, how many Americans don't know what Americans have done in history
yeah.
in regards of innovation in any facet? You get where I'm going?
Nah,
Whether it be
definitely.
economics, technology, cultural, you get where I'm going? So it goes into more so just identifying the people with the desire to learn those things. And if they've learned it, having the human capacity to share what they've learned. Because we're unfortunate to not live a long enough life to fully even understand what life
See the
is.
fruition of even
Yeah.
the efforts we make. I get that. Vayasa, my thing is, yo, I deal with like morale a lot. And when I hear us talk about certain things that if we weren't so critical of, we could find pride in,
Mm-hmm.
it speaks to the morality of the people. Like, I just feel like we don't really believe we can accomplish what we can achieve. And so it becomes easier to look back on the past and say what hasn't been done instead of holding ourselves to a standard of pushing the flag forward. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You'll see me drop this line in the chat more often than not. Those that speak do not know, and those that know do not speak, bro.
God damn. You ain't lying.
So I mean, you're gonna see that. Um, you're gonna see people speak out of ignorance. And it's unfortunate, but that's just a part of the reality we
With
got
the
to
best
accept.
intentions, Vyasa. with the
Yeah.
best intentions, but those who
Hmm.
speak sometimes do not know.
Right.
It's a fact.
And that goes into my sentiment of we don't live long enough to even comprehend what life really is, let alone how would you even study it? Where would you begin? You get where I'm going? It's not that the information isn't there, is how do you expect one person in one life, and this is starting ground zero, how do you expect just from one of us starting the ground zero to even navigate through this hypothetical library where everything is in there? You still ain't gonna know where to begin. You're gonna make a mess. You're just gonna be tearing through the shelves. You get where I'm going? And this is
Mhm.
where culture becomes beneficial to us. And we do have to implement a stronger culture of one, learning our history, but simultaneously preparing for a future. You get where I'm going? And it's just unfortunate we got torn from that sovereignty of walking our own path and seeing what that would look like. Where you added, the transatlantic Jim Crow and how we got deprived of getting to see what that world would look like without that um, interruption.
But you don't think a portion of it comes from a lack of confidence? Like, in terms of me always looking forward, like, I'm like, at the
Mhm.
end of the day, I am the next W.E.B. Du Bois, right? I got to push whatever agenda I believe in forward. And I think from a lack of confidence, we like to look backwards and highlight the failures rather than realize and accept the accomplishments that got us to the point we are. Because if we accept that, then more is expected of us. You get what I'm saying?
I give you that. And that's psychological, that confidence issue. Here come Marley with the self esteem. But to that, just to play devil's advocate, it's going to be hard to say you have the confidence to score a touchdown if you've never been handed a football and allowed into the game. Then you can have too much confidence, never played a game in your life, and go out there and get your ass killed.
That's
You get where
valid.
I'm going? So,
No, that's valid.
so it's just hard to gauge that for everybody. You get where I'm going? You can't say it in the absolute that it's a confidence issue that we have, because some of us are overconfident, and you can't say that we all are super prideful and just on some I am the one shit, because look
Mhm.
at how many of us are scared to throw our hat into the arena and get busy. So it's just too individualistic for me personally to say it's a confidence issue. I will
Where
say
we
that
gotten at this point, I agree.
that confidence will grow with um what was I about to say? That confidence will grow with participation. You're gonna see more fools confident in the bullshit that goes on in our communities, because for so long in this country we've been allowed to bullshit life away. You get what I mean? You almost get rewarded for it, opposed to having the confidence to say, I'm gonna go out and be the next great in a different regards. I'm not gonna be the next Tony Montana. I'm gonna be the next Percy Julian or Q Butter, or you get where I'm going?
That's a fact.
I could be the next nigga with 12 bodies, but I can't be the next person to heal 12 bodies. Because we're just not exposed to, we can compete in that.
That's a fact.
If anything, I would say them breaking our unity and community bonds is what hurt us the most. Because wisdom is, this African quote I love. Wisdom is a flower found in another man's garden, implying you got to go look for it. And if you doing your thing in landscaping, Q is doing his thing with the computers, Marley's doing his thing with psychology. We let Dev handle the money, and I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but Buddha's got the literature down pat. When the students get exposed to all that, that's where you get that well-rounded education, and they're gonna disseminate it amongst their friends. But if we close the fuck
Wisdom is
off,
found in another man's garden. I like that.
yeah, if we close the fuck off, and the only thing they seeing is other children playing in the streets, guess what they're gonna learn? They're gonna learn to be the masters of playing the fuck around. So we do have to figure out a methodology in that giving a hand gives you a hand at the same time. Once we master that technique, we'll go to the moon and back.
Yeah, this was a good build. I ain't gonna lie. When Shorty said I'm gonna bring the information from the Sinetta side, I was kind of like, oh boy, here we go. And I was averse to what he was talking about at first, just because it was a white man. But when I started to listen to it, I was like, all right, this isn't even an ideology that's foreign to me. Like, yeah, he's speaking to a lot of the things that I know, that I've been taught. You know what I mean? It's definitely a good build, though.
To that sentiment of oh shit, this came from Sarnetta's camp. That kind of goes into that sentiment of the wisdom being in another man's garden. And this ain't to big up Sarnetta or belittle him, but there's an old lesson in Confucianism. It switches up depending on who's telling the story. But basically, Confucius is walking with two friends. One's wise, and one's a fool. And the story you're supposed to take from it is what the wise man does, you keep with you and keep moving forward. What the fool does, you don't leave the fool, you just leave his foolish behaviors behind you and don't implement them in your path. You get what I'm trying to say? Implying learn from everybody. Everybody has a lesson. You just gotta be patient or wise enough to extract it.
Yeah, but that's hard because that would alienate a
Yeah,
good portion of our people. You get what I'm
right.
saying?
Mm-hmm. You ain't on my level, shit. Yeah. Or you think you
More
better
pop
than
out,
me.
Afro.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Or
Vegas.
you,
I'm
or
listening.
that whole you think you better than me. That coin. That's my one issue with capitalism. It's not so much the economic practice, it's the psychological aspects of what it produced. And so many, it creates that king of the hill mentality to where everybody's got to be on top of the hill, not realizing you're gonna have to spend all your time to maintain that spot while everybody's fighting for your spot. You get where I'm going? So it creates a vicious cycle. That's the one thing I don't like about it. But that's the one thing they use to promote it at the same damn time. You can be the king. You can have all of this for 1995. Sign up now.
And it's crazy how much we fed into that. Even in the conversations we have here, you see that dynamic. King of the Hill.
Yeah, and then the other nuances that go into it, the mistrust. You get what I mean? Think business deals. This motherfucker trying to get me, so I'm gonna get him first, versus just going into it thinking, let's do good business. You get where I'm going? It creates that in us. I don't even think it's a black thing. I think it's just a cultural thing in America that we got to learn to shake ourselves from.
That's valid.
And you can take it whichever way you want to take it. Black business. All these niggas is gonna ask for a discount, so let me mark my prices up before these Negroes even get in here. You get where I'm going to the streets. All this nigga gonna try to get me, so let me get him first. It's the environment we in. I don't think it's us. I think it's just they threw us in the shark tank.
Yeah.
And we trying to pretend to be sharks when in real life we elephants. Everybody go to sleep. I'm depending on y'all to keep me up while I'm working. It's super quiet.
Afro said we talking that Asiatic talk. Pop out, Afro. I'm definitely calling out today. Like, I've been up all night. For those that are still here, man, we appreciate y'all, especially my man Afro. You see how far the conversation goes when Dev relaxes? I know he's asleep. I hope he gets some good rest. It was definitely a good though. But these white folk won't be seeing me today. No, sir. I'm calling out. Fuck it. The conversation was worth it.